fabrics.
That's true. You've put some beautiful kind of crochet lace into this one. It's kind of like an antique look. Absolutely beautiful. And like you say, it just sets off those little elements when you add those accents in there. Now, the squares, we're going to get 17 of those squares, I believe, within here, but you're also going to get some additional fabric. So have we got strips in here and the lining fabric?
There's one long strip of fabric to make the handles. On the bag that you have, I've actually put leather handles on.
Okay.
But you have the option. And then there is fabric to do your lining as well.
Beautiful. Again, really pretty fabric. So I guess all that we need to do is add a little bit of time, some thread and some wadding.
That's all you need.
Love it.
It's a
And we've got comprehensive instructions on here as well, so showing you exactly how all of those squares come together to create your bag outer, and of course comprehensive instructions to show how to add your lining. So it's not just a case that we're making one project, we're learning how to make many bags in the future, I guess, with this, Stephanie.
Absolutely. That's the nice part with all of our kits. We have full instructions that come. So, yes, you can make the initial kit out of ours, but then you can use the instructions to make, like you say, loads of bags out of your stash.
Definitely. Definitely. Now, with regards to these kits, as is the case with all of them, you'll notice, I'm sure, on your screen already, extended delivery. With regards to these, it's just a few days, 31st of August, which I think is, oh, it's about 9 days, actually. It's not too long, really, is it? So if you fancy this kit, then the details are there on your screen there, 537257. Now, incidentally, what I should mention as well, we've got some amazing kits with you, that with us, that we have seen previously, but they're while stocks last. So if you have seen any of the Green Acre shows before, it might be worth jumping onto the website, have a look at them. I will tell you and show you them a little bit later on, but because stock is so vulnerable with them, you might want to jump ahead and have a little look as well. But those are coming up in a little while. So what have we got next? Oh, now again, more tweed. This one more of a square style bag, and again, beautiful fabrics throughout. Love the design of this one. Stephanie, this is fabulous. I love it because it's almost got like a quilting block in the centre.
It is. It is. It's a 9-patched star block in the center of it.
And then, of course, that dramatic black there, kind of framing all of those different pieces that you put together. And the tweed, again, so soft. Is it a nice fabric to quilt with, tweed?
Quilting with tweed is not difficult. It's very easy to work with. You just, when you're doing the tweeds, you need to do about a 1/2 inch seam to make sure. This bag here is done in what we call woolies. They're flannels. And they, again, you need to be a little bit careful because the flannel does tend to fray a little bit. So you need to be a little bit careful.
But it's so soft and snuggly, isn't it, once you've actually created it? Beautiful fabric.
It really is. I love working with the woolies. They're just so comfortable.
And I love it because you've got kind of colours that are going to work with any kind of clothing. Again, you've got your black, your grey, your white, which are perfect. That little shot of, well, I'd say red, but equally so. It's more of a kind of berry tone, really. It's a softer red. It's not a bright red, but absolutely beautiful. And, of course, you've got enough fabric so you can actually put your decoration on both sides. If you're wanting to, you might want to incorporate some of your own fabrics. You've got a fabulous lining fabric with regards to this one as well. And, again, it's kind of got that monochromatic look, so it echoes that design throughout, Stephanie.
It does, yeah.
Beautiful. Now, our viewers are loving this particular one. Obviously, it comes with full instructions again, something that our Stephanie prides herself on. But you're liking this one so much so that 10% of the stock has gone already. Or, I do apologise, approaching 10% of the stock. So £24.99, 367668 if you're wanting to take advantage of this particular one. Pop that one into your basket. So we have got more to share with you. Now, if you've ever heard of the phrase bargello and you're wondering what bargello is all about, it's where you see those gorgeous, that's going to lie down. I'm going to lie that one down because it's going to fall down if I don't let go of it. So bargello. Bargello is such an effective way for you to create quilt. Now, obviously, you can see here you've got a huge supply of fabric in here. And it's all about that kind of gradient of colour with bargello, isn't it, Stephanie?
It is, yeah. You go from darks to lights. And again, it's wonderful to use because you can just use such a wide assortment of fabrics.
And this is nice because you've got a manageable size project with this one. I mean, have a look at this. It's the placement, and you might be looking at this thinking, oh my goodness, all those squares, all those rectangles to stitch together. It's a very clever technique, working with strips, and then you just start cutting them up to get that incredible result. And I like this because this is a nice project, I think, Stephanie, for anybody that's seen Bargello and wanted to have a go, but maybe felt a little bit scary about doing a big quilt with them. This is a good size pillow.
It really is. It's a large pillow. In fact, what we've also done is done 4 of them to make up a really lovely twin-size quilt.
Oh,
when you join the 4.
That's a good point, actually, because people could multi-buy this one, couldn't they, if they wanted to, and do exactly that? Fair point.
Yeah, it makes it beautiful. Makes a beautiful twin-size quilt.
Ah, there you go. Rapidly, what was the update on that one? Sorry, because it rapidly approaching 20% of the stock. I think you mentioning that as a kind of evoke people to think, oh yes, it's a good point, and that would be less than £40 as well. So really good price. So all of your fabrics there in your strips. And then, of course, you're going to put them all together to create that wonderful result. And you've got, obviously, your darker fabric there, which you can use for your sashing as well, if you so choose. So, $19.99 if you're wanting to get started with your Bargello pillow, should I say. Then the details are there on your screen at $491,610 if you fancy popping that one into your basket. But if you like the injection of colour, you are going to love the next one. We have got a really, what I would call bright and happy quilt block to share with you, or should I say kit to share with you. It's a patchwork bag, and it's got the most incredible fabrics in here. So straight away you can see you've got all sorts in here. These are brilliant fabrics. I like these, Stephanie.
They're wonderful for all kinds of sewing projects and things like that. We use it as a carry-all bag for all of our different, you know, to take them to class. You can put everything in it.
Oh, I like this one. I can't get hold of that one. Oh, there you go. That's all your sewing paraphernalia. Like that one. Bright red with your leaves on there as well. Shall I show you what they all come together to create? Because it's a sizable bag that you're making with these. And incidentally, any of the bag kits that we've been chatting about, obviously you can add in things like your own R-in form if you're wanting to work with your foam, or it might be that you're wanting to use your wadding. It's entirely up to you. Very much a personal affair. But if you're wanting to get this kind of look where it stands up, then do have a little look on our website, because we will have that R-in form available if you do want to get hold of it. I love this, Stephanie. It looks amazing.
It's a fun bag to make. It's quick, it's easy, and done in multiple different types of fabrics. We've done it with baby fabrics to make up a bag for a baby shower, so you can fill it with papers and clothing and give it to mom as a baby shower gift.
Nice idea.
But then mom has it to carry all of her baby goods with.
Definitely.
But for classes, it's a great bag for bringing it to class with all of your cutting boards and your cutters and all of your paraphernalia.
That's true, because you can fit a good size cutting board in there, or maybe a folding cutting board, like you say, your quilt rulers, a good length across there, so they all fit in there. And I think sometimes it's nice. You might not necessarily have a lot of time to do a lot of sewing. It might only be that you've got an afternoon or something like that. It's nice to have a project that you can do from beginning to end in just a few hours, and I think that's something like this bag will be absolutely perfect. And then you've got something at the end of it, rather than something that's half finished that you've got to drag yourself away from and then come back to maybe several weeks later. Having something that's quite a concise project, but something that's going to be usable, I think is key with this kit. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, all your fabrics are there ready for you to get started. You haven't even got to get those ready. They are there, ready to go. So £29.99, and again you can go on and create more of these as time goes on. 857925 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, I gave you a little bit of a heads up a few moments ago about some of the items that we've got where we've got limited stock with regards to these ones. Oh, I'm drifting. I felt like I was on a boat for a moment then. So the next 3 sets, if you like the look of them, you have to be quick with these. We don't have huge quantities, and we won't be able to bring you any more of them. So the first one being £17.99. This is so pretty. You are going to love it. You've got all of your pre-die cut butterflies with these. Have these got your fusible on the back as well?
I have.
Wow.
So we fuse the material and then we cut them all out with the AccuCut. So it makes it that much easier when you're making up the pillow. And
the pillow itself, I mean, you guys wait for this. This is so pretty. Have a look at this. Now, if you've always fancied having a little go at a plique, but haven't really known where to get started, well, Stephanie's taken care of it. She's done some of the trickiest bits, cutting out those butterflies, they're all ready to go, and having your fusible on the back there, so you can simply iron those in place. It means you haven't even got to invest in that. You've got your fabric there, obviously, with your butterflies cut out, and then, of course, you've got your fabric creating your envelope back cushion, as you can see there. All you need to do, I'm guessing with this one, is add in a little bit of fabric for your kind of piping if you're wanting to, Stephanie.
The piping is included in
the
kit.
Oh, is it? Oh, I couldn't see that.
Yep, the piping
is
in it.
It's hiding. It's hiding underneath. You're right indeed. And loads of lovely little embellishments in there as well.
It is. The fun part with this kit, I think, is doing your background on the white background. If you just draw some lines with some friction pens to create a branch and do those up in brown, and then use all the different stitches on your machine with greens, different shades of greens to create the leaves and things for the butterflies to sit on. Then after you applicate the butterflies on, you can embellish it any way you like. You can add sequins, you can add beads, you can put little bodies on, antennas, do a satin stitch around, do a buttonhole stitch around.
Beautiful.
It's a really creative, fun project to do.
And I mean, the backing fabric has got so much interest on there. It's almost got like that watermark design on there.
It does, yeah. It just creates a little bit of texture to the backing.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, and such an affordable project. Now, obviously, the project itself is your cushion kit, but of course, you might be looking at this and thinking, well, I love those butterflies. I fancy putting those on one of those bag kits that I've purchased. You can do that quite easily, Stephanie, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. It's easily transferred to anything that you want to put it on.
Beautiful. But the thing is, they are all pre-cut, they are backed, ready to press in place, and of course use your gorgeous decorative stitches. Nice excuse to use some of those decorative stitches, because sometimes we don't use them as much as we should. They're there on our machines, aren't they? We tend to stick to those basics, but we might have hundreds of decorative stitches. Why not give yourself a project that gives you the opportunity to utilise some of those? 478-866 if you fancy getting a hold of this very affordable kit. $17.99, but you need to be quick. Stocks with these are limited with regard to the quantity, so once they're gone, they have gone. If you want in yours, you need to get in nice and early. Now, the next one, oh, this is gorgeous. Now, this is a really nice kit. Beautiful fabrics that are going to work so well, and it's a quillo. Now, a quillo, Stephanie, explain to our lovely viewers what a quillo is all about.
A quillo is really an old project that's been around for years and years and years. It's a pillow it's a quilt that gets folded up inside a pillow. So you can throw the pillow in your car, you can take it to the beach with you, throw it on your couch. And when you get chilly, you just reach inside the quillo, pull the quilt out, and the pillow on the back of it makes a little pocket for your feet to slip into.
I know, that's the best bit, putting your feet in there, isn't it? I love that bit. So yes, you're quite right. When you fold it out, it's kind of got an inbuilt pocket there, as you can see. So you bring your quilt out of that pocket, kind of fold your quilt into thirds to get it into the pocket in the first place, but then it opens up. Now, I'm going to knock everything over. I'm going to bring this to the back here, because this could go very wrong very quickly when you're knocking everything over. So literally, you turn that pocket inside out, so you can get your hands in there if you want to. Pull the corners out, and when you pull the corners out, your pocket, which you've got there, it's actually upside down at the moment there, has actually turned into a big size quilt. Look at that. And that is something that you've got tucked away. As Stephanie said, it could be in the back of the car. It could be a cushion on your sofa if you wanted to. And then when it gets a little bit chilly, pull it out. We hopefully will still get a little bit of sun, maybe some of those cooler evenings. So if you've got an outdoor patio area, again, it's something that would look amazing. But when you get a little bit chilly, you can pop over your knees. Love these. I'm not even going to attempt folding that back up live. I'm going to pop that underneath there for the time being. Let's concentrate on those fabrics. So the fabrics are absolutely exquisite, the quality and the weight. Now, all you need to do adding into this one is your wadding. The kit itself, a brilliant comprehensive kit. You've got all of your fabrics there, as you can see. Beautiful fabrics. This is an absolutely gorgeous print. I love this, Stephanie.
Thank you, thank you. We loved it.
Gorgeous. Picking out all of those darker tones, obviously, with your contrast and your lighter tones there to give you that kind of reference of different lights and darks. It's going to allow you to create your pocket to go on the back, and of course everything will fold together to make your quillo. But then when you are opening it out, you've got a sizable quilt there. You're looking at 46 inches by 64 inches, sorry, 64 inches. So that is a good size quillo. Quite often, ones I've come across are more of a square, but that one being that rectangle means it's going to keep you warm and toasty, and you're going to learn how to create many more of them. So 2 flexi buys are just £40.75. Why not pop this kit into your basket? Treat yourself to something warm and toasty. Nothing better than snuggling under a quillo, especially with those cooler nights drawing in. So 666-365. This particular kit, again, is another one of those ones when they've gone, they have gone. So do not miss out on it. Now, Stephanie, I'm going to let you get yourself ready for your demonstration, if that's okay. I know you need to alter your camera to get it into position while I tell everybody about the last kit, which, again, this is one of those ones, while you've got the stock, take advantage, because we are not going to see it back again. This is a brilliant one. The colours in this one, incredible. So again, bright, happy fabrics. Let me just show you that fabric. Let's just savour this fabric for a moment. How incredible is this? This is beautiful. Now we're looking at a quillo again, so we know the scenario of that one. You're making that cushion or that pillow that will turn into a quilt when you're ready. You've got your contrast fabrics. I mean, this is a brilliant one. You've got that solid black there, which is really going to showcase that design. Absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got that green as well, and there's lots of green within that design there. So Stephanie's picked out some really brilliant colours to complement that main fabric. Oh my goodness, look at this. I love this fabric. Absolutely gorgeous, all of the ones that Stephanie's chosen. And you've got that lovely, almost like a gentle waffle with that particular one, with that weave there. So slight difference with regards to the tone in there, but absolutely brilliant fabrics, all chosen to create your quillo. Shall I show it to you? Oh, I'm going to show it. I'm teasing you first. I'm teasing you. I'm going to show you on the packaging, because on the packaging you can see you've got your snowball blocks in this one. So this is a different effect to the one that we saw previously. So you're learning different blocks with these. You've got your little 9-patch crosses, as you can see in there, and you've got your snowball blocks. So again, not only are you creating something beautiful, you are learning, you are educating yourself, and you're extending your vocabulary of blocks, if that makes sense. So these are nice, easy blocks. Please do not be worried about this. This could be a first-time quilt for you. Could very, very easily. Oh. Now this fabric isn't in with the kit, but it's a fabulous one to contrast. I don't know if we've got this one on the website, so I'm not going to tease you with that one. Is that there's the backing as well? Oh, I don't know. Let's open it up. We'll have a little chat with Stephanie in a few moments. But here you go. So you can see you've got, those are the blocks that you're creating. That again is your quillo pocket. So it's kind of like your pillow effect. So you can see it's quite a good size pillow, very comfy to use it like that. But of course, it's what it looks like when we open it up that we're wanting to see. So you get your hand in there and you pull it out and you turn it inside out, and then this is a good one. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, with regards to this one, your backing, can we just double check? I'm going to check with Stephanie in a moment about the backing. I don't know if the backing of this one is included, to be honest, but we will check with Stephanie in a few moments. I mean, this one has got that fabulous alphabet on the back there. So that's why I'm going to question it, because if this isn't part of it, then I don't want you to be disappointed. But if it is, even better. But the details are on your screen. And again, if you fancy getting hold of that one, it's only while we've got the stock here. So it's just the opportunity that you can take advantage of now. So 446654. Now, I just need to give you a little bit of an update with regards to the previous one that I just showed with you, that diamond effect one. That one, what was the update, sorry? Approaching 30% of the stock, my goodness. And with this one, when it's gone, it's gone. Now, we have got 2 shows with Stephanie. The concentration during this hour are the new things that we've been bringing to you. But we have got some large quilt kits that she will be showing you in the next hour, which I think, is it 11 o'clock her next hour? I think it is. And I think it might well be with me. Is it with me again? It's a funny weekend. Oh, it's with Paola. Oh, look at Paola. Not at all jealous, not at all upset, not at all sulky. Yeah, that diamond quillo, if you're wanting that one, you need to be quick. £81.49. So yes, whichever of these kits or bags or whichever project you're working with, you know you're investing in quality because it's come from Green Acres now. Lovely Stephanie takes a lot of pride in her kits when she puts them together. So Stephanie, we're going to come to you for a demonstration of the fabulous tweed bag. But before we do so, can I just double check with regards to the quillo kits? Are the backing fabrics included with both of them? The diamond one and of course the one that I was just showing everybody with the snowball?
Yes, they are.
Ah, now is it the alphabet fabric that's included with this one, or is it we're using the solid fabric? The snowball.
There's the alphabet fabric. They're all from the same line. So some of them have words on them. Some of them have the alphabet. It depends on what the backing is.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that makes that even better. For some reason, I don't appear to have that in here, but that's good. As long as that's included, then everybody's going to be happy with that one. You see a lot of people taking advantage of that one. So there you go. Reiterated that information. But that's not where we're going to be putting our attention in the demonstration. We're going to go back to those gorgeous Donegal tweeds. This looks incredible. Now, Stephanie, I'm going to hand over to you for your demonstration, so please take it away.
This is another one of our tweed bags, and again, it just uses a totally different assortment of tweeds. It depends on what I can get my hands on at the time when I'm making it. And again, you want to embellish each square as you want ahead of time, just to personalize it and make it your own bag. When you get your kit, it will have all of your different squares. The kits that I make up, I put a strip of fabric in to make fabric handles. But again, it's up to you. If you want to do in the leather handles, you can. If you want the fabric handles, either one works beautifully. The instructions, again, are all with it. So it shows you exactly how to lay out your squares. So I'm just going to give you a quick layout. So again, it's playing with colors. And that's the nice part with this, is it gives you so many options. So you start with 2 at the top, and then you're going to put 4 across.
Stephanie, it doesn't matter which combination you put these in, they're always going to look amazing.
It doesn't, and the thing is, when you do your first layout, you just kind of lay them out, and then you can play with it after that.
And just as you're laying out those squares there, we've had a lovely email in from Nicola in Dorset, and she's saying, good morning to myself and you. What a great show. First time I've seen Green Acre kits, and they look great. Stephanie obviously spends a lot of time pulling these together, and the prices are very reasonable, and she loves the first bag kit. This is the one that you're working on now. And she says it's a very boho shape to it, which is so true. Just getting back into sewing and hoping to try my hand at some of these. Have a great day. Well, you have a great day as well, Nicola, and you're quite right. This one, even if you're the most novice of sewers, maybe just getting started, maybe you've just had a sewing machine or had it in and invested to you, or gifted to you, should I say, this is a wonderful project to work with. And of course, Stephanie's laying out those fabulous squares in order to create one. Very quickly though, I'm just going to give you an update on one of those items where we have got kind of restricted stock of this one. I was trying to find a way of saying limited stock without it being limited stock, if that makes sense. So we've only got a certain quantity of these, that's what I was trying to say. But it's rapidly approaching 60% of the stock of the diamond quillo. Just to refresh your memory, let me just show you a picture of what you're getting within this particular one. This is one where you've got all of those gorgeous blues, and you're going to be able to create that fabulous quillo with all those little squares in there that our lovely Lewis has all popped back into that little case there. So you can see the quilt opening up there beautifully, but this is the quillo when it's all packaged up. If you're wanting to get involved with this one, you need to make sure you're getting involved sooner rather than later, with 60% of the stock having gone. Stephanie, going to come back to you. I just wanted to give everybody an update on that one.
Thank you very much. Glad to hear. I'm glad people like it.
It's a gorgeous
one. When you lay out your squares, you just lay them out the first time any way you want, and then you can play with colors. And again, if you want to embellish any of your squares, now is the time to do it. So if you're going to put some ribbons on, or you're going to put just a little squig squag of cording or ribbons or anything you want, now's the time to do it. Then you're going to sew these together. So you would sew each row together and then join the rows. And then when you lay it out, it's going to come together in this shape.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah.
These actually are your handles. So this gets folded up.
So it's kind of created on the diagonal then?
It is. These points here and here are where your handles go.
Okay.
So if you lay this down, you can see.
Oh yes, yeah. Obviously a bit tricky without them stitched together. They're running away.
All right. So then you're going to stitch across on the bottom here, and you stitch down here and across, and that gives you the shape of your bag. So you make that first. And then you do your lining. So you're going to lay out your lining. You're going to lay out your patches unsewn. And your wadding.
So they become the pattern for the lining then?
Right. So you put your lining and then your wadding and your bag all together. And again, it tells you exactly how to sew it. So you're going to top stitch there and there. And you're going to sew your bag together. For your handles, the long strip will make 2 handles. So again, you would fold your handle and get those out of the way. You're going to fold your handle in thirds, and thirds again. And you're going to put a strip of wadding right down the center.
Okay.
So that gets folded over, that gets folded over. And you're going to fold in the raw edge 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
And then you're going to stitch right down the center of that raw edge. And you can do 2 or 3 rows of stitching. Again, you can use your fancy stitches on your machine. It just embellishes it, and if nothing else, it makes the handle itself stronger. And
yes.
With 2 or 3 or 4 rows of stitching, it makes it more stable.
That's a good tip.
So it's a quick, easy bag that we do oftentimes in one of our workshops. So probably 2-3 hours, you would have the whole bag done.
I love that. And again, it's one of those, almost what I call a rainy day project, something that you can just start and take up a rainy afternoon. And what a way to create a fabulous project in just a few hours. And this is something that, of course, as time goes on, you may suddenly start thinking, oh, I've got some other squares that I can utilise with regards to this. And I'm guessing as time goes on with this one, Stephanie, you can make this in different sizes, dependent on the size of the squares that you use.
Absolutely. So if you wanted a smaller bag, you would just use smaller squares.
Love it. Love it. Top tips with that one. And, of course, beautiful fabrics. Thank you, Stephanie, talking us around how to create this fabulous bag. And, of course, within your kit, you're going to get all of your tweed squares that we've seen Stephanie working with. Love the tip there of adding all of that decoration, that embellishment before you start putting them together. You might want to add a little bit of hand embroidery on these as well, because I think that the kind of organic feel of the fabrics in your hand stitching would look absolutely amazing. And, of course, you have got a lining fabric in there. And this one is a really pretty lining fabric that you've got gorgeous little flowers there. I think that's a really pretty lining, and it's something that you will see a little bit of the lining when you're obviously opening up the bag, but that is very in keeping with the feel of the tweed. Again, the handles, you've got your strip there with regards to your handles, and that echoes one of the fabrics that you've got in there, so you've kind of got the connectivity of those patches with the handles. But then you've got that power of red, which obviously picking out that red detail within that tweed, and then of course all the other tweeds just lend themselves so so well. Beautiful fabrics to work with. Lots of you wanting to get involved with this one, so much so that a third of the stock has gone. £24.99, 537-257. If you fancy getting hold of these with your pattern that you can go on and create many more of them, then you need to be quick. Take advantage. And don't forget, with regards to these ones, extended delivery, they're going to be dispatched to you on the 31st of August. It's only 9 days away, but it'll be well worth that wait. If you fancy yours, the details are on your screen. Moving along, we've got a different style of bag with this one. This one's got much more of a soft feel to it. It's like a flannel tweed. It's a beautiful soft feel to this one. You're almost going to want to climb into this little bag if you want to, because it's got a lovely little soft feel to it with that flannel that you've kind of got in there as well. So again, a lovely style. You've got your grey, your black, your red featuring in that one, and then complementary colours to work with it alongside. And these fabrics are going to allow you to create those patches, create those blocks, bringing them all together to make an amazing bag. They are gorgeous fabrics. I'll pop that back neat and tidy. There we go. So yes, gorgeous fabrics which are going to give you the foundation of creating something amazing. All you need to decide on is what you're going to use to add the body to your bag. By that I'm talking about whether you're going to be using wadding, whether you're going to be using foam. You may have your own personal preference with regards to that one, which is why it's not included in the kit, and of course it keeps the price down as well. But the bag itself is a substantial sized bag, and again with this one you could take the inspiration from the instructions with your own fabrics, make those pieces bigger, make the bag overall bigger as well. But I'm sure you'll agree it is an amazing design that you could be creating something that looks very, very stylish and very, very usable as well. 367-668 if you fancy getting hold of that particular kit, and I don't blame you, it's a lovely one to go for. Now, one of my favourites though, because I love my blues, you know I love my blue fabric, is this wonderful one here. Now this is your Bargello pillow. Now Bargello is such a beautiful way of putting your fabrics together. It looks way more complex than it actually is, and it's one of those clever tricks, because quite often with sewing people tend to think it's very, very tricky and it's a scary thing to get involved with. But once you have a go and once you've got good instructions and good kits, it all comes together so easily that you're going to gain confidence with these in no time at all. Now Bargello is all about getting gradients of colour, going from light fabrics through to dark fabrics. So first thing is the hurdle of having the right fabrics. We don't have to worry about that. Within this kit, Stephanie's taken care of that. You've got a beautiful range of fabrics, from little tiny speckles to beautiful florals in here as well, going through to larger prints with an introduction of more and more of that blue, deeper tones of the blue, taking it almost from your white right the way through to your navy, as you can see. Then the idea is that they're put together in strips, and then the strips are cut. So when you look at a Bargello piece, you look at it thinking, oh my goodness, there's so many tiny pieces there, that must take hours and hours to put together. I've actually got that upside down, I think. Let's turn it around the other way. Well, to be honest, it could be whichever way you like, couldn't it? But with this one, you're starting with your light tones, you're going, as you can see with this one, into a little V there, but you've got all those gorgeous fabrics. So when you look at it, some of them are squares, some of them are more slender rectangles, but it's all done cleverly with the strips coming together and then you cutting the widths. You're not cutting those little tiny pieces and then having to do the jigsaw of putting them all together. It's way more simpler than that, but it looks so complex and so effective. This is a very affordable way for you to give Bargello a go. It's only $19.99, and you are going to be creating something practical as well. Lovely, it's huge. Stephanie, can you bring a small thing, little tiny projects, and then I won't knock things over all the time. But joking apart, I mean, what a fabulous pillow cover to be making there. $19.99. If you're wanting to take advantage of this one, I really do not blame you. 40% of the stock has gone, so please do not miss out on this one. It is gorgeous, it really is. And you know, my fabrics, I love my fabrics, I love my sewing projects, so I wouldn't hesitate at all in getting hold of that one and having a go at Bargello. So if you've never had a go at Bargello, this is the way to do it. 491610, and less than £20. I mean, how affordable is that? Treat yourself to that one, why don't you? But then if you want something that's even simpler, then this is perhaps the project for you, and you're creating something practical. Within just a few hours, you could be creating this beautiful patchwork bag. Now, the fabrics within your kit may differ slightly from the one that I'm showing you here, but what you're learning to do is to put your squares together, which is one of the easiest cuts for you to create. Even if you haven't got your quilting tools, you might not even know if you like quilting yet. Well, the last thing that you want to do is be investing in a whole load of paraphernalia and tools and equipment, and then suddenly find that you're not actually into quilting at all. Well, this is brilliant because you've got here all of your pieces pre-cut, so you haven't got to worry about that. Your handles could be cut with a pair of scissors, as could the lining, but you've got the full instructions there showing you how you can quickly and easily bring everything together. Again, all you need to add into this one is your R-in form if you're wanting to add that foam element, or it could be that you're using something like a thicker felt. Sometimes people will use that fleece, they'll use that as a lining, or it might be that you're using your wadding, whichever, it's up to you. But for £29.99 you're getting your fabric and your instructions here. So 857-925 if you fancy getting hold of that particular one. So, stock update on the tweed bag that we were looking at earlier on. This is the one that we saw Stephanie work with. Oh, that's not Stephanie at all. So here you go. Your Donegal bag, that one. Oh, half the stock has gone off that one. Popular one. 537257. Now, if you have just joined us, I know many of you joined us just after 7:30 in the morning. We are here with Green Acres. The lovely Stephanie is joining us with some fabulous demonstrations via Skype. She showed us how to make this Donegal tweed bag during her first demonstration. We've got more from her in a few moments, and the kit has proved to be very, very popular. Got some brilliant kits from Stephanie, and also we've got some kits that we're seeing again, but we haven't got huge amounts of stock of. So if you have just got involved, these next 3 kits that I'm sharing with you, and if you like the look of them, you have to get them quick, because when they're gone, they have gone. And these are beautiful. Now this one is all about applique. So again, these are all phrases that you may have heard during our sewing shows and wondered, well, how do I get into it? How do I give it a go? Well, with applique, the key thing is you're making shapes, quite often shapes of letters or flowers, butterflies on this occasion, where you're cutting those out and you're putting them in place and you're stitching them in place. Now, one of the key things is you've got to cut out your shape, which can take a lot of time, and these are all pre-cut. They've also got your heat or your fusible fusible backing. It's just after 7:30 on a Sunday morning. I don't quite have all the words in my brain yet, but yeah. So you've got your fusible webbing on the back there. That means when you remove that backing, you can iron them into place, and then just to make sure that they don't go anywhere, you stitch them in place afterwards. But it's the cutting out and the fusing of the webbing on the back that can take a little bit of time, and it's something else that you have to invest in, something else that you have to buy, but not when you're buying a kit from Green Acres, because that has been done already for you. You've also got your fabric there, beautiful fabric that's almost got that kind of watermark running through it. Very pretty fabric there. So that's your backing. It's a nice plain fabric, so the concentration is on your design. You've also got your binding there, or you could turn it into piping if you want to. And then of course you've got all your gorgeous embellishments, because you will want those to adorn your butterflies. As Stephanie said, get yourself a heat erasable pen, draw yourself some lines, and take the advantage of all those gorgeous decorative stitches that we have on our machines that we really do not use as much as we should do. £17.99, comprehensive kit, all those elements in there. All you need to do is add in a few buttons to finish off your envelope back of your cushion. But again, that's something else that you're learning how to do within the instructions. So 478-866 if you're wanting to get hold of your kit. And if you don't make a pillow cover with it, then you don't have to. You can turn them into whatever you like. Could be that you're actually appliquing those and perhaps putting them onto a bag or something like that if you want to, because you can do that quite easily, couldn't you? You don't have to put it onto your quilt if you don't want to. So there you go. £17.99, very affordable way of getting hold of those elements there. And you've got a ½ metre of fabric in there. So that's worth going for in its own right. 478-866 if you're wanting to pop that one into your basket. So that is one of those kits that when it's gone, it's gone. The next kit is a similar sort of deal. Now this was one that was very, very popular. It's the Diamond Quillo. So again, a beautiful design with beautiful blue fabrics featuring in this one. And again, you've got that mixture of your light, your medium and your darker tones with these. Most incredible floral fabric as well, which is going to create that kind of framework, as you can see there, around your quilt. £81.49 with 2 flexi buys on this one, which incidentally opens up your flexi order, so anything else you can spread the cost of those as well. So with this one, it's a good size piece when you're opening it up. It's 46 inches by 64, which is nice because it makes it into a rectangle quilt. I've done quillos before, often square shapes, so it's nice to have a longer one because it will kind of cover everything that needs keeping warm and toasty. If you're not sure what a quillo is about, well, it's all about creating kind of like a pillow that turns into a quilt. So I'm not going to open this all up again, but what you've got is you've got your pocket here, so that becomes a pocket that's on the back of your quilt, but then you've got obviously all of your quilts tucked away inside there, so you unravel it, you open it up, and then you get yourself all warm and toasty. In fact, I think we've got a picture of this one, so 666-365 if you're wanting to take advantage of this kit, as many of you have done, and you're popping it into your baskets, and here you go. You can see how it all neatly folds and pops back into that cover, as you can see there. Amazing, love it. 2 flexi buys, £40.75, a very popular kit. Moving on, another kit that again we've not got huge quantities of, and again it's a quillo, so it's a similar sort of style to what we've just been looking at, but the most incredible fabrics. This one is your snowball quillo, so a different look to it, a different formation of putting those fabrics together, but creating a beautiful quillo again with your gorgeous blocks, as you can see there. Simple blocks, so again, if you are a novice quilter, maybe quilting for your first time, this is a project that you are going to love to create. And of course the blocks, when they all come together, look as beautiful as that. And you've got the most incredible fabrics, fun, funky, vibrant fabrics, and you've got your backing fabric in there as well. Maybe alphabets, it may be words, there's kind of a mixture between the two different styles of fabrics, but 446-654 if you're wanting to take advantage of that one. Again, 2 flexi buys, opening up your flexi order should you wish to go down that particular route. More to share with you, because we've got another show coming up a little bit later on with Stephanie. I'm going to give you a little kind of sneaky tease of some of the things that she's going to be sharing with us. And this is the most beautiful quilt. Now, it's called Flowers in My Garden. Beautiful name for a gorgeous quilt. Now, we have got this hanging up, so I don't know whether we're actually able to show you this one, but can I just show you these fabrics to start with? And you're getting so many fabrics within here. You can see all beautifully coordinated, absolutely exquisite as you work your way through these. You are going to have so much fun. Now, with regards to these, obviously you've got your florals, you've got your more solid tones in these, your blenders in there, which are going to give you that definition, which means when you put them all together, you are creating the most beautiful quilt. It is incredible. The colour palette of this one is absolutely gorgeous. Needless to say, you've got full instructions with this one. You will need to just add in your additional wadding, because of course that's personal preference. You may want to go for a cotton style wadding, you might want to go for natural, you might want to go for polyester. It's entirely up to you, but isn't that beautiful? Now, just to give you a little insight, it's a 71-inch square quilt, so it's going to fit very neatly on the top of a, I think it will fit on the top of a double-sided bed. We've got a lovely picture here actually to show you. It's sitting on a bed there, so that gives you a little bit of an insight as to how it would look. But doesn't that look beautiful? Good size quilt with regards to that one. So this is nice. I like the fact that Stephanie's done this, because we don't always kind of get a perspective of how big it is. But there you go. Sizable quilt for a very affordable price. You've got obviously all your instructions there as well. And of course that means that once you've actually learned how to create this one, you can use your own fabrics to create even more of them. 066945 if you fancy getting hold of this one. Absolutely, it's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, really pretty. You're not going to be disappointed with that one. 2 flexi buys again. Now, there is another quilt that we can share with you, because we've done that. We've got to quickly show you the other ones as well. So this one's a different style of quilt. This one's very bright, very vibrant, very contemporary style to this one. And this one again, oh my goodness, talk about power of colour. You've got obviously all your strips all pre-cut, ready to go for when you're creating this one. You've got your solids in there as well, and of course your solid means that it's going to pop when you actually create this one. Have a look at this quilt. Oh my word, how amazing is this one? It's beautiful. Now, with regards to this one, it's more of a rectangle size quilt, so it's 58 inches wide, 74 long. But of course you could further extend that if you wanted to. If you wanted to add in more of your own fabrics, add some additional sashing to that one if you're wanting to. But what a beautiful quilt. I mean, those little blocks at the top and bottom, you could extend those as far as you want. You need to add in some additional fabrics, but you could do that potentially with the one-day special, actually. So at 987012 if you fancy getting hold of that particular kit. 2 flexi buys of £40 each. But as I said, these are featured in the next hour at 11 o'clock. Our lovely Paola's going to enjoy this that hour. She's going to have loads of fun. I'm going to sit down with a cup of tea and watch it. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of those. And I've just spied, I've been talking about R-form earlier, and I didn't realise we'd actually got it on the show here. So at the end, we have got the foam. So if you're making any of the bags and you want your foam, then we have got that available for you. Shall I bring it in and show you what it is? because this is where you kind of got your substance when you're actually creating your bags. This is what gives it the body, makes it stand up. So if you're wanting to work with your flex foam on this occasion, £14.99, very affordable way for you to get hold of that, and obviously full instructions featuring within there, and obviously within your bag instructions as well. So that's pretty much everything that we've got to share with you. Are we going a little further? We're going further? Oh, just a couple of other little bits to share with you. So this one is your chessboard. Very, very clever design. Again, keeping that colour palette simple, you've got a very effective look. And again, it's one of those ones that it's going to be a simple one to put together at a very affordable price. So with this one, you're working with your squares, as you can see. Your palette limited to around 3 or 4 colours. You've got your black, your white, you've got your grey and your red featuring in there. And they all look absolutely incredible together. I love this. It's like a mini quilt fabric, that particular one. It's got little tiny blocks on there. Very effective, very pretty. So £59.99. You've got all those amazing fabrics coming together to create your chessboard quilt there. 106371. Again, to your flexi buys are £30 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. But as I say, many of these things we'll be looking at 11 o'clock a little bit later on today. So next one that we've got for you is that foam that I was just touching on. I didn't realise we were going to be showing you to that one. So if you're wanting that, don't forget, pop that one into your basket. But the last set that I need to share with you is this particular one that we've got here. This is your black fractured squares. Oh, I need to be careful when I'm saying that at this time in the morning with these teeth in there, hardly worn in for the day. So have a look at this. Now, this is brilliant because you've kind of got, you can see there your broken elements there, or your fractures, and they're very, very clever. It's a perfect example there. Our director's just said it's a bit like crazy paving, and it is. And I love this because you kind of got the quirkiness look of this one. Again, fabulous palette of colours, minimising it down to 4 colours. But again, we're going to be looking at these a little bit later on. So do join us at 11 o'clock to hear more about these wonderful kits. But you can get them now, and you can spread the cost if you wanted to. 285609 if you're wanting to get hold of these. I'm going to go back over to Stephanie, I believe, now. And Stephanie, I have to say, you've brought us some amazing kits. You're back with us at 11 o'clock as well.
I am looking forward to it.
Now, these look interesting. Now, I think, are these coming from that second bag kit that we were chatting about earlier on?
This is the Woolies bag, so it's the diamond tote bag.
Lovely.
It just is a lovely, lovely, soft assortment of fabrics in the flannels. It just, even the texture of it, just to feel it and work with it is just so lovely.
It's got that lovely kind of flannel feel to it, hasn't it? That wool flannel. Beautiful.
It is. It is, yeah. And I love working with the Woolies for quilts, for bags, for all kinds of things. The texture of it is just beautiful. When you get the kit, it will come with your 3 different Woolies fabrics. So you'll have a plaid, you'll have a white, you'll have a gray, you have black to go around the edge, and then you have your lining material. And it comes with the full set of instructions that go with it. Again, all of our kits have full instructions so that you will have no trouble making the bag. And at any time, if you have problems, my number is on there, so give me a call and I'd be glad to help you through it. There's a couple of bits with the making this bag that make it a little bit more challenging and a little bit more fun for those of us who do a lot of quilting. You're going to cut your plaid, your white, and your gray into 7-inch squares, and then you're going to pair up a white and a plaid, and a white and a gray, and a plaid and a gray, and a white and a plaid. So you're going to make 4 sets, and in the back of the instructions there is a full pattern for you to download, and you're going to make 4 copies of it. So it's a 6 3/4-inch square. You're going to cut that square out, and you're going to pin it onto your materials that you have paired up together. So you're going to be making essentially 4 squares. So you have 1 on the front and 1 on the back of the bag. The key with this pattern, and the instructions are very clear on it, is that you're going to set your stitch length on your machine to 1.5. You're going to sew on all of the red lines, and you're going to cut on all of the blue lines, and you're going to cut the corners off on the green lines. So let me just show you how that works.
Oh, so you stitch through the template as well?
You stitch right through everything.
Okay.
So it isn't paper piecing, but it's template work. And the key is when you lower your stitch length, it makes it much easier to tear your papers off.
Ah, it's creating that perforation, yes. And this is brilliant. Just as Stephanie's stitching, shall I show you what she's creating with these fabulous blocks that she's making? Very clever technique. Using that template there means that you don't have to cut the fabrics first. They are all ready to go when you lay that template down and you stitch on the lines that are kind of pre-designed for you. So everything comes together to create your fabulous pieces like so. And the instructions do have that template in there. So as Stephanie said, you use that. You've got the different coloured lines on there, which will obviously be explained within the instructions. Creating your large blocks there, just shy of 7 inches, as you can see there, 6 3/4 inches. But of course, all of those are the elements that you're going to need to create your fabulous pieces that all come together to make your pattern and to make, obviously, ultimately your bag. Don't forget to add in your foam as well, because it's the foam that will give it that substance. So that's why it gives you those kind of sturdy sides. It's not kind of like a cardboard box sturdiness, but you've got the firmness there and the softness to give it that beautiful look. And at £14.99, it really is good value for money. It also gives you the advantage that if you wanted to use this bag within a bag, you know how sometimes when you go shopping and you've never quite got enough bags, you can fold that up quite easily and put it inside another bag if you wanted to. And then the beauty is when it's opened up and it pops back out, it looks just like new. Doesn't look as if it's been folded at all. £24.99. That will get you your kit on its way to you. But I will certainly encourage you to add your foam in at the bottom of your screen there for £14.99 as well. So once you've cut them out, Stephanie, what do you do next? Sorry, once you've stitched them out, should I say?
I've stitched on the red lines, so now I'm going to cut on the blue lines, and it's all of the blue lines.
Now, just to give you a little bit of a time check, Stephanie, we've only got a couple of minutes left within the hour, but I can see this has come together very, very quickly.
It does, and then once you have your squares all cut, you're going to peel your papers off.
And of course, that perforation from the stitch work makes that easy.
And then you open up your square. And you press it.
How easy is that? For anybody that wants to build confidence in their sewing, that's a perfect technique. Love it.
And the nice part by doing the assortment of colors is if you turn the bag that you have over, you get a different square on the other side.
You do indeed.
So it's like playing with, once you've made up your squares, you can play with the colors and put them together any way you want.
That's it. And Stephanie's working on these little squares that she's created. What she's saying is, if you put the solids together, it looks like you've got kind of a square that's sitting on its point there, as you can see there. Or if you're wanting to put them together in a different formation, you can see you get a different look. It's entirely up to you how you want to create. It might be that you do one on one side and one on the other. But I think the fact that the way that Stephanie's put it together with that paper template, so you know exactly where to sew, and then you can cut them out. And I'm guessing with these, you're using your rotary cutter there, but if you've got somebody that's not invested in the kind of quilting tools, they could just use scissors.
You could use scissors, yeah, because the lines are very clearly marked, so you could easily use scissors with it.
Now, Stephanie, we're going to have to say goodbye to you because we're down to the last 30 seconds of the hour. I don't know where that time went, but you're going to join us a little bit later at 11 o'clock with more.
I will indeed. I look forward to it.
And I do as well. You're with Paola during that hour, so I will be grabbing a cup of coffee and watching from the green room.
I'll do the same.
No problem. You take care, and we will catch up very, very soon. I'm just going to let our viewers know that anything in your baskets, you need to be checking your baskets out. Don't forget, some of those kits incredibly vulnerable, especially if you're going for that diamond Aquilo. Make sure you're checking your basket out. I do not want you to miss out on this. It's incredible. So we've come round to 8 o'clock, which is a fresh look at our one-day special. I'm looking forward to this one. Working with Angie and So Crafty. Then we're back with Hugs and Kisses before I show you Angela Poole's festive collection.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well. On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Hello there, it's 8 o'clock, so it's a fresh look at our current one-day special. Now, if you didn't see the launch last night, you will not have feasted your eyes on these beautiful fabrics that we are bringing to you in the most incredible collection. You're getting 6-metre pieces within your one-day special, and they are absolutely beautiful. Now, a lucky lady who's been working with these since launch, well, actually before launch, because, of course, you need to get ready for the shows. Our fabulous Angie. These are beautiful fabrics.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? And really beautifully put together with all the colour range. Yeah,
definitely.
Really
now I know you work very closely with So Crafty and obviously introducing a lot of people to quilting.
Yeah.
And these good fabrics for quilting with?
Yeah, they're beautiful. They're very different. They feel different to the wax fabrics that we've bought from So Crafty,
yeah.
and different to their plain solids. Those two fabrics have kind of a rigidness to them, like a starch, like they've been pre-starched. These cottons, they're 100% cotton, but they're printed, not dyed. They have a much softer drape. But again, they come in the larger width, you know, that we all love, that So Crafty bring,
very much so,
really lovely colours.
And you mentioned drape there. Now, instantly, as soon as I think of drape, I think of dressmaking.
Yeah.
Clothes, that gorgeous drape that you want maybe on a dress. So these would be good for dressmaking as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. Well, I better show you the options, hadn't I? Because it sounds as if they're incredibly versatile. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, you've got options, you've got choices, but saying that, you can go for all of them if you wanted to, because they're all on the same item number. So you're going to get a set of 6. So starting at the end here with this kind of, it's almost like a faux glitter, very effective. We'll chat about that one in a few moments, but this one going through your greens, as you can see, so from this edge here across right the way to your greens there. This particular one is called your Earthy collection, so if you like the look of that one, that's the option that you need to choose. But saying that, you've kind of got some blues and purples in there as well, so nice combination with that one. The next one that we're looking at is going for more of your purple tones, again through to this particular one. So this one we're calling Rusty, because you can see obviously I've got those rusty tones with this one. This one's a very popular option for many of you, and so much so, what was the update, sorry? 30% of the stock has gone of that one, so if you like the look of that one, then please go for it. Bear in mind on the screen you can see you're getting 6 meters within your one-day special for a very affordable price, so we'll talk about that in just a few moments. So that one is your Rusty. Last one that you've got, which is proving to be a very popular one, and I can understand why, because if you like your blues and your purples like I do, then this is one that you'll be going for, and over 30% of your midnight option has gone. And again, that's taking you from that darker kind of bluey purple glitter effect right the way through to, again, that wonderful kind of purpley batik effect that you've got with this one as well. Now, the price, have a look at the price on your screen. We're looking at full meters. Please do not think that that price is because you're getting half-metre pieces. Half-metres we regularly see within bundles, but on this occasion you're getting twice that length. You were talking about the width of the fabrics as well. Now, So Crafty, they bring their fabrics, are they 60 inches wide?
Yeah, 58, 60, you know, obviously with the selvage.
The metric and the imperial, there's a bit of a difference.
I know, because I was thinking about this just last night. It's almost like you're getting an extra half-metre or a fat quarter because of the extra, what's normal fabric is 42, 44.
Yeah, and is it 112 or something like? Oh no, 140 I think it is, isn't it? Whereas
yes, sorry, I'm talking inches, but
it's 2 different languages when you start talking fabric. It depends on where you are in the world, doesn't it? But let me show you that. So traditionally, if I'd be holding up a fabric, I'd probably be holding it from about my nose to there. So it's pretty much about that wide. But have a look at these. They are huge, huge pieces. So if you're looking at garment making, if you wanted to make a little top, there's a pattern that I regularly use from Sew and Grow range, the little Bondi top. It's like a little t-shirt. 3 pieces, front, back. There's a little yoke on the shoulders. I could get away with 1 metre of this and make that and still have fabric left over, so if I wanted to put pockets in place, you could do as well. So if you can imagine, if you wanted to make yourself a series of tops, you could actually make yourself 6 tops for that price on your screen. Amazing. But then, of course, it might be that you want to go for dresses, trousers. Dungarees are very much in at the moment.
They are,
and these make some really funky dungarees. So, yeah, brilliant fabrics. So if you're wanting to get hold of your one-day special, the details are there on your screen. Now, the glitter effect, this isn't an actual kind of rough glitter, which I must admit, when I saw it down on paper, I thought, oh, that's going to be an interesting combination, glitter alongside these, because it can be quite scratchy glitter, but this is an effect.
Absolutely. When I was sent the images, where Sew Crafty sent me the images through, talking about the launch, you know, several weeks ago, I was sort of quite nervous. I said, oh, please, can you send me some fabrics to have a look at first? Because, like you say, I was expecting it to be some kind of metallic that was difficult to work with. So there's actually no rigidness, there's no roughness, and no metallic there either. It's just the printed effect.
So
and
we will
like
say, look.
Absolutely. And the same with the batik. It's not a printed, but it's not a
like a
dyed batik. It's an actual printed batik pattern, which is why you've got that softness there without the, you know, along with the pattern. Brilliant
value for money. And you're looking at, I mean, 6 meters, and I'm not very good with the maths of the figure that we've got for the one-day special, so I'm kind of rounding it up to £48, and you're looking at, for £48, that's like £8 a metre, isn't it? We're going to get to, is it £7.99 a metre? Is that how it's working out? So there you go. £7.99 a metre for your fabrics. That is a phenomenal price. And the beauty is you've got those larger pieces because that opens up the choice for you. Obviously, you can make your dressmaking pieces with these if you're wanting to. You can even chop them into your little tiny pieces if you want to do your quilting and your quilt blocks. You've got the elements there with the length so you can create your sashing. And because of the width of this fabric, you've got good sizes pieces of sashing, so you might not necessarily need to join them. So I would certainly be choosing, if not one of these options, I'd be going for multiples of them. But 643128 is your item. phone number. You can see two flexi buys of £23.97, a very affordable way for you to get hold of your fabrics. Now, if you are considering making quilts, you're going to need some wadding. Now, this wadding is coming to you. It's 10 metres, it's 4 ounce wadding, and this is perfect. It's a polyester, and it's a gorgeous look. Now, it says luxury cotton polyester, so I'm guessing we've got, perhaps we've got a mix in this one. I thought it was just polyester, I must admit. But this one, what you've got is 10 metres, which is nice because you don't always know what size piece of wadding you're going to need till you make your project.
Yeah, it's quite nice, actually. Quite a lot of people like to buy it in bigger pieces, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. Now, with regards to this one, it's a happy hour deal, so you've got a £10 saving on this one, £29.99 being your price. And as I said, I'm going to have a little chat with Kirsty off air, because with this one we're calling it cotton polyester, so it's either one or the other or a mix. But to be honest, when I'm feeling this, I'm thinking it's a polyester mix. I'm not sure what notes she's got, but we'll look at that one and we'll get back to you. But you can see brilliant value for money there, £29.99. 755028 if you're wanting this, but for this hour only. Can't wait to see your postman trying to get this one through your letterbox. It could be there for a while. So if you fancy yours, jump onto the website. Along with all the other goodies that we've got for you, you will find on there all sorts of blenders. You've got your threads on there as well. Of course, don't forget it's 8 o'clock in the morning. We are launching some brand new 7-day savers as well. So you could have a little look at those, because those should be live on the website in the next few moments if they're not already. And you've got obviously all the fabrics for the new 1-day special available in different cuts as well. So if you want to save yourself the time and trouble of cutting up your larger pieces, then you can do that with a variety of pre-cuts, which are always popular. But of course, if you're wanting to create quilts and you're in the market for quilting rulers, then we've got those available for you as well. We've got all sorts of goodies on there, and of course we've got fabulous Angie to help us through it all. So yeah, pop those goodies into your basket, and do rejoin us as soon as you possibly can, so we can take you through everything during the hour. But we're going to be working with the 1-day special, and obviously quilting is something that you have a lot of time that you do in your quilting, and you've been busy with some very imaginative blocks. I love these.
I had fun with these, actually. So yeah, the fabrics just spoke to me. They're very nature inspired, aren't they?
Yes.
And I was just saying yesterday how I can look at fabric and it kind of talks to me about what kind of blocks to use with it. And so I've done a lot of these spoke to me of leaves for the autumn.
Very much.
And we've got these fabulous pumpkin and acorn blocks that I had fun making.
They look fabulous.
Yeah, so yeah, and trees and kind of star blocks as well. So that's what I've been kind of playing with. So yeah, this morning for this hour I'm going to share with you how I put these together.
Okay.
So I was working with the Rusty bundle of fabrics, and obviously then therefore you can make these out of lots of different sizes if you like. So I cut them down into whatever squares and strips that I've used here. So we'll start with the acorn, and then I'll show you the difference in the pumpkin, because it's kind of, there's some crossover techniques, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, let's go for it.
So we've got this lovely acorn here, and again, I could have chosen to have used a single or just a couple of fabrics for the acorn. So for instance, I was thinking just acorns, do they have, when you look at an acorn, does it have like vertical stripes on it actually, when you look closely at an acorn?
I don't know.
I've got a lot of oak trees actually, so but I think they've got a slight stripe in them.
Okay, well they can be whatever you like in the sewing world, can't
That's right. So the glitter effect has got kind of a vertical, you know, a stripe there in it.
Yes, you can see that,
So we could have done just something, you know, if you're not into your little piecing, and you don't want it to be too fussy, you could also make it out of a bigger piece of fabric with just a strip of accent or something like that. But I just wanted to have fun with all of the different fabrics from the bundle.
You can almost look at this and see it as being almost like a little fairy tale house as well, isn't it? You could do little bits of applique with little mice and things around it if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like you say, you can have put your own little touches to it for sure. So what I've done here is I've just cut down some strips from the meter fabric. Just chose some 2 of the goldy colours and 2 of the more reddish ones, and I've cut these, this is about 10.5 inches wide, and we're just going to make 4 strips from this. So I'm going to chop these down. I'm just going to make myself a nice clean edge. So I'm going to start off here and just tidy this edge up. I'm making a nice mess here this weekend on the floor. Chopping down all these fabrics.
Well, the thing is that when you're buying it by the metre, you've got choices then, haven't you?
Absolutely.
If you've got small pieces, then you've basically got small pieces. To make them into bigger pieces, you're going to have to sew them together. And sometimes that is good, because sometimes you want them pre-cut, you might not be able to cut, you might not like using a rotary cutter, you might not even have the time to cut it up. So, of course, pre-cuts are always well and good, and we've got a good selection of those for you. But the key thing is, sometimes if you're wanting to work on a larger project, maybe adding in sashing, maybe even the backing of your quilt, you're going to need larger pieces, which is why the one-day special is such a perfect one to work with. And, of course, if you do want to add in your additional pieces, then do go for some of your pre-cuts in addition. Don't chop into your larger pieces unnecessarily. Treat yourself to some of those squares, like you can see at the bottom of your screen. Loads of different options, but I'll tell you all about those a little bit later on.
So I've just chopped that strip up. As I say, you could be really creative with this. They don't all have to be the same size strips. You can, you know, do them different sizes. Great way of adding, using up sort of leftover bits from a certain strip of fabric that you've cut. And all I'm going to do here is flip round every alternative strip. So flip them round like that, so that they create this kind of grid effect with we've got the glitter and the batik, and then I'm going to sew these together. What I liked about this, actually, working with these fabrics, is they've been so perfectly curated colour-wise that normally we'd be really sort of being careful to match these where the seams join, but because the colours are actually quite similar and they all sort of merge and blend together beautifully, I actually sort of didn't worry too much about making sure that the squares were exactly the same. It's a fun little project, and I think it's kind of, if you were working with very contrasty fabrics, you'd want to do that, but actually I'm just going to sew them together without pinning, and it really doesn't matter if they're not sort of exactly matching seams.
Beautifully. I mean, those, where you've opened up the seams there, I mean, they're really flat.
Yes, yeah, it is. And of course, you know, if you're working with two different weights of fabric, so if you're putting it with a heavier cotton plain, you can, of course, add a bit, you know, starch your fabrics first.
Yes.
I would, you know, a lot of people do that anyway, especially when you're working with points and things like that with piecing. We're working with squares today, it's not too bad. But yeah, if you want to pre-starch as well, just to give it when you are doing intricate piecing, so I'll just give that a little press.
Lovely.
And sorry.
Busy with the one-day special. I have to say, I'm just looking at these fabrics. I just kind of stepped back and had a little look. To be honest, I'd be tempted to go for all three sets of these, because obviously you're going to get a lot of fabric, don't get me wrong, but you could be making a large quilt. You could be adding in cushions with these as well. You might even have furniture that you're wanting to kind of cover to work with the fabrics as well, and obviously the whole range. But if you're going for a couple of sets of these, don't forget, with FlexiBuy, you can spread the cost. So two of these, the payment that you're going to be making today would be the equivalent of one of them, but you're actually going to be sent 12 metres of fabric. My goodness, what a bumper bundle that will be. But equally so, if you're going for two of them, it might be worth adding in that third one. The reason being is you've got continuity of design with these. Obviously, you've got your different colours, but because of the batik effect having lots of different colours in there, you will see that if you're going for the midnight, you've kind of got some of those kind of terracotta tones in there that you will find from the rusty, so they will work together. The connective factor between the two is the pattern, because the pattern is the same on both of them. Incidentally, non-directional, so very easy if you are a novice quilter as well with regards to these. But again, there's crossovers, so your lighter blue there, that's going to work beautifully with some of those blue tones that you've got within the earthy set that we saw earlier on. Everything complements each other, and as I say, the connecting factor is not only that glitter effect that you've got across all of the one-day specials, but also that batik effect that, as you can see there, they just look gorgeous working together. I think this would be a nice bumper bundle to get in your stash.
You're right there, Hayley, actually, because great for putting some stash on your shelf.
Yeah.
And because of the lovely tones and colours, if you like working with a particular colour range or a couple of colours in there, then like you say, put them in your stash, because they can mix and match with lots of different projects, couldn't they? And with each other.
Things on the go,
there is a crossover that, like you say.
And because of the length of them, if you're working on other fabrics for your blocks, which is fine, that's not a problem. With these, you've got that length. Don't forget, this is extra wide fabric that's going to make beautiful sashing pieces pieces. I'll show you that in a little while, but we'll go back to Angie. We'll let you know though, if you are looking at the midnight option, 40% of the stock of that particular one has gone at this moment in time. So that is one of the ones that's kind of edging ahead, but the others aren't far behind, to be fair.
So I've just sewn the 2 strips together into pairs, and then of course you would just simply sew those 2 strips together as well to make the 4 strips, which I have one here that I've already prepared. So I'll just pop that out of the way. We'll come back to that. And the next thing that we're going to do in creating the block is to nip off these corners here. So rather than create half square triangles and add that complication, as I said, because this could be all one piece of fabric if you choose.
Oh, yeah.
So we're just going to work on cutting those corners off. So we're going to add some black squares to the corners, and I've just drawn a diagonal line on there, and we're going to place this in the corner. And this might seem a bit odd because now that you've pieced these squares, you've lost some of your seam allowance.
Right.
And so this square started off, it's the same size as what this started off.
Yeah.
But so it seems a bit odd, but go with it. So you're going to place it in the corner, and this will cross over your seam allowance slightly.
So you're lining up the cut area.
You're lining up the raw edge,
right? Okay.
The unfinished side, and I'm just going to stitch along the pencil line that I've drawn.
And so this is brilliant because, like you say, if you're a novice quilter, there's numerous ways you could do what Angie's doing, but this is the simplest way, and it's probably the most stable way as well, because when you cut your fabric on the bias, then instantly it can start stretching and warping. And if you are a novice stitcher or a novice quilter, it's just one less thing to think about, and it just makes it nice and easy. So it's a good technique, this one.
That's right, like you say, we could have made half square triangles and added them to the piecing.
Yeah.
But as I say, if you're working with a bigger piece of fabric and not little squares, then you may want to use this technique.
It's a nice idea, like you say, to do it all in one fabric.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And actually, I thought they'd be great. The blocks are kind of quite sweet, as like you could either have them as little wall hangings in themselves. But also you could join a row of them together as a table runner, be lovely, or make a bigger autumn quilt with them.
Yeah.
There's some really inspiring blocks actually for autumn quilts, that I was seeing online with cats and broomsticks and
that's a good point. Yeah.
So you can see clearly there my stitching lines, and I'm just going to trim 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you are trimming through the black and the fabric underneath. So we're trimming those away. And then again we're going to, you can see now we can fold these back, and that sort of nips that end off. So it creates that lovely shape of the bottom of the acorn.
Lovely. Now I'll let you do this. Now obviously there's another stage that we're going to go on to afterwards, but what I might do, if it's okay with you, is do a little bit of a recap and introduce the fact that we've got the different pre-cuts that we've been chatting about.
What I'll do is I'll press these, and I'm going to add, I'll add my 2 sides.
Okay.
So that when you come back to me, we're ready to attach the top.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Love it when a plan comes together. So the fabrics that Angie has been working with, obviously if you're going for your one-day special, you can be cutting them up and turning them into the pieces that Angie's working with, which I think many of you will be doing, because you've got so much fabric in here. You have the opportunity certainly to create your quilts. Certainly straight away with one of those one-day specials, creating a quilt top for the price of your one-day special, that is phenomenal value for money. Now please don't think that the quality of the fabric kind of resonates with the price. Oh no, this quality is absolutely incredible that you can get it for the price that you've got there. You've got a £24 saving on each one of your one-day specials. You've got 100% cotton, and you've got your wider width of these as well. As I mentioned before, these are wider than your traditional quilting cottons. So with these, you're looking at 60 inches wide. So when you're looking at your patterns, your dressmaking patterns, it means you're not going to need as much fabric because you have got the width of this. Now, of course, you've got a metre. Now, I think this is probably a metre piece that I've got here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the old thing of taking the corner over to show you, because this is something that obviously if you've got a metre length, that is going to be your metre width. So what that means is you've actually got nearly a ½ metre extra on top of those. So you can see you've got a good sized piece in addition because of the width of your fabric. So this is one of those rare occasions where your fabric is actually going to be wider than the length, which doesn't often happen when you're looking at quilting fabrics. So that one is one of the fabrics from the Midnight, but I'll show you that one again up close in a few moments. But you've got 3 different options. First option, going with that glitter effect from that gorgeous kind of, it's almost like an olive green that you've got with this one, a very beautiful nature colour, which is why that first set is very much an earthy feel with your greens in there as well. So that particular one, if you're wanting to go for that one, are we calling that one earthy or nature? I've forgotten now. It is called earthy. I don't know why nature suddenly popped into my head, but there you go. It could be, couldn't it? Is that what it was? So that one is your first option. Now, all of these are options within your one-day special, so you can just go for one of these or you could go for multiples if you so choose. So that one is your earthy. Next one that we've got for you is where you've got those warmer tones, those autumnal tones as well. Is that as the first one? Oh, this one, sorry. So the rusty one, approaching 40% of the stock. I thought, oh my goodness, I forgot to give you an update then. So this is where you're going from that kind of almost like a magenta, pink, purple, coming right the way through to those gorgeous kind of coppery tones and those terracotta tones. And this one is called Rusty. You can understand why when you look at the backing of that faux batik there. So, of course, that is your next option. The last one, the one that I was just teasing you with that gorgeous purple, this one is your Midnight. And this one, 40% of the stock has gone as well. So, again, £23.97 being your first of your 2 flexi buys on this one. It's almost as if you're saving it. Well, it's pretty much a third of the price, isn't it, when you look at or being saved, because your first payment of £24, for the want of a better phrase, is the same as your savings. So it's almost like you are saving a third on the price of your regular price with these, with your one-day special price. Brilliant value for money. It actually equates to £7.99 a metre, which is a brilliant price when you're looking at your traditional width. But when you're looking at your wider width, which is about 58 inches, then even better value for money. At 643,128, but you're not losing the quality of your fabric in the process. Now, mention about other ways of getting hold of your fabric. So it might be that you're creating your blocks and you're wanting to add in some additional sashing using some of the glitter effect. Well, we've got those in a pick and mix by themselves. So you can add these in addition or just go for them by themselves if you so choose. These are all the different glitter effects that we've got that are featuring within the one-day special, and of course you've got your batik effects as well. So it's all on the same item number. So you're going to choose ½ metres and you're going to get 2 of those, and again it's still the same width, so again perfect for you to put your sashing in place. With that 58 inches, if you bear in mind many quilts can be kind of like a 58-inch square or 54-inch square, you've got enough there to kind of do your sashing in one run without any joins, which is brilliant. You can't often do that with quilting fabrics. So again, all the different colours, the website will explain all the different colours to you, but you can see you've got your cool tones, your warm tones, your earthy tones, all those different ones that we've looked at within your one-day specials, and then we're going into your batik effect. So again, all the ones that we're seeing within your one-day special appearing here as well. Absolutely beautiful. Now you're going to get 2 ½ metres. Could be 2 ½ metres of the same if you wanted to. Quite easy, you can do that, and that will mean that you'll get a full metre length, because I do believe that So Crafty cut these to order. I will say, I think that's the case, isn't it? I think they usually do, don't they? So £11.99, again, brilliant value. But bear in mind, £11.99 is brilliant, but £7.99 you are getting for that equivalent within the one-day special. It's a considerable difference. So before you check out your basket with those as a pick and mix, you're only going to get 2 fabrics, which is brilliant for the price. But why not consider your one-day special where you're getting that full metre of 6 different fabrics, which could quite easily be the ones that you're looking at within your pick and mix anyway. So just do the maths. As I say, £7.99 per metre with your one-day special, £11.99 when you're looking at your pick and mix. You do the math, you decide which is best for you. But for the time being, if you're wanting your pick and mix, you can see the details there. 536675 being your item number for all of those as options. Now, pre-cuts. Now, this is where you already got your fabrics cut up ready for you to actually go with. And this might be something that you want to do. Maybe you don't have the time to cut your pieces. Maybe you just want to get on with the job as soon as the fabrics arrive. Or it might be that you don't have the ability, because not everybody likes working with rotary cutters, do they? So this is where you've got got your pre-cut squares. So with these, you've got options. They're kind of running in bands of the way that we are bringing them to you. So you can see you've got a mixture at the top here, which will resonate with your one-day special. So if you've gone for your one-day special, you don't necessarily want to chop into it, then it might be that you want to add in a set of these alongside it, just to get you started and to save you using your larger pieces of fabric. So there you go. You can see you've got your 5-inch squares. You've got 42 in total, and these are spread along your 4 different finishes. Sorry, not your 4, your 6 different finishes there. Why did I say 4? I don't know. I don't know where it came from. It's just one of them things. Sometimes random things come out. But you've got your different options. So you've got your earth, you've got your rusty, you've got your midnight as your options with those. But then you've got 2 additional options. So you've got your fabulous glitter effect, and you've also got your batik effect. Now with the batik effect, you've actually got some additional finishes with those batiks that aren't featuring within the pick and mixes and within the one-day special. So I would certainly consider adding in one or a couple of those at the bottom there to extend the usability of your one-day special, and at £9.99, a very affordable way to do it. So 786035 if you fancy getting involved with these. So you can see all sorts of different ways. If only we had strip rolls that we could work with regards to these fabrics as well. Well, funnily enough, we have. They're on the website, and so it could be a case that you're having a look on the website and looking at all the other options that you've got. So if you want to go for your strip rolls, I don't think, oh, I've got them here. There you go. So these are another way for you to get hold of your fabrics. Now these are 2.5 inches in width. You've got 20 strips on each one of these, and they are only £14.99. So again, this might be the opportunity for you to make your binding again, rather than chopping into your larger pieces. Sometimes I don't like chopping into large pieces when I'm making things like binding, because it might be that I want to use it on another project and I want it to be in that large piece. So that's why quite often I will buy fabric by the meterage, but also buy a strip roll as well for those smaller pieces that I need as well. So again, £14.99, very affordable. If you can stretch to a one-day special, a strip roll and your squares, you're pretty much covered. You've got all the different options there, and then you've got obviously your larger pieces for when you wanted to do things like your sashing in there as well. So there you go, just a little bit of an idea, a few choices for you. And of course, because your one-day specials on a flexi buy, you can spread the cost of everything. So yeah, have a little look at the website, and I'll pop all those goodies into your basket. Anyway, I've left Angie on her own for long enough. I dread to think what she's been up to. Let's go and have a little look to see where she's got to. How are you getting on over there,
I didn't
Angie?
disappear.
Oh, I thought, well, I'd leave her alone, and heaven only knows what she's been up to.
No, I was actually mesmerised by
what our Lewis is doing now.
Yes,
you
absolutely.
wait.
I'm loving the drape of that
Lewis
top with that fabric.
is so talented. I can't wait to show you what he's been doing. He's been channeling his dressmaking skills for you. So I'll show you that in a few moments.
So getting back to our acorn block, we've angled the bottom corner. We've added our black strips to the side. Of course, this can be any colour that you like. And now we're going to add the little topper. Just the little roof section, like you said, Hayley. It could even be a way to make a little house. So we've got a strip here. You want to cut this strip just a little bit wider, obviously, than your block itself, the body of the acorn, because you want that little tip over. And then we're going to add these angled corners to the side. And we're going to add these as you would if you've ever had to join your strips for sashing and binding. If you've been used to doing mitered joins, you can see here I've got a 45-degree angle, a pencil line, and we're going to stitch along that so that when we stitch that and fold it back, it gives us that angle within a longer strip. So I'm just going to stitch along there to keep changing my machine between 1/4 of an inch and centre needle position. That's okay. Glasses down. Oh, I can tell I'm getting old. I'm finding I'm needing my my glasses more and more.
Oh, tell me about it. It's when I wear contact lenses, and sometimes I have to get my glasses out as well.
It's when you look at your phone or something like that, you know, you really realise that. My husband and I were laughing. We've gotten into this thing where if we can't read something on a screen, you do that sort of enlarging motion with your hand
I can't
on
make,
a screen.
I can't make mine any bigger.
On a magazine. Have you ever done it actually on a book? On a magazine? So it's sort of doing the digital.
You can do it in the settings, can't you? My daughter picked up my phone and she looked at it and she was like, oh my goodness. I mean, she's only 20 years old, so her eyesight's brilliant. But yeah, I'd actually gone into the settings and made it the text as large as it possibly could.
Just come and threaded there. So let's just make sure I've got a little notch of fabric to just stitch along there. It's all right, just come and threaded, so I'm just going to make sure this is stitching.
Okay, don't worry. Well, just while
I might just rethread.
Oh, you okay? Oh, you just rethread.
I'll just rethread that.
Angie's working with those fabrics. Have you seen? I've got company. Look at this. I've got to show you this. This is amazing. Lewis is flooring our show today.
I'm loving
he's our
that.
floor manager. But have a look at what he's done with the fabrics. Now, he hasn't knocked these up with the sewing machine. He's literally pinned these in place. But what a brilliant idea.
I love the glitter effect in the
Isn't
top.
that
Is that
fabulous?
gorgeous? I said they had nice drape, didn't I?
Yeah, and look at that, and it gives you a really good idea if you are wanting to do some dressmaking with these. And this shows it off absolutely perfectly. I mean, you can see if you wanted to create a skirt or a dress and you're wanting to put pleats in place, because of the way that the fabric works so well, then you can see obviously those press markings, pressing those pleats in place is going to be absolutely amazing. Fabulous. There's another dress as well, but I'll show you that one in a minute. Isn't it clever?
Absolutely brilliant.
Amazing.
Love it. So I've just stitched those on. I know they look a bit weird at this funny angle at the moment, but it's all good. If I can find my little ruler again. So exactly the same as we did when we chopped off the corners. We're going to nip these off. It's a bit scary, isn't it, when you chop corners off fabric?
Well, it's kind of, there's no going back, really, is there?
That's right. And then we can press these. I'll just quickly finger press them just so that we don't run out of time, because I love to, obviously we want to get on to we've got pumpkin to sort of address as well. So then this will go, how are we doing for time? We're okay.
Time-wise, we've got about 25 minutes.
Cool, so you can see that will stitch on there.
Yeah, lovely.
Shall I just run that down? Just quickly?
It's up to you. You can show us the final piece and we can just talk about
so
it if you want
that
to.
goes on there. So you would stitch that along there 1/4 inch. If I can come back to it if we have time to stitch it on, but I'll move on to the pumpkin in a second.
Okay.
And then we've got the little topper then. I've just prepared that because all that is a little, you can choose the width of what to cut that from your fabric, a little 1.5 strip or something with, again, 2 black sides, and you can see then you can add that. And then all that you would need to do then is decide if it's going with another block or if you just want to add whatever size you want at the bottom to make your complete block.
Okay, I love it. So there you go. There is your acorn. Now, I'll let you put all your fabrics together ready for your pumpkin if you want it.
Yeah, no, we're ready.
But of course, working with the one-day special, you can see, obviously perfect if you're wanting to cut it and use it for your quilting. You're going to make some absolutely amazing pieces. And you've got 3 different options with your one-day special, as we spoke of. You've got your earthy, you've got your rusty, and you've also got your midnight. So apologies for the way the midnight is. I've just opened that up and draped it down. And I'm not as talented as our fabulous Lewis. Talking of talent and Lewis, have you seen what he's done with our fabrics? Look at this. This is amazing. He's literally just pinned this in place, but it shows just how amazing these fabrics are if you are looking at using them in a dressmaking capacity as well. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. So again, that's working with some of the fabrics from the midnight. But shall I just show you those midnight fabrics while maybe we can show you the other dress that he's creating? I don't know whether we can get to it from there. I'm kind of directing from the floor. It's every director's nightmare, so I do apologise. But I'm so proud of our Lewis. So he's created another beautiful dress using some of the rusty fabrics as well. And this is gorgeous. I mean, this has got such a romantic look to it. Absolutely exquisite. I mean, look at this. I think a one-woman round of applause. There you go, Lewis. That's amazing.
It is so different to sort of suggesting, because from the drape I was saying that you could easily use them for dressmaking, but it's so different to actually seeing them on a mannequin and shaped. So thank you, Lewis. That's brilliant.
I don't know if there's a back to it. I'm just going to say I haven't looked at the back. It might be a bit drafty. I'm not entirely sure, but it looks beautiful. So Lewis, thank you so much for that. It's brilliant. So yeah, and do look out, because Lewis does sometimes guest shows here as well. So keep a little look out for him when he's in the schedule. Very talented man. So there you go. Your one-day specials, whether you're you're quilting with them, whether you're dressmaking with them, whether you're using for your bags, whether you're using them to extend your already growing stash, as I know many of us have, these are beautiful fabrics to work with independently as they are, as a collection together, or supporting other fabrics that you've got in your stash. But the thing is, get hold of them while you've got the opportunity with that saving there. £24 saving. It's like you're saving a third, bringing your metre price down to just £7.99, and we're looking at extra wide fabrics with these. They're nearly 60 inches wide, 58 inches wide. Incredible value for money. So let's talk pumpkins.
So yeah, we've got this pumpkin block here, which is really cute. And again, you can see I've made it in a similar fashion to the acorn out of squares, but I couldn't resist adding this little pop of the star. That's quite sweet. So you can again make it out of squares. I've got this double strip here from when I was preparing the acorn, and you'd have 3 little squares along here. So you can see now this little star block is you know, in isolation.
Yes.
We just need to create that in isolation.
Okay.
We could also create that in isolation and actually use bigger pieces like we talked about. You don't have to have it all out of squares. So if we were to have a bigger piece here in the bottom and then again create
kind of
that.
like that, yeah.
So, you know, we can, that's the beauty of all these, the purples and the reds and the russets just really go beautifully together, don't they? So, yeah, getting back to creating this little star block, it's almost like little flying geese elements.
Yeah.
So that could also be a way to do it as well, with adding another oblong. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a square and we're going to create one of these blocks with the 2 corners. So similarly to how we chopped off the corners, we've got these tiny pieces. So this is a 2.5 inch square and these are 1.5 inch.
So this is why I'm saying alongside your one-day special, go for something like those strip rolls or those squares, because it gives you the ability to create these. Those squares are 5-inch squares, so the 2.5 inch square that Angie's working with, you can actually cut those up into quarters and utilise them that way. And of course you can do it with your one-day special, of course you can, but sometimes when you're working with smaller pieces, it seems such a shame to sacrifice your large pieces in order to do so. That's why it's always worth your while to get some of those pre-cuts alongside your larger pieces, because then you can use them for those pieces and then save those larger pieces for when you need that complete run. Things like your sashing, which you're going to have running, it could be a 50-inch square quilt that you create, a 54-inch square, and with your cornerstones, these will give you enough of a run there in one piece. So that's why you don't necessarily want to be chopping into these, because save it for when you want those runs of fabric, and that's why it's always good to add in the pre-cuts with those. And of course your pre-cuts, we've got the bottom of your screen, your 5-inch squares, loads of different options, resonating with your one-day special and those individuals as well. And then of course you have got the ability to go for your strip rolls as well if you're wanting to. They're just £14.99.
It's a good.
We've got the details popping up.
A good point, Hayley, because I realised in lockdown, when we were all stuck in lockdown, and obviously great to use your stash that you've got, but I realised I hadn't got many big pieces of fabric.
Yes.
I'd got bits that I'd chopped into and smaller pieces, and I was trying to create samples and write patterns and designs, and I had to to piece my backs, which is fine, you know, on occasion, but great to have some, like you say, it's very frustrating when you chop into a big piece of fabric.
Got a little bit cut
out. And you've got the perfect project for it up the road, you know. So I've done one side and just pressed that back, cut the end off and, the seam allowance, with the seam allowance, and folded that back before I add to the other side. So you don't want to stitch them both at the same time. Do one and press, and then the other side. And is that because they kind of cross over almost at the top? That's right. That's because we're going to get that seam allowance happening at the top. So you would have a very confused little notch in the corner if you did it.
I like that. It's a confused notch in the corner.
A confused knot.
If you're a sewer, you'll know exactly what Angie's talking about.
So there we go again. We do the same process, and you can see that they're overlapping. So if you'd have stitched them before folding back, you would have had a difficulty doing that. So just trying to do that quite quickly. There we go.
It's such a simple technique, but so effective.
Yeah, it is. And so to create the star block, all we've got is a square in the middle. That's the same colour as your little corners. And then we can place these. I've prepared the other ones around. So then we can place these.
Clever.
I've got 2 rusty ones there. Look, I'm being... oh, sorry, wrong way around. There we go. Make sure that all the black is facing in the middle. And there you get your star. So that then you'd sew that piece together. It's amazing how big it looks there compared to when it's all pieced down with the, obviously you've got your seam allowances in there.
Yes.
And then you would add, I've got some, you know, your glitter effect then goes around the edges. And so you'd piece that together. That would make that block that we talked about, and then we can, that's when then you can just add your side piece.
And bring it all back together.
A side piece and a bottom piece.
I kind of like the idea of the solid pieces either side, like you've done there. As it kind of highlights that corner piece again there. Now, incidentally, if you are looking for your solid colours, I think we may have it. I don't know whether we've got black as a solid colour. I know we've got all these different kind of blender fabrics. So I've got a huge array of different colours here. Not sure whether black is one of the options that we've got with regards to these, but I'm sure our Kirsty will be able to tell us. We've got pick and mix. So with regards to your pick and mixes, you can go in and choose your fabric. So if you go in and have a little look, you will see that you've got your cotton poplin. So this, sometimes people get a little bit confused with poplin. It's still cotton. It's just kind of a different weave, a different weight of fabric. But you can use it. And you've got your black in there. So if you are looking at creating, just as our lovely Angie has been, you can use your black. Of course, you've got other colour tones there. A lot of people like working with your darker grey, so you can do that. Or again, you might want to choose something like your damson there, which would be beautiful if you're working with those rusty fabrics. Or maybe the mustard gold, you could actually be making your pumpkin out of that one as well. You've actually got 30 colourways, so please excuse me if I don't go through all of them, but they are all there on the website. And of course, the beauty is you can keep a note of that item number and revisit that at any time you like. So it's always good to have a place where you can go for quality fabrics when you need them, and that's what you can do within our brand section. That's where you'll find So Crafty, but you won't always find our one-day special there, because it is indeed what it says there. It's a one-day special. It was launched at 6 o'clock last night. You've been loving it. 3 different options. Your gorgeous earth tones, where you've kind of got that gorgeous, almost like a sandy tone coming right the way through to your greens, with all sorts of beautiful blues and pinks featuring within there, within those kind of batik effect fabrics as well. The glitter effect fabrics, very clever design. So there's no actual glitter involved with these. It just gives you that almost metallic look with them running right the way through. So those ones are your earthy. The next one is the one that Angie's been working with, which is your rusty, with those gorgeous autumnal tones in there, those rich colours, almost nature style colours coming through these. And then finally the set that we've got here, which is your 6 pieces here, which are your midnight option, going from those purples and those blues again. You've got that silver tone, which is almost like a grey tone again. Really nice fabrics throughout. So your one-day special is made up of 6-metre pieces. I'm not looking at half-metre pieces with these, which we often do come across within a pick and mix or within a one-day special, but these are full metres. Now the fact that you're getting 6 metres for the price that you've got on your screen there is phenomenal. Actually means that you're paying just £7.99 per metre, which is a brilliant price. But when you actually look at the width of this fabric, and I'll open up this piece again quickly to show you, and then we'll go back and see Angie, because these are extra wide fabrics. They're wider than your fabrics that you'd normally be getting as quilting cottons. So traditionally you're looking at probably around a 42-inch width with your quilting cottons, but with these ones they're classed as a 60 width. It's kind of 58 when you take the selvage off there. That's your working area with these ones, but a really good width, as you can see with these. So that means they are perfect for doing things like your sashing. If you're doing a single bed quilt, you could actually back your quilt using these in one piece because of the size that they are. And of course you can go for multiples of your one-day special if you're wanting to as well. But you can see good sizable pieces, which is brilliant if you're wanting to use these for dressmaking, as you can indeed, because that particular fabric that I've just shared with you there is on Doris. I've named her Doris. This is Doris to the side of me here, and Doris is wearing a beautifully pleated skirt put together by our lovely Lewis during the hour as well. So it just shows you dressmaking as well, a perfect opportunity to get a beautiful range of fabrics to use there as well. Yeah, if you're wanting bigger pieces, then obviously you can go for multiples. You could bulk upon your one-day special, or check out some of the pick and mixes if there's just a couple of particular colours that you're wanting. But with your one-day special, you've got £47.94, being paying your price, which of course you can spread over 2 payments. Bit of a stock update with regards to the Rusty. Lots of you liking that one, approaching half of the stock. Of course, that's the one that Angie's working with. The Midnight, which is the one that I've just been using here and that Lewis has used for that skirt. Again, half the stock has gone of that one. And we're very busy as well for the Earthy as well. So to be honest, whichever you're going for, you need to be quick. Talking about being quick, we're getting towards the end of the hour. We better go over and see what Angie's up to.
Well,
how are you getting? I can hear the machine whizzing away.
I thought I'd just sew those squares together, the strips, because I was a bit angular challenged last night and kept sewing my squares together wrong. It's just to make sure that, people are aware that I can actually piece my squares in the right order. So I've sewn these together in 3 strips, and that you can see there I've just got those final seams to do there, so they're all in the right order. So before we run out of time, I'll leave that alone and just show you how to do this little notch, because it does add a little bit more of a detail.
Okay.
Obviously, when you've got your block together, you would do the same process with the corners as the acorn, but on all 4 corners on this one, rather than with the acorn we just nipped off the bottom.
Oh, we did, yeah.
And so all 4 corners when you've got that bit together, and then we'd create this strip here with this little top in there. Have you ever grown any squashes or pumpkins? I haven't.
No.
I love the foliage that comes off the...
any plant shrieks as it comes into our driveway, to be honest. Yeah, David is the gardener. I just like looking at the garden.
Oh, well, that's nice if you appreciate it. So I've got some pieces cut here. Basically, you would need... a rectangle and a square in the opposite fabric. So here we've got the gold glitter with a black square, and here this one I prepared was a black rectangle with a reverse. Yeah. And so again, very like you say, it looks like a nice complicated little block there pattern, but actually very simple techniques. So we're going to do exactly the same thing along this line here.
Lovely. And with regards to the point, I mean, talking about complexity and how amazing it looks, I mean, we're looking at straight lines and we're looking at kind of the composition of putting squares together. So a novice quilter, could they tackle this, do you think?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's not difficult techniques, at all. Yeah. It's just, laying it out and working through methodically, getting your sizes right, when you're joining. But you can be kind of quite free with it as well, because you're not following a pattern. Yes. It can be like the odd vegetables on the supermarket.
Oh yes. The wonky veg,
the wonky veg, yeah, exactly. So like I'm saying, the fabrics, like we were saying, we can add a strip down the side, or use up the fabrics that you have, like you say, rather than cutting in and making your bigger pieces odd sizes.
Well, this is it, because you can guarantee, and I've been working with some fabric that's the exact same thing has happened. I've not quite got enough to make the top that I'm wanting to make, and I'm kind of thinking, well, if I take this bit and I stitch it to that bit, then hopefully I can kind of get round and make the seam more of a feature.
Yeah.
But the seam is only there because I haven't got enough fabric to make the complete piece out of it. So can be very frustrating.
So you can see there we've done exactly the same process in mirror fabrics, if you like, and when we put those together they create this lovely angle.
Clever.
So then I can, if I just sew these together then, and like you say, not many points and things to match.
Well, that's it. And
so really
straight
fun.
Seams.
Yeah,
so
straight seams.
You don't need a fancy machine. You just need to have a straight stitch on your machine. So even if you've got an older machine, I mean, you could even do this. I suppose if you've got time, you could even stitch them by hand if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah. I know a lot of people enjoy hand piecing, don't they?
Yeah.
So I'll just open this up so that you can see this. I often, as people know, I like to press my seams open anyway. I like a nice flat seam for quilting.
Yes.
But often with complicated patterns like this, where we're creating the star here, and then this bit might be a simple piece.
Yes.
You don't know. It's hard to work out which way to do your seams
Very
sometimes.
true, yeah.
So by pressing them open, it covers a lot of bases.
Yeah.
But there you can see. There's the notch, the little notch piece that would go there with the seam allowance in the top. You can see the little quarter of an inch there.
Look as well, actually. That looks a good look.
And then you would just add, this again, it can be off centre, doesn't have to be bang in the centre.
Yeah.
So you just add 2 pieces of whatever your background fabric is to the sides of that. to make wherever you want to position the top notch. And we were just talking about seams here with these ones that go together. Sometimes I like to press open where possible, but sometimes if there's if a block is talking to you, I always think. So where we've got these seams coming together here, they're thicker than this seam here where we don't have any joins, if you like. So they're folding inwards. And these ones are going in the opposite way. So therefore these will actually notch together, that you've got opposites each other. So that's often a really nice technique then.
And I think sometimes you have to be a little bit kind of intuitive when it comes to doing your seams. Quite often when you're a novice, of course, you hear us saying time and time, oh, you press to the dark side, you press to the dark side. That is usually only if you're using a contrast where you've got a very light fabric and a very dark fabric, because if you press your seam allowance to your light fabric, you sometimes can see it through when you're looking at the right side of your project. That's the only reason we mention that. To be honest, nobody's going to see that side of your piece, are they? They're not going to, it's going to be encapsulated within your quilt. There's going to be a cushion pad maybe covering it up, so you don't have to worry too much. Only you will know which way you press those pieces. So whatever feels right, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't overcomplicate things. Just make sure that the front looks beautiful, and then you'll be happy with the results, I am sure. Just to give you a bit of a time check, we've got about 6 minutes left, Angie.
Okay, well, I've stitched this one, so they're looking beautiful, aren't they? That's worked out really nice. So I'm just going to, I've got my seam allowance there. Also when you're stitching, so there I've got these seams are nesting beautifully with this block. That works really well. And I've got this this reference point here, so that when I sew my 1/4 inch seam along, you want it to cross through there, so you don't, you know, you get a nice point on your star.
I love it. And it's nice seeing this block come together, because when Angie had got all the pieces together, it looked like it was way bigger than the original one she was showing us in that pumpkin block. But of course the seam allowance, each time you're doing that 1/4 inch seam allowance, you're taking a little bit away from that kind of shown area that you've got within your patch. So that's why it's nice to see those pieces coming together, because sometimes that can be a little bit confusing, because it looks huge, but when you start adding the seams in, it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks.
It's amazing how much you lose.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually. So that just needs a good press, obviously, press my seams, but it's a really, really nice effect, I think, anyway. It just adds something really nice to the block. And you can see then when the seam allowance has gone again from the outside, it comes down to this small, but this could be again sized up. You could have, like, you know, a big pumpkin, if you know.
Or it could be a case that you're making something like this for a trick and treat bag later in the year or something like that. You could do it.
But I think, you know, that lovely placemats, table runners, but you say just a little wall hanging piece on its own.
Fabulous.
So they're quite cute.
I love it. Thank you, Angie. I've learned so much in this, Anna. Obviously, you're going to be back with us at 12 o'clock. So what can we look forward to at 12 o'clock?
At 12 o'clock, I'm going to tackle these lovely winter trees. I think I'll tackle my winter wonderland. Yes, I think.
Are you knock up a dress as well? Because I mean, Lewis is set the bar rather high now.
I want to take him home with me now. I'll get that dressmaking sorted.
I love it. This looks really nice. And make sure you do rejoin us at 12 o'clock, and you can learn more about that. I'm going to show everybody a one-day special again, if that's okay,
Thank you,
Angie.
Hayley.
Because we've been very busy during this hour. Lots of you deciding on the different ways that you're getting hold of your fabrics. And I'm so glad that so many of you are going for your one-day special. It's such a brilliant value bundle. You're getting metre pieces in here, which gives you a good sizable piece for you to work with. Whether you want to use it for your dressmaking as a large piece, whether you want to use it for your sashing as a large piece, backings of your quilts, this is where we need our larger pieces. Obviously, you can chop them down if you're wanting to, but I would suggest that you do consider some of the pre-cuts rather than eating into your one-day special fabrics. Keep those as they are, because there will be opportunities where you'll need those large pieces. So choice-wise, you've got 6 metres within your one-day special. You've got your first option here being your earthy, and this is going from that gorgeous kind of gold effect with that almost mustard kind of olive tone, and it's kind of one of those colours that morphs into other colours dependent on what you use it with. Blues and teals featuring in this one. You've got a darker grey in there, purples, blues again. again, going again through to your green. So those are your 6 pieces that you're going to get within your first option. Second option that you've got is where you've got those more berry tones, and this is a lovely one. This one's called Rusty because, of course, you can see that rusty detail with that batik effect fabric. These are all digitally printed as well, so they've got a lovely flow to them, a lovely drape to them. So if you have worked with batiks before or dyed fabrics, you will know that it has a different feel to it. It isn't necessarily one that you would use for dressmaking because it's got a starchiness to it. With these, absolutely beautiful. So that one there, if you're liking the look of that one, that is proving to be a very popular option. Lots of you liking the look of that one. Got that gorgeous red in there as well. Then the last option is your midnight option. Again, another 6 meters. Again, a mixture of that effect, that glitter effect and that batik effect coming through. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, don't forget, each one of these pieces is your wider fabrics. You're looking at 60 inches, including your selvage edge. So much bigger than the fabrics that you may have traditionally bought previously. It's almost like you've got an extra almost ½ meter with regards to the width as the length of these. But of course, we talk about dressmaking. I think we need to show you the garments that Lewis has made with these, because the drape of this fabric means that you can use them in all your dressmaking projects, whether it's tops that you're making, whether it's skirts, dresses. Absolutely amazing. Presses beautifully. You can use it for things like your bag making as well. It's substantial enough for you to do so. But you can see the pleats around the waistband on this particular piece. Absolutely beautiful. Now he's literally just placed this. He hasn't pressed it, hasn't stitched it. So if you can get those kind of results by putting the fabrics together in that sort of style, imagine what you'll be able to create when you get these home and you start cutting your pieces. Maybe that you're making yourself a beautiful little tea dress like this one, and this is where that contrast of your batik effect and those beautiful glitter effect fabrics come together so well. It's a brilliant one-day special, and you are going to have so much fun. Now we have got a pick and mix of your ½ meter pieces available. It equates to £11.99 if you're wanting those, but £7.99 is the price that you're paying with regards to your one-day special. But there's other ways you can get hold of fabrics during this hour as well. So if you're wanting to go for all your different effects, then you can do, whether you want to go for more of your batik effect, more of your glitter effect, check out those ½ meter pieces, and don't forget your pre-cuts. Don't cut into your larger pieces unnecessarily. Add those in alongside. Angie, thank you so much. She's still sewing. She's having a whale of time.
Determined to make another
pumpkin.
pumpkin.
She's going. She's a machine. Thank you so much. See you at 12.
Yes.
Love it. So make sure you join Angie as well at 12, and you're going to be able to learn how to make these fabulous trees behind me. I will see you a little bit later on. I've got a show with Angela Paul. Very much looking forward to that. But I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Paola. I am indeed. Oh, you're in for a treat. Hugs and kisses in the next hour. And that's just Paola. She's very generous with them. Then we've got Angela Paul coming up with her festive paper crafting before we're back with Green Acre Quilts.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Good morning. Now we have got we are continuing the day here at the Craft Store with soft crafting, with beautiful projects for you to finish from Hugs and Kisses. Actually, Hugs and Kisses is a company based in the other side of the world. It's based in Australia. And of course, we are going to hopefully be joining Helen in a while via Skype. Now, that will happen in a while, but before that, let's have a look at what we are going to be talking about. Stitchery panels, we are talking about applique beautiful cushions. We have got some books as well. Shall we have a look at the first one, because it's absolutely stunning. Now, this is our new today, which is, of course, Grant's famous Jam Drops pattern and kit. Now, here you are getting everything that you need to complete this project, even the die-cut, laser-cut, stabilizer circles in here, so you can cover them up in fabric in beautiful detail. Now, this comes with all the fabric that you need to create the front of the panel. So look at this. Let's have a look at the finish, for example. I love this because it is it's kind of the jam drops. Here I'm guessing, but you can see there is all sorts of teak kind of imagery, flowers. But look at this. There's strawberries as well. Eggs, strawberry jam. Look at that butter, sugar, vanilla flower. Oh, this would be lovely for an afternoon tea at home. You put it out and you put the little beautiful things, but also such a beautiful hanging. I think this would be lovely in the kitchen as well. Of course, it comes with the patterns. Now we have a look at the patterns, because we have got it in here. And of course, you have got the instructions on how to build it. So this is the booklet with the instructions in here. And then, of course, then we have not only the instructions, but also we have got the templates in here. So there we have it. So stitchery is there. Now, of course, I just, I can babble on, but I don't really know much. But the person that knows everything about it, of course, is Helen, who is joining us via Skype from Australia, I believe. Hello, Helen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. And now, Helen, where are you based within Australia?
I'm in Hobart, which is the city of Tasmania, the little island right down the bottom.
That's so cool. It's one of my dreams to visit Australia, and especially Tasmania, because it sounds like, so remote, but also so beautiful.
Yeah, that's lovely. It's about as far away as you can get from your place in the world.
Indeed. Now, of course, it's the first time that we work together, Helen. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and Hugs and Kisses?
Yeah, sure. I'm the designer of Hugs and Kisses. It's been around since 2001, so 20 years I've been designing. So patterns, fabric, written books, teach classes, all sorts of things like that. And I specialise mainly in stitchery and red work, embroidery, applique and English paper piecing. So a little bit of everything, quite a few different methods.
Oh, and of course we are seeing that in the kits that you are bringing in today. Let's start with the Jam Drops pattern and kit. Is these circles a little bit like English paper piecing in the way?
A little bit, yeah. It's the circles are laser cut or die cut from our applique paper, which is a special paper we make for needle turn or turned edge applique method. So we use it for English paper piecing as well. I'll show you a little bit more in a demo in a minute how we use it. But it's basically iron on, it's fusible.
Okay.
And then you turn the edges over and you leave it in the project because it just dissolves when you wash it.
So basically,
it's like a template.
So it's a template. So basically, the difference between English paper piecing is that in English paper piecing, you take the paper out of it. Whether here you keep it in.
Yeah, but you keep it in with this sort of paper. So even turned edge applique methods using paper, the paper used to have to be removed. So you couldn't leave it in. But this special paper, it can stay in because when you wash it, all the stiffness dissolve and just soft fibres like a stabiliser stay inside the project. So you can use it for all turned edge applique and English paper piecing.
Perfect. That makes perfect sense. That is a perfect explanation. You are giving us also all the patterns, so we can the stitchery patterns as well. So we would transfer those ones onto the beautiful fabric as well that you have given us here in the kit. Do you use a light box or do you use a window to transfer them?
No, so in that pattern also, in all of our stitchery and embroidery patterns, is an iron-on transfer. So again, I would be demoing that later, and you just iron it on with a domestic iron.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize. So that is fabulous.
No.
So that's so much easier than having to trace it. That is fabulous.
Exactly.
I love that. Now, of course, if you want to go for the giant drops, well, you have got there the details. 095 927 is your item number. Now, you can flexibide into interest-free payments or one-off payment there. £23.50. Now, of course, remember that as Helen has mentioned, she's based in Tasmania, so every item has got extended delivery. I believe it was 8th of September will be the dispatch date, just so you are aware. But it's worth waiting because we kind of take care of all the taxes, all the transport, and of course, if you're a Freedom member, you don't pay P&P, and of course, you know that you have got something from the other side of the world. Now, this is one of my favorite Helens because it's just very different, but it's beautiful work in here. This is Le Fer tote pattern and the kit, and I never seen, Helen, such beautiful zipper.
Yeah, they're little lace zippers. They've become popular in the last few years, and the beauty of them is you don't have to insert the zip. They just sew on the outside. So not only do they look lovely, they're really easy to put on. Looks like my little pouch has got a little bit squashed flying across the other side of the world there. But that one actually was designed to put a little mini iron in. So I'm not sure you won't be seeing this now, but I can show you in a minute, the little miniature irons that you can take to classes and things.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the pouch was designed to fit that. You could use it for anything, but it was designed as a little iron pouch.
That is such a cool idea because, sometimes it's difficult to store a mini iron, and this is lovely. Also, a lot of people don't have a dedicated sewing area, so they have got like in the living room or in the dining room. So if you are one of these people that needs to put things away or you don't have that much storage, having the iron here, you could have that outside, and it looks so pretty. I love also the stitchery detail in here as well. Do we get the iron-on transfer for these ones?
You certainly do. So you get the iron-on transfer for the redwork embroidery, and you get the hexagon iron-on leave-in papers for the hexagons that are on the lid. So you get both, everything you need.
Everything you need.
Yeah,
and also, you have given us as well in the kit the gorgeous, I mean, look at that. Even the way that is displayed. I love your packaging. It's just so beautifully vintage.
That actual, the thread is actually not my company. It's another Australian company that hand dye all those threads and wrap them like that. And they very nicely dyed a colour for me and called it my Hugs and Kisses red because I use that for all of my red work.
I love that. It's hand dyed. Imagine, I can see the variegation of the colour as well. So you have got a slightly darker, more burgundy colour inside, more like a wine. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Right, of course, if you want to go for this bundle, 145734 is your item number. Brand new today, £39.99. I love it. Two flexes of £20. I also think it would make a lovely makeup bag as well because it has got the length as well in here as well. Love that. Really, really love that. Right, moving on to your applique paper pack. Now, 20 sheets here you are getting. You know, Helen, you have been talking about your specialty applique paper. This one is the one that dissolves, right?
Yes, that's right. So it's got fusible on one side, so you can trace, you can see through it, so you can trace, or you can put it through an inkjet printer and print your shapes on there, or you can use any sort of cutting machine, so a Sizzix or a scan and cast, things like that. It will cut the paper, or a punch, or you can just cut it by hand. And then you iron it on, and then when you finish, you don't have to remove the paper. It just stays in there and dissolves when you wash the item. Or over time, it'll just sort of break down and soften.
That's so, I love this, because I'm thinking for English paper piecing, for many of us, it's out of bounds, because still the thing of just using paper and then gluing and then taking it or sewing and then taking away, it's so too much for me. Whether I'm thinking, well, this I could do, because I love the idea that you can also print with the inkjet, so I could do my own designs, inkjet, then transfer it, and then I could, this is fabulous. Now also,
you can do anything.
So it says also foundation paper piecing as well. So can we design our own blocks, print them out, and then use them?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes. So you can print your own foundation blocks. You just have to think about the process of foundation, which side you're ironing on, because you'll be ironing onto that fusible. But yeah, you don't have to tear the paper out and rip your stitches at the end. It just stays in there.
Which is amazing. It is absolutely I love this. I mean, I would say if you are going to just get one thing, I would get this, because this is going to be so useful. Of course, all the kits are absolutely stunning, but this is one of those ones that even I can, as an amateur, completely beginner, sewist, I think this is one that should go into my basket. £21.99 is your price. I love the fact that you can trace over, you can imprint, and there's so many uses for it. 048120 is your item number. Now, remember, this is the only hour that we have got with Helen and Hugs and Kisses today, so make sure to check out your baskets, and remember that Helen is based in Tasmania, in the other side of the world, so make sure that you grab it when we have got them in stock. Now, this book is absolutely amazing, and you do need it if you want the book, if you want to do the next kit, which is this amazing this beautiful cushion. You may want to have the book. You may have already the book, but if you don't, let's have a look. Now, Helen, can you talk us through the process of the ideas behind the book?
Okay, so the book is basically the technique bible on our easy turned edge applique method using the applique paper. So all the projects are based on that method, and there's a project for any use and any skill level. So there's quite simple ones right up to more involved ones. The beauty of it is it actually has a CD in the back cover, and I know a lot of today's computers don't have CDs, but you can always take it to the copy shop. And you can find the file for the project you want to make. Not only can you print out the full-size layout guides, but you can also print out the applique paper sheet. So it's all been designed to size to fit onto the applique paper sheet, and then every shape is already printed on your paper. And again, they're PDF files, so a lot of the cutting machines would also just be able to use that file and cut the pieces for you.
That's fabulous. Thank you so much, Helen, because I think having the ability to print out the patterns and everything, it makes it so much easier as well to follow projects in there. I love how you have got beautiful pictures that are so inspiring, but also, oh, look at that. Let me call you sweetheart. I love that. And of course, there is a variety of colors. There is pastel projects in there. But I would imagine that we can also alter, for instance, this one. If we wanted to go for this one and we want to use our own stash, we could use whatever colors we have got at home.
Of course. Yeah, they're just fabrics that I used at the time, and everyone has their own personal preference of style and colour, so they would work in any fabrics you have in your stash. The main thing you just need is that applique paper.
Yeah.
Or you might have your own preferred applique method, but you might prefer, fusible or something, that's fine, it still works.
I think it's a very good idea. I think I'm with you. That applique paper, whatever you go for, add it to your basket. And of course, it means that if any item has got flexi-buy, you can always pay it in 2 installments. I completely agree, Helen. Now, if you wanted the book, simply applique. You have got the details on the screen. Hugs and Kisses 266816 is your item number. £21.99 is your price. Then we have got a bundle. Now, of course, that pattern is in the book. So if you want to go for the fabric to make this cushion, this cushion, I mean, by the end of today, I don't know what I'm going to be saying, so probably it's going to be one of those days. But now, of course, the pattern is in the book, so if you want the pattern, you need to go for the book as well. Now, this has got flexibly, so if you add the book into it, you can flexify the book as well. Right, so you have got the most beautiful, I love the colors that you have chosen, Helen. I love the kind of soft, almost, you know, almost bluebell, a kind of blue. It's just absolutely stunning and really lovely tone-on-tone fabrics.
Yeah, they're sort of quite soft and dreamy. I guess they're a little coastal looking maybe,
Yes.
but very relaxing. Most of those fabrics are actually my own fabrics. I think there's a couple that aren't, but yeah, so a lot of those are my own basic fabrics.
I love them. Well, you know, Helen, I love your style because I love, I'm more of a paper crafter, so I always look, you know, I love the kind of tone-on-tone element because it adds texture without distracting from the applique pattern. Now, I have got a question put in forward. If we make this cushion, could we sell the cushion already made?
Yes, there's in my copyright information in the book, I allow minimal amounts of projects to be sold,
Yeah,
as long as they're purchasable.
Yeah, and of course, this is one of those projects that I don't think, I mean, most people will want to have it and keep it or give us a present.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, that's lovely. And I love that you have given us also the pom-pom, you know, trim as well. So it looks really nice and festive and beautiful. £41.99 is the price, one-off payment, but you can flexify it. Remember, if you want, the pattern is in the book, so you can add it to the flexify basket and then split the cost of your book as well. £21 could be for the fabrics. Now 10% already has gone off this beautiful Dream Long Cushion fabric bundle. Remember, this is for the fabric bundle. 468287 is your item number for this. Then the same is the one for next one is of course the fabric, and if you want to create the hanging, which we are looking at now, the pattern and the templates are of course in the book. Now, Helen, does this bundle also feature fabrics designed by you?
Yes, I think so. I'm just having a look what we put in them. Yes, almost all of them. There's one in there that's not mine, but the rest are all my fabrics, yes.
Fabulous. And of course, this is, I love you have got more of a neutral blues in here, neutral colors as well.
Yes, they all sort of work well together. There's nothing sort of bright, or I guess they're all sort of subtle and a little bit dreamy.
Indeed, it's just absolutely gorgeous. You know, of course, it's gonna knock on your door, the wall hanging fabric, and of course you have got all the fabrics that you need. However, the pattern is of course in the book. £22.50 could be all you're paying for the fabric if you flexify this today. Now, you would pay the same amount next month, which means it's interest-free and it kind of helps to spread the cost. 052395 is your item number. Then we have got another book. Now, of course, this one is Simply Red Work, which is about embroidery. Can you talk us through, Helen, about this book?
Yeah, sure. So this one is Simply Red Work. So the first one was all about my applique process. This one is all about red work and embroidery. There's no special method or anything in this one. The full-size design pages are in the book, so you can copy and then trace those. If they do purchase the kit for the project that we've chosen from the book today, then with that kit comes an iron-on transfer set for every project that's in the book. So, but otherwise they don't get the transfers. But if they purchase the kit as well as the book, then they get a transfer, so they don't have to trace. But they can trace from in the book using a light box. And again, there's all styles and levels of projects in there. That's the tear-out pattern sheet at the back, so you can tear out and open them all out to trace.
Okay, perfect.
But yeah, small projects, larger projects, very simple, basic ones up to more involved ones.
That's fabulous, because there's so much knowledge as well in here. I love how there is, you know, kind of almost like a illustration on how to do the stitching detail as well. So the templates, everything, like what sort of a stitch. This is actually a good one as well if somebody wants to get into red work, but also somebody who wants to perfect it, I would imagine.
Yes, yeah, all the instructions, when I say it's not a special technique to me, it's still got all your step-by-step instructions in there about how to transfer designs, how to hoop your fabric, stabilise it, needles to use, all the stitch guides, everything is in there, as well as links. I have a lot of free embroidery classes online on my YouTube channel, in my academy, so there's plenty of help if you need more help to actually learn the technique. Up on my website.
I have never thought about it. This is a fabulous idea, taking a picture of the house and then trace it over. This is brilliant. I love this idea, Helen. And of course, if you want at home the Hugs and Kisses gorgeous Simply Red Work by Helen herself, £18.99 is your price, 965-617 is your item number. Now, the kits from the book, we have got 3 different options for you. We have got the penny square quilt, which we have in here. So again, this is the one that you can see that I'm holding up. Oh, I love this. This is absolutely stunning in here. Now, of course, we are getting the fabric we need for the top, right?
Yes, so you get all the fabric for that little penny square quilt, and you get the iron-on transfer set for every project in the book.
Fabulous. Imagine that. I think that this is a definite, if you are going for the book, get this one, because you are then getting the transfer sheets for the patterns in the book in there. That it makes it so much sense to go for this one. Now, of course, you have got in here the transfer, the iron on, and look at that. Look at that. All those different, I mean, even this one is such, you can, oops. Already. And then we also have to mention, of course, they are back to front because they are transfers, right?
Yes, that's correct. They're reversed. When you iron them on, they're around the right way, obviously.
Perfect. So
that's how you can show up at the transfer or a design sheet, because a lot of the patterns have a design sheet and a transfer.
Yeah.
So the transfer will always be the one that's reversed.
Perfect. So that's a good idea, because that's the top tip. Like if you go for the book, and this, you will have the transfers from here, and of course the patterns on the other one. So it will be, that will be the telltale which one is which. £40.99 is the price for this. You remember, you are getting the fabric, the white beautiful cotton to transfer. Very busy for this one. We are approaching 20% of the stock. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. 897617 is your item number. Again, you have got that flexi basket, which allows you to spread the cost interest-free. Right, then the next one, we have got 3 different options, and I'm going to show you all 3 of them. Again, if you need the book for this, but you have also... Well, actually, no, you don't need the... Sorry, yeah, don't need the book, yeah. You have got the templates here as well, don't you?
Yes. Yeah, okay. The separate pattern.
The pattern, yeah. So this one is right. So if I'm right, this will be the iron on, because it's back to front.
Yes.
And this one will be just the template that you can trace over it.
Yes.
Right, thank you. It's just, I'm trying to learn, learning. And then, of course, we have got the thought of the month, and this is month 4, and the meaning of life, and then you have got the instructions in here. Apologies for me saying that you need the book. You do not need it, a book. And, of course, you have got the beautiful hand-like red pearly cotton in there, the stranded cotton. And, of course, this is the finished one as well. Look at that. The purpose of life is to share it. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to share it. That is absolutely stunning. If you want yours, well, £21.99 is your price. 251486 is your item number. Then the next option, the same item number, but of course remember this is different options. This one is, look at this. Our lives are like quilts, bits and pieces, joy and sorrow, stitched with love. This is the friends option. And again, you are getting the templates, you are getting the iron-on, and you're getting the instructions and the fabric and the thread, all for £21.99. I think this is just a fabulous hanging in there. Now, of course, you are giving us the techniques and the instructions on how to create it like this, but I'm thinking on the back it would be really nice to put maybe a pocket or something, so then we can do it like maybe a book kind of holder or something, you know, that you can put like secret messages.
Yeah, there are actually 12 of different designs in that series. We've only chosen 3. So a lot of people have just used the designs and put them into a quilt.
Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, put 3 into a little wall hanging. And also I haven't mentioned that those iron-on transfers will work 2 or 3 times. So you'll get more than one out of them. So you can make, you know, one for you and one for a gift, or one for a quilt and one for a cushion.
I love the idea of, also I was thinking to put in the wardrobe with the, you know, like lavender or something like this as well, so that everything smells nice. But of course on wardrobe it would be a little bit hidden. But you can put it on the wall, on the door as well, so kind of you can see it open. I love this. Then we have got the last option. Remember, we have got 3 different options. So this one is the best friends, I believe. A friend is one of the nicest things you can have and one of the best things you can be. Isn't that gorgeous, with the little girl playing with, of course, the cat in here? Absolutely gorgeous. £21.99 is your price. 251486. This is the third last option from this beautiful month kit. Now, of course, Helen, we are going to let you get ready for the demonstration, and we will be joining you in a little short while, but we are going to have a look at something as that we have got here at the craft store. 7-day savers, they are launched at, of course, 8 a.m. on a Sunday, so they launched just about an hour and a half ago. So if you want yours, well, do you have a perusal on the website? Now, of course, you have got in there, you will find, well, rotary ruler combo. Oh, I know a lot of people that have had that and really swear by it. Very good product to cut your fabric. I've got adhesives as well, and then let's have a look. Oh, well, have a look on the website. Oh, there they are. You have got dyes, you have got paints as well, pastes. You have got, the stencil collection as well. You could do a stenciling onto fabric as well, should you wish to do. And look at that. That embroidery bundle could be for you if you want to transfer, if you want to do the red work, even you need some embroidery hoops. That one includes the 8 and the 10. But also you may want to go for 8 fat quarters. You are getting 2 of the white, 2 of the off-white is a 14 count Ada fat quarters, which are 50 by 45 centimeters each, and you can see the 5-star reviews, 14 of them, so you know it's a very good product. Now there is £15 saving there, so it's a fabulous price. You are getting them way better than half price, and of course we have got Hessian fabric rolls as well. Now, all that you can find on the website, thecraftstore.com, 7-day savers. But I believe Helen is ready. So, Helen, back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to demonstrate the applique method, and I'm working on the that beautiful dreamer cushion that we saw before. So I've used the file from the CD, and I've actually printed all the templates onto sheets of applique paper. I'm not sure if you can see that there.
Yeah.
I've printed in a light grey, so there's not a big thick black line on there that might show through your fabric. So it's not very dark, but there is print on there. So once we've printed them all, then we would cut them out and use a good pair of scissors. I'm actually using my Karen K. Buckley scissors, which are, you know, special fabric scissors, but this paper is sort of more of a fabric than a paper, and it's never blunted my scissors. It's important to cut out the shapes smoothly. So even if you don't get exactly on the line, you want them as smooth as possible, because if you've got a spiky circle in your paper template, then you're not going to have a round circle when you applique, because this is the template that makes your shape. So you just cut those all out, and then next I'll just do a couple. Then we would fuse that onto our chosen fabrics. So you need to look at the paper in the light and see the shiny side, and the shiny side is the glue. So you just sort of see and then place that onto the wrong side of your fabric, and close enough that you can have a 1/4 inch seam allowance for each piece. So you need a 1/2 inch between your shapes. And then you just fuse that with a hot dry iron. We don't use steam because remember the paper is water soluble. So if you use steam, you'll start to break it down. And the idea is we want the paper edges to be as stiff as possible until we've turned the edges over so that we can see them. So then you just cut out roughly with about a 1/4 inch. For smaller pieces, you can go even smaller to about 1/8 of an inch. I've done a few more here, and you can see this little tiny petal here. I've gone quite a bit smaller on that one because we just don't want too much fabric to have to glue around those small curves. So you get to know how much seam allowance you like, and some fabrics, if they're a really loose open weave and they fray easily, you might want a little bit more. And if it's too much, you can always trim back. If you cut too small, you can't add it back on. So I always say to go big first. Shapes that have points, we might end up with little tails that poke out, and that's okay. But one thing you can just do to eliminate a bit of that is just take the tip off any point. So you still need your 1/4 inch there, but you can take that tip off to get rid of a bit of the bulk that's going to be in there.
Because we need to kind of fold it back, right? So then it would be a lot of bulk in that point.
That's right. That's right, because that all has to tuck in underneath. Next, we take our fabric glue pen. This is a Soline one, but there's lots of different brands. And we don't want the full thickness of the glue, so wind it out so that you can just use the edge of it. And then what we do is run a line of glue along the edge of the paper, no wider than the seam allowance. Okay, so it's not on the fabric, it's on the paper. Can you see that there?
Yeah, we can see it.
Down there on the paper?
Yeah, perfectly.
And no wider than the seam allowance. So you need to take your thumb and fold up till you feel the edge and just push it onto that glue. And you should never get sticky fingers because we've just got that little line that sits under our seam allowance.
Of course.
So a straight edge is easy. I just folded it straight over. For a curve, what we want to do is use a little pinch and gather. So we just, around the very edge, let it feed around the edge of the paper template and do a little pinch and gather so that we've got nice, smooth curves, not spiky curves.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll just do a leaf. Now, this is quite a gentle curve, so I can use my whole thumb quite quickly.
Yeah. By the
way,
way,
the next side, we go...
Sorry, it's just because we have got the applique paper, which is incredibly busy, which of course is what Helen is using. Half the stock has gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets for that. £21.99 for 20. Multi-buy if you think that you are going to use it. Like I think everybody will be using them a lot. Back to you, Helen.
So you can see on this leaf with our points, we've got little points, little tails poking out the ends. Now, there's two ways to deal with that. If I was going to applique down by machine, because you can do this method by the machine because the paper doesn't have to come out, then I put a little bit of glue on the back and glue that tail in behind. If I was doing it by hand, I would just leave the tail as it is, and as we're stitching it down by hand, then we tuck that tail under. But you can see there's a perfectly finished leaf. Now, if we're doing smaller things, or if you have fumbly thumbs and fingers and they don't work so well, or you don't have a thumbnail, then you can use tools. There are tools that you can use. So there are actual a set of tools called applique tools. They're these ones here. They look quite vicious and nasty. They're designed for this. But you can use any sort of tool. So you can use a cuticle stick or an awl or cake decorating tools. But these are made for it and they're beautiful. So they have a little fork to hold your piece, and then there's a little beveled edge there that you just pull it over and push it onto that glue. So when you get to tiny places like this, you can just a little bit at a time pull it round onto that glue and make sure you're not getting any points on the edges. You can flick it up again and try again if you get a little point, and then you can also wait till you're stitching and ease a few points in. But when you practice with these, you get much quicker at it. And for some people, this is the answer if their thumbs don't work. My thumbs work quite well and I can always find them, but for a lot of people, the tools are very handy. So I'll just do one more quickly and then I'll show you the next. So this is a circle and I'm going to use that pinch and gather. I'm just gluing a little bit at a time because this glue dries quite quickly, particularly under the lights here. So a little bit at a time. And some people in warmer areas have to keep their glue in the fridge. I don't think that'll be a problem for you over there, but in very warm areas, they keep their glue in the fridge so it doesn't go too soft. Okay, so once you've got all of your pieces glued up, the next step in the process is to take your design sheet that you would print out from that CD, so it's the full layout guide, like the whole cushion at once. And I'm just going to zoom out a little bit on my camera, okay? And then you'd put your background fabric over the top. Now, you could do this on a light box if you can't see through your background fabric. I can sort of see through this. You probably can't then. Oh, you can sort of just see through there, can't you? And the layout guide, you can see that I've done a thick black line, so it's a bit thicker to be able to see rather than a thin line, so you can see them. Then you simply take all of your pieces that you've prepared at once, and first of all I would make my bias line and put that down first. And what we use is Roxanne's basting glue. So this is a different glue to the fabric, the Soline fabric glue we used before. There's two glues that you use for this method, and they're the reason why you use two, and I won't go into it now, but suffice to say it's much better if you use the two different glues for each step of the process. So I would just put little dots of glue where I can see that vine through the fabric, and then I would glue down my vine. I'd position all of my prepared leaves, all of my pieces, so prepare them all first, and then you can layer them all up all at once. So if I've got like 3 or 4 layers, layer them all up at once, because with this method we don't have to do one layer and then take the paper out and then do the next layer. You can do them all at once. Once you've got them all in position, then you just go around with your glue and put a couple of dots down the centre so those tails aren't getting glued down in case we need to tuck them under, and glue up the complete piece all at once. So if I've got 2 layers, I just hold it, poke underneath, and then once I've got all those down, then I would just glue the top layer down. So I glue up the complete piece, and then I like to hit that with an iron that sets the glue so it's really strong and it's not going to fall off. Plus, if you're impatient, then it's dried and it's ready to go. But if you glue it all up with the basting glue, the whole piece, then that will stay there for however many weeks it takes you to stitch it down. And then we would just stitch down again by hand or machine, but I won't show that today. But that's basically the process, and that's how simple it is, and it can be actually quite quick. Once everything's prepared and glued down, I can finish a whole quilt in a day by applying it down by machine, or the cushion that we saw and the wall hanging, I did those by hand, but still it's quite quick once everything's prepared and glued into place.
Thank you so much, Helen, for that gorgeous demonstration, because I have got here the cushion and you can see the perfect results that paper gives you, because of course then it disappears, so it still is soft, it doesn't feel like that you have got anything. This is the most perfect applique with those gorgeous, you can see there, the gorgeous edges. The finished edges are just something different. They feel so elegantly done, so professionally done. Now, of course, I'm holding the beautiful Dreamer long cushion bundle. Now, that is the fabric bundle. So here you will get all the fabric that you need to create the applique, a beautiful front of the top of the cushion. Now, if you want the pattern, it's in the book, in the Simply Applique book that we have also on the show, so we can see them here as well. So you can put both of them in your baskets and then flexify it, because the fabric, of course, you have the actual flexify option in the bundle of fabric for the cushion. £21.99 is the price for the book, but of course, if you flexify it, then you pay just half of it. Now, another thing you may want to add in your baskets, and I know you are doing, is the applique paper. I'm in love with it. It's, you know, we are 60% of the stock already gone, £21.99 for 20 sheets. Considering that is, what do we call it, the it's called the letter size because it's 8.5 by 11 inches. So basically just a little bit fatter than an A4, a little bit shorter than an A4, more or less the same area in there. If you think how small the applique pieces are and that you are getting 20, you know that it's going to last you a long time as long as you use it, say, like Helen has shown, very kind of, a little bit kind of thrifty. But I think it's the nature that you can trace over it, you can print on it with your inkjet printed. The fact that it's fusible on one side and the fact that it will disappear once that you wash it. Can you imagine that? This is one of those I mean, I never seen something like that, and I'm kind of, this is something that I need. Because imagine all those big, smaller pieces of fabric that you're either thinking, oh, I want to do something with them, but I'm not into English paper piecing, but I want something that is going to make sure that it works well. This is fabulous. Now, of course, it's single-sided fusible, semi-transparent for easy tracing. You are getting 20 of them for £21.99. 048120 is your item number. Now, it's over 60% now of the stock gone. Remember that Helen is, well, this is the only hour from Helen today, and Helen is based in Tasmania, in Australia. How amazing. By the way, talking about Tasmania, we have had a lovely email because, of course, we have got Pearl emailing us from Tasmania. Hello, Helen. I mean, I'm so, Helen is Pearl is from Tasmania, who has no connection to you, but it's like just wanted to welcome Helen and hugs and kisses to the craft store. I get so excited when I see Australian products on the craft store, but I never dreamed I would see a Tasmanian. I'm just thrilled that our little island is being represented by such a stunning range of products. And of course, Pearl from.
Oh, thank you.
And then Pearl quotes Maya Angelou saying, I have learned that people will forget what you say, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And I think that applies to you, Helen, giving us the possibility of doing easy, simple applique, especially with the applique paper.
Yeah, I think a big part of my business always was, when I started it 20 years ago, my tagline was feel good stitcheries and associated thingies, and a big part of my business is the therapy of stitching. So I do a lot of charity work, and my main thought process in when I'm designing is that the process is fun and therapeutic. So we need to take out all the pain points. So pulling those papers out and having to trace designs and things. That's why I've over the years developed the transfers and the lead-in paper and things like that. I just want to mention with that applique paper that it's not 100% water soluble. So you can't use it on the top of a project. It won't disappear. It's designed to be used in between the layers, and just the stiffness dissolve and the fibres stay there. So some people get confused and try and use it on the top and then wash it away, and that doesn't work.
That's a very good point, because when I was filling the cushion here as well, I couldn't feel the paper, but I would feel that it was a little bit more, it's almost like loses the paper, but becomes a stabilizer, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And I think that cushion actually hasn't even been washed. So it hasn't actually been washed to fully dissolve it. It's just been handled, and just handling it sort of semi-breaks down the stiffness as well. So it would go a lot softer again if you washed it.
Wow, I'm impressed. I'm definitely very impressed. Right, and now we have got about 15 minutes, Helen. So if you have got more demos to show us, it would be great to see them.
I'm good to go. I'll do the second one. I have got a third if we've got time, but that's okay. So I just, sorry.
There is some issues, technical issues. I'll give the details.
Yep.
Oh, there we are. Go. Perfect.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay,
don't worry.
So this is, I just want to show you the iron-on transfer and how we prep to do the embroidery. So this is a piece of stabiliser, Hugs and Kisses stabiliser, and it comes in a packet like that. And I believe that's an add-on sale you have that you can add on. You have that in the samples there as well.
Yeah, that's an end of cold. So if you want to, when you check out your baskets at home, if you want that, you kind of just add why not on adding this item, and then you don't pay P&P for that. Details on the website or when you give us a call.
Okay, so I use a stabiliser, some sort of stabiliser on the back of any embroidery and stitchery, and sometimes for applique as well. It's fusible, so you can feel the sticky dots on one side, and that's the glue. So you would put that underneath your fabric and use a steam iron. I'm not today because I need a dry iron for my transfer, but normally you would use a steam iron to fuse that stabiliser on there. And then in those little thought of the month patterns, there will be, which you saw before, a design sheet and a transfer. So that's the design sheet that you can use on a light box, and then the one that's reversed is the transfer. You need to cut off anything that's not the design, because that's also transferring.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I have paper scissors there to cut that off. And if you want to play first, you've got a little test patch there that every iron is different.
Oh,
so it's good to test on your iron. You need a hard ironing surface. So you don't want a spongy ironing board. You want a hard ironing surface and a hot, dry iron. Yeah. And then it's just a matter of sitting it on there for about 10 to 12 seconds, depending on your iron, and then hold the paper down, lift it and move it to the next spot. And then you can just carefully have a little peek and make sure that it's transferred. I'm probably going a little bit quick at the moment. But never move the iron without holding the paper, because if you move the paper, you're going to get double lines and blurry lines. You'll never get it back in the same spot that you had it before, and you'll get big blurry lines. If you have steam, you'll get blurry lines because the steam will shoot the ink out to the side. So that's how easy it is to transfer. I'll just finish this one. Probably not very well. Takes a little while. Again, it depends how hot your iron is. This is just my second iron. I have a hotter one in my sewing room. But you can see that it's showing up on the fabric underneath.
Okay. So it's a question of just double checking that it has transferred perfectly and run it through.
Yeah.
And also, I love the fact that we don't have to cut the paper and kind of arrange it. As it is, comes in, that is the design, right?
It's exactly there, yep. So there's my design on the fabric there.
Yep.
I normally do it a little bit darker than that, but I'm just keeping in mind on the time. So I've got another one I prepared earlier. So then I would always use an embroidery hoop. It's up to you, but I encourage an embroidery hoop just for stitching health, so that you don't put stress on your hands and fingers. We use these cheap little plastic ones that have the little rim. So I'll just show you that again. A lot of people don't exactly know how to use a hoop. So the inner ring has a little rim here, and usually on the top it says this side up or it says top. So that little rim goes to the top. Put your fabric over it and then pop that over. Tighten it up a little bit.
Okay.
And then we want to make sure that that rim has popped through. See how that has come through to the top there? Then tighten it up more. And what that does is two things. One, it holds your fabric nice and firm. And it doesn't have to be hugely stretched. It's more like a second hand for you, this hoop, in this instance. But it also raises your work to the top. So you're not trying to scoop down, like imagine if you were sewing in there and you're trying to scoop down in there and out. It's all raised up to the top, so you've got full vision and full access to it. Now, I've already got a thread here, so I'm just going to thread this. So I'm using 2 strands of that Cottage Garden variegated thread, and I'm using a back stitch. So for a back stitch, we come up on the line and go back and come 2 steps forward. I'll just zoom in a little bit closer and see.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we can see it well.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Okay, so I've come up in the middle of my line. I'm going back through the line and 2 steps forward. So a stitch length forward of the other stitch and then back in the same hole. Now, the important things for a nice back stitch are you have a nice sharp needle. We have a Hugs and Kisses stitchery needle, but like about a crewel number 7. So that you can stab right in the middle of the line. If you didn't have a sharp point, it would try and put you one side or other into the weave of the fabric. The second thing that's important is that you always go in the exact same hole as the stitch before. If you miss it by even 1 thread, you're going to have a little white dot between your stitches. So you always want to go back into the same hole.
Ah, I see.
And then the third thing is that you want to keep a fairly consistent stitch length. That will give you a nice a nice sort of straight stitch. So a back stitch is just a line stitch. It's drawing a line basically, and when we've got words, you want that to be a nice, smooth, even line so that you get your
Do you have a recommendation about how more or less the size of the stitch? Because I can see that it's quite a small, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends on your design. So if I've got really tight curves and I did like a 1/4 inch stitch, then I'm going to have spiky curves. So you need to look at the style of your design, and if it's fairly sort of tiny and detailed, you need a smaller stitch. I wouldn't go any less than 2 millimetres. Some people sort of go really, really tiny and do hundreds of perfect stitches, but then your eye tends to hit each stitch because the light hits each stitch rather than seeing a line. So I go 2 to 3 millimetres. Just keep it fairly consistent is the thing. Sometimes you get to a straight line and you think, oh, I'm on the home stretch, and you get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Right.
And that's okay. And then you get back to a curve. So just look at your design and pick a stitch length and try and be consistent across the whole piece.
Okay.
So that's the back stitch.
Thank you for showing that, because that is a really helpful top tip there, the backstage. And now we have got 3 options, and of course we have got the you can say the meaning of life. Then we have got, which is the most popular one, and you can see it's so gorgeous. Look at the sewing machine, the old-fashioned sewing machine in here. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to share it. This is the first one, and of course remember you are getting the instructions, the transfer sheet, you are getting the beautiful hand-dyed stranded cotton, and then you are getting of course the beautiful very softly printed cream fabric, so you can transfer the design onto it and do the embroidery. And then we have got this gorgeous red with pattern in around, so you can create the binding there as well. You have got all the instructions, the transfer sheet, as well as the, of course, the template, so you could reuse it should you wish to transfer it as well through a light box or something like that. Then the other option is the friend is like a quilt. You can see it here. Our lives are like quilts, bits and pieces, joy and sorrow, stitched with love. And of course this one is the second option of it, and remember you are getting everything you need. And then finally we have got the best friends as well here, which if you love cats, this would be the one for you. A friend is one of the nicest things you can have and one of the best things you can be. Isn't it a gorgeous sentiment as well? And remember, this could be a very nice project to introduce you to red work, because you are getting everything you need to do it. The only thing you need to add, of course, is the needle, the embroidery hoop, which, by the way, it comes in one of the 7-day savers, and, of course, the scissors. Now, of course, if you want yours as 2511486 is your item number, £21.99 is your price. It does have an extended delivery because, of course, Helen is based in Tasmania in Australia. It will be dispatched from the 8th of September, which we are already towards the end of August. So it's not that long to talk, considering that, of course, we are, talking about a company based in Australia and Tasmania. Love that, love that. And of course we have applique paper, 20 sheets in there. 80% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, well, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. You are getting 20 of these amazing semi-soluble, and I like that distinction that Helen made. It's very important to know that it's not for the top, it's not completely dissolvable, because it will give you that sturdiness to keep the shape really well. So it's almost like a stabilizer as well as a template once you cut it into it. And remember, I'm pretty sure that you could die cut these if you have got dies as well. So you imagine that you could use those ones as well. But you can print it onto inject with an inject, so you could do your own applique techniques as well, or download other ones that you may find they're ready for your use. Now, if you want yours, £21.99 is your price. 048120 is your item number. Now, Helen, I believe there's something else that you want to show us.
Just very quickly, because I know we're running out of time.
We have got about 4
English
minutes.
paper piecing.
Fabulous.
Yeah, so this is the hexagon paper. So they were the die-cut hexagon papers.
Yeah.
I've fused them onto a fabric and I've fussy cut them because I can see a little bit through them, enough to fussy cut. And then you just quickly, this is how quick hexies are now, English paper piecing. So then it's just, I can do this demo really quickly because I've done thousands. So straight edges, so full thumb, just quickly glue those all over.
Yeah.
And I do one side at a time so that my next side is going to the fabric edge all the way, so we don't have our little corners popping up. You could tack if you like, but you've just got that corner tack method. Sometimes we'll pull the paper in if that's what you use. Once all our pieces are prepared, then you just use your normal method, or you can join them by machine, because again the paper doesn't have to come out. But some of the positives of joining using this paper, if you're gluing with cards and you weren't 100% accurate, there's no easing to fit. This is so flexible that you can ease that to fit, and your points at each end will always be perfect.
Yeah.
Your three-way points where you have to turn, again, you haven't got those stiff cards getting in the way and causing grief, so you can just turn the next direction, do your 3 little stitches into that 3-way join there. You'll never get a hole, and you can make sure that you ease that in so that seam is perfectly matched at both ends. So it's always going to be perfect. There's never going to be an issue, even if your gluing wasn't perfect. Because you can't glue in as tightly as you could over curves. If you push in really tightly, you'll fold the paper. But it doesn't matter because it's flexible the rest of the process. And then, of course, if we've got a ring or something, a shape of hexagons where normally you have to pull the papers out, once you pull them out, you've lost all the stabilisers. So the edges fray and it's just not keeping stable anymore. This will be stable right to the end. For quilts and things, don't wash it until you've quilted it, because the whole quilt top is completely stabilised to quilt, and it's not going to move and shift. It's just going to keep its perfect shape. So this method, I just would not do it any other way. We don't have to pull those horrible papers out, and it just solves every pain point that there was. So I hope you'll have a go and you'll love it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Helen, for all those demos, because that, especially the details that you can achieve, the perfect element, the perfect stitching here. You can see leopard tote pattern and kit features that hexagon paper piecing, and of course it features that incredible hexagons done with the applique paper. £39.99 is your price, or you can split the cost into flexi buy payments. Thank you so much, Helen, for joining us in Tasmania.
It's a pleasure. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
It is.
I was supposed to be there last year, and I don't know when I'm going to get there now, so at least I can talk to you from across the big wide web.
I hope you can join us soon here in England, but it's been a pleasure to join you, even if via Skype. Take care.
Thank you very much. You too, and all your listeners.
Oh, that is amazing. I love that. Of course, it's Helen joining us via Skype from Tasmania. Now, of course, one of the products that you are loving is, of course, the applique paper, the Hugs and Kisses applique paper. Now, remember, over 80% of the stock has gone. It is a semi-water soluble, so it will dissolve into being more of a stabilizer, but a single-sided fusible, so it's perfect for easy tracing, for inject printable. You can use it for, of course, you can see all of them there. You can see how many uses it has, and I'm sure you are thinking of other uses as well. £21.99 for 20 of them. Make sure to check out your baskets, because, as I mentioned, 80% of the stock has gone. 048120 is your item number. You will find them on the website, thecraftstore.com, alongside the books, the fabric bundles, and so much more. Remember that if you add your paper to an item that has got Flexify, then you can Flexify the paper as well. So split the cost makes it so much easier. Now, of course, make sure to check out your baskets, check out the website, have a perusal, and of course, remember, if you need a hook, embroidery hoop, there is, of course, one in the 7-day savers. Do check out the website, but stay tuned, because the day of inspiration at the craft store continues here at the craft store, because we have got an amazing show coming up with Angela Poole and gorgeous dies and stamps and stencils. We have got, indeed, Angela Poole, festive paper crafting, then Green Acre quilts. Looking forward to that one. And then at 12, the one-day special is back.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce, we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
In the foothills of Oundle, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hello there and welcome. Oh my goodness, you're in for a treat this hour because we've got one of my favourite phrases, which means that we've got a bargain. It's while stocks last, and that's what we've got already up on the screen there, the details. So if you want to get involved, you can do. You've got all the information that you need there. But of course, I'm not here by myself. I have the fabulous Angela joining me.
Hi.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
It's so nice to be back. It's been a while.
It has, and we've missed you. And we've missed you fabulous. Well, not only in fabulous deals that you bring us, but you bring us such inventive ideas for how to work with dies and stamps in so many different ways. That's why I love this bundle that we've got.
This is one of my favourites, this collection. I absolutely love it. I made so many cards with it last year, and I've gone back to it.
Okay.
Prepping some demos for the show, and I've thought of some new ways to use it.
Ooh,
so
okay.
I know I can't wait to be making more cards.
I love it. Now, let me just show you what we've got. Obviously, the details are on your screen there, and these are a beautiful collection of dies. They've got that slot and spin festive feel to them, of course, perfect for the season if you're getting yourself ready for Christmas. It's made up of 17 dies that work really well together. Angie's going to show you how they work in just a few moments. And your Winter Snuggles stamp set. This is the cutest stamp set ever. And this is beautiful because you're getting 52 stamps. My goodness, so many stamps in here. And you can see, I don't think you could have fitted any more on these, actually.
Katie did an amazing job of packing. I know, when they quote us for the photopolymer, we really make the most of every scrap.
I can see. And of course, you've got lots of kind of ring sentiments there, which of course are going to work with the dies. You've got focal images with regard to those as well. Shall I show you? Because obviously we've got them on the polymer there, but let me just show you this board because it shows them in a little more detail, because this is where you're going to be building up your concept, getting your projects together, and of course the dies are going to help you form and put these together. So many of these, you'll see the outline. Now the outline may well relate to the die, so you're not getting a stamp for the snowflake, but you are getting the elements that work within that. And I think this board illustrates it perfectly.
It does. It shows how the stamps are really made to measure for the dies. You've got those lovely circular stamps. You can put them on the front or back of your frame. There's build a scene elements, and those bears are just adorable.
Absolutely gorgeous. And it's beautiful because thought about the front and the back. So you can see here you've got your front images of your little cute polar bears. These are so cute. Too cute. Shouldn't they be allowed to be so cute? You've got the back element and the little...
I know, spin it to see the front and the back of the bears.
I love it. So that's the deal on your screen. It's a phenomenal saving. You're saving £11 on this one. You're going to get your 17 dies with all the capabilities that you've got with those, and of course your 52 stamps. So do take advantage of this while you have the opportunity, because we only have the stock that we've got, and that's right, isn't it, with this one, Angela? Once it's gone, it's gone.
I know, anything could happen. When it's gone, it's gone. So we'll see how it goes.
Definitely. So the details are there, 955134. I do suggest you pop this into your basket as soon as you possibly can, but of course you need to check your basket out as well. That is the key thing. Sitting in your basket is not good enough. After 10 minutes it will fall back into our stock, and it means that somebody else could pick them up, check them out, and you've missed out on an amazing deal. And it's an amazing deal while you've got the opportunity. Now obviously while your basket is open you can add other goodies in. We've got lots of additional things that you might like to add in. Again, some things like papers and things like that, all on the website, where you've got the paper pads there. As you can see, a lot of these, again, a lot of the elements that we're looking at, we are looking at things where it's limited stock capabilities. So again, when they've gone, they've gone. Reviews, if you want to check those out, you will find those on there. And of course all the beautiful papers work brilliantly alongside everything that Angela brings to us, because of course everything is designed together. 5-star reviews, if you fancy checking those out, have a little look at those. And again, similarly with the stencils, if you like the look of those stencils and you want them, you need to get hold of those, because again, that's something else that when the stock has gone, the stock has gone. So fill your baskets, have a load of fun filling your baskets, but check your baskets out. But I'm going to let Angela explain to you what is so important about these dies and why they work so well together. That's if you don't mind.
Absolutely. So I'm going to do a demo, but I wanted to run through. I said there were so many options. It was actually tricky narrowing down what I was going to demo, because am I going to do a solid panel or a frame, or you know, it really is a mix and match, and you're in control with this die set. So this is what you're getting. I didn't want to. I couldn't fit everything on A4, and I didn't want to let anything go, Hayley. So we've got a bonus snowflake with this.
Oh, so that's a bit of an extra.
I know, because I couldn't. You've got two different baubles, and you've got your snowflake, you've got your apertures, and then your frames. And of course, what I'm going to explain is you can die cut solid spinning panels like this.
Oh, wow.
Look, no, little shooting star, Warm Winter Wishes. That's gorgeous. And then, so this is using the frame. So if you use this die on its own, it would cut a large solid panel.
Okay.
Or if you nest it with an aperture, you can cut frames. And there's little arrows, top and bottom.
Okay.
And that's what you just line up when you're die cutting. And so you've got frames, you can double die cut, get an extra skinny frame with that bauble.
So do these slot together without any adhesive?
Yes.
Wow.
So I'll demonstrate with this one. Look.
Oh my goodness, so they could almost be interchangeable, that if you're selling these, somebody decides which they're going to use.
So I literally do that all the time, because I'm a little indecisive when I'm card designing. So you might say, oh, I want a solid panel, or so this one that I've just showed you, that's gorgeous. You can, so that's a solid panel, just take that out.
Oh my goodness.
So quick and easy.
Look at
it's
that.
All done. I'd recommend 300 GSM, but some of these are 200, 250, it's absolutely fine. And if you get a little breeze going, like a window open, they just spin like a mobile.
Oh, that's adorable.
Really lovely. I'll put those to one side. So I didn't do this last year, Hayley, and then I've been playing with the die set this week. Look, so instead of, you can fold the snowflake. I'll demonstrate how to do this next. So you can have it solid, like it's a single panel, or you can fold it, connect to either side, Hayley. You can do this with the baubles and the snow. I get so excited about this.
Understandably so.
I know, and it's just gorgeous.
Oh, that is so effective.
And here's another one. So this is the front and back bears that we mentioned. Really sweet. And the stamps, and I'll show you how to do this in a minute.
I love it. So am I right in thinking that lots of those elements within the frame, that kind of spinning technology, because it is technology, isn't it, when it all comes together, we can use those all year round. There's only certain elements that are kind of associated with Christmas, like the snowflake that you were talking about.
Absolutely, especially your sort of lacy panels. These are basic sort of panels. You can fill these with anything. And,
love it.
Yeah, I know.
Wonderful. Thank you for that explanation. So you can understand why it's such a popular bundle, why we love it when Angela comes. She comes up with these brilliant ideas, but not only comes up with the ideas, comes up with the means of sharing them with us. All we've got to do is place the order for them. We don't need to do any measuring. We don't need to do any pencil marks or snips or tucks or anything like that. It's all included within the dies. They do that work for us. Now, we are incredibly busy for these. We knew that we would be because we've got such an amazing deal for you. Now, the deal on the screen there, as you can see, is going to get you your dies, so you're going to get all 17 of those. As we've mentioned, some of them do relate to Christmas, the bauble obviously and the snowflake, but then look at those lacy frames. You will be using these all year round. That's the beauty of these. The little bow that's in there as well, absolutely adorable. And the beauty is that not only will they work with the 52 stamps that you're getting in the set, they will work with other stamp sets that you've got in your stash. This is giving you the ability to come up with some absolutely incredible ideas, wonderful concepts that you are going to be able to work with. And you can see there you've got lots and lots of scope with regards to these. Now, let's talk about the price there. You've got an £11 saving. This is a phenomenal saving. This is the opportunity for you to get hold of these at a brilliant price. Even more so, you can spread the cost over 2 payments. So that means for just £20.99, you can get all of these on their way to you and be crafting with them in no time at all. You'll be crafting with them for your birthday card, your anniversary cards, your concept cards. And I love the idea of the interchangeable aspect with these. You could be making up your card bases and not necessarily deciding on which of those discs you're going to be putting in there, whether it's a closed disc with a circle with all the different scenes built up in there, or whether it's a nice lacy open panel. You can decide at a later stage, and that is the beauty of this. So perfect if you're making your cards to sell, because you can practically change these around while your customer's in front of you. How amazing is that? 955134 being that all important item number, but please do be quick. Once it's gone, it has gone. And to be honest, I'm a little bit nervous knowing how busy we are with regards to these, that how many of these are flying out. So we have got further shows coming up later on. So might be a case we have to brush up on our tap dancing for this one. Rapidly approaching 20% of the stock. Now I'm going to come back over to Angela to see how it's all going to come together.
Excellent. After you've worried me with tap dancing, Hayley.
Juggling, plate spinning, whatever you fancy. We'll go with any of them.
We'll see, we'll see. So I've made a basic gatefold card, and what I've done, Hayley, is I've just trimmed the corners, and it actually looks a bit like a cracker.
Oh, that's nice.
So yeah, just a simple gatefold. And I'm going to use the largest aperture. These arrows are so handy because it just helps you centre and line up like the nesting if you want more frames. Also, Hayley, I haven't made a sample for my demos doing this, but you can have it spinning.
I was just about to ask that. Does it have to be north-south? Can it be east-west?
No, and you can mix and match.
Okay.
We did a set of vintage frames, and I did a sort of spinning orb, like a globe. That was quite cool.
And I suppose you could also be quite quirky for all those Kirks out there. Other names are available. Quite quirky, and almost have it on an angle if you want as well. You know how sometimes you see a globe that's on that, I don't know why it's on that axis. Must be something to do with the spinning of the globe. I don't know. But you could do that if you wanted to as well. Very busy for these. Now approaching a quarter of the stock has gone with regards to these ones. So yeah, please, please, please do not miss out on these. My goodness, we're so busy.
Oh, anything could happen. We'll see, we'll see.
So the part that you've cut away, do we keep that? Can we utilise that in another way?
So I use these pieces all the time, especially if you've got mirror card, glitter card, you know, that looks gorgeous with the snowflakes. Because if you think about it, you can, so let's see if this ball will fit. If I can pick it up. Yeah, so you could run, if you know what you're doing,
yes.
You could just put them all through in one pass and save time.
It's maximising your card, isn't it?
Absolutely, I know.
We're not worrying about that today.
No, well, Hayley, I'm about to do a jelly press rainbow effect, so yeah, I've got enough going.
That's better, isn't it?
Oh dear, I don't know if anyone at home has got a jelly. Oh, here we go, a jelly plate. But I had it for a while, and I was a little bit nervous. But I can't stop using it now.
So these fabulous papers that we're seeing in these projects around, is that how you've been doing those?
So I'm glad you mentioned that, Hayley, because the reason I'm doing this rainbow effect is because of this card pack.
Okay.
Enchanted Miss. I was surprised that Rich found any of these in the warehouse because I thought they had all gone.
Right.
this isn't a complete pack, as you can see. I've gone through so many of these. I should say you only get 3 of each, because once you start using them, you're going to want more. Let me just stop on some of these. Look at these, the graduation colours. That is just, so depending on where you crop it, so you've got sort of pink going into orange and yellow, and then the blues, and it's just, oh, that one, I use that one a lot.
That's gorgeous. I love these ombres.
Yes. So I anticipated, because I know the stock's low.
Yes.
I was a bit worried about doing a demo using it, so I thought, right, I'll see what I can do. I'll talk about the card, and I'll try and recreate it, but doing this is a lot more work than buying that.
Well, this is it, and especially if you're making your cards to sell, you might not necessarily want to make the cardstock yourself, so why not go for the pack that we've just been talking about? It's not just that one with those gorgeous Enchanted Mist pieces in there. You've got your A4 gradients, 8 designs. It's 300 GSM, and this is, of course, is a good weight to work with those dies as well, so bear in mind your construction, and these are double-sided as well, so obviously if you're making your own card, then you are going to need to ink it from both sides to get the results that you've got here. Adding things like your drying time, then obviously it's a lot quicker to use it already pre-prepared. Comes alongside another fabulous pad with your florals and your flurries. Oh my goodness, thank you for that, Angela. I need a new pair of teeth with all those fleurs there. And look at these are beautiful, because you can isolate certain areas, I guess, with these.
Absolutely. So that's a 200 GSM card pack, but there is a sample on the stand over there which I just die cut and made, and it was absolutely fine.
Fabulous.
And because you've got those different patterns, it looks amazing when you cut an aperture. So you just fold the card in half, cut an aperture, and you get a contrasting background.
Beautiful.
Peeking
I'll show everybody that later on. So if you're wanting these, it's while stocks last. So the details on your screen there, they are flying out. £18.98. You're getting 54 double-sided sheets across your 2 pads there. So yeah, rapidly approaching 30% of the stock. 179069. Now, if you are thinking to yourself, I love those, I'm going to get those, but don't want to be without them. We've all been there. When you kind of get a third or 2/3 through a pad, you start getting a little bit twitchy, don't you? Well, you can go for a couple of sets of those if you're wanting to. And I would advise you to do that, because it's a case of that once they've gone, they've gone. So details on your screen, 179069. Sorry, Angela, please carry on.
No, it's okay. So I've just added, look at these gorgeous oxides. So if you are new to using jelly plate and you're a little bit worried, I had a disastrous attempt actually on air with Scott, and it was with acrylics, and I just needed a bit more practice. If you're worried or you're a beginner, I really think the oxides might be for you, because I'm loving them. So I've just gone through purple, pink, yellow, blue with a tiny bit of orange and green.
Okay.
And I'm going to, this is a new brayer Haley, because my my old trusty one, went super squeaky.
Oh no!
I know. I thought, I can't take that on there.
It might sound like you've got a squeaky
it's like a
elbow.
mouse or something. Yeah. No, I'm not joking. It was really squeaky.
Now, incidentally, I'm just very quickly going to mention the bundles of the dies and the stamps. We're going to bring those details back round on your screen. If you were thinking about getting elements individually, the stamps have actually sold out by themselves. We didn't have huge quantities of those. So if you're wanting to go for the complete set, that's the only way you're going to be able to get hold of those stamps. So thank you to everybody that got involved with those. But there you go. You can see £22.99 was the price for those by themselves. So, of course, if you're looking at getting hold of those, then when you actually go for the bumper bundle with your flexi buy, it actually works out a better way to get hold of them, and indeed it's the only way you can get hold of them. But 40% of that bundle has gone, so that £41.98 price can be spread over 2 payments. So if you were just thinking about getting the stamps, then don't worry, you're not going to be paying any more than you were planning to, but you will get everything else as well. There you go, £20.99. Oh my word, Angela, that's gorgeous.
I'm going to do this again. So that's got the most ink on. And I'm just going to blend it again, and I'm going to take another print. This time I'm just going to tear a bit of paper. Wow, I'm going to use this as a mask, Hayley.
Okay.
And I'll pop it about here.
Right. So this is a different card base now.
This is a different one. It's the same, but different. I was about to do it the wrong way. I was literally just thinking, this is so high risk. What am I thinking?
Well, I'll keep quiet so I don't distract you.
No, it's fine. He who dares, hey?
Exactly. You've got to live life on the edge now and again, haven't you?
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Now, I meant to make you feel at ease, Angela, but yeah, the update. Oh, I love that. It looks like a snowy base.
Oh, so good.
Half the stock has gone of the bundle. Approaching half the stock. We're just over 1/4 the hour. We've got another show later on. The cardstock is flying out. The bundle is flying out. You're jumping ahead and looking for those bargains.
Tap dancing's looking likely.
It's looking very likely, isn't it? You're in the mood for a bargain, I sense, today. So, yeah, do make sure you're taking advantage and you're checking your baskets out. That is the key thing. These products are not safe when they're just in your basket, because when we've got demonstrations going on, we get distracted. 10 minutes can go before you realise, and those items have fallen out of your basket, and somebody else potentially could have picked them up, popped them in their baskets and checked them out, which means you've lost the opportunity. Please do not lose the opportunity to take advantage of that saving. And don't forget, if you're adding the cardstock in alongside those 2 packs that I was just sharing with you, which I don't know what are they over there now, but they are rapidly approaching 3/4 of the stock gone. So, of course, you can create the effect yourself, just as Angela's been showing us, but if you want to kind of shortcut it, then the paper pads or the card pads are the way that you can do it with just £18.98. Spread the cost over 2 payments, so if you're adding them in alongside your bundle. Okay, over there, Angela.
So, yes, it's fine. I had a feeling when I saw the stock numbers, I thought, right, I'll definitely make some backgrounds because I'm not sure the card's going to last. So what I've done, I've taken, so that was my first print. This is my second with a mask, and I've just blended it again. There's still lots of ink on here. I don't know if you do this, but I've been stamping and then fussy cutting once, and then I've been using this as a mask, and it's been saving me time doing lots of ink blending.
Oh, okay.
So while I've got some ink, really it's quite light on here at the moment, I'm just going to use, as you can see, I've already used this quite a few times, which is nice because you only need to cut it out once.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to push it down onto here.
Right. Oh, I'm intrigued.
And use the tape to pull it away. Look.
Oh, you've got a little open area there.
Yeah, so it's ready for stamping.
Clever.
And then, I know, it's time saving. And I'm just going to do that again. So that's going to be like my snowy base.
Okay.
And what I'm going to be doing, Hayley, is I will show you 2 different card options. So I'm going to take another quick print using the, I love the front and the back of the bears, they're so cute.
And I love this because, of course, we were talking about the papers or the cardstock being useful, but this kind of masking off technique you wouldn't be able to do. You need to kind of do it with your inks, don't you? But, oh, look at this.
Hayley, that was so funny. I looked over like, oh, what is it, Hayley? And it was my reveal. I thought you had something interesting over there.
Well, it's only I've grabbed hold of the paper pads, and I'm very, very quickly going to say this. I'm not going to detract you from the demonstration for too long, but it's important that I give you this update. Those card packs are rapidly approaching limited stock now, so these are going to go at some point during the hour. Could be in the next 10-15 minutes. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I am pretty confident that they're not going to last the full hour. They certainly won't be here when we come to the second hour a little later on today. So, yeah, take advantage while you can. Now, lots of you have added them into your baskets, which is brilliant. I am very pleased that you're doing so. But you haven't checked your baskets out, which doesn't mean that you are guaranteed these. You're not getting them for that £8 saving, bringing it down to $18.98 until you check your basket out. While I've got your attention, again, very quickly, I need to mention it. You can understand why when I give you the update, because approaching 60% now of the bundle has gone. Don't forget, you can't get the stamps by themselves. They are included within the bundle, but they work so well alongside the dies. This is where they all come together. So you've got the stamp plate here with your 52 stamps, including the fabulous little bears that we just saw Angela working with. So these have all been configured so that they will work with the dies. You can see the outline there, giving you an idea. It's kind of like a serving suggestion of how you can decorate your cardstock before you die cut it, or indeed the other way around, to get those stamps working. And here you've kind of got your front and your backwards facing, because of course these elements are going to spin. They're going to look amazing when they come together. Obviously lots of Christmas elements here, which means they're perfect for your Christmas cards, but also you've got lacy frames that you're going to be able to use all year round and utilise other circular stamps that you've got, other wonderful elements that you've got within your stash, so you won't necessarily be using them for Christmas all the time. It's just as well as, and you've got little things like birthdays and things mentioned in here as well. So you've even got stamps there that you are going to be able to use all year round. We need to kind of ground ourselves and kind of have a little chat to here. So, yeah, let me give you the details for the bundle on your screen there, 955134. You've got the ability to spread the cost over 2 payments of £20.99. That's what we call flexi buy, and it opens up what we call a flexi order, which means that anything else can be added into your basket and the cost of those spread equally as well. In fact, enough of me waffling about it. Have a little look. I think this is Catherine explaining more.
What is flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
It certainly does. And if you're an impatient crafter, as I like to entitle myself, then you will be wanting to get everything as soon as you can and spreading that cost if you're wanting to. So there you go. It gives you the opportunity to do so. We're very, very busy. We're going to go back over to Angela now, but bear in mind that 60% of this bundle has gone. And when it's gone, it's gone. We haven't got any more stock of this. We won't be bringing extended delivery to you or anything. We've already asked the question because we knew it was going to be popular. And it's what we've got, and that is it. Angela's back with it. At 1 o'clock. Not quite sure what's going to be happening during that hour, but this is the hour that we're concentrating on. So what are we up to next?
I'm having a lovely time with these stamps. I'll bring the set in. There are so many to choose from. I'm just using the little snowflakes, which I love for just adding to corners.
Nice idea,
just,
yeah.
You know, there's falling snow as well for your little scenes. And I'm just using a multicoloured ink pad just for sort of speed, really. They are one of my favourites. So yeah, I'm just inking the corners, and then I'm going to use one of the stencils. Have you seen the stencils, Hayley? They're so nice.
They are brilliant. I'm going to show everybody everything else that we've got in a little while.
The mylar is really thick.
Well, this is it, and I know this from working with you previously, that again, you take pride in all of the products you bring to us. So the stencils, the winter frost and the frozen lace, you actually get an additional 6x6 stencil with them. Details are at the bottom of the screen if you're wanting those. 945678. Again, it's another one of those bundles that when it's gone, it's gone. Do look at them on the website if you're wanting to, but we will show you them in the studio in a little while as well. So the details there, you could add them in alongside your bundle if you're wanting to, or if you've already gone for them. Because we've not shown them, shall I show you quickly? Here you go, have a little look. So they'll love this because you've kind of got that edge to these stencils as well. They are absolutely beautiful. Again, it's one of those ones that with an £8 saving, it's not surprising that they're going to be flying out. Well, they are what was that? Approaching 70% of the stock has gone. I'm kind of glad we brought that in because it's not very nice if I bring something in and say, well, there you go, isn't that pretty? Sorry, it's sold out. But at the moment, you have the opportunity to get hold of it. But yeah, with 70% of the stock having gone, it might be a case that you've not got an awful lot of time to get hold of them. My goodness.
I'm not surprised. So this is the smallest stencil, and it can look Christmassy, or it can just look like an ornate pattern, yes, depending on the colour you do.
Like a pretty mandala,
I
isn't it?
know,
Yeah, nice.
It's just so useful. So this is opaque white, and I'm going to put some Twinkle Puff, I think it's called.
Oh, what a fabulous
I know,
name.
White Puff Twinkle, all the way around, beautiful. I know, when I first used it, I thought, what is that going to do? But it's great. I've had to make a prepared sample because you need to, if you apply glitter or embossing powder to your texture paints, you do need to let them dry naturally.
Okay. And this is going on top of the folded card with that kind of gatefold on the front.
Yes. I love gatefolds with the slot and spin because you get that 360 effect as they spin around. I'm going to pop that in some
That's
water.
okay. Over 80% of the stock of those stencils have gone there.
All of the products...
Just about halfway through the show, they're actually now approaching limited stock, so you know what the update is going to be very, very soon. If you have just joined us or just suddenly thought, oh, what's all the fuss about? These are the stencils that we're talking about. When they've gone, they have gone, so you can understand why such pretty stencils are flying out to the point that I think they're going to sell out in the next few moments.
So many demos I could do with them. I might just have to show some cards maybe online or something. So that is the embossing powder on it, and I would just let that dry, but I've got one I prepared earlier, Hayley.
Wonderful.
So I can get straight to heat embossing now.
Lovely. We're so organised. You're popping things away, putting lids on, and
that's because I know I'm going to lean in it, Hayley. When I had that rainbow effect, do you remember those rainbow ink pads?
Oh yes.
I lent them one of those once in the office at work. Oh my goodness, I was so embarrassed.
No, this is one that's previously dried, but we can still activate that embossing powder.
Yes. Well, hopefully it travelled from Bristol. Okay. Yes, we're going. The nice thing about using glitter or embossing paste with your embossing powders, with your texture paste, is you don't necessarily need lots of colours of embossing paste. You can get more from them.
Now, just as Andrew is heating that up, we can see obviously it's taking effect. It's going to take a few moments. Can I very quickly show you those stencils in the flesh? Because I've got them here. They are even prettier when you see them. Obviously, you've got that snowflake. Oh, no. I wanted to talk you through them all, but technically they've sold out. So if you've got them in your basket, you need to check your basket out. These are absolutely beautiful. You've kind of got a division there so you can separate those up. You've got your snowy effects there. You've got your snowflakes. A gorgeous lacy effect at the edge there, as you can see. And then the other one, again, lots of different opportunities to use it. So if you have been wise and popped it into your basket already, please do check your baskets out. You won't want to miss out on these, but they are technically sold out. But this is the kind of result you can get if you have got hold, and that looks so pretty.
So that the embossing powder sort of lifts it even higher, which is why I did the die cutting first, Hayley, because if I ran that through my machine, it might sort of squash some of that dimension. Am I going to be okay to carry on stamping?
Yes. I think that's something that we have got at the moment.
Excellent.
The stamps are in the bundle, so you can't get them individually. Just bear that in mind. So if you want the stamps, the bundle details are on your screen. So yeah, let's have a look at those stamps.
Okay. Oh, what colour shall I go for, Hayley? Black. I think we'll go for black.
Are you sure I can give you a moment if you need a moment?
No, that's fine. I'm sort of in the Cricut. Do you know, I thought anything could happen. So just, just relax and just craft. Freestyling on live TV, though, is a little bit, yeah.
Now, this is the piece that we saw that you used the little mask and the gel plate earlier on.
Yes. So if you didn't have the gel plate, all I would do, I would still sort of fussy cut one of these once on paper. It can be all inky. And just use a blending tool. And I'm just finding, because before I was just trying to guide the blending tool up to the edges and it was going over a little bit. And but I'm finding this is really quick and it works so well. And because the stamps are clear, it's quite easy to line them up. Or even if you don't, one of these, I kind of, look. This one, I didn't quite line it up, but it looks fine.
I know, I remember Paola doing a kind of talk around a stamp platform years and years ago, and she created it was brilliant. What she actually did was she cut the original die out of a square and kept the square on the platform, so she could kind of mass produce and create more and more just by changing the insert, being obviously the little spinner that you've got there, so you can make lots of them. So
it actually looks a little bit screen printed if you do offset it, but it's really nice. So I might just go to some hand stamping just for speed as well.
No problem at all. Very quickly, can I mention the papers or the cardstock here? Popping the details up on the screen. I know I keep interrupting and I do apologise, but these are now limited in stock, so I know how cross you'll be if you miss out on them. But yeah, 54 double-sided sheets. Of course, you've got the ombre effect that we saw created using the gel press, but of course, it might be a case you don't want to do that, or you might something quick and easy. And this, of course, is double-sided, but so it means you don't have to kind of do that paint effect on both sides. It comes alongside its buddy, which is your florals and your flurries, and this one very much in keeping with the theme. If you want another set of this one, or you just want to go for this one by itself, it is available at $14.99. But to be honest, if you're paying $14.99 for that, why would you not want to go for the bumper bundle? Because you're paying an extra, what, £4 and you're getting that? How useful is that? Technically, it's sold out though. Halfway through a sentence, I ask you, I can't even talk any quicker. So thank you to everybody. Check your baskets out though. But if you do want to get an additional one of those, you can do at $14.99. Just bear that in mind. Okay. Back
Hello.
to you.
I'm just having fun with the stamps, Hayley. Just there's a lot going on. I'm just
there is a lot going on.
crafting. So on the stamp set, there's a small and a large Christmas tree, and you can layer them up, which is really cool. I'll show you here. So you've got your base, which you can add colour to, and then there's so many. So these are the tiny ones, but there's also, if I bring this in here, larger versions. The creative
nice.
scenes.
That's nice if you want to build up the perspective, isn't it?
It
the foreground,
is.
yeah.
It's quite stylised, but yeah, depending on, you can heat emboss that as well, and it's beautiful. And also what I use a lot, this looks like not much, just some squiggly lines. It's snowdrifts.
Okay.
So that just helps you create that dimension. It just makes such a difference, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And it grounds your character as well, but I suppose it depends on the colour theme. It could be like a grassy mound, or it could be a sand dune or something like that.
It's just so nice. And the falling snow, I use that a lot. And I'm just going to go on with some black as well. I could just be here for ages, Hayley. Just put and the shooting star, and plus you've got all your greetings, and it's not just the circular greetings as well. I think there's even birthday. I know, this is lovely, isn't it? And because I did the other side on the gel press, I can just go straight into stamping that too.
Oh, this looks so pretty. Just looking through the stamps, I'm a bit distracted as I'm looking through because you've got so many. I didn't even notice the little shooting star there. There's a little tiny bird as well.
There's a lot, isn't
Adorable.
there? You can turn the snowdrift upside down for different effects as well.
That's a good point, actually, yes, yeah.
Yeah, just for different.
You've got a present in there, you've got the little bear holding a heart, all those fabulous Christmas trees, and lots of kind of crescent moons and little stars that are dangling down, so that you can build up a huge array of different styles.
There's just so much you can do. I'm really enjoying playing with them. Of course, if the stamps last, I'm going to tell you this now, just in case the stamps don't last. But because it's photopolymer, these are great for doing hanging baubles because you've got your baubles.
Yes.
So you can not only do them as straight strings, but it will cling to your acrylic. Let me take this one off so you can see. It will cling, so you can shape.
Oh, you can.
So I've got some demos I was going to do this in, but I might not be able to do it, so I'll show you now.
Okay.
So you can sort of do strings.
Oh, like a garland.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds fabulous. Oh, I love it. Oh, something, let me quickly, we've found something that if you missed out on those ombre cards a few moments ago, we've got the ocean mist. Now, obviously ocean mist, you might think to yourself, oh, okay, if it's ocean themed, but have a look, forget about that title just for a few moments, because this is where you've still got that ombre effect. So if you're wanting to create that ombre, then you can. Obviously, you can see here that it's kind of depicting to the sand there, and obviously the sky or the sea, but to be honest, the ombre is an ombre, isn't it? That's the key thing. Portrait and landscape with these as well, but have a look at the price. Just £9.99 for these. Again, you're looking at your 250 GSM, so a brilliant weight to work with, but again, it's double-sided. So if you are looking at doing things with your gel press, again, this could save you time. It could save you, well, if you're doing kind of your mass production, lots and lots of different cards, you might want to actually go for this because, of course, it's printed on both sides, so you don't have to worry about doing that yourself. And you can see the colour palette that you've got. Absolutely beautiful. But again, with regards to these, you're just looking at the price of £9.99. Perfect one to add it in for an extra £5 alongside your bundle, because if you bundle, you're spreading the cost, then that means you've spread the cost of your paper pad as well, which means it's only £4.99 there or thereabouts added into your bundle, because you've got 2 flexi buys with your bundle. So the details are back up on your screen there. We've brought the details back in because approaching 3/4 of the stock has gone now. So that means if you're wanting to get hold of this, it's the only way you can get hold of the stamps that Angela is working with. this is the bundle that you need. 2 flexi buys of £20.99. If you want to add in that card pack that I've just mentioned to you, it's only an extra £5. Obviously, that will go on each of those 2 payments. But what amount of, so much creativity that you've got, because they are full A4 sheets. And of course, die cutting out all of these elements, you're going to be able to do loads with regards to these. 955134 if you're wanting those. I better come back to Angela.
So I've been having a great time, Hayley. So I've stamped both sides of this circle, and I'll just show you how it comes together. So this snowflake die, you can either die cut a solid panel. I mean, I could have stamped on this, Hayley, and created a beautiful scene, but I wanted to show you how it all connects. And last year, I only used these. I can't believe this, but I only used these as single spinning panels. But if you fold them in half,
okay, right.
And you can use the I'm just gonna use my fingers, but I probably bend them around a ruler or something if I was at home. And you could alternate, or you could go, match,
yes.
or alternate. And so this is what I did with the gel plate. But if you were lucky enough to get some enchanted mist, then you could do that. And these actually will fold flat, but they don't spin in the same way, but they get more of a 3-dimensional, almost ornament type of look to them. They look amazing with mirror cards. Oh my goodness, this snowflake.
And it's the fact that you're not having to use any adhesive with this that I think, oh, look at that.
I know you can already see how this is coming. It took such a long time developing the dies, and when we launched this product, I think it was one of the presenters said, wait, there's no adhesives.
Yeah.
And I just took it for granted, and I thought, oh, I should have gone in with that, because I'm just so used to there not being adhesives, and it's just slots in.
This makes a big difference, because obviously when you've got adhesives, you've got drying time quite often as well. Sometimes it can be a bit messy. Sometimes you're using double-sided tape that can dry out over time. But these slotting together, perfect.
So that was so quick. Yep.
Look at that.
And
Isn't
it folds
that incredible?
And it folds flat. I'll turn it around like this.
And
so
to be honest, the main component of that, it's the card, isn't it? Once you've got the investment of the dies and the stencils, then it's the cards. That's all that you're using.
Absolutely.
Any different colours you could obviously use in your gel place, change that out.
And my cards I've designed for these shows, if I manage to demo them, are completely different to the ones I designed last year, which I love, because you want to get more for your money when you're making Christmas cards. So yeah, that's
Angela,
great.
Thank you so much. Wasn't that beautiful? Now we're going to let you get ready for your next demo, if that's okay. Approaching 80% of the stock has gone. Now you can understand why why so many people have got involved. Now I know you may have just recently joined us here, you might not have come across Angela's designs before, but you can understand why we get so excited, because she is such a brilliant designer, not only with concepts, but making those concepts come to fruition. And that's the beauty of this. You've got these gorgeous stamps, these fabulous dies that will allow you to do that. So there's so many different aspects that you can work with these. I've got to bring in a little jar. Can I bring this little jar in? Just because this is so good. Sorry, Sally Ann, was that? Oh, have a look. It's not just about making those cards, it's about utilising those stamps as well. Look at this little pair there. Absolutely adorable. And then almost like a little snow globe that you've got there. So cute, absolutely adorable. But then of course the stamps you can use in loads of different ways. So I'm going to pop that one back down and show you a little idea, maybe with a gift box, because of course you can utilise these elements with other dies that you've got, even if you're just kind of cutting, scoring and folding and making boxes. Because you've got that framework, that outside die that works with the inner die, you can put them in place with anything else you've got in your stash. So they don't have to be used in conjunction with each other. You can use them with other things as well. That's why when you look at the dies and you look at all the different opportunities you've got, you can realise just how much use you're going to get out of these. Over 80% of the stock has gone. Obviously, you've got things that are pertaining to Christmas. You've got things like your snowflake, you've got things like your bauble, but then you've got lots of rounded elements, as you can see here. Obviously, every last area of that die plate has been utilised. Then you've got your apertures. So your apertures, as you can see here, they could be cut out and actually popped onto projects or work with other dies if you're wanting to, or it could be a case that you use them on your cards. So this is where I think it'd be a lovely idea to put them in little boxes, maybe with a little tea light in there as well. Obviously, the battery-operated ones. Then you've your frames, I mean, your frames work beautifully, obviously bringing them all together, but equally so, you could use them just as they are if you wanted to. And then, of course, these connect together with your little arrows there, giving you the direction of where you're going to slot them together. Now, of course, you can slot them together north and south if you wanted to. That's not a problem. You could do east and west, have them horizontally, or have them off on kind of quirky angles as well. That is the beauty of these. They are where you choose to place them and whichever configuration you choose to use. But the beauty is alongside those dies, you've got the stamps that are coming with them. Now, these are stamps that have been designed to work with the dies, so naturally they are sized to proportion to work. You're getting your stamp plate. Now, this half of the board here is showing you all the different stamps. You've got 52 in there. They are not all Christmas related. You can use them in loads and loads of different ways. I mean, the little bears that you've got here, yes, if you do them in white, if you do them with a snowy scene, they look like snow bears. But if you do actually get involved with your colours and change the colour of them, bring in a sandy tone, they just look like little teddy bears having a cuddle. So you could use those all year round, wedding, anniversaries, birthdays, and you've got the front and back with those. You've got additional things like love and hugs, special friends on your birthday. All these are things that you're going to be able to use all year round. And of course, because you've got such a large area to work with, you'll be able to use other stamps that you've got within your stash. But over to the side here, you can see where that outline is giving you the indication of how they work with the dies as well. So you can see it really is a fabulous concept. I just can't believe you can get hold of it for just £41.98. Now, I know lots of you got involved with these when we saw them last year, and we've had some photographs sent in. Now, this is from Sandra, and I think Sandra's on the design team.
Yes.
Oh, these pretty.
Oh, thank you, Sandra. That's so beautiful.
And I love that because you can see here you've kind of got sidestepper cards, but utilising one of the frames with the little apertures. That is clever, putting three together. I like
it's
that
really
look.
clever, and I love that stamp as well, heat embossed. That's beautiful.
Very pretty. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that one with us. And again here, different concept cards, different fancy folds. Take advantage of the aperture, take advantage of that little swing detail that you've got with these and that spin detail, and you can make them look totally different. Again, thank you so much with this one. And here, little penny sliders. Love the idea. Again, popping those in place there, as you can see, giving a totally different look to those snowflakes that you've got. Thank you for sharing with those with us. Now, let's get serious. The details are on your screen, but I need to let you know that we are rapidly approaching limited stock. This is our first hour with Angela. No idea what's going to be happening in the next hour. She's back at 1 o'clock. We've got lots of other things that we've not had the chance to share with you, so we will, I'm sure, visit those during the next hour. But as to whether these are going to be available or not, I don't know. Now, the thing is, it's while stocks last. There are no more of these. So we've already done the question asking, we've done all the stock checks and everything. It's one of those situations that if you don't get them now, you could potentially miss out on these forever. That's it. They're not coming back. If you want them, you need to get them now. So we're not going to see these later in the year or anything like that.
No, so we're a small business, as you know, and we will be, if we invest in another die set, you know, it'll be something new. So as far as I'm aware, there are no plans to have any more of these made.
And you have to order so many
already.
You
can't get the vintage frames. The one that came, that was the first one. You can't get those anymore, and so it is the same with this one. But it's nice because they do mix and match. As well. Yeah.
Oh, so she did get that one previously.
So if the vintage works with the festive, what we've done is we make sure we keep the aperture and the frame size the size is the same. Just because you've got more options, because then you can just mix all of the die sets together.
Love that idea. So yes, it's now officially limited stock. I knew the situation would arise. Hopefully we've got enough to see us through to the top of the hour, but 955135 is that item number if you're wanting to get involved. I think it's time to come back to you, Angela.
So, can I just check? So, what can I use?
You can use anything from the bundle because we've still got the dies and the stamps.
Dies and stamps. Yeah. Do you know, Hayley? I just got some things out and thought I'll find out what the rules are in a second. I'll just make it up. It'll be fine.
That's okay.
Be fine.
Well, if you're making your own papers, then obviously there's not a problem. But the enchanted paper pack, that's gone as well.
That's gone.
So,
okay. Wow, it's fine. I was going to do
we've still got the ocean mist if that's any help. That one's still available.
Do do you know, that ocean mist, I use it all the time because
Nice one, yeah.
I've been using gold with gold and the turquoises.
Oh,
amazing. Silver. I'm talking, Hayley, I put blue instead of purple. What am I doing?
No, sorry, that's me
no, it's fine. It's because
distracting
I'm talking about paper. Like, I love the paper so much. I do. And gold as well. Gold glitter and turquoise glitter. One of my demos used that with the ocean mist. And it's just so lovely.
Beautiful. Now,
This is very
again,
funny.
if you're wanting your kind of pre-designed card bases to save you getting your inks out, you might not even have inks in your stash. Well, this is a way that you can get that ombre effect without having to make your card yourself. Double-sided, as you can see, 250 GS in there, 24 sheets you're getting within that pad, but you're only paying $9.99. This is one that if you can manage to go for a couple of sets, please do so. Very affordable, and you can add these in alongside your bundle that we've been chatting about and spread the cost of those as well. So 439341 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Love the colours that you've chosen there.
Well, yes, I'm just, we'll see how this goes, Hayley.
Okay.
Do you know, talking about the ocean mist, because of the gradients that you've got going, almost like what I'm creating here. When you fold the card, or like I say, when you cut an aperture, you get a different colour peeping through, and I just think it makes cards look so professional and just really, it's better than just white, you know, and it's nice not to just have that stark white as a base.
We've just to help out, I don't know if you are thinking of using a stencil, but we've just realised we've got this one available by itself. So if that's any help to you. $9.99 if you're wanting to get hold of the Winter Frost stencil. It was part of the duo earlier on that did sell out, but we have still got this one available if you want it by itself. 634077 if you are wanting that particular
Well,
one.
I might try that now, Hayley. This is so
sorry,
funny.
I don't want to throw you off.
No, I'm
I
just
know
going to
you were
go
looking
for it,
for one
Helen.
earlier
Okay.
on, that was all.
Let's just go for that. I'm going to see what I can do.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to...
I thought you were thinking, that's it, I'm throwing it away.
No.
Don't throw it away.
I'm done. No.
Oh, what are you doing here then?
So this is just some scrap paper, and I'm just creating some texture. I think because that stencil is available, I might do something different, and I will take a print. I might... I'm just going to make it up, Hayley.
Okay,
let's just see how
that.
this goes. So funny. I had a feeling it was going to be like this, Hayley.
It's been incredibly busy. I mean, everybody loves it when you come to join us. But
It's just
when you bring these
so
prizes,
nice.
oh wow, look at that!
So that's really bright. And I think if you, do you know, I've got some spare sheets of card. I might do some more. I'm going to go diagonally just to mix it up a little bit.
Now, what I will mention is we have had an email come through as well. So this is from Leonie Shield. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to give you the full name. I apologise if I'm not meant to. It's on the piece of paper, so I'm guessing it's okay. Just in case people thought that it's our Leonie, because it's not often a name that you come across, is it? So Leonie's saying, hi Angela and Hayley. I bought the Fearless frames last year, and they are lovely. If anyone is hesitating, I think you should buy them because they are so useful. And thank you for bringing us such great things, Angela. I think you are so right, because I think the thing is that obviously we're kind of giving a nod towards Christmas with this bundle, but I think you're right, Leanne, you use them all year round because it's the concept, isn't it, and it's the effect that they give you. And knowing that they actually work with previous things that you might already have from Angela as well is even better. So if you've got that vintage frame look, then you could work with these as well. Love it.
That's so sweet that she took the time
to
say that. But I know our design team absolutely loved this collection, and I did too, and just anything, just texture paste, inks, so it's not just the stamping, but we really did think about how it works together, so that's so lovely.
Oh, okay. Oh, big jar of blending. This looks interesting.
Shall I bring this as well? Hayley can see. It's a little bit messy. Okay, so I might... I'm just going to go for a hint of this.
Now, just to let you guys know...
What are you going to say?
We've got a situation where lots of people have hopped these into your baskets. Now, some of you haven't checked your baskets out, and sometimes what happens is well, it always happens, after 10 minutes they fall back into our stock. Now, lots of you are picking them back up, or other people might well be picking them back up and popping them into your basket. So technically we've got a situation that if everybody who's got these in their baskets at the moment check their baskets out, it will be a sold out situation with these. So this emphasises the importance of checking out your basket, because if you have a momentary lapse of concentration and they fall out of your basket, somebody else picks them up and checks the basket out, you will have missed out on these. And not just missed out for the moment, missed out completely, because they are literally a case of the stock that we've got, that's it. So if you've got them in your baskets, please, please, please do check your baskets out. I'm not going to be giving you that safeguard, that safety net of saying, oh yes, we've got additional stock, we're going to be sending these out on extended delivery. That's not going to happen, I can tell you that now. So if you're wanting them, please, please, please check your baskets out. Potentially you'll never see these again, so do make sure that you are taking advantage while you've got the chance. They're 2 flexi buys. You can pay just £20.99 today, and if you're a Freedom member, that is everything delivered to your door, and of course anything else you want to add in, you can spread the cost of those as well with your flexi order. But if it's in your basket, please do check your basket out, because you will be disappointed. There'll be people that have missed out on this one because they weren't quick enough, so please don't be the same way you're going to miss out on them, because I certainly know there will be people picking them up if you let them fall out of your basket. So yeah, be quick. Sold out for everybody that's got them in your basket, so I'll keep you updated with
This
those.
is all so exciting, Hayley.
It is. We're busy for the stencil as well, that winter frost stencil.
My goodness, do you know, I don't know if let's see if I can grab it here. I'll show you the winter frost.
We're doing things very much on the hoof.
Really are.
Just to give you a little bit of time check, we've got about 5 minutes left.
That's fine, Hayley. This is the winter frost and what it can do.
Wow.
It's one of my favourites for just edges, but also so you're getting, and Hayley, this is what I mean, there's so much to talk about. This is designed for, if I can get to it, I'm not going to get to it. This is the card I was making, and you use the ribbons to decorate your baubles.
That's a clever idea.
And so if you do sort of darker shading, you could just use one ink and start darker and then go in. Look how inky I am. This is so much fun.
Yeah, yeah.
But we've really thought about that, and you're getting it all on that one stencil. So if they're still available, that is a great one to have in your stash.
Definitely, definitely. And of course you can add that stencil in alongside as well. Incidentally as well, your card bases, if you do want to go for your card base, you were busy for this one, £9.99 is going to get you all of those sheets as well. So it's a case of you've got to get it while you can. We're certainly going to have a regrouping after this hour. I don't know what we're going to have available for you in the next hour, so we need to have a check about that. But if you're wanting your card stock, £9.99, you need to get hold of that one. Of course, your winter frost stencil that Angela's just referenced. What a beautiful card. That is available for you as well at £9.99. So again, if you want that one, that's at the bottom of your screen. And if you have still got your basket with your contents of your winter snuggle stamps there, and of course your dies, you still need to check those baskets out. As I say, we've just got a couple of handfuls of those where people have got them in their baskets. I will keep you updated, because I know there's so many of you that have missed out on them, and you'll want to know if you've got the chance. So I will let you know, but at the moment it's not looking likely, because they're all in people's baskets. I think people are potentially waiting till the end of the demonstration and the end of the hour, and that's when they're going to be checking those baskets out.
That makes sense. I'm using the Ocean Mist to line this card. And this is what I mean about it. It's just so versatile.
So that's the ocean, because automatically when you think Ocean Mist, you think of like sunny days and things like that.
No, I'm using it all the time, and I've used it in a demo for the inside as well, and then there's creams in there too, and that just looks so great with metallics. And I'm using it for birthday cards as well, so it's not just Christmas. It's one of the ones I keep going to again and again. We're so short on time, Hayley. I'm just going to, I don't know what to do. I'll show you some options here. So this is the card that I was going to demonstrate, but that stencil's gone. But this is the bauble folded in mirror card. It's just so pretty, and you can use, this is the spinning little snowflake die.
Now, just to give you time check, we've only got about a minute or so left.
Okay, and this is the 3D bow, and you can just mix and match. So it's the same aperture, and I'm just going to slot a solid round ball into there. No glue. So you could just, I could say, okay, I might see what it looks like with that one, or a single
Or if you're making and selling these, I guess what you could do is put a variety of different baubles and elements in there, in with the pack with the card base, and then your customer decides which one they want to put in there.
I love
that's okay
that.
to make and sell with these,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
Please do, yes.
I love it. Angela, I've had the most amazing hour. We've been so busy, but it's been lovely spending some time with you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And seeing all your creativity. Now, you're back with us a little bit later on at 1 o'clock.
Tap dancing, yes.
Tap dancing, yes. We're going to teach you how to walk a tightrope in the break. So, yeah, do come back and join us. Thank you so much. If you've got anything in your basket, then you do need to make sure you are checking out your baskets to take advantage of the bundle. We have got the dies available by themselves. So if you don't necessarily want the stamps, then you can get hold of the dies. I have a feeling we're going to be leaning towards those more during the 1 o'clock show. So do check out your baskets. Do rejoin us a little bit later on. Hopefully things will have calmed down a little bit then. But thank you for your company and thank you for your enthusiasm. And again, Angela, thank you so much for your designs. So stay tuned. We've got a lot more coming up here at the craft store. So yeah, grab a cuppa. Stay tuned. Now, Greenacre Quilts, oh, you are in for a treat, some amazing quilts. Then, of course, the one-day special, we're back with a lovely Angie, and then Angela, again, a different one.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Good morning, I hope you are very well. We continue the inspiration here at the craft store with an amazing company and we have got incredible kits for you, for your quilting, and of course we have got bags, we have got so much to show you this hour. And we also have got Stephanie who is joining us via Skype. Hello Stephanie.
Hello, Paula. How are you this morning?
I'm very well. And now I have got to ask you a question first of all. Where are you joining us from?
From Donegal, Ireland.
Oh, I love Ireland. I've been to a couple of times and I always loved it. It's a beautiful country.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah. Now, of course, I know a little bit about you, Steph, and of course, one of the things I know is that you converted your passion into now your whole life, basically. That is, of course, creating these amazing sewing kits, quilting, and so much more. Can you tell us how you made the jump?
Well, I started quilting back in 2006 at Hobby, and our local quilt store was closing in 2009. We all went into a panic. And when I spoke with the owner, she convinced me to open a shop here in my home. So about 2 months later, I had converted my upstairs of my house to a big quilt shop. And now we have about 1,500 bolts of material. We have another probably 800 to 1,000 different kits. And we have classes, we have workshops, quilt weekends.
That's amazing.
All sorts of things to keep us going.
I love that transition because of being a hobby and then making into your life, you know, kind of the way that you kind of, it's all consuming. And I think I can see that passion coming through the way that you put your kits together, the colors, especially the first one we are looking at, the Green Acres Flowers in My Garden, the quilt kit. Now, this features such a glorious, I would say, it's such a very homegrown kind of color scheme, very soothing as well.
It really is. It's nice, it's summery, it's really soft, but it's just such a beautiful, beautiful blend of fabrics. It's Sanctuary by Three Sisters for Motor, and it just is a lovely, lovely collection.
It is. I can see the quality. I can feel the quality from Moda because I love how Moda makes not only the patterns and the beautiful prints, but also the quality of the cotton itself, the quilting cotton. You can feel it.
You can, and it just doesn't make sense to put the amount of time and money into making a quilt if you're not going to use quality material, because it just won't hold up over the years.
I love that, and of course that makes it so much easier to quilt. And of course you are giving us also instructions to create that top of the quilt in here, so we have got very detailed instructions. I love how you even have used the colors of the fabric, so it's visually everything is very self-explanatory.
Well, we try hard to make the patterns as easy as possible to follow. It's like when we're making them up, we know what we're doing, but to get other people to understand how to put pieces together can be difficult when you're trying to do it in words. So by adding the photographs, it really helps.
That is stunning, and this is, of course, the finished quilt. I was saying also, Stephanie, that this is like, for me, when I think of a quilt, this is the kind of the epitome of a quilt. It is so much comfort in those colors, in the beautiful colors, the corals, the aquas, the kind of beautiful. It's a warm grace in there. It's really home warming. Now, of course, if you want at home to go for this kit, 066-946. 45 is your item number. Now, £94.99 is the price. However, you can use Flexi to spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £47.50. Now, of course, there will be, of course, dispatch from the, is it the 31st of September? Yeah, 31st of August, because it's a 9 days, of course, coming from Ireland. Now, something else that you might want to add to your bundle, and of course you can then use the FlexiBuy. It has got FlexiBuy on it as well. But you can, of course, the backing fabric. Again, beautiful fabric, tone and turn. We have got 2 options. The one I'm showing you is the blue one, and of course there is a brown option as well. Again, Stephanie, it feels such a lovely fabric, perfect for for the backing.
It is lovely, and the thing is, what's nice about it is it's part of the same collection, so it coordinates perfectly with the front of the quilt. So many people like to have really nice backings on their quilts, and I think that makes it complete.
That is gorgeous. And of course you can Flexibay 2 payments of £32. I will say one thing, I will keep this for something else because I love it so much. I could be, but then, or I could kind of incorporate some applique maybe in the back, and then of course you can have doubles, reversible quilts. 326-500 is your item number. Of course, the brown option, you can see it on the still. Remember, you have got a flexi-buy, so you of course can pay £32 yesterday. Just out of interest, Stephanie, how much fabric because that feels a lot of fabric.
There's 4 meters in it.
4 meters. Wow.
So you need to split it in half and join the 2 halves together so that you get
the right width.
By 80.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for clarifying that. Then we have got another kit for you, which is, of course, the Lone Star quilt. This one comes in from a jelly roll, and you can see these ones. And look at the stunning way that this works. So you create, Stephanie, with the jelly rolls, you create like a diamond shape?
You do. The jelly rolls are done in batiks, and the kits that I have made up are going to be unique batiks because they're my own collection of batiks that we have cut ourselves and put together into the jelly roll. And in the instructions, it tells you explicitly you strip sew them together, and then you cut them on the diagonal and join the diagonals to make the diamonds. And then you fit in your other pieces. So it's not a difficult quilt to make. When you look at it, it looks impossible, but it really is an easy quilt to make. And then I've added the yellow and orange batik border onto mine.
That is absolutely stunning. And of course, you are getting, of course, Stephanie's batiks in here. You can see them there, cut already at 2.5 inches, and then you're getting the black background. And of course, the instructions and everything, how it kind of works as well. Love that it tells you the required materials that you may need as well. And of course, you have got the finished piece here, and then you can finish off with different binding or sashing around there. And look at that. I mean, I love your instructions, Stephanie. Very detailed, very clear. $79.99. $79.99 is your price. Of course, you can flexify it if you wanted to. Oh, this doesn't stand up. Well, I'll leave it like this. Now, of course, to your flexi payments of £40. And if you are a Freedom member, you don't pay PMP. And if you are not a Freedom member, you pay the PMP on the first installment. 987012 is your item number. Then we have got fractured squares here. £74.99 is the price for this one. This is, well, Stephanie, I have to say, these are my colors, black, red, and white. I adore this color combination. The fabric is stunning. I love your choices.
Well, I think black, white, and red together are just so classic. There's so much that you can do with it. And with the fractured square, it's such an unusual design and cutting that it just makes it a fun, different kind of quilt for people to make.
Indeed it is. I'm kind of hiding behind it, so you can see that works so well with this color combination. It's just, I really love it. I think it has got that, I would say, kind of almost like contemporary look, fracture look, that is just stunning.
It is, and again, you try to meet everybody's needs that come into the shop. So as with Flowers in My Garden, it's a very traditional quilt, whereas with Fractured Square, it like you say, it's much more modern, much more abstract.
I love this. I really, really love it. I just think it's, whether the first one was really kind of a traditional warming kind of thing, this feels like just not something that you could have in a loft or something, like in a studio loft. You know what I mean? The modern places that, you know, cool people live in. I don't know anybody who lives in it, but you know what I mean. You know.
I do.
Anyway, moving on. 285609 is your item number. Now, £37.50 could be all you are paying in this for the first payment, right? Then we going with the same theme of beautiful colors. We have got the chessboard quilt in here. Again, black and white and reds. This is a returning favorite. Now we have got in here I'm just going to hold it. Is this a little bit easier to make for a beginner, maybe, Stephanie?
It is. And again, it's more of a classic kind of quilt in that they're simple squares that are stitched together in any combination that you like. But it does, again, features the black and the red and the white and grays, and it just is so beautiful when it's done up.
It is absolutely stunning. Now, of course, we have got in there a FlexiBuy as well, so you can spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £30 or one-off payment of £59.99. 106371 is your item number for it. Of course, we are eager to see Stephanie's demos, so let's head back to the website while Stephanie gets ready for the first demonstration. On the website, thecraftstore.com, you will find all the different products, not only the ones that we have seen, but some of them that we haven't even had a look, including the butterfly cushion. We have got the diamond quillo kit as well. We have got the turquoise snowball quillo kit as well. Now, the quillo ones plus the butterfly cushion kit, once they're gone, they're gone. So if you want them, please make sure to check out your baskets, because of course you have got FlexiBuys as well, so you have got that easy payment option for you if you wish to use it. Now, you don't have to, but of course that means that you open a Flexi basket and then you can put other items into that basket, and FlexiBuy those ones as well. So all we're trying to do is making it easier for you to get what you want. Right, I believe Stephanie is ready, so let's head back to Stephanie and see the first demonstration. Are you going to be using the flowers in my garden?
I am.
Fabulous.
Some of the squares are a little bit unusual in making them. Some of them are fairly traditional, but the instructions are all very clear in how you do them. So with your first square, square A, you're going to take a 4.5-inch strip of cream, a 2.5-inch strip of the teal, a 2.5-inch strip of the brown floral, and you're going to sew the entire strip together, and then you're going to cross cut it into 4.5-inch pieces.
Yeah, okay. So then cut the squares. Making sure that those lines are squared. Get inside.
Yeah, so if you could line up
your squares, yeah. So you have sewn first the strips and then there Cricut.
Yeah, you sew all 4 strips together.
Yeah.
And then you cut
them
4 pieces.
Yeah, perfect.
Then the other ones that you sew together are your 2.5-inch strips. So you're going to sew 2 of these strips together. So your teal and your brown floral. And you're going to take your brown dot square, put it in the center. And you're going to take one of these, and you're going to put them on either side. And the important thing when you're putting them together, and again it's in the instructions, but you got to make sure that you're alternating your position of your brown floral. So this piece goes on the top, so this is on the opposite side, and this piece goes on the bottom, so that your brown floral is rotated all around all 4 sides.
Okay. Perfect, yeah.
That's block A. Block B is a straightforward square, so I won't do that one.
Okay.
The other 2 that are a little bit trickier are the triangles.
Oh.
And again, the instructions are all right there for them. So you're going to take your first triangle, and in my instructions, I very specifically say that as you're cutting, that you label each piece when you're cutting it. So this is E, this is F, this is G, and this is H. And you're going to cut several pieces of all of these, but if you label them as you're doing it, it makes your life ever so much easier. So on your large square,
yeah,
you're going to cut your large square twice on the diagonal. end up with 4 triangles. So that will make your 4 side triangles. We just need 1 for the first part of it. You're going to take your E piece.
Right.
And you're going to sew it to the bottom. And you're going to take your F piece and sew it to the top. Now I'm going to sew these because I want to show you how they're cut.
Perfect. We have had a question, Stephanie, about the finished size of the quilt. Is it 71 inches by 71 inches?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think there's. I think my producer has confirmed the sizes. Yeah, it is 71 inches squared. I hope that has answered your question at home. If you have got any questions, studio@thecraftstore.com. That is the address to ask any questions. We have got the finished quilt here in the studio. I'm gonna go in there so you can see the size of it because it is big. There it is. There it is. So this is how big it is, the quilt. Look, if I go in, look at how tiny do I look. 71 inches across it. So it is an absolute gorgeous, beautiful quilt. All right, of course, let's head back to Stephanie.
I'm still sewing.
I look so tiny behind it, beside it. I'm very small.
Beautiful. Yeah. A full double bed quilt. So it is lovely.
Okay, so are you doing a quarter of an inch seam allowance?
Quarter of an inch seam, yep. On pretty much all quilting is a quarter of an inch seam. So for the time being, I'm just going to finger press these, but it's better if you iron press them. So that gives you your first section. So your second section is your G piece, which is going to go on this side here.
Okay, perfect. Well, you saw that, Stephanie. I want to show one of the quillos, which you can see in here. And if you know what a quillo is at home, but you know, it's a quilt that kind of folds in. I'm not going to open it up just now, but if this is the folded one. Now, if you want it, well, make sure to check out your baskets. We are limited in stock, and once it's gone, it's gone. So you have got the details there. 666 365 is your item number. You have got that flexi. Look at it when you open it up and how gorgeous it is, but also it makes a perfect pillow. This is what I love a quillo, because you can have the quilt folded up. It's a cushion, and then if you are cold in a winter's night, evening, when you are watching TV or something like that, this is perfect, ready there for you. Do check out your baskets. Also makes a lovely present if you want to do a present for somebody. Right, back to Stephanie, because I can see how it's coming along.
Almost.
It's coming along. I can see how it works really nicely. Look at that, yeah. And of course, remember to check out your baskets. Now, Stephanie, I want to ask a question, because your accent doesn't sound from Ireland. I believe you are from Boston, aren't you? Originally.
Originally from Boston, and then lived for about 25 years in New Hampshire. Met my second husband, and we were married in Massachusetts.
Right.
Lived there for 4 years, and then he is originally from here in Donegal.
Oh.
So we came back here, and we built our home here, and have been here for 21 years now.
Oh, how wonderful. And Donegal is a especially beautiful part of Ireland.
It really is absolutely gorgeous. The cliffs, the sea, we're about a mile from the ocean, so it really is.
Oh, how wonderful. Is it my geography of Ireland is not as good, but is it the kind of west coast?
It's along the west coast, and we are in Donegal, and we're about as far north in the Republic of Ireland as you can get.
Yeah, I think I've been there, yes. Now I remember perfectly. Yeah, it's gorgeous, absolutely stunning. But look at that. Now that pattern comes up so beautifully. Love the colors as well.
and people are very tempted initially to trim it.
Yeah.
And you don't want to trim it until
Okay.
the thing is completely finished. And you need to line it up on a line on the bottom and your 0 line on the side. And you need to cut it so that you have all of your points matching.
Okay, now you trim it, yeah, perfect. Yeah, trim up those corners in there. Would you use those ones maybe if you are chain stitching for as the donkeys, you know, like kind of to end the stitching, the triangles that you are cutting?
You could, yeah, absolutely.
Look at that.
So that's your finished triangles.
Right.
And those fit into the sides of your finished quilt.
I see, yeah.
So those are your side
Yes.
triangles. These triangles on the 4 corners
Are
are
half of it.
done pretty much the same way. It's a small square that's cut in half, and then you sew your 2 pieces on, and then you sew your 2 pieces on.
That is good.
And if that gets trimmed.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, Stephanie. We have had a technical sellout on the Quillo. This Quillo has now this is the diamond one. It has technically gone, so if you have it in your baskets, please make sure to check out your baskets. Now we have got another Quillo for you. This is the snowball. Now also is once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure to check out your baskets. We are over half this stock gone already, and of course you have got this is the fabric that is already printed with the alphabet as well. Now details on the screen for this one. If you flexibide, £40.75 is what you would be paying today. 446654 is your item number. Right, back to you, Stephanie.
So this is the smaller of the 2 triangles. And again, it's done very similar. But these are your setting triangles.
Okay. Right.
And I've lost my piece. The other 2 pieces. Oh, no. Alright, so this piece is a little bit different in that you take your triangle and you fold it in half.
Okay.
And just finger press it. And you take your first strip of the floral and fold it in half and finger press it.
Perfect, yeah.
And then you match up your folds.
Oh, that will center perfectly.
And you center it.
Right.
And then you stitch it. Again with a 1/4 inch stitch.
Says, yeah. Do you have a preferred type of thread to sew, or it's, you know, are you purist, so cotton, or are you somebody who doesn't mind if it's polyester?
We use both. We use both the cotton and the polyesters. The polyesters I tend to use more, I think, on top quilting, things like that, because they have the shinier sheen to them, so they show up, I think, a little prettier when you're doing your top quilting. So that's your first piece. Then you take your next piece, fold it in half.
Yeah, perfect.
Finger press it.
Yeah. So you would be offended if, for instance, like because I'm such a beginner when I sew, I prefer polyester just because my machine seems to cope with it. Well, or I seem to be able to cope with my machine coping with polyester better than cotton. So that.
And that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that's fine. It's whatever works for you what's important.
Yes,
it isn't
is.
what I like or what anybody else likes. It's what works for you.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
that's your corner setting triangle.
Yeah.
And again, people are very tempted to want to trim them right away.
Yeah.
But you wait until it's completely done, and then you line this up again on a square. So you take a triangle.
Perfect. Yeah.
And you line your triangle up on a square. And you want this point to be on the same line, this point to be on the same line.
Yeah. And Stephanie, what was the inspiration behind this quilt? The pattern? Or did you choose the pattern first or the fabric first?
I think it was a combination of both. I have used the pattern with other quilts, but when I saw this fabric, when it came up with my distributor, it was like I just fell in love with it. And I thought how perfect it would work with this quilt.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good.
And it's easier if you have a small board.
Yes,
or the
I can
rotating
see
board.
that. Yeah, I was thinking that.
Like
yeah. And that's one of the June Taylor's, you know, the ones that you have got a pressing mat on the other side, isn't it?
It's wonderful.
Yeah, we have got those ones. We have every now and again, June Taylor products are here featured in the craft store. So I do like that one very much, the cut and press.
So that's your corner setting triangle. And that goes into your four corners.
Okay, perfect. So that it's actually really easy to create them, and you have created them so quickly and easily. So even if somebody is a beginner like me, could they achieve this quilt?
Absolutely, absolutely, without any problem. The hardest part of this, I think, is all the cutting and labeling each group as you cut it. And again, in the instructions, I'm very specific about your labeling it as you cut it.
Yeah. So
once you go to sit down and sew, you just pick up each piece and it tells you exactly what number of pieces to go together.
I see. So, of course, I'm kind of looking here as well, the templates, and as well, because it tells you very much a detail of step by step. So, like, you have got here the instructions in here, so it tells you exactly how to do it. But, of course, you have got them in here, the pictures as well. So everything is very clear in there for you. And I love that you have given us this beautiful picture so we can see the quilt. How gorgeous does it look? Can I ask? I have to ask, Stephanie. Is that your home?
Yes.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I love that. It just looks such a, you know, such a welcoming bed.
It is. That's actually my guest room, and that's the quilt on my guest bed. Yes.
Oh,
so you're welcome to come and visit.
Yeah, that's just really lovely. Now, of course, is there any other top tips or any extra information about this kit that you would like to tell us?
I think that's it, other than, like you said, even for beginners, this is not a difficult quilt to make if you follow the instructions, because essentially it's two blocks and two different triangles.
Perfect.
And once those are pieced together, it's pieced together on the diagonal, and the instructions, again, are very clear about how you lay it out and you put it together step by step.
Yeah.
And then it's your two borders.
It makes sense. Thank you, Stephanie. While you get ready for the next demonstration, I'll give a quick recap of the other items that you have brought us here, Stephanie. Well, of course, now I want to make sure that you do check out your baskets for these items. Now, here we have got the Green Acres Flowers in My Garden quilt kit. And now, of course, that £94.99 is your price. 066945 is your item number. Now, you may want to add the backing fabric here, because the backing fabric is also from the same collection, so it's Moda fabric, so it's beautiful. Now, it's so beautiful that I was thinking, oh, that would be great for another project, but you can use it as well for the backing, and you will have, your skin will be touched in Moda fabric. £63.99 is your price for it. Remember, you are getting 4 meters of Moda fabric here. of course, I asked the question to sometimes I look, but I don't see. And I was like, when I asked the question about 4 meters, well, how many meters there were, they were there on the screen. Now, of course, you have got two options. You can go for the beautiful blue, which is an aqua color. I would definitely say that this is a pure aqua. And then we have, of course, the brown, which you can see here, there on the picture. 326500 is your item number. Of course, you can flexify, spread the cost into interest-free payments. Now, then we have got the Lone Star in here as well. Now, this is a phenomenal kit that has that diamonds shape in here. Well, you are getting batik fabrics that, of course, Stephanie has chosen is Stephanie's batiks. 2.5 inches, and so it's kind of a roll, kind of a jelly roll kind of width, and of course allows you to create that beautiful Lone Star into that diamond shape in there to create this beautiful 60 degrees or 30 degrees, whichever way you look at it, beautiful pattern. Stephanie has said that it's not difficult to achieve it, but you're getting the instructions and everything you need to create the front of the quilt. You can flexify it as well into interest-free payments of £40. 987012 is your item number. Then we have got the fractured squares next, which of course is that beautiful, stunning black, white and red. Look at this. Isn't it just amazing? Isn't it just gorgeous in there? You can see it there. Now, of course, you are getting the instructions, the template as well. I believe Stephanie is going to be demonstrating this one next, so it's making me happy because I love these colors. Now, of course, you are getting the fabrics for the front of the quilt, but you are also getting the amazing instructions in here as well on how to create it, so you know exactly how to be doing these elements in here, the blocks of the quilt. Now, of course, you can flexify it, spread the cost into interest-free payments of one-off payment of £74.99. 285609 is your item number. Then we have got the chessboard quilt in here. Now, this one again featuring those glorious black, red, and white. I'm happy. They are colorful as colors. It's a 60 by 60 inches quilt in there that you are going to have the finished side, and then I need to be tall. I mean, Josh should come in here. We have got a director who is very tall. He should be able to hold it properly. Yeah. Right. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets. 106371 is your item number. Right, now if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your basket. Then we have going from quilts, we're going for bags. And of course we have got here a bag. Can I say also, Molly behind the cameras, she's doing a crochet bag, which is very similar to this pattern actually. And I really love them. Also here, Stephanie, this is tweed. Is it Donegal tweed that we are talking about?
The Donegal tweed bag, yes.
Gorgeous.
Yep, those are all different pieces of Donegal tweed I get.
Wow, I love that. Now we are over 2/3 of the stock gone in here, and this is a good size bag as well. Like kind of lots of goodies and a lot of purses and a lot of different elements in here. I don't know why I said purses. I don't mean purses. Little bags, like for instance, like the sunglasses bag, the mask bag, the makeup bag, and that sort of thing. Sorry, I said purse, but I meant bag.
It is nice, and there's pockets on the inside, so you can keep your keys and glasses and things like that on the inside of it.
Right.
It's a great size.
Yeah, it is indeed. 537257. Just a little side note, I do carry 2 actual purses in mine. I have got a larger one and a smaller one. I don't know why I do that, but I have got 2 purses. They're both mine. They're both holding my own money. I'm not, but I have to. Anyway, moving on to the next one here. We have got the diamond tote bag. You know, a tote bag is such a useful bag to have. Do you use it for as a kind of like long? How you can say life? How do you say it? The bags that you go for groceries? Well, grocery bag, I suppose.
You can use it for that. I use mine when I go shopping, so I put all my wallet and bag and glasses, things like that into it. And the nice part about it is the straps are long enough that they go over your shoulder, so you can carry it as a shoulder bag.
Yeah.
What's fun with that one is the squares on either side are different colors, so
I love
play
that.
with the colors.
I love the colors as well. And am I right thinking that some of it is actually like brush cotton, or is it tweed?
It's flannel.
A flannel.
So it's what we call woolies. So I love working with the woolies because it's so soft and so textured.
That is
and
good.
the thing that's nice. Yeah, we use it in quilts. We use it in the bags. It's just a fun fabric to work with.
Wow, of course, the diamond tote bag kit, £24.99. You're getting everything you need to create at the front, except we are not getting the interfacing or stuff in that, right? Am I right thinking that?
No, the wadding is separate because people like different things. I use flex foam in all of my bags because I like the stability that it gives it, plus the fact that it's fusible on one side, so you can fuse the front of your bag right to the foam.
Yeah, that good.
If you want a softer bag, you would just use regular, the 80-20 waddings or any of the different ones.
Indeed. 367668 is your item number. £24.99 is your price. Then moving on to the next one, which is the pillow kit in here. Now, this one is absolutely stunning. This is the Vargello pillow kit. This is for a big one as well. It's like, I love this feature pillows in here. Is the Vargello the kind of that we can see in here, the different widths of the rectangles and squares, creating that glorious pattern?
It is. Vargello is a fun pattern to work with because you strip sew everything together, and then you sew the whole thing into a tube, and then you cut it into different cuts according to each of the different patterns, and then you put your strips together, which creates the actual diagonal pattern. And with this one, like I say, it's a nice size. It's a big pillow, so great to throw on the floor for the kids watching TV or on your couch to cuddle up and, lay down.
Yeah. That's just gorgeous. I love that. And of course, we are getting the fabric to create the top of the pillow. Now you have got all the details here. 27 inches by 30 inches. That's the finished size of the pillow. 2/3 of the stock has gone. It's just £19.99. Grab yours brand new today. 491610 is your item number. Ooh, it's going a little bit. Then we have the bag here as well. Love the colors. This is bright and cheerful. Of course, this is the carry-all patchwork bag. I can see this being maybe a weekender bag, one bag that you take lots of stuff for the quilting shows or things like that.
Absolutely. And it's a perfect bag for bringing to class so that you can put all of your projects into one bag. You can put your rulers in, your cutters, carry your boards, everything goes into it. Or again, as you say, when you go shopping, it's terrific.
It is absolutely glorious. I love the brightness. I love the sewing theme in here as well. It could be as well, like I always say that some of us, we are very lucky. We have got a craft room or a quilting room, but many of us also, well, I'm the person that has got a paper craft room, but then I have to quilt or I have to sew in the living room or the conservatory. So having like a bag like this to have my bits in there, so my tools for quilting, and then I can easily take it all up and kind of put it away, or even have it displayed like this in the living room. Looks so pretty. I think it's a fabulous kit for you. £29.99 is your price. 857925 is your item number. Now we have lots more. So we have got, let's have a look, that flax form, which could be the kind of stabilizing, or kind of, how you call it, the wording kind of for the bags. Here we have it at 20 by 40 inches, £14.99. Stephanie, I want to ask you, is that what you have used in the carry-all bag as well as on the tote bag?
Yes. Yeah, I use it for all my bags now because it's the one thing that I have found that works so well. And like that, you can iron the front of your bag to the foam so that it's fused together. So it either decreases the quilting that you have to do on it, or you don't have to quilt it at all, depending on what you want to do. But it stabilizes it and it gives it a lot of body.
Yeah, it does indeed. All right, if you want yours, well, there you have got the details. £14.99 is your price. 815450. Now, if you need a brand new rotary cutter, or you need you need one, I still have to get the 45. I need to get this one. Now, this one has a £6 saving, £16.99. You get the rotary cutter with its replacement blade. Oh, I need that. Like, seriously, I need that item number 576423 is your item number. We also have got the cutting mat there, which is 45 centimeters by 60, so it's a sizable one. Now that in inches, I'm not sure how much it is, but I know that 12 inches is 30 centimeters, so probably it's about 18 by maybe 24 inches. Don't quote me. Yeah, that would be 24 inches by it's £23.99 is your price. 673322 is your item number. Now we have also the butterfly cushion kit. Once it's gone, it's gone. You are getting half-meter fabric, and then of course the 5 pre-cuts and the haberdashery to finish up. £17.99. Stephanie, I love how you have embellished the butterflies with beads in here.
It does make it pretty, and I've included some beads and some sequins and things with the kits. But again, feel free to add whatever you like onto it. You can add stitching, you can add anything. I've done a little satin stitch down the center of each butterfly in the black for their bodies. I've done satin stitches around the edges, and I've done buttonhole stitches around the edges of the butterflies. But again, it's kind of using all the stitches on your machine that we never get to use. Yeah. So it's just playing with this and having fun with it.
That is just beautiful. Now, 478866 is your item number. I love that it's a project to practice with as stitches, decorative stitches as well. It's just £17.99. Of course, it will be dispatched from the 31st of August because, of course, Stephanie is based in Donegal, Ireland. I love that here at the craft store we are featuring, and we had Helen from Tasmania. I've got Stephanie now from Donegal. I love that. And now, Stephanie, I believe you have got more to show us.
I do. I was going to show you some of the cutting on the fractured square because it is so unusual for the cutting of it.
Well, we will let you get ready for that, and in the meantime, of course, because you know with the Skype needs the readjusting the camera, of course, for this one. And in the meantime, before we rejoin Stephanie, we will talk about the book of the month, which we have got in there. So it's Punch Needle Friends, book by Faustine DeWickett and Kathy DeWickett. I love that. And of course, the Punch Needle Friends is a technique. It's really easy. Of course, you need the tool to do it, but then it creates the most amazing texture kind of hangings there. You can see £10.99 is your price. You're saving £2.881. 735 is your item number. But I believe Stephanie is ready for the next demonstration. So take it away, Stephanie.
Okay, so with the fractured square, you're going to have 10 fat quarters that come in your kit. So you're going to take all of your fat quarters, you're going to iron them, lay them all out, and you're going to trim them to 18 inches square. And you're going to save all the offcuts because the offcuts will become your sashing around the edge or your outside border. So you're going to choose 5, any 5 in the kit, doesn't make any difference because again, they're going to all be mixed up. And you're going to lay them on your board and you're going to put them all. Now this one I have already cut, so it's a little bit cockeyed. But okay, you're going to lay them on your board. And there are very detailed instructions again in the kit that tell you to stack your first set of 5 with the raw edges aligned on the 0 line. And mine are all set. So you're going to choose take your ruler and choose a point on your 0 line here that is 4 inches down and 4 inches up. So any point in between those two marks you choose. So for this one, I've chosen, let's see, it's line 13.
Perfect.
And you do the same across the top. So you go across the top and you go 4 inches in and on either side, and you choose some place in between. So for this one, I've chosen line 23. So you line this up on the 14, you line that up on the 23, and you make a cut through all 5 pieces at once. And then you start at the same exact point every single time. So you go back to line 14, and over on this side, you choose a point that is 3 inches down and 9 inches up. So someplace in between there, any point at all. You lay your ruler, again starting at exactly the same starting point, and you cut across.
Fine.
And then again, for the next cut, you go 9 inches down and 3 inches up, and you choose a point, and you make a cut. Again, starting at exactly the same starting point.
That makes sense.
And on the bottom, you come in 4 inches and in 4 inches. Again, choose any point you want, and you make a cut. So those are your initial cuts. You're going to repeat the same thing on the next 5 squares, and then you're going to shuffle. So with shuffling, you take your first piece and you put it at the bottom.
Right.
Then you take 2 pieces and put it at the bottom.
Oh, look at that.
And you take 3 pieces and put it at the bottom. You take 4 pieces and put it at the bottom.
Yeah.
And you leave the 5th one alone. Then you take all of this to your sewing machine and you sew each individual square together. So you take your top piece, fold it over, and stitch that seam. Then you take this piece, you fold it over, and you stitch this seam, and all the way down until you have all 5 squares done. And then you repeat it with the next 5 sets and do the same exact thing all together.
That makes sense. So simple.
And that's your finished square.
Yeah. And
when it's all done.
I love how it kind of feels very complicated, very kind of, every single time you have to cut it and think about it. But that kind of way of doing the cutting first with so many layers means that it's actually going to be really simple to put together.
It is. And what's fun with your second set of squares is that you will do totally different cuts. So this one I might start way down here on line 3 or line 4 and cut all the way up over here. So I have a big piece here and then make maybe a really narrow piece. So your cuts are all different each time you do it. And that's what kind of makes it fun because you're coming up with different things each time. Then when you go to put them together, again, it's a matter of rotating your blocks any way you want them. So if you don't want the points together, you put a piece over here, and again, depending on colors, how you want to play with your colors, how they go together.
That makes sense.
So it's a fun fabric, playing with color. Basically, is what you're doing.
That's gorgeous. Thank you so much for showing the fractured square quilts. If you want this quilt, well, look, let's have a look how it looks hanged up. Now, of course, you can see how gorgeous it is. It is a baby quilt in the sense that it's 50 inches by 50 inches. Shall I go and stand there so you can see the size of it? Right, because then it's a little bit smaller than the previous one, but if I go here, you can see it. So you can see that it's actually, but it still is a phenomenal size. It's not just a small, 50 inches by 50 inches, and I love it. I love the fabrics you have chosen. And I also love that they are sizable blocks. So it means that you are achieving a larger surface with a few blocks. It's actually just nine blocks in here. I love this. I just think that it makes such a display piece, whether it's on your walls or maybe whether it is something that you can put maybe on your sofa as well. And look at that. Oh, look at that. It's just every single piece in there is just phenomenal. It's just gorgeous. I love that.
In the instruction kit, there are instructions for a throw, which is 50 by 86, and that takes 15 fat quarters. And instructions for a double, which is 85 by 85, and that takes 25 fat quarters.
Oh, perfect. So of course you can make it. You can. Of course, sorry that you can see it maybe here 50 by 50, the throw is 50, you can see it there, 50 by 86, and then we have got the double 85 by 85, which makes a lot of sense. So I love that, because then what can we have, so with the fabric that we have got in here, it's for what size?
That's for the baby size.
The baby size.
So the 50 by 50.
Perfect.
So it's a nice throw quilt.
Yeah. Perfect. So, for instance, if I were to buy this one, Stephanie, I can make then the baby one, but then I can use the instructions and my own stash of fabric, or, buy that the separate, for the double, which then I will require 25 fat quarters. You know what? I have to say I'm completely in love with this kit, because I was thinking that I have promised my niece, who is 9 years old, to make her a quilt. And I don't know what pattern to follow, but I think this would be really time efficient to make a double, because she has got a kind of an odd size bed, and I could make her the double one, or reduce even a one block really quickly as well. Because this is one of those quilts or patterns that I would imagine you can do fairly quickly.
You can, and you can, like you say, you can use your fabric stash and add to it. So if you got the baby size and you wanted to make a throw size that's 50 by 86, you would simply add 5 more fat quarters to it. Yeah. So most of us have different blacks and reds and grays and whites in our stash, so you could just add 2.
I love that. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Green Acres, of course, a black fracture square quilt. That is for the baby size in terms of the fabric, the contents, but of course you're getting the instructions as well to do the throw and the double. £74.99 is your price, or £37.50 today, and the same amount next month, of course, interest-free. 285609 is your item number. Then, very popular is the Donegal bag in here, because we are approaching 80% of the stock, and this is of course Donegal tweed, absolutely gorgeous. You are getting the gorgeous tweed to create it, and also the lining, which in this case is the glorious fabric here with those browns in there. The beautiful tweed has been already cut to size, so then you can just cut them. I just sew them together and following the instructions. Is there anything else would you like to add, Stephanie, for the Donegal tweed bag? Any top tips?
As you're laying out your squares with the tweeds, if you want to embellish it, I don't know if you can see on the bags that I've done for demonstrations there. I've added cording, I've added ribbons, I've added bits and pieces onto a few of the squares, but the embellishment needs to be done before you're putting the bag together.
All right, so that's a good point.
Would embellish a couple of squares, kind of figure out where you want them to show up in your bag. Perfect. And then sew the whole bag together. But it's a quick, lovely bag.
And thank you so much for sharing that top tip, because that's something that we needed to know. Now, of course, if you wanted, you will need to put, of course, the handles as well. 537257 is your item number. £24.99. Donegal tweed for £24.99. Bargain. Then we're moving on to the diamond tote bag in here. This is one of my favorites because I really love it. £24.99 is your price, and of course you are getting. Look at this. We have got the pockets as well in there. Now, of course, you are getting the gorgeous flannel with the grey and the check or plaid kind of pattern, and of course the black and gorgeous white fabrics here as well. Now, of course, you are getting the instructions to go with it. 367668 is your item number. And then we have, of course, the Bargello quilt in here. Well, actually, it's a cushion, but it's such a big cushion that it's almost it's a baby quilt or a lap quilt for myself because that's how small I am. But I love the choices of colors that you have chosen. That beautiful, relaxing blue, Stephanie, is just beautiful.
Thank you.
Love the technique as well, and of course you are gonna get the fabric to create the top of that pillowcase. Now it's £19.99 is your price. Of course, brand new today here at the craft store. 491610 is your item number, and then we have got, of course, the patchwork bag, which comes in with all the different fabrics that you need to create the patchwork, and then you just need to get your own wadding or inner foam as well if you wanted to. Of course, £29.99 is your price. 857925. We have got that Stephanie's favorite product here, the flex foam, 20 by 40 inches in size, so you could add it to your basket as well. £14.99. 815450 is your item number. Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us from Donegal via Skype.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be with you today, and I hope you enjoy all the different things that we have to offer.
Indeed, we have. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you, and hope soon enough you can come and visit us here in England. Take care, Stephanie.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye, Stephanie. And of course, I remind everybody to check out their baskets. We have had a sellout. We have had so many beautiful items here from quilts that you can find on the store and on the website, of course, thecraftstore.com, and you will find all of them there, except the ones that have sold out, of course, because once they're gone, they're gone. But including, of course, Flowers in My Garden, the quilt kit, and that Fracture Squares, which 5-star reviews says it all. Do stay tuned here at the craft store, because the day of inspiration with soft fabrics continues with the one-day special. Angie and Scott are ready to take you to explain it all after the break with the one-day special. Beautiful fabrics. Well, we do have So Crafty one-day special after the break, and then at 1, Angela Pope Festive Paper Crafting. And you know what? John is getting ready. Lockers Crafts to Christmas at 2, double header.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Hello everybody, very good afternoon. Yeah, I get to be allowed on the show today as well. I'm not actually even officially here, I've just crowbarred myself in. I've got everyone else. Adam, I've got them tied up. Derek, everyone like that. So I just got in for another day with you. Anyway, it's lovely to be with you. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, relaxing. Have you got the roast dinner already simmering away, possibly? Have you got the ooze in my ear. Roast dinner. Have you got a nice brew in front of you? And if you've already been running around all weekend, this is your chance to relax. And if you haven't yet seen the one-day special, you are in for an absolute treat. Also, where have you been for the weekend if you haven't seen it yet? Because we have got lovely Angie with us for this hour, our first hour together ever.
I know, yeah, absolutely.
What have they been keeping us apart for? We'll find out after this hour, I suppose. And lovely to be with you. Lovely to work with you. You've had a really busy one-day special already. It's been flying out the door, hasn't it? And I know we had the meeting earlier on, but these materials are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? They are gorgeous. Why do you think they're being so popular? I'll give an update in a second, because they have been flying out. What is it you think about this actual collection and why?
I think batiks have always been very appealing to people. Right. Although these aren't traditional batiks, they aren't dyed fabrics, they're printed batiks.
Right.
And the glitter effect is such a great blender. But I think they've been beautifully curated together in the colour ranges.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really helps people to see all the beautiful colours that go together in a project, and so they don't have to think too hard.
I think that's a nice thing, isn't it? And like you say, the hard work's been done, so there's lots of elements in here. When you go for these, there's something that they match up beautifully, whichever the colour options you're going to go for. And I think that's the secret in your projects, isn't it? Certainly if you're doing your quilting, for example, just to have that hard work. Is it hard work when you sort of sit there going, I want a bit of that, or was that just a fun bit as well?
No, I think a lot of people really struggle with choosing fabrics to go together in a project. So if that piece of the if that piece of the jigsaw's already been done, then even better. And they're just such gorgeous, lush colours, aren't they?
They are really lovely. We have got 3 colour options for you to go for. So we're starting at this end. If I just take you up to there, that you can see here. So we have got, this is all of your beautiful earthy collection you've got in here. So you've got like sort of golds in here as browns. You've got your beautiful greens, which work. And even like you say, within that sort of glitter effect, that look as well, picked out again, that you can see in the beauty. That's a really lovely print on that as well, isn't it? It's gorgeous, that. We say 40% we are on the earthy collection already on that one. If that one is you've got your fancy on that one, get that into your basket. If you're thinking that you've been taken with this is the beautiful rusty colourings, really beautiful. We're actually approaching 60% of the stock here. So if you love your autumnals that you've got in here, your goldens and you've got your oranges and beautiful yellows that are working, but again, really lovely mixtures all coming in together on that. That is simply stunning. And last but not least, of course, we have got your midnight collection here. Now, over half of the stock on the midnight has already gone here. So they're your 3 colour options. You have got a brilliant saving. Being a one-day special, of course, you're actually saving £24 on this collection. So rather than 71, taking it right the way down. And, of course, we are, if you would like to do that, you can use your flexi-buy, and that's actually just sharing it over 2 payments of just £23.97. Now, we're going to come on to the size of these that you're going to be getting, because you're getting a huge amount of material. And if you aren't just thinking about this for quilting, already over the side here, if you're looking for more inspiration, if you're dressmaking, then how about these? These are fantastic for dressmaking in the bundles like this, aren't they?
I think that's because of the drape of the fabric, because like we're saying, with a batik or an African wax, they're stiff, but these have got a lovely soft drape, so they don't have that stiffness. So perfect for other uses, dressmaking in particular. I absolutely love that.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely perfect. The most amazing thing, these are actually made into the dress or the skirt or anything like that, because this has all been Lewis, who's absolutely a genius. He did it earlier on in the previous one-day special, during the hour, all by the magic of pins, everybody. Look how talented Lewis is with a pin. But you can create, so it gives you an idea that you really can create to work with that. They are simply beautiful, and they are gorgeous, gorgeous materials. Absolutely perfect for those. They're actually on that point, because we're talking about the size of these in these bundles as well. It works out actually that you've got a lot more to play with actually when you start thinking than your regular sizes that you'll be getting.
Yes, in quilting fabrics it generally comes in 42, 44 inch.
Right,
I know
okay.
that I'm talking inches and you should probably be talking centimetres, but these are 58, 60 inches just for to compare the size. Wide, so they're extra wide fabrics. So it means that you're getting sort of 50% more almost.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, really
you're looking at about half a metre or so that you're looking on, basically, in compared to what you'd be normally going for those in your regular sizes. It is really lovely. Have a look. Of course, you've got all those spread out a little bit more detail for you on the website if you want to go to thecraftstore.com. The item code that you're going to need is 643128. Really great opportunity. Don't forget those percentages will change. We've only got this and one more live hour, so do make the most of this if you've got a little bit of time to do it. Now's your time. We've also got a happy hour. It's always a happy hour, of course, here at the Craft Store, but we have got a brilliant happy hour for you. Okay, it doesn't look the sexiest, everybody. Can we say that on a Sunday afternoon? I don't know. But practical, absolutely brilliant. This is your fusible, your sew iron on. This is your white natural interfacing that you've got of the 10-metre bolt of all this. So this is, well, I'm not going to do the whole lot, don't worry. I'm not going to let the whole lot roll off because it'll be me trying to pick it up and I've just got to look at from the stage, from the floor manager there looking over. This is great for if we just want to give a little bit more extra sort of rigidness to projects to work on. Is that right?
In lots of different projects, really. Yeah, it's fusible. The glue is on this one side, so it's an iron-on hard interfacing. So it's relatively stiff. It's not a really soft one, so it's going to add extra body to your fabrics. For sort of, if in dressmaking you'd use it in sort of cuffs and collars areas like that you want stiffening. In other projects, sort of, if you're making fabric boxes or bags, you know that you want to have a bit more of a stiff feel to them. So lots of different.
Really, I mean, it's a huge amount. Like we say, we've got the 10-metre bolt on this, so it's a huge amount for that, and it is for this hour only. That savings. That's £10 off, which you can put towards something else. It's only £24.99, and again, that saving is only for this hour. 000564 is your item code. Maybe you've used this in the past and you're getting a bit low on it. If it's one of those you always have to have that's in your stash that you just go, it's just to be there. Nothing worse than starting a project and getting halfway through it and realising actually what you need is running out. Get it, certainly get it while you got that discount in your happy hour. 000564. I shall place that back underneath again for you. Right, we've also got for you some lovely colour blocks if you want to go for the fabric bundles on these. £24.99 if you want to go for. We've got the grey. We've got sunrise. Oh, they're nice, aren't they? They're beautiful. Sunrise is an option.
That'd go lovely with the rusty.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would work really nicely. It's perfect, that one. This is the Blossom Weather that we've got for you. Oh, there's an image coming soon, everybody. Stand down, stand down. We do have the golden... Oh, I don't think we've got the rest of the pictures. You've got to find them on the web. Have a little look yourself. Golden bananas. I need to see that one as well. Navy Dreams is also an option. And all rainbow palette sounds enticing as well, isn't it? 517401, 24.99. What's the final one? Tonal Dreams, is it? Tonal Dreams is the final one, just underneath a little label on the side of the screen there. They're all there on thecraftstore.com. Plenty to have a little look at. Lots of picks and mixes as well. I'll talk you through those a little bit later on, but you can shop ahead if you want to go to the website. It's all there for you. Right then, Angie, so we know about the fabrics, we know what you can use it for. What are you going to be looking at in this hour?
So in this hour, I'm going to be using the, is it winter? Is it called winter?
Midnight.
Midnight,
sorry.
Midnight, yes. I keep calling it, because I've made sort of a winter wonderland, so calling it Midnight.
No, lovely. Yeah, it is, isn't it, with those blues?
So in this hour I'm going to be working up this little project. And of course this can be much bigger. You know, I've just done 9 blocks here just to show how it works with all the different fabrics in that Midnight collection.
It's nice. It's nice and crisp and clean, isn't it? With that, I like this actually. Yeah, really
absolutely.
Lovely.
And you could choose to put it on a different background or to use all the metallics in the
Oh,
background
yeah,
and
yeah.
make it like a more subtle pattern.
Yes,
So we're going to be using the 60-degree Creative Grids ruler. So a little bit different because we've been working with a lot of squares and half-square triangles, which do take up, and rectangles, which take up quite a majority of patchwork, actually,
Right.
of those kind of shapes.
Right.
So it's nice to work with a different shape.
Oh, okay. The details of those, by the way, if you're interested, are at the bottom of the screen that you can look at there. They are on extended, by the way, so there's an extra 7 days on your delivery for that. 076270, only $17.99, and that's for the 60-degree 8-inch ruler. That's that one, isn't it?
Yes,
Is that
that's
one, yeah?
right. Yeah, so you can cut up to 8.5-inch height. That's the height because it's an equilateral triangle. So this distance will be longer, but a great way to showcase the fabrics.
Okay, great.
So you can see here I've already cut one completely out of with the ruler, but you could do them like that out of each fabric. But if you're working with, if you want a different look, we can always, if you want a little bit of everything that you've got in there, you could cut the fabric down into strips.
Okay.
And they don't have to be equal size strips like I've done here. You could have, a thicker one and a thinner one.
Yeah.
They could even all be, you could sew them together all wonky. You know what I mean?
Right.
To look like
that sounds like my kind of sewing, to be honest, when you went to the word wonky. Yeah.
You could stitch them together, they don't have to be parallel, perfect stripes like this. You could sew them together all wonky to look more like trees, if you like. So whatever floats your boat, but, so you've got some creativity. Basically, as long as the height of the fabric is, we're going to cut this because this is 8.5 inches high, as you can see. So I'm going to align the template. We've got a flat end on this 60-degree ruler, and then there's guidelines here. When you are using strips, 2.5-inch strips, you can see the guideline on the template is aligning up with those strips there. And just a little tip, when you're cutting something like this, don't be, if you put your template right to the end and cut a sharp point at this end, you're actually wasting that fabric completely. Whereas if we just move it in a little bit, we'd actually be able to use this to maybe make 2 halves of a triangle, because you're just leaving yourself a little bit of a seam allowance there. So that's something that I've learned since I've been working with.
Well, that's a good tip, because automatically you would think you would go right up to the edge to maximise it, but no, you're right.
And then you can't use it for the bigger size. You could maybe make a smaller triangle with it. But if you wanted to make one the same size, just leave a little bit of a gap, and then that's absolutely perfect.
Good call.
So I'm making this one cut here. If you feel really, this is really awkward to do, so you can easily just flip this around and realign the template. Make sure I've got it up the right way. It's just the first one that you end up doing that way, because all the rest then just follow on. It's just that initial first one, but it's not clever to be cutting in awkward directions. Oh dear. So and then we can position the template again. As I said in earlier shows, I tend to work on the corner of my table at home. And then I can work from 2 different angles when I'm cutting. Or I don't have one of those posh rotating cutting mats. That's what you need, really,
is that where you can work out where people are social standing?
I think so, if you've got a rotating cutting mat, you're doing quite well for yourself.
I've got no friends that have one of those. That says a lot about me.
Oh, dear me.
Just while you're trimming that, just to let people know, by the way, that the happy hour that we've got for you, it has now already around the 20% of the stock has gone. I did say it's going to be one of those really useful, practical happy hours for you to go for. So it's a 10-metre bolt that you're going to go for, the fusible sew iron on white natural interfacing. That 20% of that we're looking at. So 000564 is only there for this hour. Just to remind you, that £10 saving. Sorry about that, Angie.
That's okay, no problem at all. And you can see when I've cut these from the same fabric, we actually end up with 2 quite different looking trees. So
lovely.
It's quite nice as well. So you can cut them like that. You can see here what I was talking about, keeping your ends, because then we can actually sew two of the ends of a strip of fabric together, and this would be a nice effect as well, you know, to be using making the most of your fabric.
I suppose that, again, that's a beauty of when you go for a bundle like this, where they're just going to match regardless, however you use them. It's really nice, isn't
tonally, they just all go together. And like I've done with throwing in a plain, if you really want stuff to jump out, then you can add that plain.
Yes,
or you can have a more subtle effect where I did a maple leaf yesterday. In fact, do I have it here? And this, instead of using a plain background, this is using this is using the batik and the glitter, and it's a more subtle effect than using a plain. Yeah, these the fabrics have really spoken to me. Actually, they've inspired what blocks and patterns. You know what I mean? So lots of leaves and pumpkins we had this morning, and now we're into this winter woodland.
Love it, love it.
So to make our block square, because we need to square it up and put some white around it, so we're going to need some white triangles, if I can show you. So here's one that's already put together with two halves. So we need to work out how to cut these, and these can also be cut from the 60-degree triangle. And you need two rectangles, basically. And if these were patterned fabric, if you had them right sides together or wrong sides together, as long as they're not facing the same way, you're able to cut two mirror ones at once.
Oh, right,
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So on the ruler here, you can see that I've got there's a centre line and there's a 1/4-inch seam line either side of that centre line. So I line it up. Your natural instinct is to line it up on the centre like that. But you actually want to give yourself that extra 1/4 of an inch because you're going to be sewing these together. So I'm lining it up on the bottom, and I'm going to cut up there, move that away, cut the flat top, and cut down just that little notch,
that little bit,
because that will just help me get a more accurate piecing. And of course then that gives me two, but then I've got this side as well. I can just repeat the process if I wanted another two. So really, you know, super easy to
nice and simple,
cut those out. Okay, so we're going to take our, let's use our full piece, shall we?
I do like these. I think these are really nice, these, especially in the blue. Well, they're all lovely actually in the colours, but I like the combo of colours in these.
So these are going to be positioned like this, and obviously if we put them right sides together, so what we're going to end up, we've got this flat piece at the top of here.
Yeah.
So we place, there's going to be a little 1/4-inch overhang that end, and then this end, if you can see where that notch was cut out, can you see how it matches there and then sits nicely on the bottom?
Got you, yes.
Okay, so we're going to sew a 1/4-inch seam down that side. Now, when we're stitching pointy bits of fabric, the machine doesn't always like it. So I've already started to stitch on a little piece of fabric first.
Oh, okay.
Because sometimes you can get with stitching triangles, the machine will just want to eat the corner of the fabric.
Right.
So that can help.
Oh, I understand. Yes, I see.
So we've already got the tails of the thread are already sort of in motion, if you like, the stitching.
Oh, I see.
It's awful that sort of you can just tell straight away when your machine's just randomly going to do it. Chew up your fabric.
Yeah, we don't want that.
We don't want that.
I've been getting used to working with the sewing machine on a couple of the craft-alongs at the moment, so you know, I'm taking any tip I can at the moment on sewing machines.
Absolutely, it's great. We need more male sewers.
Well, apparently there's lots and lots and lots getting involved with it now as well, all sorts as well, and yeah, it's great, it's good.
Absolutely. In fact, when I was studying textiles, because I had a change of career about 11 years ago,
right,
and one of the textile artists I was sort of, you know, you had to choose like 3 textile artists that inspired you, and I found a male textile artist, yay!
See, they are out there. They are out there. If you're there watching and you are one, get in touch with the studio at the craft store.
Absolutely. And then we're going to, so we press that in position first before we add the next one, so that we don't get a confused tip there. So I'm going to do exactly the same. It's best to lay these out because sometimes they don't always sometimes you position them on the wrong way round. So we're just doing exactly the same with this one.
Better to make sure at this stage.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So what was how long have you been into working with textiles, etc.?
I decided to take a City & Guilds in free motion embroidery and innovative textiles in 2010.
Right,
so
okay.
that was the beginning, really. So, yeah, and I've
never looked back. And here we are now.
Yeah. So I went to art school, and I've always been a designer.
Right, right.
So, but I was working in sort of design and advertising and marketing for many years. So for big sort of blue chip clients and things. So, and it was. You know, that wasn't a career that was going to see me through to my old age.
No,
so.
no, and never look back though. You're
I'd always dabbled in stitch. You know, adding bits to clothes and stitching for the home and stuff like that. So, yeah, I really wanted to do something with my hands, I guess. And my husband and I had met in the advertising industry, and he was a fine artist actually. You know, but he'd given that up to go into commercial art. Whereas I'd always wanted to be a graphic designer, but he wanted to go back to his fine art roots, and so we both did a big sort of big change. Yeah, so he's painting for a living, and I sew for a living.
Wow, that's the perfect combination.
Not a very stable income.
Well,
but you know. We're happier.
yeah, well, I think there's a lot to be said for that sometimes. It doesn't have to be a financial gain, is it, sometimes? It's fine.
Money isn't everything, of course. So there we go. So that was
lovely.
Really quite easy. I'm just going to give that a quick press.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
just to keep that nice and flat.
That's brilliant. Well, shall I do just give a little update?
Yeah,
is that why we do the press on
absolutely.
those? And we'll take you through what we've got for you. So lovely to have your company. If you are just watching, of course, with Angie, using the fabrics from your one-day special, your bundles. And there are 3 options that you've got for you here. Whichever one you go for, I promise you, you're going to absolutely love it. These are a print onto the fabric themselves. Let's take you through to start with over here. This is our beautiful earthy that we've got here. Really lovely. And again, you can see here that whichever one, they all work really nicely with each other. But you've got lots of colours are being picked out from all of those. They work. In fact, some of these will work really nicely with some of the other ones as well. Even some of the sort of the mauves and the pinks working through with the silvers here. The earthy, that's got over 40% of the stock has already been allocated on the earthy. Second option, this is your rusty that we have here. Again, works really nicely. All those colours are being picked out in each of those different prints. We are looking at 60% of the stock here gone, proving very popular indeed. And last but not least, we have the midnight for you. Again, absolutely beautiful prints that you've got on here. Now, whichever one you go for, they're all on the same item code, 643128. It is worth pointing out the sizing on this because it does work out because of the measurements here that you're getting a little bit extra, almost like you get an extra ½ a metre because of the width of these actually, which is brilliant. Works out just $7.99 per metre. So again, a really great price point on these. Also, it's available on Flexi for your one-day special. So just 2 payments, which is great, of just $23.97. Actually, one-day special. 643128 is your item code to go for there. Now, I just want to also point out again our happy hour. I mentioned this there because again, it is only for this hour being a happy hour, and it is a 10-metre bolt that you're looking at here, which is brilliant here. And this is your fusible sew iron-on white, the natural interfacing hard that you got here. So perfect for your dressmaking, for blousing, if you want a little extra rigidness, possibly as well for bag making. But huge amounts, but with a £10 off offer just for this hour. So that takes it right down, $24.99. If it's something that you have used in the past, maybe you're getting a bit low on it. If you're thinking, yeah, this is the one to go for right now, because just to get it for that bundle, for that deal, 000564 is your item code for those. Absolutely brilliant. Right, let me take you a little bit further down the line because I've actually got a pick and mix for you to have a look at for all of these. And you can go for everything that you can see here. Huge amounts of options for you here. So choosing a pick and mix of any 2. Now, you'll notice that you have got your same designs that are there in your one-day special. So if there are something in that you are looking at and thinking, oh, I'd really like that, but do you know what? Just might, for the project you've got in your mind, or just that fabric you really, really like in that particular bundle, thinking, oh, I'd like a bit of extra of the, maybe of the sort of the glitter or the sparkle, or a bit more of the floral, for example. Why not add in your pick and mix of the two? Or, as I mentioned, some of those pinks and purples that are in the second option, you've got some of those colours that are there in the earthy, for example. You might want to pick them out a little bit more, but the nice thing is you can really order to suit maybe the project you're working on, or a particular one of those designs that's really taking your fancy. $11.99, 536 675. That will give you 1 metre, actually, so you're getting 2.5 metres on these as well. Now, we did say, I think you worked out in the one-day special, $7.99 a metre that's working out there. So think about all of that saving that you get and the extra material that you're going to get as well. 536 675. Check the website out for those again, because that's going to give you all of your options on your pick and mix to look at. Right, also, we have got huge amounts for you on this one, actually. We have got the fabric packs for you if you want to go for these as well. Now, you'll be getting 42 that you can see here. These are your 5-inch. Now, you have 5 options as well. The number 5's come up a lot as well. We've got your earthy options, as you can see right in the very top row here. We've got rusty is our second option down here. Third option is midnight. Here, if you want to go for all of the glitter effects, for example, to work with, you can go for all of those, as you can see here. And then we've got the batik effect, if you wanted it, or that will cover all the different ranges, but it just gives you all that same pattern in those different colours. Now, really good here, 42 of your 5-inch, and it's only $9.99, 786 035. Perfect. Now, also, we've got some lovely fabric rolls, and it might be, again, you might be sticking them and sewing them all together, that we've looked at here to bring you to who knows what you're going to be creating with it here, but exactly the same options as you've got for your one-day special. But these are your 20 by 2.5-inch fabric rolls for $14.99. Whichever one you fancy, they'll all be on the website, but they're all on the same item code, 858260. Earthy, rusty, and midnight. I mentioned the website a lot. I better tell you exactly where it is. You can find it on thecraftstore.com. It's all there. You might want to shop ahead again for some other elements. Get your happy hour deal for you. They're all there. Lovely 5-star reviews. A lot of the planes on there that will work really nicely. If you're loving the patterns, you know, the nice thing about the one-day special here and everything else that's on the show is there's lots of different ways of getting those actual prints that we've got on these fabrics for you. Or just a nice way of just adding a few extras if you wanted to on your pick and mix to your one-day special, if you wanted to stretch out those a little bit further as well. So just you can pick what's suitable for you, what you need for your project, and still know that they're going to match beautifully. All there on thecraftstore.com. Don't forget your happy hour deal as well. Do make sure you've got that with that £10 saving. Really good offer. Right, there we go. I've done a few T's and C's, caught ourselves out. You've done a bit of pressing.
I did another. I've sewn another, the strips that we cut earlier. Yeah, I thought I'd put some white corners on that one, so we've got that one to see as well.
Lovely.
So you can see now we've got one with full fabric, we've got one with 2 halves, one made out of strips, but and as you can see on the quilt there, even the glitters on their own, they still work really, really well. There's enough texture there, unlike a plain fabric. They look quite sweet, don't they?
They do. They really do like them. I think they've got that sort of that outer space kind of feel about them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of a very starry midnight sky. Yeah,
they
absolutely.
really work nicely, those.
And you could also, if you're into embellishing, you could also, you know, embellish them. Put little tree lights, little swags of lights on them or something, you know, with some pretty decorative stitches. Get your decorative stitches working on your machine.
Absolutely, yeah.
So now we've got to add the bottom bit of the tree. So we're going to be looking at adding the stem.
Right, okay.
And obviously this can be any proportion that you fancy. It can be, you know, a wide short stem, or it can be longer than I've done, so you choose the proportion. But if you're, obviously we need quite a few of them if you want them all to match. So what I did here was to sew together, you can see from the seam side, I've just got you choose the width, so this is about 1.5 inch strip of black in the centre.
and then add your background colour to either side. And what it means is that you can easily just quickly then cut this into strips of whatever, you know, width you choose. I'm just going to choose 2.5 inch strip, or maybe, I can't remember what I did them actually. Let me have a look at, it really doesn't matter because I'm not probably going to add, well, I could add them. I like to do that actually. I hate wasting, you know, if I've done a sample for a show. Yeah, they are 2.5. Yeah. So very often I think, that's not, I can't just fold that up and put it on a shelf somewhere. No. So I'll end up, it'll go on my to-do list to make into a finished project.
How big is that to-do list at the moment, is it?
Growing rapidly,
yeah,
especially after the last 2 weeks, because I've had I was here last Friday with a few shows, so yeah, it's grown quite a lot in the last
I don't think you're alone in that. I think a lot of people who have those lists go, oh, well, I'll pop that one on the list. I'll get round to doing that as well. And, yeah, the in-tray is certainly a lot busier than the outgoing stuff finished.
Sewcraft is beautiful African wax prints that I've worked with, and I made this beautiful quilt top for a show, and I just thought I can't let that go to waste. So that's been made up into my garden quilt. But then I've got to make hubby a garden quilt, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's also on the list.
Oh, what you see, it's been. Did you ever sort of, you know, share regarding with what's your husband's name, by the way?
Wayne.
Wayne.
Yeah.
I mean, do you sort of have a challenge, or can he teach you anything regarding the painting side of things? Do you ever sort of have a little dabble into each other's crafts?
He laughs that he's so brainwashed with sewing that he could probably come and do my job for me.
How dare he?
Yeah,
he's brainwashed. But
I did buy him a book for his birthday once, and I left it on the stairs for him to find, and it was The Husband's Guide to Quilting.
Now that sounds a good book, actually. That does sound a good book. Yeah.
So I'm just going to pop this on the bottom of here.
Oh,
so, yeah,
just let people know we are very busy on the phone lines, by the way. We're very busy on the phone lines. So we do know that you're there, and we'll come to your call as quickly as we possibly can. So, yeah, of course, the website is your friend if you are looking for speed for something. Of course, I know some things you might want to speak to someone, obviously, personally. But just to let you know, yeah, the phone lines are busy today. But we will be with you as quickly as we possibly can.
So, yeah, super easy to just pop that on the bottom there.
Oh, that's nice and simple, yeah.
Yeah, so that's relatively simple. I'll just give that a finger press just so that it lies nicely for the camera without spending too much time.
Lovely.
And then you could choose to have them all in a row.
Yeah.
But if you want the slightly staggered option that we've got there, what you would do with each one is choose whether you top or tail it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So you're just adding either another strip, which can be, again, your choice of width. It depends how staggered you want it. So you either add, you'll add a top to this one, and the one next to it, you'd add it to the bottom, so that you get that shift.
Oh, I see.
So
yeah,
you can see
now,
here,
yes.
It's underneath the stem on this one, but it's above the stem on this one, and that just gives it that staggered effect.
Yes. That's nice, actually, like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like the staggered effect. If you wanted to, a little less fussy, I guess, than making these half triangles, is that you could actually, if you wanted them all in a row, then this area here would just be made out of one triangle.
Oh, right,
So
if
they were all in a row, then
you.
you would just cut a white triangle out, and you would just place them which way, you know,
alternate.
every way up. So if I'll just show you here, if this was your tree, and this was, so if this was your tree, and then this was just plain white fabric, you'd pop them together like that.
Got you.
So if that was plain white, and then you'd have, you know, your next tree coming in there.
Right.
So that would work as well.
Yeah, nice options, different ways of working with it.
Yeah, so lots of different options. And I thought it's really nice. I mean, I've used these quite big, but then you could interject with a little row of little ones, for a sweet little border. Yeah. You could add some little stars or something, you know, in the plain areas. So lots of different ways to sort of jazz it up and make it your unique quilt, if you like.
Yeah, no, lovely.
So, so what I'd like to show you is another different way then to be slicing up these triangles.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so this is an option that I've made using the same kind of basis, if you like. So I've taken a block like this, and then we've chopped it up and switched it around, and it makes a completely different pattern. So we can, this measures 8.5 inches from top to bottom. should still, I think.
just double checking that.
Because what we need to do is to chop it into 4 equal parts. So that will be 2 inches and 1/8 for each strip.
Okay.
So we can just dive in and chop this up. So yeah, you need to be on ball with your maths and your glasses.
Yeah, you see, that's where sometimes I definitely fall down when I see people measuring things out and working out the math side of things. I'm like, oh, yeah, that could be a bit of a tester for me, that.
Oh, I've got a little bit because I'm cutting the strips. I've got little bits there actually. Oh, I didn't think about that actually. I should have cut a plain one because I've got already strips. Never mind. You'll get the idea.
You get the idea, absolutely. I've just had an email that's come through to us as well from Karen. Good afternoon, Karen. Lovely to have your company. Thank you so much for being with us here on the Craft Store. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Karen says, good afternoon. These fabrics look absolutely amazing. I used the cork and solid to make this bag. Excellent quality and easy to use. That's from Karen. Thank you very much. They do look, and I think it's always a thing for me when I see the monitor that we have in the studio, when I actually see them up close, the monitors get. I'm hoping that your image you got at home gives a nice representation, but you can't actually beat. You always lose a little bit in translation, don't you, really? Because the colours on these are bold. They really are striking colours and pop.
They're really rich, yeah, and I think So Crafty always bring us really rich textiles, which is a great thing.
So it's nice that Karen recognises that they look lovely on the screen as well.
That's
so that
great,
is absolutely beautiful. Oh, we've got a picture of the bag as well, actually, that was this has been sent through for Karen. Oh, wow.
I know. I've seen cork's been around now for a couple of years and I still haven't had a chance to play with it, but I know it's really, really popular.
How nice is that? If you do want to go for the printed cork vinyl, then it is there. We do have it on the show, $12.99, 587-974. If you want to go for the So Crafty, that's a lovely bag. That really beautifully made, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it'll have a lovely density to it with the cork as well.
Nothing, by the way, like my coat hook that you've got there, lots of spaces. We've got coats on coats on coats on our hooks at home. So nicely, I reckon you took them off in the photo, Karen. Yeah, that's definitely staged. I like that. Well done. Right then, yes, I digressed there. It's all about coat hooks.
So we've chopped our tree up into little strips, and now if we flip them all around the opposite way, they make rather a nice
fountain
alternative pattern. So that's changing them all around, which is like the one I've got here. I actually quite like it with that one left that way, which is an option. But this is almost like reminds me of more like a Christmas trees, fir trees.
I think so.
Yeah, so it kind of looks like a little Christmas tree, doesn't it? Like more of a
also got a slight oriental feel about that, with it that way round, but I'm also thinking a nice water feature in the garden.
Yes, and also if we put them this way and together, then you get...
Oh, nice, yes.
You know, another... This could make a really nice kind of Aztec-y type pattern across the quilt as well.
I suppose that's the secret, isn't it, with these? That once you've done the cutting out, to play, to actually position them, and I think to work out where you're going, because, it's not just what you could be on first. I'm just going to do a triangle. It could be a tree, it could be that, but actually playing.
Yeah,
I suppose that's the secret, isn't it?
It can be as simple, or then you start to really play.
Yeah.
I mean, you could even get sort of. This could be a row of 3 smaller triangles with another triangle on the top, you know what I mean?
Ah, yes.
So you can put triangles within triangles, which makes it even more interesting.
Yeah.
So do I have time to sew these together?
We've got a good 20 minutes, so we can bring them all together. And
I'll bring these together, and then I've got a couple of other things just to show you as well. So I'll stitch these together. I'm just going to do 1/4-inch seams again.
I've just been pulled up by my director there. I said, I don't want to put you into a false sense of security. We don't have 20, we have only 19 minutes.
Oh, makes all the difference.
He's very precise about that, and he only has 43 granules of sugar in his tea. 44 he knows, 42 not enough.
Very particular about his sugar intake.
Yeah, very particular. He doesn't care who makes it. He just that's as long as he gets one, and it's got those numbers in it. As for biscuits, as many as you can.
I'm learning lots this weekend, meeting all these new people. It's funny how our paths haven't crossed before, isn't it?
I know.
And with Fiona.
With Fiona as well.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, your paths crossed more than hers than I have really. To be honest, recently, we went different ends of it. But you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Apparently, is what I tell her. No, she doesn't believe that. Well, no, I don't think so. I think she's happy for the peace and quiet. To be quite honest. So we make the most of those times. While you're doing that final bit of stitching together, should I just do another quick recap?
Yes.
Does that work?
Yeah,
Angie, for going through those?
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll come straight back. Just while they're being stitched together, so we're not missing anything. We'll come straight back onto those to see it. But just to remind you, because lots of people are popping in, maybe have you been out and done a bit of gardening on a Sunday? A little bit of that. Have you walked the dog? Have you been on the exercise bike? Have you just got up? Have you just finished your Sunday roast? A bit early for a Sunday roast, that for me. A bit later on.
Lots of thunder and lightning in Birmingham last night.
Lots of thunder and lightning, were there?
Yeah, in Birmingham. Yeah.
Very, very frightening. Very low. Do the fandango. The one-day special. We have got 3 options for you, everybody. Earthy, rusty or midnight. They're the options for you. Let's just show you again how they are beautiful. And again, it was Karen that sent the email through saying that the fabrics look beautiful. Just you can really see though, just exactly what Andrew's talking about. They are real rich, vibrant colour that you're going to get on these. They are really, really lovely, whichever one. So they are stunning, actually. You're going to be getting 6 of those different designs on those. All of those are 1 metre. But because you are looking at a slightly extra width on these, is it 60 inch, do we say? 60 inch on that. Actually works out, rather than what you would get regular, it's about ½ a metre extra that you're sort of working out with that sort of dimension for you. I love that. It's really, really beautiful colour, that actually. Really stunning. Do like that.
I'm really miffed because I got sent all the bundles. But this bundle was wrong because I got.
Was it?
I think I got it weeks before they were finalised.
Right.
So I don't have that one.
You don't. I really.
And it's one of my favourites.
That is I do love that. I think that is a really beautiful one. That actually,
it's gorgeous.
Nice to see them
and
out.
Gorgeous contrast with the gold.
Yeah, because it picks out in the leaves though as well that you can see. So I mean, that's what a lovely thing about with the one-day special, that you know it has been. I'd imagine they've gone through lots of different machinations, actually, about which fabrics are going to go together for it, which is why you missed out on that.
And I think, like you were saying about if you have a favourite, that you can go and add to it.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
That's great.
Because you do have pick and mix options, which I will run down and give you those options in a second. So that one is your earthy that we looked at there. So exactly the same designs that you're going to be looking at. This is with your rusty. And again, let's in fact look at the options on there, because that is a really beautiful purples and mauves and lavenders that are all mixing in together again. And just how that picks out then with that lovely sort of glitter effect that you can sort of see on those designs. But again, really lovely complementary colours that work so nicely. So I know it is with the sort of rusty, but it's a lovely warmth in that collection if you want to go for that. If you love your autumnals and those richer colours, really beautiful and different. If you want to go for the midnight, but in saying that, if you look at the midnight, even on the little leaves that you can see in that same pattern that we looked at on the first one of the earthy, you'll see that works really nicely if you were to go with the rusty version as well. So that's why the pick and mix is really going to come into its own, because there's some of those colours that might not be in the bundle that you're going to go for the one-day special, and yet you will find some of those colours in there will work really nicely if you want to just top that up with your pick and mix. So let me give you the details on the one-day special. It's 643128. It's available on your Flexi, so just 2 payments of £23.97 only, because it has a huge discount on the one-day special of £24 saving. It works out basically 1/3 of the price off on that. So it's a really, really good offer for your 6 1 metre. Do you know what that is? It's £7.99 it works out a metre on that. Yeah, it's £7.99 per metre. Really good value when you think about what you're getting for all of that. 643128. And now the pick and mix then. So this is where it's really going to come into its own. If you go for the one-day special with that saving already, phenomenal opportunity. You're getting your 6 1 metre fabrics on those. But, as I said, you've got a couple of those elements that you might go, it's not in that same bundle, but I know that fabric would work really nicely, and sort of just extend that bundle. So you can go for just 2 more. These are your ½ metres for £11.99. And you can pick and mix any 2 that you want. So if you think, actually, I want a little bit extra of that same material from the same bundle, or I want to contrast it with something else which is from the other bundles, perfect way of doing that. You pick and mix All your options will be on the website for you. Item code that you need to punch in is 536675, and like I say, that works out just $11.99 for those. Really lots of opportunity for you if you want it. Absolutely brilliant. What's that, sorry, Miss Producer? Oh, yes, there is another pick and mix on there if you want to go through as well. For the poplin, this is for your lovely colour blocks, actually. Any two. Oh, look at that. We're so close to the 5-star there. A smidgen off, but I don't mind a smidgen, that's all right. All the colours are there that will work really nicely for all those. 52, I'm hearing. We're not going to go through them all. You can do that at your leisure with a nice cup of cha in your hand as you do it. But some right bold, bright colours from the limes. We got your softer baby pinks. And we all have a bit of beige. It's all on there. Any two that you want to, pop those in. Usual price is $14.99 for those two. But right now, £3 saving on that, so that takes it down to just $11.99 again. And that's for any two. And don't forget, that's 1 metre fabric that you're looking at, those 432059. Also, don't forget on there, you've still got your happy hour deal, if you want to grab that as well. And you've got your fabric rolls. We got a huge amount on there, but I've only got... How many minutes left, Mr. Director? 11 minutes and 50 seconds, so I think we go straight back to you, Angie, as well, to pick up where we left off.
No problem.
If that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've stitched those together, and actually where those strips were a bit out of sync with the 2.5-inch strips, you know, we'd got a slither. That's been taken up in the seam allowance, so it's absolutely no problem at all. So we can see them just side by side. This is the one just from one solid colour, with them all flipped up the opposite way, and this one I've just left the tip this way round, and as I say, they can be then stitched together this way. I think this is a really unusual quilt pattern, so that would be really nice as well. And you're getting a lot of coloured fabric there and less background if you were to put that together as a quilt, so that would really be lovely. You can also so this is our tree that we made earlier, but we could also have sewn triangles together just in diamonds.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And then that again would make a different pattern again. So these would create big diamonds. So, you know, a different way of using your 60-degree ruler again. And on that note, I just want to, is it okay if I've just got some smaller triangles cut out, just to sort of show you? I know we spoke about maybe having a row of smaller trees.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe some other things that you can do with your smaller triangles. So I've cut these from, these are about 6 inches.
Right.
So again, cut from the meterage. And we can put, I've got to get my flat edges right. We can either put them together in the same colourways, and they make a hexagon.
Oh, yeah. Or that could be the plant pot for the bottom of your tree.
Yes.
But that would work.
Absolutely. Big pot.
Big pot, yes.
Obviously,
yes, a hexagon,
yeah. So really lovely to make hexagons. Then we can we can interject and put an optional colour value.
When you separated, it was like a display team. It was like they're more, you know, like when you watch those marching bands and they all split off. It was just like that then for me.
We can
that's nice with it. Yeah,
we can also
nice.
make that kind of pattern. And then really you could add other, like we're talking diamonds, I think this would be quite nice then if you were to start adding the same ones like this around, because then you could create big diamonds like that, and then infill with your, you know, a plain like that. So that's giving you a big star.
Yeah.
Which would be quite, you know, really effective way of using the fabrics together.
Yeah, no, that's great.
With the batik and the patterns. We can also do a kind of, I love playing around with just laying
this is
stuff out
brilliant.
like this.
It's funny because sometimes, you know, there's things where you get what shapes can you see or what patterns can you see. It wasn't until you put the last one in there that the star became really obvious to me then as well. But I had to wait for the last one for me as well. But that's great. I love it. What are we on now? This is
kind of it's kind of like a basket weave type affair, or it would work in a border. So that's kind of, but bear with me if I add another one down here. So this would work in a border scenario, you know, so.
Oh yeah, of course that would work nice as a table runner.
Yeah.
Bringing together there.
That's
By the way,
right.
that was not my idea, that was our producer's. I heard that and I thought that was really good. That's it, she's had it for the week now, that idea.
And actually, when you use these ones, if you use it like this, two together in stripes, they do really create some really nice angles, as you can see there. That would create this V shape, and then you would, if you'd have strips in these as well. So that's really, really lovely as well. So yeah, you can create all sorts of.
Now that with those, oh, I see. With those ones when they had the darker ones in there, that for me looked like an alien's face. Is that just me again? I'm not sure. I just get a little. Could be if you're doing that with a starry effect and you want those on a cover. You never know.
But that could make a nice. These are about 6 inches cut out, so that could make a nice place setting as well. Couldn't it?
Absolutely.
So, and like you say, you could do a row of them into a table runner. You know, it's the same with the trees. Really, it doesn't have to be a huge project. It can be a little wall hanging. As I say, you could add you could do smaller ones, or it could be a big bed quilt. You know, whatever you decide really. So lots of options, but I say that the fabrics just work so beautifully together.
And I think it's what we mentioned at the very beginning, that all the work has been done for you, that whichever, as you can see, whichever combination you go with, they will work. And I think that's what's so nice about these. And you are getting that almost extra ½ a metre, really, it works out with, because of the measurements, because it's 60 in width. They're looking at with these, you know, rather than your regular sort of size. So, and that makes a big difference, doesn't it, when you're making those projects and working with it? Whether again, because I know we haven't mentioned it since the very beginning of the show, but we looked at options if you're doing these and working with these in dressmaking, for example. You know, just that extra sort of the material that you're going to be getting within this bundle, and you can see lovely combinations of working. Just those the two different ones on here, for example, or use it almost like the belt. That's going through from the other ones. This is the midnight option here. That was the rusty we got for you on the other one there. But gives you a great idea that how they really do work with each other. They're so nice actually on this.
And like I said earlier, it's nice to see the fabric in a broader aspect as well. So these would work as fabric backings as well.
Right, of course.
You know, in bigger pieces. So really, really lovely to see that, you know, because, you know, us quilters just chop fabric up into little bits all the time. So it's really nice to see it in a more open aspect like that, to see how the pattern works when you're stood back from it. Rather
and they really do. They're very, very pretty. They're really nice. Just want to give you a quick update on the numbers, by the way, just where we are with these. The one-day special, the Earthy that we've got for you here, we are also now approaching 60% of the stock gone on the Earthy. So that's really jumped up a lot in this last hour for yourself there. So if that is on your radar, go for those ones again. And it's the one that, I don't want to rub it in, but the one that Anne's never got. It's in that there. So it is there now, approaching 60% on the stock there. We've got for the Rusty, 2/3 of the stock of the Rusty again now have been allocated. I mean, I'm hard pushed to have a favourite, to be quite honest with you, because they're all beautiful that you got here. But this is a lot of people have been looking at that. It's been very popular right from word go on that one. And lastly, we're approaching 70 now, are we? 70% on the midnight. So really, again, it's very hard. It's hard push to say a favourite, like I say, but again, across the board, if you can, go for all three. You know, if you can, or as I've said, possibly your pick and mix is a nice way of just adding a few extras onto that to go with it. 643128, and it is on your FlexiBuy, so a really good opportunity. Your first payment's only £23.97. That's all it is for your first payment, and then there's only one more payment to make after that of £23.97, and it's yours, so you can be working with it. Really, really good deal. We've only got 4 minutes left of this live hour, and there's only actually got one final live hour at 4, so grab it whilst you can. Oh, now actually, happy hour is only for this hour. Let me get it. I know, it's the sexy everything about it. It's not really, is it? But it's useful. It's what's right here.
Sexy interfacing.
Yeah, sexy interface. Even if I tried to do a sort of like, you know, a voiceover, radio voiceover, it wouldn't work on it. But it's not about that, because it's the magic behind the scenes that's going to work for you on this.
I meant to say earlier, actually, it's also used a lot if you do machine embroidery, people that do machine embroidery.
Okay.
Because you're punching away at the fabric,
right.
It needs to be stabilised. So this would be the kind of thing that people with an embroidery machine or do free motion embroidery, great
Really
stabiliser, yeah.
Really useful.
And you don't have to fuse it, you can just use it non-fused in that situation.
Right. Oh, okay, okay.
But yeah, it's great value, because obviously that's just teared away, you know, it's torn away after you've finished your embroidery, so...
very practical, very practical, really usable. And again, if you have been using it already in the past and you're getting low, perfect time to get it when it's in a happy hour deal, when you get that £10 off. You've only got 6 or so minutes left to get that checked in and checked out on your basket. 5.5, says Mr. Director, the Time Lord. $24.99 rather than your $34.99. 000564. Grab that whilst you can. Now, I mentioned the pick and mix. All of these that you can see here, all of the options for you of all the fabrics that are in the one-day special bundles, but your chance to be a little bit more picky about what you want to mix it with, and that's why we got our pick and mix. You'll be getting 2 half-metre fabrics on these of your 100% cotton. A great way of adding a bit of extra length if you wanted to on a particular colour on a bundle that you really like or design that you like, or a chance to just go slightly outside of that bundle, pick out some colours that are accented in it and use that from another one of those. $11.99, 536 675 for you, a great opportunity for you. We've also got the fabric panels. These are 42 of your 5-inch squares, and again, you've got all your options on these. Only $9.99, so a really good deal. You can go for the option at the top that you can see. This is your earthy option. You're going to get all of your squares from the earthy collection. You're going to be getting all of your squares from your rusty, or we've got all of your squares from the midnight, or if you want the glitter effect on all of those from all the different colourways, you can, or we've got the batik effect for you as well. $9.99, 786 035 for those. 786 035. Right, and well, that's it. We've got our final 60 seconds together. Our first hour's flown by together.
Well, I just carry on sewing anyway.
No, it's fine, absolutely. It's okay, you've got a few hours before your next show.
No, so really great to work with you.
Yeah, lovely to work with you. I hope you haven't got to wait as long for the next one, which would be nice. But you're back again at 4.
Back again at 4?
Back again at 4 to go where they were for the final hour. For the last show. So make sure you do come back and join us. Thank you so much. I've loved just seeing how we can sort of play with those triangles and work with it. And it's I'm sure it has got lots of people's minds are working with inspiration. So thank you very much. Do come back at 4 o'clock, of course, there to see where we are. Pop these into your basket. If you've got your happy hour, make sure you get that checked out as well within this hour. Otherwise, you'll be paying that other price as well. So get that £10 saving on that. For both of us for now, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We've got a lot more, of course, coming up other side of this. Lovely Angela Paul there we've got for you right now then with our festive paper crafting. Then we've got the Lookers Craft 2 Christmas with John. We've got a double header on that one, so looking forward to that. See you in a minute.
In the foothills of Aulnall, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts 2. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Now, you can hear a slight giggle in my voice because if you were here earlier on, you will know why. We have got considerably less to offer you during this hour than we did earlier on today. We had a phenomenally busy hour, but the good thing is we have still got some fabulous things to share with you, some of which we didn't have much of a chance to share with you in the last hour. And of course, fabulous Angela is here joining me.
Hi.
It was a bit of a crazy hour, that one, wasn't it?
Yes, I think people have tuned in to see your tap dancing.
I know we did see it. It was tight roping, plate spinning and all sorts. But before we get to that stage, let me tell you about what we can share with you, because we had a wonderful bundle earlier on which did sell out towards the end of the hour. And very quickly, towards the end of the hour, we did mention the fact that the dies that were formed part of the bundle were available by themselves. But between the 2 hours, I can't believe that we are at the stage where I have to tell you that half of the stock has gone. Gosh. We only gave it a quick mention at the end of the hour because the bundle sold out and half of the stock has gone. So this is a brilliant concept. It's a wonderful idea. You can see this beautiful card here with this Christmas bauble in it. And can you believe it? This bauble has been created using dies and it is suspended within that kind of aperture that's been created, but there's no glue involved.
No string, no glue, it just slots in place.
Very, very clever. But the beauty is it's interchangeable. So, of course, you've got a Christmas bauble there, but you've got lots of other elements that mean that you can use this all year round. And I love this because you've got a bumper bundle. But I didn't even realise that the magnetic sheet is included as well, so we've got storage.
You just asked that, didn't you?
Yeah,
We didn't get the
realise.
chance to even mention it. And there's so many extra little dies in the set as well.
Well, this is it.
I know, not only do you get all of your apertures on the frames, but you can mix and match, so you can cut solid panels or nest lots of frames. There's even a 3D bow.
Yes.
That's really sweet.
It's beautiful. It looks like a superhero mask at the moment.
So that just, the ends just tuck in, and the longer piece, put some tape on that and it wraps around and you're done.
But I love it because you've got certain apertures. And I love the fact that you mentioned that this one was too big to actually go in the packaging, so this is an extra one.
So, I am terrible. I'm not good at budgeting at all, am I? You've got an A4 space. I filled it and then some.
So like, well, can we just squeeze this one in? No, it's going to have to be an extra.
And that's on its own magnetic sheet as well.
I love it. Now we've got the frames. Now, obviously, the snowflake, the baubles, these are elements that obviously will relate to Christmas, and indeed we'll be using them for our Christmas cards. But then you've got additional things, the frames, the apertures. We'll be using these all year round.
Absolutely. I mean, they're beautiful, lacy frames.
Yes,
and you can use your own stamps, your own stencils that you've got at home. It's just really nice interactive cards that are just so easy to do.
It is, and they give you huge areas. Now, obviously, these are the areas that, obviously, you're going to be cutting some of those areas away. You're going to be having these fabulous mats. And this is where you can add your detail. That's a big area there. You could put a sentiment in there, a verse, little characters, even a photograph.
I've been putting photos. There's one actually of my daughter. That's really nice. Turn it over, and then you can have a greeting on the back. Really nice.
Oh, I don't know. I saw that earlier on. It's disappeared. Oh, it might be a bit further down the counter. I'll find that a little bit later on. But yeah, and you've got the little slots there. Now that's key, isn't it? Those little slots that you've got top and bottom, and then you'll find little slots appearing on the other elements, because that's where you bring them together.
Absolutely, yes. They just, it's all measured precisely. So all you don't need to worry about it. Just put it through your machine and it will do everything for you.
Now, we had a conversation about, do they always have to be at the top and the bottom? But you said we can rotate this if we want to.
You can. If you hold one of the cards on its side, it will spin that way. It does spin better vertically, I find. But if you want to experiment with the axis, and you can get some really interesting effects.
And I mean, that means you could actually rotate it and have it diagonal if you wanted to, and get some really quirky results. Now, of course, we've seen how they dangle and how they create that wonderful spinning effect within the aperture, but please don't think that's the only way that you can use them in your cards. You've got so many different elements that are featuring within your different projects. You can use them in different ways. So it might be that you're creating a little topper to go on a box. Very, very effective. But what about creating an aperture and putting a little spinner in there? I love that idea.
Cute.
Isn't that a absolutely brilliant idea to do that? And it just gives it a different look, as you can see there, working with those. So please don't think of it just being as your cards. You can use it in lots of different ways. But what you are getting is a brilliant bundle of dies. 17 dies for £29.99. But it's while stocks last. That's something that I did kind of forget to mention at the top of the hour. Any of the deals that we're bringing to you, and well, not any of them, some of them that we have got further stocks on, but with this particular one, once the stock has gone, that is it. And you may not see this again, and that's the thing. We've got the urgency of this one. Because of it being a design from last year, what will often happen is designers will create these collections, they'll bring them out, they'll have one manufacturing process, and then that's it. They move on to other new projects, because I'm guessing that's the case with this one.
Yes, that is the case. I mean, it's a shame, but it does that. It's quite nice, actually, if you are able to get hold of one of our die sets, like the vintage frames, because we don't actually manufacture that many. So you know you've got something unique.
Talking of the vintage frames, can we actually use this alongside those ones that we've got previously?
You can.
Oh, okay.
We've kept these slots in the same places, so you can mix and match.
I love that idea. Absolutely perfect. So maybe you've got the original system and you're wanting something for your Christmas cards, or maybe you're starting from scratch. Well, the good news is this will cover you for both situations, whether you're working with the previous release or whether this is the first time that you've got involved. But you need to be quick, because rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone, should I say. I've just got distracted them, because you've actually got instructions on your packaging when it comes to through to you. But I know social media and through the shows, we've seen you doing some fabulous demonstrations, and we can see those on Rewind and things.
Absolutely, and we've got YouTube videos as well. Katie, she's so good with the packaging, and she puts so much effort into it, and it's great because you can get it home, and even if you think, oh, I'm not quite sure, how do I do that, it's all there.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant one. Nice as well if you're just getting started with your card making. Maybe you've just got yourself a die cutting machine, and if you haven't, I might have some information for you in a wee while about that. But for the time being, the details are on your screen there. 986302. That will get you your 17 dies and your magnetic sheets on their way to you that you can be creating with the moment they arrive. But we had two lots of stencils to share with you earlier on. They sold out, but one of the stencils is available by itself, and this is an incredibly useful one. But once it's gone, it has gone. It's only $9.99. It's a big stencil. There's a lot of detail in here, and you can see this gorgeous card that's been created alongside the dies that we've just been speaking of. And you use this one. You kind of tail end of your demonstration in the last hour.
Yes, I'm gonna make that card actually, Hayley. It's one of my favourite for texture paste, and I think it's because of the dimension that you get.
Yes.
But also on the sheet you get the ribbons for which is great for adding shading to your baubles.
Beautiful.
And those extra snowflakes as well.
Look forward to seeing that. It's also used in the Ocean Mist card pack that we've got as well. So I'll tell you about that one in a few moments. But if you're wanting the stencil, the Winter Frost stencil there, please be quick. $9.99. It's your last opportunity to get hold of this one. Once it's gone, it has gone. So 634077 if you are wanting that particular one. Then over 40% of the stock. Okay, very busy for that one as well. So yes, $9.99 A4 stencil. That is brilliant value for money. Now, something else that formed part of a duo is this paper pad that I'm bringing to you here. Now, this particular one, the Florals and Flurries. I love this one. Beautiful colours with these ones. Just £14.99. Phenomenal value for money. You're getting 30 double-sided sheets. It's 200 GSM. Perfect to work with the dies, this one.
So normally I would say that 200 is a little bit on the thin side, but I have been making cards with it, and it's absolutely fine. You can shake the slot and spins and they don't fall out, so it's great. I like it because you can just fold it in half and you get that contrast from one side to the other, which is great when you've got an aperture.
And you can see there quite a significant change when you actually look at the flip side of those. I'm going to flip through those so as you can see. So you've got multiple pages of the same design in there, so you don't have to worry. Well, I say you don't have to worry about running out. It is a consumable, so if you do want to stretch to a couple of these, then you can do. $14.99 will get one of the. Oh, I love the baubles. That looks amazing. But once it's gone, it's gone. So if you're thinking to yourself, I love that design, or maybe you've already ordered one, you might have gone for the duo pack that we had earlier on, and think to yourself, you know what? I wish I'd gone for an extra one. Well, you can. 156,893, just £14.99 will get that to you, and they are absolutely beautiful papers. You will love them, and a really good weight, 200 GSM with those. Nice for die cutting. Now the next one, Ocean Mist. This is the one where back referencing the card that we're going to see come together. Now we were talking about ombres in the last hour, and you indeed showing us how to create a beautiful rainbow ombre, but sometimes you don't want to create it from scratch. You need an instant result, and you haven't got time. This is where this pad comes in useful.
It's just so great. It's super smooth, lithographic printing, which is a very matte way to print, so it's great for stenciling, it's great for your texture paste, inking. It's just, yeah, it's just really lovely, and it's very sturdy. I must admit, I ordered some unbranded card online, and it was quite floppy, even though it was 300. Whereas there's a weight to it, so you know your cards are going to stand proud.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Now, with regards to this one, we're looking at 250 GSM with this one, so a really good base again. And again, it's, you probably noticed, double-sided. So if you are looking at doing your own ombre effect, like we were talking of in the last time, it means you have to do it twice because you need to do it on both sides. But with this, you don't have to worry. 24 sheets there, $9.99, absolute bargain. And I love it because you've got some very neutral tones in there. So Ocean Mist, straight away I was thinking of kind of, oh yes, sea themed, beach themed, but it's not. If you were to take away that label there, you kind of get the phrase maybe cool tones, but saying that, there's some warm tones in there as well. So it's just a really nice collection of ombre papers there. A third of the stock has gone of that one, incidentally, so if you're wanting it, you need to be quick. And again, you can go for multiples if you're wanting to with regards to this one as well. So 439,341 if you're wanting to take advantage of that one. Now, of course, I mentioned maybe you're a newbie to die cutting, or maybe this is the die set that has evoked that interest in die cutting, or we can help you with that as well. Our monthly mega deal is the incredible Go Power and Embossing die cutting machine. Now, it's an electric die cutting machine. I own this one myself, and it is brilliant to use, not just with your wafer thin dies, but you can also use it for your thicker, chunkier dies as well. Now, we have got a brand new colour to share with you. It's exclusive to us here at the craft store. This is the only place you can get hold of it. Now, you can get hold of it over 3 flexi buys. If you wanted to, you can go for it all in one go if you choose. It's entirely up to you. But if you do decide to spread the cost, it means you can add anything else in alongside it. So that means that the die sets you're going for, the stencils you're going for, the paper packs you're going for, you can spread the cost of those as well. So it's certainly worth a consideration. And if you do work with thicker dies, then this is a brilliant one for you to work with as well. So you can see here you've got your A plate there. You've got a variety of different plates and platforms. It's electric as well, so if that's one of the situations you find yourself a little bit tricky with your manual machines, then certainly do check this one out. And you've got your embossing mat there as well, so of course you can use it with embossing folders and all sorts of fabulous things. But it's an amazing deal. Now, we've got 2 colours there. You've got your gold and your exclusive pink, but if it's the pink you're thinking of getting hold of, you might want to know this information because it's been a very, very popular one. Rapidly approaching limited stock. Yeah, so if you want that pink, lovely pink. The machine is exactly the same either way, but if you like the look of that, and I know that many of us do like a pink, once it's gone, it's gone. So please don't think, oh, we'll be bringing it back again, we'll be bringing it back. No, that's it. The stock that we've got is it. So it's a bit like Angela's dies that we've been chatting about today. Get it while you've got the opportunity, and of course take advantage of that saving while you have it as well. So details on your screen, I'll leave those with you. So I'm excited. This card looks amazing. How do we get started?
Oh my goodness, it's so glitzy, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I know. I also want to quickly demo with the Ocean Mist and the stencil while we still have them, Hayley.
Well, you better be quick.
So like I was telling you, I use the Ocean Mist all the time, and it is because of those lovely gradients. And just look at it against the gold.
So
it's just
if you were to show you
stunning.
that card to me and say which paper pack do you think, I wouldn't even entertain the idea it was kind of like an ocean-themed pack.
I know, so you don't necessarily think Christmas, but then also it's like a lovely sky.
Yes.
So this would be lovely with sort
Yeah.
of flowers. You can imagine stamped flowers down the bottom here, like sandy, maybe a sand dune, or even just earth your garden scene. So
Yeah.
I literally use it all the time. It's wonderful. I mean, it's dangerous though when I can just help myself to a card pack. Hayley, I go through quite a few.
I can imagine. Oh, now.
Right then, let's get some. So this is clear texture paste.
Okay.
I've been colouring my paste more and more with embossing powders and glitter just to experiment with effects, really.
Now, you've got a large aperture there, so has that been done with the largest die that we've got in the set?
Yes, I didn't. I pre-die cut this with. Thank you, Hayley. I get carried away.
You're getting into the moment.
So this is the largest die from the set, and I mean you can. The nice thing about this set is there's so many apertures. If you wanted to make a gift tag or a tiny little card with it, even as small as this one. This is the smallest aperture.
Yeah.
You can do that, but that is the biggest one. And so you can either have large spinning panels like this size, or you can nest them and just have lots of options. In fact, let me bring these over and it might explain more.
Can you show us how they slot together? Because you showed us at the beginning of the last hour.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know, we might have brand new viewers that missed that, because at this stage it's kind of like, oh, how does it work? And I was just fascinated with this.
No problem, let's do it. So I've got the biggest aperture here. So this is the card that I was going to show with the snowflake, but in the same die set you also get this this frame here, so you can cut it. I know, you can cut it as a solid circle with this lovely lacy edge, or then you are in charge of whether. So let me pop that down there. Say I want to cut a small skinny frame, then I would place this down and line up the 2 arrows, and then that would cut a really narrow frame like this. But if you wanted to, say, stamp a greeting or have a bit more paper on show, why not go for a smaller aperture, and then you would have a wider frame, if you see.
Oh, yes,
and then that would cut this.
Very nice.
I know. So
lots of choices.
I know, so many choices. And then, of course, you've got the two baubles will fit inside this lacy frame. They could fit inside their own aperture, or that you can just keep going out and keep going down and down and down.
Is it a gyroscope that's got all those different kind of elements that all come together and they twist and turn? I can't remember if that's the right word or not, but it's kind of, I remember seeing something like it. You see them on people's desks and things. Yeah.
And you can just keep taking it down until you get to the smallest start. And of course, you get them all spinning around, and it just
doesn't that look
incredible? Just so lovely. Yeah.
And even you could make like a mobile with these if you wanted to, couldn't you?
Do you know that inspired the design, Hayley?
Ah.
Yeah, I was looking at sort of at the movement in mobiles, and I just thought, I wish you could recreate that in paper and card, but without having to thread things, because it's a bit fiddly, and I just wanted it really simple. And that's when the slot and spin came about.
Came from. I love it. And the fact that it's also interchangeable, that's the key thing.
I know it is.
Lovely. So we've got our aperture.
Brilliant. So I'm going to use the Winter Frost. Like I said, I love this for texture paste. I've already just stamped a string here. You don't have to have strings. Actually, in the die set, Hayley, we were mentioning
the three-dimensional bow.
So this isn't quite so. I'll just mock this up here.
Okay.
Look.
That's a good point, yeah.
I would put that with the tails probably quite high, and then if it was going right above, because you want it still to move, I would probably just go without the tails.
Okay,
that would be really sweet. Oh, what about mirror card? Get carried away now, that would be nice.
We're getting distracted again. We did that in the last hour, didn't we? We forgot we were working, really. Now, lovely gel medium going through here. Now, of course, this is your Winter Frost stencil. It did form part of a duo earlier on, and the duo sold out. And this is, once it's gone, it's gone. So, yes, you need to be quick with regard to this one. But over 60% of the stock has gone. It's an A4 stencil, so to get an A4 stencil for £9.99 is brilliant value for money. But, of course, it's not one of those ones that I can say to you, oh, keep a note of the item number, pop back when you're ready. It's one of those ones that you have to get while you see it. Take advantage advantage of it at that price now, because you may not get the opportunity again. And it's nice because you've got lots of areas within this particular stencil that you can utilise. And it's not just the kind of the stencil area that you're looking at there that is being used. You've kind of got these additional pieces at the side here. So you can see you've kind of got these slots that you can use. And they're perfect for actually adding decoration and dimension to your baubles. You could almost have a sentiment in the middle of your bauble there. And then, of course, you've got these additional elements of your snowflakes there. So it's not just that band that we've just seen in action. It's the rest of it giving you additional detail with that as well. So I like that one. I like it a lot. How are you getting on over there, Angela?
I'm having a lovely time. So I'm using, you mentioned the additional snowflakes and the extra bits in this. Do you know what, I use this one, I would blend with one colour and then move it over and up and create a lovely sort of drop shadow.
That's a good point.
That's really nice.
And of course you're working with texture paste here, but it could be inks that you're pulling through, couldn't it?
Absolutely. So just pop the lid on that.
Wonderful.
And reveal.
Oh, look at that, so crisp. And your stencils, I mean, let's talk about the actual medium. I mean, they're very thick.
They're 350 micron, which is heavier than most stencils.
Yeah.
When we did our first stencil, I looked at many factories, and finally I found one in the UK that I was happy with.
Brilliant.
But I couldn't. I think a lot of other stencils, as soon as they get to this thickness, they start to curl, and I was just really impressed with
and especially
how thick
the striped area, because there's a lot of open space with that, so that's where you can kind of lose the structure if you're not careful.
They're just so strong, and the depth. The reason I like using texture paste is because of the height, because you've got this thickness on the stencil, so you get that extra height.
That's a good point, yeah.
And it also means that when you run it through your embossing machine as well, you can get.
I know.
That looks incredible.
Never thought of that one.
You know, embossing pads, run it through, really good as well.
Very versatile way of crafting.
Absolutely.
Now, rapidly approaching limited stock with this one. I was meant to give you a little bit of an update in the middle, but I forgot. We were having a chat. We had a lovely time. I'm not going to apologise. And the details are on your screen there, but you have still got time to get involved with this one. But when it's gone, it has gone. So if you're wanting yours, I would suggest you get it into your basket straight away. But more importantly, check your basket out, because we are now in a limited stock situation. So if you've not picked up that item number and got it into your basket yet, or got on the phone lines to place your order yet, you are leaving yourself open to the possibility that you won't get it, because this is a stencil that, while we've got the stock of it, you can take advantage, but we might not see it ever again. Bear in mind with that one, you might be thinking, oh, well, I'm not ready to start my Christmas card yet. That's okay, you can buy it, you can pop it away, bring it out September, October time when you do want to make your cards. But come September or October, if you're thinking, I'm going to take that item number, jump onto the website and order it, you might not be able to. So you could potentially miss out on this one. And for the sake of $9.99, I'd certainly be doing that, taking advantage of it, getting in my basket now and get it checked out. So 634077. I will keep you updated with regards to that one. So what's next?
So I'm going to add some glitter. This is Wow Eco Sparkles. I like that because they're biodegradable. And do you know, I tried different ways to apply the glitter, and if you have two different glitter colours at home, try adding a lighter colour in the middle and then darker either side. I first tried light and dark, and I thought, yeah, that's okay. Once I did this, I just loved the banding. It's just a sort of trick of the light, and it's just lovely.
Oh, I've got a bit of news with the stencil.
What is it?
But sometimes people listen to what I say. It's amazing. I love it. It's technically sold out. So thank you for any of you out there that took the advice and have popped it into your basket. They're in your basket. They're okay there for a little while, but after 10 minutes they will fall out of stock allocation. I know there are people that missed out on those. So if you don't check your basket out and it does fall back into our stock, I will let people know, because I don't want anybody missing out on them. So if you do want it, your heart's set on it, you do need to check that basket out as soon as you possibly can. Details on your screen there again. Oh no, that's something else. It's changed. That's a card. I'd get that as well if I was you. That's the card that we're working with, the Ocean Mist.
Oh, it is. I'm so pleased we managed to quickly get a stencil demo in. So I'm going to move this to one side to dry, and I've got
lovely. You're such a tidy crafter.
No, Hayley, I'm covered in glitter.
You say that like it's a bad
zoom
thing.
in with the camera. I'm sparkly all over. I keep thinking, why is there a pile of glitter?
I know, we all do it, don't we? Just swipe it away with your hand.
So the nice thing about the Ocean Mist is you've got a variation of lights and darks, and you've also got there's a darker side and there's a lighter side. So depending on the inks or the embossing powders that you've got home, you can decide whether you want something complementary or contrast. Why are you giggling?
I'm giggling because I've just had it in my ear. I've just been told, and it's not the way that I interpret it is why I'm giggling, and I'll explain why. I commented before we started, what a beautiful dress Angela's wearing. We've had an email in from Dee saying how lovely your dress is and where did you get it from? But I thought Katie said Steve. And I was thinking, why would Steve want to know where you got your dress from, whoever Steve is? But that's why I was giggling, because I misheard. Oh, you better not tell us the shop, just in case.
Thank
Isn't
you.
it pretty? Lovely.
Oh dear, so I've just, so what I've gone for here, I've got a sort of more bluey turquoise dot when I've gone for the cream. You can see, it's just so nice because you don't need to worry about the blending. And like you say, it is time. And sometimes
you don't get it right.
Do you know,
can be heavy-handed.
I'm a terrible blender.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah.
And I honestly do think when we do our one-day specials, this is why I always want a card pack, because it makes my life easier.
Don't blame you. You're allowed that.
It's just quick. Right, so let's get some ocean mist. I've had it tidy up, Hayley.
Wonderful.
Oh dear.
Now I'm very quickly going to bring in that pad because, of course, Angela's is slightly used. It's not a full pack. I've got a full pad here. So yes, why not treat yourself to one of these? Now this has got your A4 in there. You can see you've got your double-sided effects with regards to these. They're perfect with that ombre. You can see on one side you've kind of got that concentration on the colour cover, and the other side is slightly lighter. Only very, it's like a tad different, but you can see throughout there. Now some of these are kind of like a portrait blending, whereas others are horizontal. They're landscape, so they're perfect for whichever way you want that ombre effect to take shape on your project. But you're going to get 24 of those double-sided sheets. They're 250 GSM, so perfect for your die cutting, and they've got a lovely kind of smooth, almost like a matte finish, which means if you want to add additional detail, if you want to use additional stamps on there, stencils, if you do want to blend additional colours in, you can do, but do be aware that half the stock has gone. £9.99 if you're wanting though. Brilliant value for money, but half the stock having gone of those as well. How are we getting on over there?
So I'm going to die cut one of the frames.
See, this is the next dilemma. Whereabouts on the page do you cut your die? Because again, you've got all those choices.
Do you know, I save every scrap, because even when you get your waste pieces, so this will be a waste, then you can actually die cut, say, the star. You know, if you were doing a cream frame, and then you can alter, I quite like to alternate. And with mirror card as well, or I'm using some glitter card, it really makes it pop.
Now the dies themselves, I mean, obviously you're using a manual die cutting machine here. I'm guessing that we can use any style of die cutting machine, manual, if you've got an electronic one as well, lots of different brands.
They're really strong steel dies, and they'll work with any of your machines.
Wonderful.
And the biggest die isn't too big either, so you don't have to. I mean, I'm using an A4 one, but this is the, you know, the aperture, and that's the biggest one.
I suppose it's
I shouldn't hold it on my inky hand, should I?
No, that's easily done. But it does show as well that, yeah, if you have got your A5 machines that you can use, it's obviously you're restricted on the size of your card base if you've got an A5 machine. But if you've got an A4 one, then you've got that wider throat area, so yeah, you can go for bigger bases.
I think you get to learn the tricks, don't you, if you had a smaller one. So you probably just use front and back of your card separately. I'm just knocking out some of the pieces. I would say this is probably the one that you get the most sort of little bits in. Sometimes this one, but they come out so easy. I don't know if you found it. They either stick to, like your mirror card, they might stick in your mirror card, or either the die or the card, yes. And they end up on your socks.
They do, everywhere.
So let me get look at the snowflake is just
I love that. Nice. So I don't automatically think of blue and gold going together, but these look beautiful together.
It's so pretty, isn't it? I'm going to die cut a gold snowflake from this.
Wonderful.
Look, every scrap here.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. 2/3 of the stock, incidentally, have gone off. What have they gone off? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. All the dies. I was watching a demonstration. It's a good demonstration. It's easy to get caught up in it. So it's the dies, yes. Yeah, if you're wanting your dies, that is quite an urgent call out for you to get hold of those, really, isn't it? So 98632 302. You're actually getting 17 dies in there, but the dies working together give you so many different possibilities, so many different ways of working with them. And of course the beauty is you can use them all year round. Yes, we've got snowflakes featuring there. Yes, we've got Christmas baubles, but then you've got that lacy aperture, that lacy outline that you could be using all year round. And don't forget, if you have gone for previous releases of these with the vintage frames, they're interchangeable. The size and the direction of those slots is exactly the same on the previous release, which means you can add to your collection, further extend your kind of style of design. You might be doing exactly as Angela has done. She's extended her idea of design with that kind of two-way that you've done. I think that looks brilliant.
I can't believe I made so many cards last year and just made single spinning frames, and then it's nice to have a break actually from it and then look at it afresh, new ideas. And so all of the baubles and the snowflake, but they don't spin in quite the same way, but they pop up, so they fold flat for posting.
This is what I was just trying to figure out, which way to actually fold it flat, but they will go flat.
Completely flat for posting, and they kind of spring up, and it's just lovely.
Wonderful.
So I've just cut the mirror card snowflake, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to connect the pieces.
See, this is a nice way for the kids to get involved with crafting as well, because they're not having to get any glue out, are they?
Oh, Hayley, you're not wrong. My children absolutely love it.
That's the voice of a mother there, isn't it? You can hear that sigh. Oh, yes, been there, done that.
Oh, I was, when I was getting my demos ready, my 4-year-old daughter, she wanted to do crafting, and I looked at the dining room table and it's already covered in Mummy's crafting.
Oh,
said, I will do some crafting this week.
Oh.
So I'm just going to get...
I was going to look for that photo, wasn't I? Because there was a card with a picture
of
your
There's a picture of Darcy. So I'll show you just the single one. It just slots in like that. And that's how you make a single snowflake. But I folded them just along where the slots are.
I'm sorry, I've just got with the
That's okay. Did you find it?
No, but I got distracted. That might surprise you. I did get distracted. Oh, I've got to show you this. This is going to melt your heart. Now, we've got obviously a beautiful card that's been created here, and you can see there, obviously, the bauble there, which of course you can stamp with your own stamps. But on the back, I love it. Whose is this handwriting? Oh, this is adorable.
Hey, do you know, I thought no one's going to see that.
Oh, I love it.
This is honestly the truth. I didn't know that we were coming back with this collection.
Okay.
I thought we were done. And so I made all these luxury cards for the One Day Special, and I gave them away to everyone. And then when I found out we were coming back, I thought, oh no, I don't have any mates. And I didn't want to ask has anyone kept their cards, but that was my mum. And so my daughter drew on the back of that.
So sweet. I'm going to cover that
these have been my actual Christmas cards.
But so who's handwritten this?
That's my daughter, Darcy.
Oh, Darcy.
She's put E for Estelle because that's my mum's name.
Oh, that is beautiful handwriting, Darcy. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for that one.
You're like a detective.
Oh, I sniff out all these things. You'd be surprised what I can find out during an hour.
That's so funny. Right, so that was just popped in there. I'm going to add some gems and I think a greeting quickly.
Doesn't this look gorgeous? I mean, this is kind of what I call a department store style card. You know, when you go out shopping, and I know many of us make cards, so we don't necessarily buy cards from places like the supermarkets and different things like that. But these are the ones where you see the cards and it's like 3 in a box, and it's going to cost you the best part of £15 or something like that.
I do mostly make my cards, but sometimes, you know, you don't have time. And then I have the most expensive tasting cards, and you're right, can you imagine how much this would cost? This would be on its own, Hayley.
And I think sometimes we get spoilt because we can create beautiful things like this in a relatively quick period of time, that when we actually go out and we see the actual price on the high street of what you're paying for these, you're like, how much? Look at this.
Just the dimension, and so it folds flat and it just springs up.
Is so clever. Do you want to turn it round and then you can point it to the camera? There we go. That's absolutely
Can you
perfect.
see the shadow as well?
That makes, nice. Yeah, it's nice
so
coming through.
Nice.
That is beautiful. absolutely gorgeous.
There it is.
And of course that's in a card, but as we were talking about with things like the boxes and gift boxes, if you've got a box that's a larger scale, a box die, or maybe you're score and folding it, you could actually get that effect in the side of a box, because that's the thing, the dies don't necessarily just have to be on cards. And of course you've got the smaller version, so you could do like a smaller version of the card on the side of a box.
The slots are so precise, you can shake it and they won't fall out, Hayley.
I'm going to test it.
You can really shake it, Hayley, it's fine.
The tea light that's flew out.
Someone in the design team will be saying, oh, I knew there was a tea light in there. I didn't.
I love it. But there you go, very sturdy. And thank you so much for that demonstration. The dies are incredible. Now 70% of the stock has gone of these. If you're wanting to take advantage of them, you need to be quick. This could potentially be your last opportunity to get hold of these. We're a little over halfway through the show, and we haven't got another show with Angela. As much as we would love to have one, we won't have enough stock to see us through. So that is the thing, you need to get involved with these now. It's kind of either a now or never situation, really, because with these we've got the opportunity for you to get hold of them, but this could potentially be the last chance that you have. You've got your set of 17 dies, you've got your storage system with your magnetic sheet included, and then you've got the additional snowflake down at the bottom, because basically Angela wanted it and it wouldn't fit on the board, so they've made an additional die in there that's going to add to it and obviously make it easy for you to work with. You've seen the demonstration, you've seen just how easy it is to work with them, but the thing is, it might be you get these and it might be, as I say, September, October before you get them out and actually use them, but don't worry, you have got full instructions there, and they're pretty much fail-safe. And the beauty is, if you don't do it quite right, you don't have to peel away the tape, you don't have to kind of separate the pieces, because there's no glue involved, it all slots together. So that means you could be creating these well in advance, pop all those pieces away and just construct them just before you send them off. Also as well, I was mentioning about cards. What about creating a card with interchangeable elements in the middle? So if you make and sell your card, you could be creating your base and popping it in a little bag with an envelope, as we do, but then adding in several different kind of choices, different stamp sentiments. So some people like to say Merry Christmas, some people like to say Happy Christmas, some people like to say Season's Greetings. Well, you could have a choice of different sentiments in there that your customer could simply pop it into place when they are ready. And that's the beauty of this, because it's not like you need a whole ream of instructions to put those pieces in place. Quickly and easily they can do that. Concept cards, give a different look to your concept cards. I love that little easel card there, because of course the beauty is that kind of little centre point, which on some of the cards is north to south, could be east to west, it could be on the diagonal if you're wanting to as well. There are so many different ways that you could actually utilise these and use them. They are incredible to work with, and you have to be quick. You're going to have to be quick with these. The dies themselves, you've got 17, so let me show you these in closer detail. So you've got your snowflake. Snowflake naturally Christmas themed, we can see that. You've got your little snowflakes as your embellishments with these. You can interchange, you can play around with these. You've got your bauble as well. Again, that's another one that we would think of potentially for Christmas, so that's great. But then you've got your frames. Now your frames are those beautiful lacy frames here, which will work alongside your aperture dies if you're wanting to, or you can use them just as they are on your cards. Absolutely beautiful to work with. But then you've got the different sizes. You've got your smooth edge there, which is going to create your aperture, but then you've got that scalloped edge, as you can see there as well. So all of these little slots, these are the slots that will connect. So the slot with this one will connect with the little slot that is indicated with your little arrow, as you can see there as well. But then you can have it north to south, you could have it east to west, you could have it on the diagonal. It's entirely up to you, but it gives you the possibilities that you can play around with this in so many different ways. Have a look at these. These are the die cut elements that you're going to create, that you're going to be able to stamp. You're going to be putting your photos on these, your sentiments. You might even have a different die that you're thinking is going to fit within that bauble. Cut that out as well. Doesn't all have to be Angela's dies that you're working with. It's such a compatible system. It will work with many other things that you've got. And I know how canny you are as crafters. You'll be utilising this in loads of different ways. So 986 302 is that all all-important item number. Now, we've seen a lot of interest with regards to die cutting machines during this hour. These are the kind of dies that make you think, you know what, I want a die cutting machine. I want to achieve these projects. So we have got the fabulous monthly mega deal to share with you. This is your Couture Creations Go Power and embossed die cutting machine. And this is a brilliant one. I've got this one myself. And it's one that you can use. I haven't got a pink one because the pink one didn't exist when I bought mine. But we have got two colour options. You've got your kind of gold finish, as you can see, and you've also got your pink. Now, the contents are the same with regards to your dies coming with these ones, but the gold one, half the stock has gone. It's a brilliant machine, you're going to love it. But the exclusive pink, this is one that is incredibly vulnerable. We are rapidly approaching limited stock with regards to this one. Now, this is our monthly mega deal, so the saving on your screen is there for the month, but the stock might not. The thing is with this one, because it's an exclusive pink, this is the only place you can get hold of it, and once it's gone, it has gone. So you can see you've got your 3 flexi buys on this one. So if you wanted to, if you've seen those dies and you've seen that concept and you thought to yourself, do you know what? I really do want to get hold of that. You can add that into your basket alongside your die cutting machine. Now, your die cutting machine, because of it being a considered purchase, we've got 3 flexi buys on that one. So you're looking at £46.66. But if you're wanting the dies at the same time, you can spread the cost of those as well. So that means for less than £60, in fact, looking at £56.66, there or thereabouts, because you'll be looking at the first payment on your die set, which is at the bottom of your screen. Let's call it £30, makes it easier. So an extra tenner on those 3 payments that you've got on the screen there means that you've got your die cutting machine, you've got your personalisation with your alphabet, you've got some fabulous elements with regards to this one, but then you've got the ability for you to actually create those 3-dimensional cards because you're adding in the details at the bottom of your screen as well. Sorry, I said alphabet, I meant numbers. The numbers are on there, so you can personalise with different things like your ages and things like that going on with that. And the beauty is, if you're buying this as a gift for somebody, because I know that a lot of people will say, oh, I'd like a die cutting machine for Christmas. If you've got somebody that you know loves the colour pink, you could actually get hold of this, beautifully packaged, so you can pop this away somewhere and you can actually wrap this up, put it out of the way and bring it out with a die cutting set, with Angela's set. Oh my goodness, you're going to earn so many brownie points. You'll be into next year worth of brownie points. 880282, what a fabulous combination. And it's perfect for you to use with the dies. And as I say, for an extra tenner on that payment there, £56.66, you'll be able to get hold of not only the dies that we've been talking about with Angela, but your system, your die cutting system to allow you to cut them out as well. And then you can go on to other things. With your thicker dies, you can cut out things like your fabrics, but it will take all of your dies, not just your thin skinny ones. It will take those thicker dies and it will take your embossing folders. You're getting those in with this as well, and it's just a brilliant system to get involved with. As I say, I've got this one. I have had access to other die cutting machines, and this one and the manual ones, absolutely brilliant. The Kaleido, I love both of them for different reasons, but here you go. If you're wanting your Couture Creations Go Power, then the details are there on your screen. 880282, but do not miss out on that deal. Do not miss out on it. Got queues on the phones. Kind of happens when we've got deals like this going on. And I'm not going to apologise because we've got some amazing deals, but we will get to you with your order. But if you want to bypass that queue, then please do jump onto the website. Gives you the opportunity to get your order in the system a little sooner. We're going to head back over to Angela to see what she's up to. Angela, what are you up to?
Well, I've been secretly saying, get the Darcy card.
I
found it.
Oh, have you found it?
Yes, so it's a gatefold card. And there she is on your birthday. And it's just, yeah, I know, wish upon a star.
See, isn't that lovely? Because that could be something that we're creating as, I don't know, baby's first Christmas or something like that. Something that you're going to bring out every single year.
Baby. Actually, do you know what, this bauble one, it just looks like a circle. So that would be lovely for a new baby, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
Really nice.
Oh, she's adorable, bless her. Oh. So what are we up to with this demonstration?
So do we still have some florals and flurries?
We do. I think it's hanging on at the moment.
Very excited about that, Hayley, because this is a lovely card and it's so simple because of the card pack. So I've got a sheet here.
Okay.
And I'm just going to, I'm not going to score it, Hayley. I know, I'm going rogue.
You rebel.
I know. Rules were meant to be broken, hey? Right, there we go. So, and what I've done is I've deliberately offset it because it looks so nice just having that contrast. I know. And I'm going to cut some apertures.
Wonderful.
So I'm going to go for...
Could you cut out, just throwing this into the mix, if you were doing the smaller ones, could you cut out multiples on the front of the card? So if you wanted to put, I don't know, the word dad or something like that, or mum or baby, could you actually have separate ones for each one of the letters?
Yes, you could have as many as you wanted to fit in the card. Yeah, that's a really nice idea.
Okay, that's good to know.
If you had a sort of alphabet stamp, that would be so cute.
Fabulous. It's all about those different... My head's gone into overdrive with all the possibilities.
So honestly, the design team had so much fun with this collection and the dies, and they're still coming up with ideas, and it's really nice because I was excited about it as I was designing it, and I thought, as a crafter, I can't wait to use this. But then when other people get their hands on it, it's so nice to see what they come up with. So
now, this is showing why an A4 die cutting machine is useful, because with this one you're cutting it into the folded card. Now if you've got an A5, this is why I say about different die cutting machines for different reasons. Having an A4 die cutting machine means that you can actually pass through your card in the direction that you've just done, doesn't it? So it means that you can make those cards, those
it does give you more
cards,
options, yes.
Incidentally, the paper pack as well, got the details on the screen, so if you're wanting that, it's while stocks last with regards to this one as well, and it has been a popular one. So $14.99, that's what you're getting within that paper pack. So if you want that one, 156893, that's the all-important item number to get hold of that one. Love it. It's really pretty design, that one.
I don't know where Rich found a box of those, or I don't know how many boxes, but he must have put them in a very safe place in the warehouse.
Never to be found
I
again.
thought they were all gone.
It's lovely colours. I love the contrast that you've got between the two sides with them as well. It's very effective.
So it's that's hand drawn, and it's all inky effects that I did. Yeah, and then Katie turned it into all of my inky effects and artwork into the card pack. She's so clever.
She is very clever.
So that's your apertures, and I'm going to take some stars.
Ooh, okay.
And right, so I showed you how to nest. Now, if I take the bauble, there are two ways that you can get sneaky extra frames, Hayley, on these.
Oh, okay, right.
So normally, so you go for the next down that you can pop through the machine.
Right.
And this would be the smallest, but if you die cut this one, and then you can double die cut, and you can get that one in, but the frame would be so small, the metal, it wouldn't fit on it in one pass.
Okay.
So that is one extra one, and I'm going to do it again with this one.
Okay.
And it just fits on, Hayley.
Ooh.
It is.
So that's your piece that's pre-die cut. Is that glitter card?
Yes,
it is.
Okay. It is some pink, but a pop of colour.
Lovely. Shows that those dies will go through so many different styles of cardstock as well, because like you say, we've got all those gorgeous glamorous card stocks, things like your mirror card, your satin finish, your glitter card.
So many effects, and the die set comes with toppers and a bottom here. So if you wanted to, you know, like those vintage baubles.
Oh yes,
I know.
Yeah.
So if you want to add mirror
like
card,
the crown, yes,
so cute.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy. Love the finishing touches. It does matter, doesn't it?
I'm just thinking as well. A couple of days ago, we had John Lockwood was on with a double-sided glitter card, so that would be perfect for this because it's the two different sizes.
Yeah. So I mean, there's different ways that you can go. So I saw that and I thought, oh, I should have asked John for some of that card, because that's lovely. You get the spin with glitter on both sides, or if you want to have ink up a contrasting colour, that's nice too, because you notice it as it spins. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You two need to talk. There you go, crisply cutting it through beautifully.
Very slim. I mean, that's quite sturdy as well with the adhesive. So I've pre-made this central part. I mean, this is a nice size. You could, like I said, you could just have a greeting or any stamps really. Hayley, I've stamped a different, look, I've gone for the bauble because that's what I was going to do, and I've used a smaller aperture.
Okay.
Look, no, it's fine, I'll show you, look. So this one here is, because I'm chatting and having a nice time.
I'm such a distraction.
No, it's me, I'm just enjoying myself. So look, two different apertures. So,
I see, yes.
So no, it's fine because this is actually quite good to explain. So this aperture will fit the circular bauble or the shaped one. Yep.
Right.
And then if you go to the next size down, which is this one, if I pop this one out.
Oh,
so
it's actually in there.
Yeah, it's quite nice actually because you're going to get two different looks. And this is a solid panel. And this is what we were saying, got some washi tape there. So you're going to get two different looks. But this is why you just keep going. And the nice thing is you just pop them out and swap them.
Oh, the little star.
I know, nice little stuff. Front and back of the bears and little stars. Let me see, here we go.
See these cards, I mean, they look so professional. And the fact that when you've actually got these on your stand, if you do have a craft stand and you're thinking your Christmas fairs, your autumn fairs, things like that, I mean, these are the style of cards that really do stand out, don't they? Because they look so different.
It's just, and there's just so many options. I mean, I could have gone for like a full size, a large aperture and then nested that there. Or, yeah, just going diagonal is quite nice. Or what about a landscape card?
Yes.
That would be nice with hanging baubles.
There's a lot you can do. And that's the thing, I mean, when you actually looked at some of the finished samples earlier on, I mean, there's so many different styles. I mean, that bauble and twisting and putting the baubles together to get that dimension. But the fact that it folds flat, I mean, look at that, that's just going to go in your standard envelope. But when it gets to the recipient, you know how sometimes we make cards, and this is the thing, sometimes you have to leave instructions in with the card to say, oh, you pull here, or pop this bit up, or, do you know what I mean? Sometimes when you're sending a card to somebody who's not a card maker, they don't necessarily know how to display the card that you've created. But something like this, you can see, literally, he's just going to pop up when it gets there. So it takes it out the envelope, pops into shape itself, and then straight away, it's looking fabulous. You don't have to tell them to do anything at all. Love it. 17 dies for $29.99, giving you lots of different possibilities because of the interchangeable aspect of this one. But you have to be quick. It's your last opportunity. I think we've got time to squeeze another demonstration in. So I'm going to let Angela get herself ready while I tell you guys that 80% of the stock has gone. So 986302 will get you all of your concept dies, and they are concept dies because they give you such a different look. Now obviously you can use them with the apertures, you can slot those elements in north to south, you can use them in so many different ways, but the thing is, it's not just about cards. This is showing you how you can take them alongside other things. So maybe you've got other dies, maybe you've got oval dies, square dies, diamond dies. It still allows you, as long as you've got that area in there where you can cut that scallop circle out and pop that little element in there, you can utilise those, which is why they work so well with things like your box dies, creating some fabulous little elements there that are just slotted together. There's no glue involved, and you can see they spin round absolutely beautifully. So it really does give you a fabulous look, and I just think it's such a clever idea, especially if you're making things, making Christmas gifts. I just think that's a beautiful way to actually display something. But you've got so many different elements, areas that you can stamp, areas that you can add additional die cuts to, but it really is a bumper bundle. 17 dies. These are going to be ones that you'll be finding all sorts of different ways to work with, but only if you're quick. With 80% of the stock having gone, you really are up against the wire as to whether you'll get these or not. If you're watching on repeat, sadly you may be too late, but if you're not and you're watching live, then take those details, get them into your basket, but check your basket out. 986302. So Angela, we've got a little over 5 minutes left.
I'll just have a little play. So I've got a sheet of the Ocean Mist here, and this looks so nice in a zigzag card because you've got the gradation going across it. And I'm just going to trim one edge. I've put 3 score lines on this. So funny. It's like I started off with, I don't know, about 7 items in my basket. It's like some strange game show. I just keep crafting with less and less products. Oh, it's been a lot of fun though.
I've really enjoyed myself. I've been fortunate because I've had both of your shows today, so I'm not going to complain at all. Love it.
Right then, so I am going to die cut 3 apertures. See if I can get the placement in one go. That would be nice. That's centimetre, okay.
And then think about all the different fancy folds that we've kind of got in our vocabulary, if that's the right phrase, then yeah. Or our library, should I say.
It's changed my view on the gatefold card because, like you say, you get that 360. It's so beautiful. And again, zigzags. Yeah, so it's nice to revisit some of the sort of classic cards.
I mean, I think even if you've got something like an art journal or a scrapbook, because they fold flat when you close them, I think there's going to be a lot of interest when you actually use them in things like your memory projects as well. Just as Angela's popping that through the die cutting machine, can I show you what I found? This is such a clever idea. Because first of all, I thought, oh, I love that lovely little envelope that's been created. And the beauty is, it kind of all slots together, and then you've got the opportunity to perhaps put something like a little gift card in there. But it's made up of interlocking those circles. Isn't that a clever idea?
It's really sweet. Oh, Angela Dodson designed that. She's so clever.
That is so clever. Such a clever idea. And it just kind of all just locks together again
Because
afterwards.
it uses the slot lines as a guide for folding.
So the slot lines, have we got the slot lines in this particular one, or is that a different die
Yeah, so
set?
it's, no, it would die cut the, the slots at the top and the bottom, and that's what you use, so you know exactly where the half line is, and
So
you can
in
just fold them.
these little slot lines here, that hold the gift.
Oh no, that's something
right,
else.
Sorry, yeah, that's a bit, I was a bit confused as to where that was from, but right, okay.
I think that was from the previous die set.
But I know what you mean, where you know where to fold those on the edge of the card.
It's really clever.
That is lovely. Like that one. So
we
busy cutting over there.
5 minutes, do you say?
3.5 now.
Excellent.
No pressure.
I'm just going to cut one of these as a solid panel then.
Now, with regards to the design, obviously we've been watching the shows and we've been lots of different demonstrations. After the show, after we've got our dies, we might have people that are watching now and they won't actually get the dies out and use them for Christmas cards till September, October. If they can't watch our show on Rewind, where can we see you? Where can we find your demonstrations and your ideas and your suggestions?
So we've got how-to videos on our site, and there's loads of inspiration as well. There's galleries, so you can see. Katie takes lovely photographs of the makes as well, but it's all there. So lots of inspiration.
Lovely, so there you go. Make sure you check that out, and of course you'll have all of those details on the packaging when it comes through to you.
Okay, so I'm literally just going to slot these in as though I'm going to go for this. This is the nice thing about the gradients. You can just mix and match. So go for the blue against the sandy
It almost
colours.
looks like a sun in the sky now.
It does. You can have decorative elements, and then that photo. It would be nice, wouldn't it? If I love photos on cards, because I think it's a nice way to personalise it.
Now, as we start coming towards the end of this hour, we've had 2 fabulous hours with Angela. We've been incredibly busy. It's been so good to have your company. Have we got any dates in the diary for when you're due back again, Angela?
We haven't at the moment, but we will be back soon. We did some Nature's Textures stencils, and I wasn't able to launch them, and I've got so many ideas, and I just can't wait to show you.
Hopefully that won't be too long before we see you back again then.
Yep.
Look at that! Isn't that beautiful? And it's lovely because, of course, it's a base there that's ready. You could be making these in advance, and that area that you've got, perfect to house, well, pretty much any stamps that you've got, really.
Absolutely.
Isn't that gorgeous? Angela,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've had a blast, I really have. And it's just down to you guys now. I mean, this is your last chance, really. We've come to the end of the hour. We've only got a few moments left, really, to tell you about it. But it is your deal that you've got on your screen there. $29.99 will get you your fabulous set of dies. As we've mentioned, they're dies that you're going to be using over and over again, not just for Christmas, all year round. And they're adding that interest. Not just about creating your cards, though, it's about creating your bags, your boxes, your photo frames, your kind of little dingly danglers. If you're doing your Christmas decorations, there's all sorts of fabulous things you could be creating with these. But it gives you the opportunity to get your creative juices flowing and create some absolutely amazing pieces. But only if you get them before they either sell out. Well, they will sell out, to be honest, because it's a limited deal. It's one of those ones that the stock, when they've gone, and they will go. So if you're watching on repeat, hopefully they are still available and you can take advantage. But if not, then sadly you will have missed out. But keep an eye open because, of course, we hope to see Angela back here very, very soon with even more. Lots of ideas and inspiration. Can't wait to see what you bring us next. So thank you. Have a safe journey home. It's been lovely working with you, as it always is. So don't forget, checking out your basket. Add in those different bits and pieces we've been speaking of. You've got obviously the papers we've been speaking of. We've still got those available. And if you've not bought a die cutting machine yet, but these dies have inspired you to have a go, then don't forget we have got that monthly mega deal, which means for just an extra tenner on your flexi buy payments, you could be getting these amazing dies in your basket as well. I'm going to see you a little bit later on. We've got a 2-hour show coming up with John Lockwood after the break. So I'll see you at 5. No, I won't. I'll see you at 4. So we've got Lockers Crafts 2 Christmas coming up after the break. Himself and Paola joining you in the next few moments. And I'm teaming up with Angie and a last look at the one-day special. Can't wait.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Well, creating the most magical projects for Christmas with the gorgeous sparkle, the warm glow, of course, of Crafts 2. And you will be able to create all that, well, because we have got the expert, the talented and inspirational, of course, John Lockers here in the building for 2 hours. And of course, all about the demos. Now, that is going to be well, I'm so looking forward. John, how are you?
I'm good. Sorry, I'm giggling because you're too nice. You're too
I'm not
kind.
too nice.
You
know that I'm very truthful. And
Yes.
it's funny because the other day I was after the show, I went back to you and it's like, you know, I'm not being nice. I'm actually mean every single word.
You did actually, yeah, and it was very true. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I learn a lot, and also for me, the way that you see products, crafts, inspiration, but also you explain everything so well.
I genuinely believe, and thank you, but I genuinely believe that if you've bought a product,
yes,
or if you're buying a product or thinking of buying a product, you need to know it's not a one-trick pony. Yes. What are all the different things I can do with it? Has it earned my money?
Yes.
Has the product earned my money? Because I've earned my money.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, and sat at home, I've had to work to earn the money I've got. So is that product earning the money from me? And that's what I love about doing these 2-hour shows once a month, is because we actually asked for these. The craft store didn't actually say, John, would you do a 2-hour show? I actually turned around and said, can I do a 2-hour show once a month where I can go a little bit more in depth into products and explain them to people and make myself feel better that, sometimes that I've said, this is brilliant and the best thing since sliced bread and I get 5 minutes to show you. this is a chance for me to show you all the different things you can do and say, it earned a place in my craft cave.
Yeah.
I hope it earns a place in yours, and if it has, this is our chance to show you what to do.
That's the thing. This is already very busy because it is a fabulous bundle, and this is a shaker card set. Now, there's so many techniques you can do, and of course, shaker cards, it will be the perfect thing to do, and for Christmas is ideal. We are going to have so many demos by John, all about techniques, all about how to use them. So let's break it down what you are getting. Oh, and before we get into details, once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure that you grab it and check out your baskets. Now, you are getting 5 of the icing super fine glitters. Now, they are brand new colors and they have got that iridescent nature to them. John, we were talking about the gorgeous nature of these glitters because it's not just a sparkle. It is more than that, isn't it?
It is more than that. What you've got is, because we've done these before, and again, all the techniques I'm doing, you'll be able to do with them. But what you've got here is you've got the super fine glitter, which is like, I call it, it's like a silk, to be honest.
Yeah.
So the glitter is that smooth that when you touch it, it feels like nothing. It's not gritty like puts me off. But the difference with these 5 is, and this Christmas kit is, what they've done is they've added basically interference into it. So if you can see, if I shake that, can you see there where you're getting like the Aurora Borealis from it?
Yeah.
But the clever thing is, they've added the same interference into each colour.
Right.
Now, I know when we were talking,
yes,
you said to me, right, so that one's interference, clear, and the silver one, you said that's holographic.
Yeah.
No, it's the same interference. Because the glitter is so super fine, genuinely, literally, it's like ice. You can see it blowing. It's like icing sugar.
Yeah.
They've added the same interference in. So the fact on here you're seeing so many different colours is because that's reflected from the silver. But look, I mean, I know I'm being bad, but it's because I love these. Look at the gold.
Look at that. Look, oh. And
so
you know,
again, you've got in the gold for some reason you're seeing reds and greens. You see, you're seeing reds and greens in the gold.
You see Christmas inside it.
Yeah, it is. It's like Christmas same thing. And I was saying, these are what's left from a 60ml pouch.
Wow.
After I've done all my samples and demos.
Right. So, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of glitters come in, say, 10. So like 20 mil.
20. The highest I've found of the silk glitters of this sort of quality are the 20ml pots.
Yeah.
And I checked this morning.
Yes, you did.
And the retail price of it was £4, was £3.99 for the 20ml pot.
So
that was the cheapest I could find.
Well, say let's say £4 or a penny short of £4 times, you are getting 5. We are talking about £20.
Well, no, because there's 3 pots in each of these. These are 60ml. So
wow!
There's
Sorry.
So you times your £4 by 3. That's how much is in each one of these pouches. That's what I say.
So
if you get out your pots of glitter, they don't fill these Killam jars from that famous Swedish shop like this. And this is after I've demoed. I didn't have 2 sets of these, to be honest. So,
sorry, my maths are horrendous.
You're talking basically
£12
per pouch, and you've got 5 pouches.
Well, you do the maths. I'm not clever enough to do those maths. Thank goodness that John is here. He can do the demos and do the maths as well. Now, very busy. We are approaching 20%. Now, I mentioned this is the kit that is, once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure this is going to be the start of the show of John's demos. Then we are getting the artificial snow. Can I say, is one of my favorites. You're getting 100 grams of these. Well, that was going to last you a long time. I love it because it's super light, but it's super textured, but it's also easy to use. How many pouches you have got in there?
Oh, this is less than 1. This is what's left from 1.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a full one.
I thought it was like 2.
Oh, no. I've never believed in that. I don't like decanting more than 1 into a box because it's a bit of a twist to me. This is what's left of 1 pot, 1 bag. And it's actually made of plastic, but it's what they use. I know we've brought it onto you before, but never in this configuration. This is what they use in films. In TV and in shop windows to fake snow.
Look at that.
And it's actually made of it's almost like chewed up recycled plastic.
Yeah.
So there's no weight, which is really important with card making. because again, every 100 grams adds another £2 onto the cost of posting.
So
there's literally, there's so much, but look again how light it is.
It looks
I don't
like
think you can see
snow.
this, it's blowing off onto my desk. It is literally that light just from the aircon.
No, that is phenomenal. Now, a quarter of the stock has gone. Please make sure that once it's gone, it's gone. We just double check. We have got 2 hours. Well, I mean, I know John will have something else, but no. Then we have got 2,500 gems over that, and I love that you are getting them in different sizes. You have got the storage compartment, and you're also getting the clear and the Aurora Borealis, the AV.
So you've got clear in here, and you've got the AB, which is the interference ones. And I love the little way the clever wheel's done, because basically that means none come out.
Yeah.
And then each one of these pouches is a different size, working its way up.
So
2,
that's
3,
and then
4, 5 mil. I think not even 10 mil. I think it's 5 mils, perhaps the biggest. All the way to the Aurora Borealis. Then we go to the clear, and again you go down from the larger all the way to the tiny ones at the bottom. It's actually got. Oh, well done, John. Good job. I'm using some in my first demo in the shaker card. But don't ever do that. But it's actually got, at the bottom, this seems weird, let me spin this round properly.
By the way,
it's actually got a finger hole in the bottom. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
So you can actually turn it easy. It's not as difficult as I'm making it look. You actually grab it there, and that means it's easy to turn. But again, and what we've also done is we've included the jewel pickers.
Right. Which I was going to ask you, sir, because jewels are so difficult to get into the project unless you have got the dedicated tools. So
they are. And the thing is, you know, I've found over time, you can get, you know, the ones that you wash and you clean. And you can wash these. But this is almost like a wax. So over time, if you like me, they get squashed. Or they get dirty, which is why we've made them so that, which is why we've included these in there, because so that you've got, but look, watch. It just picks it up so easily, and when you put glue down, which I will show you in the demos, it sticks straight to the glue because this isn't sticky. It's almost resistant. You know, look, it doesn't stick to my hand, but it sticks to the gem. But it's almost like wax. It's
just really
clever. Really clever. And of course, you can mould it to be, for the really tiny ones, you mould it to a really tight point.
That is wow, amazing. And you're getting two of them, which I love because, well, we know we need one to have. Okay, this is the first time, I think, on air that I have been, well, I've been speechless, and I have been speechless before, but absolutely speechless in my 3 languages, but speechless also because I was like, no, surely, cannot be. Now we are 40% of the stock, and remember, this is why I couldn't believe it, because it jumped from a quarter of the stock to 40% of the stock, and remember, once it's gone, it's gone. It is absolutely phenomenal. I love that it's the embellishments. I love that you have got the glitter, the sparkle, the tools. 029-594 is your item number, £19.99. I would say Crafts 2 deliver amazing prices as well. And now we have got 2 happy hours. Now you already have found them. 20% of the stamps has already gone. And here you have them. Now, of course, you have the amazing decked holes and snowflakes. You are getting 35 stamps in total. John, I adore them.
I love these. I really do. Again, these are ones, I know I feel like I keep saying it and I keep talking about the Narnia of a warehouse. And one day, Paola, you will come down and see it.
Yes, I need to, when it's safe.
See the Escher painting. And it is, I thought we'd sold out of these. I love these. The sentiments are based on songs. So in the snowflakes, you've got Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas.
Oh, I love that.
You've got Deck the Halls and Blessings of the Season, and May your days be merry and bright.
Which is, I love that.
In this Victorian script. And then you've got all holly in there. And again, it's the same holly that I use, so it matches in with my holly dies and stamps I've done previously.
Yes.
And the snowflakes, again, similar idea, snowflakes. And in there, you've got Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas and Tidings of Comfort and Joy.
Which are amazing sentiments, not only for the front, but also for the inside of
they
the card.
Are, yeah, because I never know what to write on the inside of the card.
Exactly, John.
Oh, have a great... Oh, my... Yeah.
Well, and also Christmas cards. We want to make sure that we send them, we are quick and easy to send as well. Now, once they're gone, it's gone, so we are approaching half the stock. It is a very, very, very busy shop. Please do check out your baskets. Now, we have got another happy hour. Well, you're saving £10 as well, better than half price, because you are just paying $9.99 for those stamps. Now, 10% of the stock of the embossing folders has already gone, so you are getting 4 of them. Let's have a look at the first one. Love that you are getting Santa, the presents, and of course you have got the stag. Love that. And then you are getting, of course, is it an A5 or 5x7?
This is 5x7.
Okay.
No, I think it's actually A5.
It's A5 because
they
that's
are
how you
massive
did it.
folders.
Yeah.
They really are. This is beautiful, and you'll find that if you've got Penny's Bauble, or you've watched my video on YouTube showing you how to make Penny's Bauble card, this is the folder I use because it fits exactly in that open space between two snowflakes in the centre.
I love this. I love the kind of... Also, this with the special, with those sparkly gems. That would be perfect.
Put on each little dot. That would be beautiful,
That would be so beautiful. And then, of course, you have got the placement. Now, of course, we have got the pine trees, the pine cones in here as well. And then finally, the trees, the funky trees in there. So you are getting all 4 of them, 3 A5 and that one in here that you can see. All 4 of them for $9.99. Almost half price because you are saving £9. 806-329. Remember, this is a happy hour, so make sure to check out your baskets. Now, you are also shopping ahead for something that I strongly recommend. This is the Crafts 2 A5 extra thick acetate sheets. This is not 25 micron. It's something that I have been using for a long time, for years and years, and I strongly recommend as well. Now, John informs me that will work as well with a Kaleido, right? This one?
No, this isn't the Kaleido.
Sorry, not the Kaleido. This is for the box that we're
This is for your box. This is for your shaker cards.
Yes, shaker.
I mean, you can try it with the Kaleido because it's made by the same manufacturer. But what we've done with this is we've made this. This has been a lot thicker.
Right.
Because what we tend to find is if you use certainly very thin acetate, what actually happens is, as you'll know, the way that I tend to do my shaker cards, they leak.
Yes.
And they can expand and things like this. This won't. This will stay very,
but you
very
still
stable.
can fold it. You can still do things.
You can fold this. This is not one you would die cut.
Yeah, okay.
But this is one that you can fold, and it will keep. If you put a fold line in it, this is probably the difference. So without even scoring, it will stay there. Absolute crisp.
Because you know, like I love acetate cards, like floating cards, and I did make lots during my ODS the other week.
If you want a floating card, this is what you need.
This is what perfect.
Not your standard acetate, because it flows.
It flows. And $9.99 is, of course, the price for 20 of them. 000447 is your item number. And we also have got our shaker card kits. Here you can see, of course, this is the start of the show, and half the stock has already gone. And we are not even, well, we are just 15 minutes in on the first hour, and once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure to check out your baskets. 029594 is your item number. Now, this is a double-header show. It's all about the demos, so let's head to Mr. Lockers himself.
Hello.
Right, so what are you going to show us
Right,
then?
what I'm going to show you is, I actually started this card on Friday on the limited edition show.
Right.
So this is using the limited edition dies. And I did say that because I was doing shaker cards and I had the products today, I would finish it because I'm using the box, which we have got on the show as well again, because this is the first and, to me, one of the easiest ways to make a shaker card if you've never done it before, and to make sure it works and it doesn't leak. And so I'd already put the box together, and if I grab a piece, I can show you roughly why. And the reason is, with the box, what you've got is the die cuts this out and does all of the folds, but if you see here, it has little tabs.
Yeah.
And those little tabs are what make all the difference, because if those two just go together like that without a tab in that corner, it leaks out.
Yeah.
So the tab is there to stop it. So once that is sealed, that is sealed.
It's properly
and of course
sealed.
it won't leak.
So you are protecting it not 3 times that corner, because you have got 2 overlapping plus that
2
that
overlapping
flap.
plus the flaps. You're protecting that corner in both places so that nothing can leak out. So I'd already done that and cut into it. And again, if you watch on Rewind, or we will, I think, probably put it on our YouTube channel, we usually do the shows, you'll see how I made this one and used the limited edition. I'm not sure if the limited edition sold out. If not, it might be on the website. But, so what I can do now is I can fill this. And this is the other thing, is traditionally, we would, shaker cards, we would use glitter. Okay, so we would use glitter in a shaker card, or we would use something like micro beads or sequins.
Of course.
Yeah. The problem is that, can you imagine this size of box? It's actually ½ an inch thick.
Right, yeah.
How much it will take?
Yeah, a lot.
It's going to cost you an awful lot to fill it. And this is one of the reasons why, just on its own, I love the snow. Because this is like bulking it out. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take the inside that I've already got ready, and I'm going to add just a little bit. I remembered it this time.
Well, if not, I have it in the
yours.
Yeah.
Bless her, Charmaine said, I'll give you that spray glue back. I said, it's okay, I bought some more.
This is also speaks about the good relationships between different companies, different demonstrators. Charmaine, if you're watching, big hugs to you.
But you can, so I've put the middle in. Okay.
Oh, I love that.
So this is the limited edition, but obviously I want to put more into that, but I don't want to waste it. So what I do is I use the snow to start with, and all you do is pop your box open, and literally, because this is, if I say so cheap, I don't mean that the way it sounds.
No, it's so, you get so much value for your money.
You do, if you look, I've put 3 of this tub
Which
in.
is a big, small tub, if you know what I mean.
But look.
Yeah.
Give it a shake. You can't tell I've had any out of that.
And it's funny because, John, when we say 100 grams, the thing is, well, 100 grams. 100 grams is the weight. If you have got something super light, actually 100 grams is a lot of it.
That's 100 grams.
Yeah.
But you would normally expect 100 grams to be a little tiny bag because of the amount. So there's so much in there. So I've got my snow in there, lovely, and it builds up. But what I can also do is now, this is where I would add my glitter.
Right.
So I can turn that from being just a nice sort of snowy scene. So we grab my little spoon. Honestly, normally it's into the second hour that I lose things.
Okay. Well,
and I'm actually using one of my kitchen spoons.
Right. If you use it for crafts, it's just for crafts? Or for,
this is a craft. So this is 5 mil.
Right. And then you can measure exactly how much you put. So I can measure
exactly how much I'm getting.
Yeah.
So then I can shake that in.
I love that.
But suddenly, and then what I'm going to do is, I've got all these silver gems as well, haven't I?
Yeah.
Could you imagine how much it would cost to fill the box with those?
Oh my God. Yeah, because...
So I've got some that fell out, so they're going in.
And you can, because you are getting... And I love that fact that even the back, they are pretty, because some of, for instance, the rhinestones that you put in, that they have got adhesive backing, you couldn't do that.
You couldn't do that, no, because they have that... if I say ugly back, I don't mean it out, but they have.
You know, they have got the hot glue that you kind of activate with heat, which is perfect for, fabric, but not for this project.
No, not at all. So, here we go. So, you must make sure that you take... that you're gluing the tabs down. I'm using power tape because it's the strongest thing I've ever come across. You can use a wet glue, or you can use a red line tape if you must, but please don't use finger lift tape, whatever you're doing, because it will not. And then I'm going to seal the box, and then push that down. What we do is, we mix it.
Yeah.
So then you've got
the box there. Right.
Look at
that.
The incandescence of that. That's not the camera.
No.
That's actually not showing anywhere near as much.
No, he's not really digging at Marcus.
No, he's not that good with effects. But it's done. So all I would do then is, and I do think it's important to kind of finish it. So I just need to make sure that's sealed properly.
Yeah.
But one of the ways we do that is just grab, again, I'm using a little bit of power tape, just to be sure, seal over there.
Okay. Oh, the flap. Yeah.
So make sure you seal over the flap, because you don't want that to go down. And I'm just going to, I'd probably do 4 of it at home. But this is the other thing, is when you do something like this or a box, the first thing you're going to think, if you make it as a shaker card, you're going to think, right, well, that's going to be a small packet, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to cost me, what is it now, something like £4.
Oh, don't ask me.
It's a crazy amount. This isn't. I made sure that this was thin enough to stay as a large letter.
Really? I didn't know that.
So this is a lot. You've got basically 2.5 centimetres. You've got 254 millimetres, 1 inch is your large letter, and the box is half the size. So there we've got your finished luxurious, and see how the snow and the glitter start to stick onto the snowflake at the back.
That is so amazing. Now, I have got here, because you have made it live on air, I have got a black jumper, which, you know, I'm going to rotate it like this. And this is very risky, isn't it? But there is no glitter. There is absolutely no glitter there. This is why I think that you should go for the cards. Of course, here you can see how it creates the box light, because that is something that I was testing while John was doing that. I was like, you know what, I want to do the test myself, because I know as a crafter, maybe at home you're thinking, well, you know, I really want a proper test. Like, I want to see, make sure. Look at my jumper. There is no glitter there. It would show if it did. Now, if you want your die, £19.99, fabulous price for a set of 3 dies that you are getting in there. 157-890 is your item number. Now, of course, this is one of the cards that you can create, which is a similar variation of John's. And if you want the icing, superfine glitters, the snow, and the clear gems with the 2 jewel pickers, I mean, we are talking about that basically £19.99. For the amount of glitter, superfine glitter, you probably would get just 2 of these pouches, or 2.5 of that, because they each contain 60 ml. Which is 3 times more than the same quality of other brands into those pots. So imagine getting 5 of them, 5 beautiful brand new colors, plus you are getting the snow, plus you are getting the gems, like over 2,000 you know, gems in there with the ivy coating and the clear ones, which means that you can color them different sizes as well. And of course, you have got the jewel pickup tool as well in there. Now over half the stock now has gone. It's going very quickly, and once they are gone, they are gone. We still have got 1 hour and a half. But you know what? I'm absolutely confident that John will have something up his sleeves in terms of demonstrations and different, because he always can. He's a proper crafter. He always knows what to do with beautiful dolls, especially if he has designed them himself. 029-594 is your item number. £19.99 is your price. Now, another product that you know what, is something that you may want texture instead of a sparkle. You may want a little bit of something else that gives you the same techniques that glitter will give you without necessarily that super kind of attention-seeking sparkling, because sometimes we want to be a little bit more subdued. This is the pollen, but also, of course, as the name indicates, it's for flower centres, John.
It is. It's pollen designed for flower centres, actually made out of sand.
Wow.
And we have it made for us. It's got different colours and different sizes of texture of sand in each colour. And this is what I did on my craft cave. I am going to demo this one, probably in the second hour.
Fabulous.
Because this is so... Anybody can make this, genuinely. But it works as your flower centres. It gives you a far more realistic look, because it has the little beads like you'd have in pollen. But it works so well on its own to give you texture. And I think backgrounds are someplace that we really, really struggle.
It is,
and again, this one, where I mixed it in with the snowflakes and different colours. But if you're not good with inky backgrounds, that looks like a really complex inky background. That takes less than 5 minutes to make.
Wow. And you know what, because I'm, you know, thinking glitter, instead of glitter using this, yes, you can do it, but you need the right material, and which is this. And of course, you're getting 6 pots of 50 ml each. I love the elegance of this one. I kind of open it here, so there's an instruction. So let's see what... Oh.
But that's with the pollen. Look at that beautiful texture. And I love the way that the colours sort of fade into each one. It's using the waste from the corners, snowflake corner dies for my new Christmas.
I love this.
But it's so much texture on it. Again, if you're not great at inking, but it is something different on its own.
It is. I think, let's be honest, glitters sometimes, we don't want the sparkle, but we want the techniques that you can achieve with the microfine elements in there. Let's have a open in the pot, because then you can have an idea of what you are getting. Look at that. It's just phenomenal. The beautiful colors. Love this kind of lilac. So you are getting Christmas green. You are getting the gray, so is that one. You are getting baby blue, which must be this one. Then ultramarine, azure blue, and lavender. So that would be lavender. That probably is azure blue. And then we have them there. All 6 of them. You don't have to choose. Of course, £14.99 is your price. And you have them there. 648376 is your item number. Now, of course, that is one of the items. But we have got also happy hours. Happy hours means that the price, that saving of £10, it will disappear at the end of the hour. So make sure to check out your baskets. We are 80% of the stock is gone. So once it's gone, so make sure to check out your baskets. It's better than half price. 794433 is your item number. Do check out your baskets for them. Then we have another happy hour. Let me grab it because I put some samples behind it. It does happen. Sometimes you try to show all the samples and then you put something underneath it that you shouldn't have. Now, of course, the Crafts 2 embossing folders, we have got 4 of them. One of them, I think this one is 5x7. Don't quote me on the sizes. Let me see if but I think that's around the size. Yeah, I think that's maybe 6 inches by 4. I don't know. But then you have in here 3 of the A5. Let's have a look at the designs. I love this. If we come closer, you can see there's little, points in there as well. So you can put them there and you can see that we have also the pine cones and of course the pine needles there. And then finally we have got the funky trees. 20% of the stock has gone. So if you want the embossing folders, you have got a £9 saving, which makes them almost a half price. £9.99 is what you're paying. 806329 is your item number. Now, if you have got any questions, of course, for John, email us in at studio@thecraftstore.com or post them on the Craft Store Facebook page. Give us a like there as well. We run competitions, so it's always good to do that. And don't forget to check out your baskets for everything. We are extraordinarily busy. John, you are ready for the next level.
Yes, so what I'm going to do now, so I showed you how to make a shaker card using a box, and sometimes that's the easiest way to start. But the next way is a way that I've used for years, to be honest, and it makes a sort of faux shaker card. It's a bit of a cheat, but I find this a lot easier. But I want to show you the difference in the acetate first. This is the acetate that comes in that we're doing with this chain. Yeah. This is the Kaleido acetate.
Okay, right.
So the difference, let go of holding that, can you see that's the difference in weight? And so for a shaker card, that will work. But obviously that's a lot thinner and it's a lot harder to deal with.
Yeah, and also, am I right thinking that if you are posting something through the post, it can get more indented?
It can get indented, that one, whereas this one is very hard to mark. So the other thing I like about this is it's actually really easy to cut with a guillotine, which sometimes, to be fair,
thick acetate is
normal acetate is an absolute nightmare to guillotine cut because, again, it's done at a thicker weight. Yeah. So all I've done is I've taken 2 pieces and I've cut them to 5 inches square.
Would you keep the slithers to create like a full, like those acetate?
I would use them they're perfect for putting like snowflakes on to dip over. Or also, for smaller panels, I would actually make a smaller version with that piece folded in half and slot it into places, because the thing with doing it this way is what you actually find is, and I'm just going to grab a piece of, actually I use a piece of the grid line paper because it's hard to see.
Is that from the Press to Impress?
This is in the Press to Impress
accessory.
Accessories, So what I'm going to do is this way I can see it a lot better. But doing this way, what you can actually do is you can make all of your shaker card or shaker elements before you make your cards up. Right. So you can actually, if you want to, you can have a kind of glittery, messy morning, clean down, and then make the cards up themselves. But also with the little scraps, I'll make one with the scraps as well, because that's great for dropping into cards because it's really light. So where's that piece gone that I've got left? Here we go. So let's see what this is. This is why I love working with you, Paola.
Wow.
Because you suggest ideas and things,
well,
which is
maybe.
really useful.
Oh,
so here we
cool.
go. So I'm not going to waste this little piece. But I do find it's less wasteful somehow for shaker cards to have A5 than A4.
Yeah.
So all I'm doing is I'm taking a piece of acetate and I'm putting foam tape all the way around, making sure that there's no gaps. Yeah. We'll do the same with this smaller piece, because this can be, actually I think I know how I can use this one.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do is take the same again. I'm terror, I go through so much of this. Now I'm using 2mm tape.
Right. So that's the thickness, not the width, right?
That's the thickness. It's 10mm thick.
Yeah.
Or 10mm wide and 2mm thick. And I find that's enough because if I start to go too deep, it takes more product.
That's true. That's a very good
And
point.
it also ends up costing a little bit. So any little bits that are left over at home, I put them on my top or my T-shirt to use later. Here I pop them under the table.
And then we forget.
No, have you actually looked under
I
here
haven't,
yet?
I haven't.
Honestly give it. There's actually a whole sheet
Give it
of
a
something I've
feel
stuck
under.
down at some point here. There is, yeah. I always get this set, so literally if you run your hands under it, it really is all the way.
Well,
Bits
I
of
know.
tape and everything.
I'm going to check all the counters, like, what?
It's
John
only
has
this
been
one.
here.
It's literally only this
oh,
one.
this is true.
So what I'm going to do this time is, I can use a little bit more glitter, but I'm going to use my spoon again, once I find it, obviously, because I've put it somewhere daft. But this is the crazy thing. Remember I said this is a 5mm spoon?
Yeah.
Well, I've already had all my samples made, and now I've taken 10mm out of there. Well, look.
Yeah, look.
This is so far I've used half a pot of the normal 20mm.
It's almost like there are rabbits there creating glitter.
Adding more into it or something.
Yeah.
So this time, put the glitter down. I'm going to take some of the smaller gems.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to move those around, and we'll just take a few of those out. Again, add it in.
Oh.
And I'll do the same. So the smaller one, I'm only going to add, let's say 2mm into it. I love having enough product not to have to worry about running. Because I have, and I've said this so many times, I have furrow. You know, people have FOMO.
Yes. You
and
have
they have fear of missing out. I have fear of running out as a crafter.
You know what? I totally
two
get
of
that.
most things.
Now that you say that, furrow, I have got furrow for crafting and also furrow for certain items of makeup.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, the lipstick, I'm lost without it. Like.
Actually, to be fair, when it comes to, I'm not a massive clothes horse, but when it comes to the clothes that I wear, say, on the shows, it's like I have 4 of this shirt.
Yeah.
I have 5 of this T-shirt. My check shirt I wear for demos, I've got 6 of them. People think I'm wearing the same one all the time. So all I'm going to do now is just put this on top with another sheet of acetate. And what that does is it creates you a faux, look at that sparkle, shaker panel.
That's fab.
So I can put whatever I want on top of that. I don't have to actually. So if we go to camera 1, it says me directing. Honestly, I'm getting great. But can you see there? It's like a snow scene, and I turn it over, look. Because it's thick acetate, watch what happens.
It's like magic.
So this is a faux shaker card. So I'm going to do the smaller one as well for the element, and then I will show you how we'll use it in a card.
Yeah.
But this is the fabulous thing about this is, normally what happens is it's such a struggle to get things in the right place.
Yeah.
So don't try. If something's difficult,
exactly.
Find an easier way of doing it. So again, even that smaller one there, you can see
how it's just
that's using the waste piece. And again, I turn that over.
Could you do would you ever do a double
I do a
layer?
double. I do a double quite a few times.
You could then do different colour glitters.
I use it with my All Seasons, 4 Seasons die, which has 3 layers in it. I put a different faux shaker between each layer. So you've got 3 different layers of shaker in there with different colours in there. It's a bit like a sand painting, but I'm going to show you that in a second.
And I suppose having the thicker acetate, which by the way we do have on the show, if you want the details, bottom of the screen, $9.99 for the A5 20 sheets of that one. I think that makes such a difference because it's so much easier to work with it. But also, if you are doing triple layers, then of course it means that you can do different layers, and that will protect it really well between those layers. We are have the stock gone for the acetate. Details on the screen. $9.99 is your price. 0000447 is your item number. Now, the main kit, the shaker card kit, 60% of the stock has gone now here. Wow. Now, there is something that even if you are somebody who thinks, well, you know, glitter is great, but I'm a little bit, you know, like I don't like the super rough texture of glitter. Well, this is not that. This is super fine glitter. But if you're thinking glitter, well, I want glitter that I can use all year round. This one definitely you can, because you have got silvers in there. You have got the iridescent white. You have got that. I love that red because it's not a Christmas red per se. Of course it will work beautiful.
It's not in your face
it's
red,
not,
is it?
yeah,
No.
it's more of a corally red because
it's what you'd call, if you had a lipstick, it would be that colour, you would call that red, but it would never be called red by anybody.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's and I love it, and I love that color that analogy. Now, of course, you not only are getting those glitters, which we already worked out that it should be just 2 of them should be about £24 because you are getting 60 ml in each of those pouches, and that means that of course you are getting 6 times 5, so you are getting 300 ml of glitter, which would be way more than £19.99. But on top of that, you are getting the amazing snow, the artificial snow. It is 100 grams, but if you go and think that 100 grams is by weight, not by volume, and this is super light, which means that 100 grams is a lot of it, a lot of volume, a lot of projects. And remember, you can mix and match with the glitter to create that iridescent nature to it. I adore the way that you can create, you know, scenes in here with a mix of the snow, and it has got that floatiness. Look at that. Look at this. I'm shaking.
If you actually pick, I know they're not the right colours, but if you pick one of the cards up that's got the stripes of the glitter on.
Yes, I mean.
Okay, that you would never think is made with individual glitter and feel it.
No.
Yeah, that's done through a stencil, and that's the same glitter, just been, this is different colours, that's all. But look how fine a detail, you would think you bought that.
Yep.
That's actually made, and again, I'll be showing you similar versions of how you can do that.
Also, there is that kind of gorgeous iridescent white in there, the kind of, you know, AV. I would think this is an AV glitter. It has got that Northern Lights feel that when it changes the light in there. Now, £19.99 is your price. 60% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. Just halfway through the first hour, and already 60% of the stock gone. John, you have got more
so
for
what
us.
I wanted to show you is now how we're actually going to use that.
Yeah.
So we've made that first, which is beautiful. I mean, to me, I just want to stick a scene over that. I'd actually want to stamp onto that or put some of the scene dies on it. But this is the easiest way to actually put this together. So what I'm going to do is, I've cut these in my Kaleido, sorry, while you were chatting.
Right, yes.
Just to speed it up a little bit. So this is, but can you imagine trying to get acetate onto that? Yeah, but what I want to do now is this is the same die the Baroque cut in gold mirror card. And what I'm going to do this time is, I want to rotate it, but this is the benefit. I can actually see through. So what I need to do is get it all down to the bottom, yeah? And then I can actually see through and watch. Hopefully you can see this. I can double the pattern. Can you imagine getting that background in the same place as the backing for your shaker card? Whereas now, of course, I've got my shaker element
That is just perfect. Can I ask you a question? The first, you opened the show with a light, with a card that had the lights with a sort of die. Would you put the dies, the lights within the shaker card or behind it?
Behind it. Shall I show you?
Yes, of course.
So this is one of the easiest ways to deal with lights.
Yes.
Is to do them in the box.
All right. Yes, of course.
Because it hides it a lot, but. This is the way I would do. Never put your lights in the shaker card, because sometimes you may want to change them. Just check that they actually work, because I bought these from the River Place and sometimes they don't, to be quite honest. This is how I put lights in. So, I use foam tape.
Right.
I know a lot of people use hot glue, but I find hot glue, I burn myself.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and certainly when I'm trying to stick lights onto it, and they are. You know, the wires are plastic-coated metal, so the heat can go through and you can stick them all on and then find they don't actually work. Oops, can't leave a piece in. So all I do is then reveal all of the foam tape.
Okay. Okay, and then that will give you the enough depth for the light.
By putting down the battery pack first, yeah?
Good
and then
one.
literally... I'm just going to zigzag the lights through. So if I find that a light doesn't get seen, I just keep moving. See how much easier it is on foam tape?
It is, yeah.
So that's not going to. So let's go to that point. There we go. Ooh, if I pull that back a bit, that will go bang in the middle. Just like that.
That's fabulous.
Okay. And we've got, there we go, let's leave that one there. So they're now all stuck down.
That's, oh, look, shall we?
Okay.
Lights up or down, John?
Lights down, then we can have a look, because I'm going to turn it over anyway in a second.
Right.
Okay, so now, actually, I can see there, look.
Yeah.
I've got nothing in that square or that square, so let's just move it. And then the back... I've actually done, can you see here?
Yeah.
This is the glitter poured over glossy accents.
Oh, they look like a star.
So I'm going to show you how to make that next, but that then seals that in. And then, of course, using the square dies that we've got on the show. And I've got a new tip to show you how to do these that I stole from my friend Sheila.
Oh, well, we need to see that.
But basically, we'll just pop that on there.
Oh, I
and then,
love
of course, I have a card blank for it to go on to.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, John, how much of a big fan I am of your nesting.
Well, you actually said to me the other day when you were doing your memory box show, you said, oh, your nesting dies. Said they're all so fine and you've got so many and they're right measurements.
They're my go-to. I mean, I kept all my, I always say, circle dies, never get rid of them because you always have got the sizes. But my go-to is yours, yeah. My go-to is
and I know you said that to me off air.
Yeah, I did.
Which is all, no, but that's always, that's the sign, isn't it? I'll show you then now, look. And we might want to take the lights down again,
yes,
sorry,
we
Uncle
might
Marcus.
want it. Can I say how much I adore that colour combo? Gold and black.
Black and gold, yeah.
Yes.
Wait for the end of the month.
Oh.
I've got a lot done in black and gold. It really works. But again, you can see there that glitter trapped between.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's magical. That just looks so beautiful.
But that's the, and this is not TV. Genuinely, this is not TV.
This is magic of crafting. This is the magic of iridescent glitter, the magic of the dyes, and of course the light coming through it.
But it just works so well. And of course it's that sort of card. Again, it's a Harrods card.
Yeah.
As my friend always says.
Yeah, it is. It is that. Do you know what? It's also.
And that is a tourist attraction, so we're allowed to say it because I checked.
Well, or otherwise, or you Liberties or Fortnum and Masons. We mentioned 3 anyway. That way it's all kind of mentioned. And now, of course,
3 of my favourite shops. Thank you.
Well, indeed, we have got good taste, similar taste. Now, of course, now
soon they will have, instead of approved by the Majesty of someone, the King of Crafting, which is John Lowood. Now, of course, these ones are, of course, the amazing Baroque dies and framework sentiments. Now, of course, we have them here. Now, of course, that is the one that John was using for the pattern, £25.98. But you are getting also the actual Peace, Hope and Law and Joy. Now, they are both available individually, but you have got these £3 saving when you go for the pair. 118676 is your item number. You have found the nesting dies. They are back in stock. Now, I will say this because it's what I said to John off air the other day. I have worked with other manufacturers, with lots of manufacturers, in fact, of dies, and I have got lots of squares, circles, and things like this. When John said, "Oh, you know, I have got this extra. Do you want to try them?" I was like, "Yes." And now my circles and my hexagons, my squares, the nesting ones that I go to is these ones. Why? Why are crafts too? Because first of all, they are mathematically correct. Am I right, John?
You're right, yep. They start at 1/4 of an inch and go all the way to 8 1/4 inch. And every single increment is in there. So you've got 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 an inch, 3/4 of an inch, 1 inch, 1 1/4 and so on, all the way through to the 8 1/4 inch. So you've got the perfect mats and layers, but you know that if you know, these were the first time any manufacturer had done mathematically correct ones. And I worked really hard, but basically, yeah, you've got 32 dies, which normally is spread between 2 or 3 different sets of sort of A's and B's
because
of square
usually,
dies.
like I never, like John is absolutely, I haven't seen anything like this in terms of sizes. I remember the closest we had, I remember at one time, or I still have, it was every 1/2 an inch or every, you know, so it was the gap between them, or it was super big.
Yeah.
So you didn't have the in-between sizes that you get with this. This is why it's my go-to. Or you had the smaller sizes and then you didn't have the larger sizes, or you had the larger sizes. This is one set that you have got all the sizes. That means that you won't get also, what I hate also sometimes is that you have got too much of the embossed line. This you get the finest if you wanted to add it, but it's a phenomenal set. It's my go-to. Like if you saw me using the other day with Memory Box, I use the circles all the time. That's the only set that I've brought in that it wasn't what I was using in the show. 347784 is your item number. You have saving £3, £21.99. Excuse me if I go when I get very passionate about a product, I get very excited.
You're a crafter, so you do.
I do.
We do. This is the problem. It's people think it's not put on for the telly. This is how we actually are.
This is who I am.
This is what we spend time chatting about before the show and afterwards.
Exactly, absolutely. And of course, if you want the hexagons, again, one of my recommendations as well, because this one comes with a stitch, a dot, and you are getting 18. Of course, this one is a little bit more gap between them because you have got that inner and outer stitch detail. £21.99, £3 saving, 4212 and 2924 is your item number. Now, very busy across the board, and of course, if you want to go for the happy hour, which is the stamp sets, well, very, very busy. Is this now limited stock, which means that although the price should stay for the hour, the stock won't. So make sure that you check out those baskets. Remember, you are getting both of them for just £9.99, saving £10, which makes them better than half price. Right, John, you have got 7 minutes left for this hour.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll show you some of the techniques we did on that card. Then in the next hour, I'll be showing you the different techniques I've got with the glitters. This is absolutely lovely, and I've got to thank Charmaine for this. But look, basically, glossy accents. This is on acetate.
Yeah.
Don't fail to dome, do they?
No.
This
No,
is
they
on
don't.
gloss card, which is what I did it on. And you'll find on gloss card, they will actually be a little bit higher. But this allows you to make your own encapsulated gems.
Yeah.
And that's how I made the background, which you're not really seeing a lot, but look.
Look at that.
So this is the gold, but I'm hoping, can you see,
Yeah,
all
we
the
can
different
get to,
colours.
yeah.
I don't have a gold like this. I've got 2 different shades of gold in this.
Yes.
But I haven't got one like this, but look.
Look at that, yeah.
Now, once that's dry,
You can clean it up with
brush off,
Yeah. Yeah,
and
you
there's
brush it
only gold in it. The rest of it is just, but you will actually get perfect gems. On the acetate, you can now
flick them off.
Peel those off once they're dry.
Yeah.
Give them a dust. You'll be able to peel those off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and use them as gems to stick on with your tools. So let's just pop those to one side, and then.
Of course, if you want that glitter, that gold glitter is part of the shaker card, but you need to be quick because over 60% of the stock has gone. So grab yours, check out your baskets. Back to you, John.
Right, so this is going to show you my new, I'd love to say my new tip.
Yeah.
But it's not. It was a lovely lady that I know very well, been coming to my workshop, Sheila.
Okay, yep, Sheila.
And she messaged me the other day and said she'd come up with this, and had I heard of it before or anything else? Yeah. So, when we made the square frame on this, can you see how even it is?
Yes.
People always ask, how do you do that? And I used to have lots of different techniques of cutting one first, then cutting the next one. And Sheila worked out, because these are mathematically correct,
yes,
what you do is take the two you want for your first layer.
Yeah.
Okay. And then take the next two. So you want the next largest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the next smallest. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
But this is her quick way to do it. So I'm going to take the next smallest and the next largest. Then I'm going to bring in one of the Press to Impress grid line sheets. Now, I know Sheila did this with the plastic one and a magnet.
Yes.
And put it down. Yeah. I actually found for me it was easier doing it this way. So what I do is take the square and use the lines on here, because this has two benefits. So I can see red line on
red
all
line,
four.
Yeah.
Can you
You
see?
can see it perfectly.
There.
Yeah.
So that is even. Yeah.
That's
okay.
so satisfying.
Then I take the next one, and there's red line, red line, red line, no, red line, red line.
Yeah.
So I go there, and I tape that on.
Yeah.
Okay. But then for the black, I want to go behind it this time.
All right.
I take the two dies, and normally I'd have to measure that one against this. No, because I do the same again.
Because if they are centered,
Because
they
if
will
they
be
are
centered.
centered, they will work. So that goes to there, and that's in the middle.
Yeah.
I centre this one to it.
Wow.
So again, look to the lines. And this time it's the dotted lines are even. But when you look at it, you've got then 1, 1, 2.5, 1, 2.5, 1, 2.5, 1, 2.5.
Perfect.
Exactly even. So all I then do is run those through. Now I haven't actually plugged my larger machine in.
Okay, right.
But if you can go through something a second,
I will
just
give the
quickly while I
details of
swap
the
over.
squares, because remember that top tip is, of course, will be available. You know, you can do it with circles, with hexagons, and so much more. But of course, the squares, that would be amazing. You couldn't do that with a guillotine, because you cannot cut into it with a guillotine. And even if you were thinking, well, maybe with a trimmer, that wouldn't give you the amazing apertures that, of course, dies will give you. That indentation, that perfect result. £21.99 give you 32 dies, which are finally back in stock, because of course it's one of those favorites. It's one of those items that I always call it. It's not a sexy product in the terms that is beautifully designed, beautiful flowers or snowflakes, but it is one of those really useful dies that you are going to use time and time again. As I say, I never give away circles, squares, hexagons, or ovals, because those ones are the go-to dies to create those layers. And now that top tip is amazing. And now half the stock has gone. It's a back stock. We have waited for so long time to have them back in stock. So if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. 347784 is your item number. Right, now,
so
John.
I've run through the gold.
Right.
But can you imagine there is actually an extra benefit of doing this and doing it this way? Can you, as a crafter, can you think what it could be? I'm using satin card.
Well.
What happens is, can you see this bit on my hang?
Right.
Where the plate has marked my satin card.
Right.
Because my plates are 2.5 years old. But of course, because of the actual paper covering, no mark at all.
Wow.
Yeah,
Look at
I
that.
know these come in pads of 50. I think they'll be back in stock soon.
You know what?
If they're
Yeah,
out of
that's
stock.
a
But
top
look
tip.
at the black.
Yeah. Look at
Now,
that.
Norm, look at that. Not a mark, but... So I cut these two separately, yeah? But watch now.
Okay. This should be a YouTube clip that is forever.
It should
that
be
is
a video, shouldn't it?
obsessive.
So I have to say thank you to Sheila Tootin for that. But see there, look, if I get it right,
No.
that is the perfect... And of course, I could do that with a third and a fourth
Yeah.
and a fifth. But
Amazing.
that's how to get a frame. So thank you, Sheila, for that. It's
Thank
not my
you,
technique.
Sheila.
But the other
You're
thing
a
is,
hero.
remember,
You're a hero.
if you keep these,
Yeah.
you can do it again. So you could actually laminate these
And then
have
use them.
as guides
you
in
don't throw them
future.
away. Yeah, absolutely.
Don't throw them away.
Well, no, thank you so much, John. But don't you worry. This is a double hour. Do check out your baskets. We will have a quick break. So do what we would do if we were at home. Go and get yourself a cup of tea or coffee, a biscuit, and come back here at the top of the hour because we have got another extra hour of John and lockers. And of course, there's all inspirations after the break. So do check out your baskets as well. Don't forget about that. Well, as I mentioned, this is a double hour of Lockers Crafts to Christmas, so stay tuned for another hour. Then, of course, we have got So Crafty One Day Special at 4 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Well, if you are just joining us, well, hello. It's great to have your company. Now, once a month, John comes in, John Lockwood, of course, comes in here to the craft store to do a kind of a master class, a technique-based double 2 hours. And of course, the first hour already happened, the previous one, of course, at 2 p.m. And now we have got another hour of this technique. So if you're just joining us, welcome. If you are continuing the afternoon with us, it's great to have your company too, and we appreciate every single one of you. If you want to have, if you have got any questions during the show, or even anything related to, of course, Crafts2 and John Next Door, email us in at studio@thecraftstore.com. That is the email address, and also you can leave us a comment on our Facebook page. Now, of course, I mentioned John Lockwood, and here he is next door. Well, actually, next counter.
No, it is technically next counter next door.
I have to say, you already had in the first hour, you told us a technique that was genius, which I'm already like, how didn't I think of that?
I know, how didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
That was just, shocking.
Absolutely. So we will see more demos, aren't we?
We will see more demos and more techniques. I'm going to be playing. I've got 3 or 4 lined up, very quick ones to show you with the glitter.
Perfect. Now, of course, we are talking about a bundle, the shaker card bundle. Now, this is a set that is perfect for your Christmas creations. It's not just for shaker cards, because you can use the glitter in all sorts of arrangements and kind of glues, create your own gems. You are getting 5 pouches that are 60 ml in each of them. So you are going to get 300 ml of super fine, beautiful, we call it iridescent glitter, don't we?
It is iridescent glitter, yeah. I mean, you could call it holographic, but they've put an interference in there, which is like an aurora borealis. So effectively, what you've got in there is it's almost like a special coating on clear glitter that refracts the light. Yeah. And because the base glitter is clear, silver, that sort of pinky red, the soft green or the gold, you get different reflections as the light is basically refracted from that. Yeah. So it gives you the aurora borealis look. I mean, look at the gold. Gold doesn't normally glitter like that, but if you look into it, you'll see greens and reds and yellows and blues. You see different colours, but all that's in there is gold and the interference. There's not different colours in there.
Well, it is phenomenal. If you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets, because we are approaching 2/3 of the stock, and once it's gone, it's gone. Because not only you are getting those 5 glitters, but you also are getting your snow, your artificial snow, which, right, so basically you will say, well, you are getting 100 grams, but 100 grams depends on the kind of heaviness of the product, and this is a super light air weight, basically. And you can see here, this is John's 1 pack decanted into an A5 box in here. This has been used so many times, and look at how much is in here. I mean, it really is incredible. It's soft as the snow. It's kind of, John, it feels like warm snow.
It does. It really does. It literally, we have stolen this from the entertainment business. It's used in shop windows, it's used in films, it's used in theatre. I know when I had it on with Scott, Scott was going, this is exactly what I've seen used in theatres, blown across the screen and things. And it's chewed up plastic. It's like chewed up recycled plastic. It's just, you know me, I have to know why. Yeah. But it is so light, it doesn't add any weight to your cards. It doesn't. But it adds an absolutely beautiful finish to them. And I've got a sample I want to pass you.
Yeah.
That.
Ooh.
Okay.
So that
is the snow through a stencil made of the dye with the clear iridescent glitter added.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
But you see how it changes the colour, so it does look as if it's frost or snow that's stuck on. Can you imagine that on acetate?
Oh, that would be amazing.
Wouldn't it look absolutely beautiful?
Just so cool. And of course, you know what? This is some of the essentials, those things that you buy, and because they are consumables as well. We have a cotton stock. If you want to buy 2 of them, by all means do. But also, not only you are getting that, you are also getting the gorgeous different sizes crystal gems in here, because you are getting them in clear and AV coating. Now, am I right thinking, for instance, the alcohol markers that you had the other day, could we use those ones to colour?
You can colour those, yeah. So the alcohol markers will colour these into any colour that you want to.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and you've got different size. You've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mil in there. So you've got 5, I think it is, different sizes. Plain and the Aurora Borealis, the sort of AB crystal, as we call it.
Yeah.
But you've also got the pickup tools, which I think is so
which
useful.
are actually very, very useful. You are getting 2 of them. So that bundle, £19.99 is your price. If you want yours, make sure to check out your baskets. 2/3 of the stock has already gone. 029594 is your item number. Now, you have been going crazy for the back install after many months of waiting. Finally, they are here. Of course, we are talking about the press cuts, mathematically correct nesting dies, the square ones. You are getting 32, and of course the largest size is 8 inches and the smallest size 1/4 of an inch. I mean, just by the fact that you have given us the 1/4 of an inch square.
Yeah, I mean, I've genuinely never used it.
Yeah.
But it's there.
Is that because?
Because you need to have, to me, you've got a whole set, so I can honestly say you have every single 1/4 inch measurement from zero.
Yeah.
Effectively,
exactly.
all the way to 8 inches in there. And the combinations you can make are crazy. And of course, it's like when I did this frame earlier, how often have you tried, if you want to do a frame that's so tight, let's just get this the right way around. Here we go. There we go. But can you see that frame? There we go. Yeah.
Right.
If you want to have a frame that has just literally, that is 1/8 of an inch round each edge, you normally have to buy 2 die sets. You can't do it with one.
Yeah.
Whereas with this, you can all do it with one set.
Yeah. Right, so we were very busy. 60% of the stock gone. Incredibly busy. It was a big stock, so make sure to check out your baskets. £21.99 is your price. You are saving £3 there. Now we have got happy hours. Now these, of course, just to clarify, I may not be clear enough, but of course the happy hours last usually 1 hour, but this is considered one show, so therefore the happy hour lasts. Sorry, apologies if it wasn't clear enough at the beginning of the previous hour. But we are in single figures for these stamps. Once they're gone, they're gone. You are saving more than half of the price, because you are saving £10, just paying £9.99. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets. 794433 is your item number. Now we have got another happy hour, which is the embossing folders. So we are going to have a look at them here. So you can see in here that you have got the Crafts 2 embossing folders. You have got the 5x, or I think it's 6 inches or something like that. Don't quote me on the sizes, but it's not the A2, which are much smaller. And then we have got, of course, the A5 in here as well. You have got the little dots, the snowflakes, perfect for your Christmas creations there. And then we have got the pine cones and pine trees, and then of course we have got the funky trees as well all over. Now of course all four of them for just £9.99, saving £9, which make them almost half price. 806329 is your item number, all of which of course you will find on the website thecraftstore.com, in which you will also find the pollen and those beautiful Baroque dies as well, the square scene box as well. 5-star reviews, not surprising, because we love the value for money and the amazing care and detail that is put into Crafts 2 and John Next Door products. Also, you have got the Kaleido plates. If you have gone for the monthly mega deal, which is, of course, there it is, it's still available. 5-star reviews. But the pink, the exclusive pink is now limited stock, which means that 90% of the stock has gone. So if that's the color option you wanted, now is the time to grab it. Yes, should last a month if the stock lasts. And by the way, AALL Creations is not a UK based company, but the stock is in this is here. We have it in the warehouse, so there is no extended delivery. 84 reviews, 5-star reviews. You have got them on the website, so have a look. I can vouch that it's easy to use. I have been demonstrating with it on Thursday and Friday, and I love it. I love it. I want to take it home with me. Anyway, back to you, John.
Right, okay, so what I said was I'd show you some different techniques with the glitter.
Yeah.
So in the first hour we did shaker cards, did a faux and a box shaker card. But a lot of time you get glitter and you go, well, I'm not sure what to do with it.
Right.
And certainly when you've got the quantity, when you've got like 60 mils of each, I mean, literally, I go to the Swedish shop and to store these, I buy these little jars, glass jars, and they look, and I know this is going to sound really bad, they look so beautiful on the back of my shelf.
Yeah, they do.
I have them all running in a little colour order, so it's nice for that. But we need other things to do. So what I was going to show you is, I love this sort of look. Can you see here?
Yeah.
This is completely smooth. This looks...
Look at that, seamless.
Seamless, and that looks like it's a piece that we've bought, yeah? So if I frame it, I'll just frame it a little bit at the bottom, because that's where I kind of ran out of time a little bit. You wouldn't believe that you've made that, but this is so easy to do.
Absolutely.
So what I've got here is, this is my double-sided adhesive sheets.
Yeah.
Maybe on the website, but I did say I had them on a special happy hour on Friday.
Yeah.
So I did say to people, I would show you today one of the things to do with them. But what I've done is, I've stuck this down to a piece of 300 GSM card.
I see.
I've then spray glued another piece of 300 GSM.
Okay.
So there's one sheet of 300 GSM card in A4, almost folded in half and glued together. Then the double-sided adhesive sheet on top. Yeah. And the reason is now I've got 300, 600, and with these two, I've got 800 grams of card in here. So I'm going to take the Baroque die. I love this one. So I'm not supposed to have favourites, but... So I'm going to pick up the star in the middle, and I'm going to pick up... There we go. I'm just going to face that in the middle, and all I'm going to do is tape that down. Now, don't waste it, so it's always worth trimming out the excess, and you'll use that for another project.
And that would be perfect.
Actually, it's really useful for the central sentiments, if you saw what I did on Friday with those.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we're going to do is now, if you're using an A4 machine,
right,
I'm going to be using my Kaleido, but if you're using an A4 machine, make sure you put this in the middle.
Right.
If you're using your Kaleido, you want to make sure you take out any shims. So you've got the lightest sandwich possible, which would be base plate 5mm, 3mm. And you can see I've had my plates over a year, and they're very mucky, but all we're going to do is just run it through once. Yeah, that's it. Now, the only problem I've got is with the Kaleido, it's so tight.
Yeah.
It's such a good machine. This is why I had the extra card on, because it really wants to cut it, even through that weight. But can you see on the back? You can actually see I can see the impression. I don't think you can. Oh, just about there we go. Yeah. But it's not cut.
No.
And that's what I want. So you carefully peel off that.
Right.
And what I've actually done now is I've made a sticker.
Because now you have cut the release film. Is that it?
Yeah.
That's perfect.
So what I've actually done is I've cut into this. I've got one little bit that's missing. Now, this is the other thing. Always, if you can, and this is why I use mine, apart from the fact they're very good, I use the John Next Door ones. The other reason I do that is make sure you keep the grid line section up, because most double-sided adhesive sheets are in white, and they're what I call slimy.
Right.
They are shiny.
Yes.
Your glitter sticks to it.
Okay.
So if I'll grab a piece out and I can show you. So one side has a grid, the other side is what I call slimy.
Right.
If you put glitter onto that, it doesn't want to come off.
Right.
It stays. It's static. So you want to use it that one. The other way is, of course, with having the pattern on it, you can see what you're pricking.
Right.
So all I'm going to do is literally take the stickers off. So I'm just going to do, I'm not going to do the whole thing because I want to show you the technique, but I'm just going to do, I'll do 2 corners. So I'm just digging my pokey tool in, yeah? And then all I do is take the green, scrub it in, tip it off, and you see it doesn't stick.
Look at that.
Yeah, so straight away, I can see anywhere I've missed, that goes straight back in my pot.
Right.
Okay, we'll bring my red in. And then all I do is take off from the other ones. So I peel those off. Let's take these corner ones off as well. So I'm just flicking and digging into it.
Yeah.
And you can do this with any die you've got.
Right.
Any pattern you've got. It looks beautiful with baubles and things like that. But again, use it with your summer flowers, because these one of the things I love about this particular set of the 5 glitters, apart from the sort of Aurora Borealis interference look to them, it's also the fact that the colours aren't screamingly Christmas.
I love
so
that.
I could use that soft green all year round.
Yeah.
I could use, this has got, these, both the green and the red have got almost a spring look
Yeah,
to them.
they do. And I was thinking as well, the green especially, if you will mix it with a yellow or a grey, it's a really lovely colour for babies.
Oh, it would be, wouldn't it?
Because it's soft, it
Can
has
you
got
see
that
there?
one. Oh, look at this. Love that.
Okay, so if I want to then, and of course, doing it this way, I'm not using wet glue.
Yeah.
And just take a soft brush over
Yeah.
the top, every now and again. If I want to, say, have the centre in the gold,
Right.
I can change the colour every time. But if you look, there's nothing of any other colour on any of these pieces.
Yeah.
So, let's do that one. Should we go gold this time?
Yeah, gold.
And I've got
yeah.
enough to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So let's just...
Let's do gold.
But can you imagine how bad you'd feel if that
Yeah.
was a half a pot
Yeah,
that you just
absolutely.
poured out? Again, look. The gold.
That is just, oh, I love that. Love that. Gorgeous. And it's not a thin layer, but it's, it's just kind of, you can see that it's opaque, that it's not, because sometimes superfine glitter, this is a good point actually, only just thought about it. Superfine glitter sometimes is so fine that you put it and you can see, how can I say it? It can never
You can
get
see through
opaque.
it.
You
It
can
will
never
go
get
opaque.
opaque.
You can see through
Yeah.
it because it's actually
Actually,
little
so-
bits of
yeah.
plastic that have
yeah.
got a colouring on them, and it's
Yeah.
like a dye colouring
Yeah,
rather than a
absolutely.
pigment.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're not getting the right colour. So I could carry on. I mean, it would be exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's literally, that's all you do. And then when you're ready,
Yeah.
you would
I love
take
that.
off.
That's it. And of course, because of this, is that. Ah, look at that.
Yeah. Now, I would always say do this last because, there we go, I've got one piece, because obviously I've not done all of it.
Yeah. But it's just a technique that we are here for. So.
What I'm going to do with this one is, I'm going to use my favourite, and this you cannot have enough of. Because I've got the white glitter, I've got the standard nacre,
Right, yeah.
which was the standard colour that we've done all the way through. This is called nacre 2. And this is the one with the interference. You'll see the normal one you've got hasn't got the interference in.
So it is sparkly, but not those greens
It's sparkly,
and
but
those
it
yellows.
doesn't have the different shades in it. But then when I take that off, can you see there?
Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is just so pretty, isn't it? And it's just so smooth, so seamless as well. Oh, love that.
There we go. So.
Oh, right. So we have got some. Right. So dear mom, the glitters. Now, of course, the glitters. If you want to go for them on their own, you can find them on the website, thecraftstore.com. There we have got the set of 5 for £18.99. Personally, I would buy 2 of the. Yeah. I have got both, because then you're getting basically. I'm gonna
Molly's
say
gone searching on the internet again, hasn't
yeah, she was like, oh well, actually, it's a good to accept, like let's say that you like a lot of glitter. This could be a great add-on. Personally, I think it's even more reason to buy maybe an extra one of them. Think about it. For instance, you may John, come in here. Yes, come close.
I was going to steal a card.
All right. No, of course, do check out your baskets because 3/4 of the stock has already gone. By the way, we are keeping our distances, obviously, for obvious reasons. 029 and 594 is your item number for this bundle. £19.99 is your price. Oh, only 1/4 of the stock is remaining, and we have got still 40 minutes remaining of the show. So make sure to check out your baskets. We have had 2 technical sellouts. I mean, to be honest, we are over, like, I think 2.5 meters away. Yeah, so that is...
And we are both double vaxxed,
Exactly, yeah.
to be fair.
So there, of course, you have got, the acetate technical sellout. If you have it in your baskets, check out your baskets and you will get it. And the happy hour as well, technical sellout. If you have it in your baskets, you will get it. But remember, you need to check out your baskets. Otherwise, your baskets will auto-refresh and somebody else will check out their baskets. Right, John, back to you. Oh, we have had an email, though. Shall we read it? Because Peter has sent an email, not your Peter. Now, I love all the products that John brings us, both his own John Next Door brand and all the crafts to magic things. John demos are always educational and inspiring, but most of all, and this is why I wanted to read this email, is because I would like to say that most importantly, I really, really trust John. Thank you, the Craft Store, my favorite craft channel. Isn't that nice?
Thank you, Peter. That is lovely.
Because, Peter, I love the fact that you, and that's true, because the way that you break it down and you kind of really get into understanding how things work, it kind of tells everybody that you have, like you told me before, you wouldn't go on air with a product that you didn't believe in.
No, we did have a discussion earlier about, about that, of a particular one I said no to.
And that
because
says
I
it all.
wouldn't, if I wouldn't use it as a crafter, if I don't see the value, if it hasn't earned my money, and I wouldn't go and buy it,
you wouldn't.
Then how can I stand here and tell people it's good if I wouldn't? And,
absolutely.
And I genuinely believe that. And I think as well, you've got to have lots of ways to use it.
Indeed.
Yeah, I must be honest, I love having a shelf full of these little glass pots full of the glitter because it looks beautiful.
It does.
And it's like a decorative piece, but you've got to be able to use them as well.
Indeed. And £19.99 will give you all 5 glitters and, of course, everything else in the bundle, including the artificial snow. Make sure to check out your baskets. Very busy, and once they're gone, they are gone. Now, John, I know you want to show us something beautiful.
I'm going to show you this one because I know when we did this card, I know that you went, ooh, when you saw it on the set.
Yes, right.
Because I love the way that this is done, and it looks like, it reminds me, to be honest, of, you know when you make biscuits and you drop broken sweets in and they melt? The old sort of biscuit stained glass technique. And it's a very, very similar idea, but I've done it before in the past, but I've always had to use quite expensive glitter glues and things.
Right.
And again, they will only do one job.
Yeah.
This is actually done with just glossy accents.
Okay, yeah.
So, which is a product I know that most people have got, or I've used it, the diamond, you know, the original one from Julie Kins, the diamond glaze.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and if you haven't got either of those, if you've got heavy body gel, Pentel one, that will work just as well.
Fab.
So what I've got is I've got a piece of the thicker acetate.
Right, yeah, which that's all now, but,
and
you know.
These are 5 3/4 inch squares of 250 GSM plain white card. Yeah.
Love
the reason they're 275 is because I can get 2 out of an A4 sheet and I'm cheap.
I love that, John. You make me so happy.
I know I can get 275. You know, I can get 5 3/4 inches out of an A4 sheet, and I'm cheap. So what I've done is I've cut it 3 times. One of the ways I want to just show you this tip or this technique. I'm not going to cut it, but I need to do it. Is what I need all 3 of these to be identical. And we know when we tape our dies together.
Okay.
So for this, I need to tape my dies together. And I've already done this. But can you see this? Look, isn't in the same place.
Yeah.
But I need all 3 to be in the same place. So what you do is you tape your dies together like that.
Yeah.
Then you take another piece of tape and tape it, and a 3rd piece of tape and tape it.
Yeah.
Or you can use a piece of sticky tape, cheap sticky tape.
Oh, yeah.
Because what you want to do is that has to hold like that through the machine 3 times.
Would you ever consider putting one perpendicularly? So that
you can. If you're really concerned, go.
That's
that way. And what I actually did was, by doing it this way with 3 pieces, because I didn't actually have any sticky tape on me, I got this out 9 times before it fell apart.
Right.
And I just pulled it out, poked the bits out, took the bits out of the die, because you want 3 the same. So what you want is a piece of the acetate, I use spray glue for this.
Yeah.
So we spray glue down one.
Yeah,
Okay.
for acetate is the best thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is for us.
Like,
I've not
for
found
this work.
anything that glues acetate as well as a spray glue, to be honest.
So
Can you
3.
see, look?
Yes.
That is
Identical,
identical size. So there's 2. Then I need number 3.
So that will be extra thick. It will be like almost like chipboard or something
This
like
is
that.
now like chipboard. This is 250, 500. This is 750 GSM.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Which you wouldn't be able to die cut
No,
with. Yeah.
you really wouldn't. But what we've got then is a gap. But also, the one more thing you need to do is, before you get rid of your die cut together, is cut yourself one in the topper.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I've done this in silver satin card, but you can see there, look,
Yeah.
fits exactly.
Yeah.
Because you're coming at an angle,
Yeah,
you're seeing a
see it,
white
yeah.
edge that I'm not seeing.
There, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You will
Get it in the right
always,
place,
always,
but-
yeah.
Yeah, and then all we do is take
The glossy.
your glossy accents and literally pipe it in to the gaps.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pipe that into the gap. And it doesn't matter if it gets messy on the top,
Yeah.
in the slightest, and it will completely encapsulate the glitter. And
Yeah.
I've got to be honest, this actually took less than half an episode of the documentary I was watching.
Do you measure?
All
Do
of
you
them.
do you watch documentaries then? When...
Yeah, I've been watching the BBC documentary about Anne Boleyn at the moment. the Boleyn
Oh,
family.
is it good?
Very good.
Yeah,
very good.
other historical.
Well, it's actually made me switch on and watch Wolf Hall, which I'm halfway through now again.
By the way, did you know that Catherine of Aragon is buried in Peterborough Cathedral?
I did, yes, because the pomegranate's there, isn't it? Which
Yes,
is her
it
symbol.
is. Yeah.
Because
Because you know that pomegranate is the symbol of Granada, which is, of course, the last kingdom of Spain that her parents conquered.
It is, yes, because people forget that her husband, her mum and her dad were actually two separate places of Spain, because it was a point where Spain wasn't one country.
Exactly. They join it together perfectly.
Yes.
I love that.
Because I was watching you the other day
Yeah.
with the William Morris fabric going, now Grenada, now what does that mean in English? And I'm shouting at the screen, pomegranate, pomegranate.
Yeah.
So basically, pipe it in. Sorry, I could have done that for hours. I literally could enjoy that. But all I did, all you do now is, because we were chatting away like we would gossip.
Yeah, but it's funny because like John and I, we could be talking for hours and hours and hours about crafting or anything else, you know.
Yeah, we could chat about anything, and none of it's ever gossip, to be honest.
I know, yeah.
Now, what you want to do, ideally, is to leave that
right
to set like that. But if you're impatient like me, what you actually do is turn it over like this very quickly.
Yeah.
Fall out, go back. Yeah. Now, all of this will come out. It will just dry brush out. But to show you, I've got one I've partially done.
Right.
So here's one I did earlier with the green.
Oh, gorgeous.
And you see, when you pop it out, on one side, you've got two choices. So if you use that side and put lights in, it's going to be more protected.
Right.
And it looks more solid. But if you use that side, people will actually ask, as I've done in this original, oh, how did you do that?
Yeah.
But that is, so all you would then do is exactly the same.
Right.
And is literally pipe in for the other areas and then fill with the next colour. Now the setting time on this is about, well, it's one episode, so it's an hour.
An hour, yeah. You know, the one that you might enjoy as well, there is Secrets of the Museum in London.
I've watched it.
Oh, isn't it just beautiful?
I've watched both series.
Yeah, it's so good.
As soon as that came on, I box set the whole lot in a day. That's what a lot of my Christmas samples were made to.
Oh, so
it is very
really
strange,
nice,
yeah.
what you are watching
But
as well while you're
I
crafting.
did actually say to myself while I'm watching it, I must speak to Paola and say, next time you're going to the V&A, please can you tell me and can I come with you?
Yes, definitely. We need to do that.
Because I have never been.
Let's make a date.
Yeah, I
a
need to
museum
go.
day.
Sorry. So again, I can change colours, but the fun thing is, and the reason I'm not going to go through and show you every little bit, but what I want to show you is don't worry about getting the colour on the other colour.
Okay.
It's all over the green.
Okay.
It can't stick where there isn't any, where it's already dry.
Wow.
So once that's dry,
Yes.
it will then, once it's dry, it will all brush off.
Yeah.
But
so it will
if you
come
are
off
ridiculously
right away.
impatient like
Right, yeah.
me, then you can, I'm going to add these bits in.
Oh, yeah. And also, you know, we have got some news on the glitter shaker card set as well, because we have got this, an update. Now, we have got half an hour left, and we are approaching limited stock. This is when this is gone. Now, it is your time now to make that decision. Do you want it or not? Do you want glitters that, you know, if you were buying just the glitters on their own, these ones that you can see there, £18.99. For £1 more, you are getting the gorgeous, beautiful AB coated crystals there that you can see. And then you are getting also the clear ones. Over 2,500 in the 2mm, 3mm, 4mm, different sizes. Then you are getting the jewel pickup tool, 2 of them, and then of course that artificial snow. That is part of it, because for me, what is really gorgeous, well, it's gorgeous, the snow, it's gorgeous to have the crystals, it's gorgeous to have, of course, the glitters, but it is all that mixing and matching, all the different techniques that John has been using, and of course that super fine glitter, that means that it will get into everything in there. Now, check out your baskets, because once it's gone, it's gone, and we are approaching limited stock. 029594 is your item number. Now, our nesting squares, now we're also approaching limited stock. Now, once they're gone, they're gone. We've just been told that, confirmed that. So we have been waiting for those ones for a long time. Now they are in stock. If you want yours, there's one way to get them. Check out your baskets. The reason why they are so popular is because this is the first set that from a quarter of an inch to 8 inches, every single quarter of an inch, you are getting a die for it. That means that you are getting 32 mathematically correct dies that will give you excellent results. And if you watch the end of the previous hour, you will see that there are techniques to create the most perfect multi-layering dies. Now, we are now very, very limited stock. Now, we are talking, so limited that is single figure. So if you want yours, make sure to check out your baskets. 347-784. Grab yours, check out your baskets. Now back to you, John.
Right, so while you were talking, I've added some gold in, but just to show you, this is still the wet one, I promise you. I've not got the patience to prep 5 stages.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But literally, I don't want to put my finger in, but that gold will be wet. So I've added the gold, but see, very little gold's gone into the red, but because of the incandescence, it doesn't matter. But if you look at that now, it's messy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's not right.
Yeah.
But what you do is, this is why we cut a 4th layer.
Right.
And you take the 4th layer and you stick that on.
Yeah.
And suddenly, all that mess has gone and you've just got...
Look at that.
And that's still wet. You've got the perfect, I'm going to be careful holding it up.
Right.
Glitter through on each side.
Look at that.
And it's completely on the green, because that's dry. That's completely encapsulated. So if you like to send glitter things, but you do not want any glitter to ever come off, this is what you do.
Yeah.
If you really want to seal it, you can go back over and actually pipe then another layer of glossy accent in the middle to dome it. But I genuinely don't see the point. And again, all you would do is, as you would normally do, is frame that.
That is so pretty.
And again, you can do that. I mean, you see the colours like that, but that level of sparkle you get because of the interference in it. But you wouldn't think you'd made it, and you wouldn't think it was glitter, and it's so thick. But I love that technique.
That is so beautiful. And I love that these glitters will allow you to have that translucent nature to them and have that perfect look to it. Now, of course, our shaker card said we are now limited stock. Now, I don't know, we have got still kind of almost like 20 minutes left in the show. Well, not almost, we have got 23 minutes, and we have got less than 10%. Very limited in stock. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. £19.99. Remember, we are getting 5 packs of 60ml, which is 3 times as much as similar glitters that you can find on the market, and you are getting 5 brand new colors from Icing Glitter. Then you are getting, of course, the over 2,500 gems and 2 mil, 4 mil, and 3 mil. And look at that, with the container store, you are getting the clear ones and, of course, the AV coating as well. Now you are getting those ones in here. Then we are getting also the jewel, the pickup tool kit. Let's redo that. Jewel pickers, in there we have it. And then, of course, we have the artificial snow, which is absolutely phenomenal how much you are getting for your money there. Remember that the glitters on their own, they are £18.99. You are getting on top all these other items, so you are actually, I would say, if you want extra glitters, go for a couple more, because, of course, we are extremely limited on stock. Well, we have got stock. You need to be quick. That's it. Basically, this is your call to make sure that you check out your baskets if you want glitters and you want those crystals that can embellish the box that you can see. Now, the next thing, squares that we were talking out before it, is technically sold out. They are gone. If you have it in your basket, check out. Otherwise, you know your thing. You know the baskets have to refresh every 10 minutes, so you will miss out on them. All right, and John, what have you got for next?
Right, okay, well, you can do this in two different ways. Yeah. So you can do this with the glitter, or you can do this with the pollen. I'm going to show you with the pollen because I love the effect. But I also just had a message come through mysteriously to me to say these are actually back in stock. So if Molly finds them on the website,
we'll find them
we
there.
actually do have them in the warehouse, so I've been told.
Fabulous. So we'll find it. Are they called creative grids, those ones?
No, I think they are press to impress accessories or grids or something like that. I should know the code, to be quite honest, but I don't.
Is on it. Yeah.
But what I'm going to do now is, remember I said earlier about keeping your scraps?
Yes.
You can do this technique with the scraps as well.
Right.
However, you don't actually have to have the double piece of card. So what I've got is, I will show you with the glitter, with a thick one, but all I've got now is just a normal piece of 300 GSM card. Yeah. And I've got one of my double-sided adhesive sheets on it again, but please make sure you use the grid line side. You peel off, and I really should show this. Let's grab a piece. So here we go. What happens is when you flick it, you've got a slimy side and the grid side. The grid side's matte. And the slimy side, everything sticks to, but when you peel it off, the adhesive sticks to the slimy side. Okay. So what you do is you just flick it off.
Yeah.
So it works every time at home.
Yeah, and then when you're on live TV, it's all fingers and thumbs. It happens.
Yeah, there we go. So basically, there we go. Have I got it? Yeah. So that it sticks to the matte side. Perfect. Yeah, you want the matte side on it. And all we're going to do is, I would do this at home straight away with a knife.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, but I know people are a little bit scared of that and things, so grab yourself a pencil or grab yourself something like a pen, and all you're going to do is you're going to draw
random lines.
Random lines. Yeah. All over, and then you're going to join them up. Okay?
Yeah.
So, just like this. Big section in the middle. So you're drawing, you're making sure that every piece, every line ends somewhere. So when you've got a single line, it ends and you've got nowhere. So see that one doesn't go anywhere. That has to finish somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm just sort of filling in the gaps to give them like shapes.
Do more lines make a little bit more work, but also more interest?
More interest the more lines you've got, but don't try and get them too close.
Okay.
See how these ones are quite close here? I would probably move that over a little bit. Yeah. But then all you do is, now I'm using a scalpel, you can use a craft knife or anything like that, and all you're going to do is literally cut into the adhesive sheet using... Yeah? Yeah. Your craft knife. Okay? Now, if it's a struggle, whenever you're doing this, move. See, this one's difficult.
Right.
Don't move yourself, move your work.
Okay.
Whenever you're working with a knife, don't try and get your hand in a weird position. Right. Move. I'm always pulling it towards me. A lot of people say cut away, but this one here, is difficult. So, move the work.
Right.
Don't move your hand. So we just cut into it like that until it's all done.
Yeah.
And here's one I prepared earlier.
Yeah.
Because it's not the most exciting, but you see exactly what I've done.
Yeah.
And then all I'm going to do is, randomly, I'm going to take the carrier off.
Yeah.
And because I use the grid line, I can see where I've done it.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make sure I kind of hit one, miss one.
Yeah.
So that's not cut, so let's go there. Oh, I reckon that one will work. There we go. Okay, let's leave that one. Let's have that one. So you can do this with glitter. Or I'm going to use the pollen. There we go. You see, everyone has a finish line somewhere. And all I want to do is make sure that I've not got any that are sort of close to each other.
Yeah.
So there I've got 1, 2, yeah, that's fine. Let's take that one out.
And you have got 6 colours with the pollen.
Well, you have,
so
yeah. So
there's-
don't feel you've got to go with the same colour. So again, I'm going to take one of the... I love using these carrier sheets. And I'm going to use my pollen. Now, I decanted mine because you get loads.
You do.
You get absolute tons
You
in
get
it.
50 mil, which again, embossing powders usually come in, I think they were
It's
usually
15 or 20,
15
isn't
or
it?
20, and then this is actually 50 mil of them.
So what I've actually got in here is this is what you would have that I've decanted. This is what you would get in a normal embossing powder. And that's a 20 mil pot. But I've got all of that still left, but I'm not going to use it all. So just scribble on top. Make sure it's in everywhere. But I love, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
The texture and the fact that you've got the different sizes just makes such a difference. So I've taken those ones out and I'm just going to decant that one back.
And put it back. So, can I ask, is that the what you have decanted?
That's what I decanted.
So you have used so little.
I've used, you'd think, so that is a 20 mil pot,
Yeah.
decanted from the 50 mil pot. And that is, so I've used, what, 3 mil?
Not
would you
even.
say?
Yeah.
Not even that.
Not even that.
Yeah, to be honest. So
But
now,
let's say 3 mil. So you have got
to be on the
so
safer
much to
side.
use.
And the fab thing is, it doesn't actually matter as to what, trying to think of the right way to phrase this. It doesn't actually matter what, if you get them to mix a little bit, because they're made of different coloured, mixed anyway.
John, sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
I know that this is a technique-based show, but however, we don't want you to miss out. Now, you please, it's extremely limited for the shaker card. So basically,
Could you count it on 2 fingers, do you reckon?
I think you could. You might do well, or might not now. Anyway, make sure that you kind of please make sure to check out your baskets because otherwise it will sell out, and then once it's gone, it's gone. So really make sure that you do that because otherwise you will miss out. Literally, fastest fingers. I was going to say fat fingers first.
Fat fingers first. That would be me. I've got fat fingers. I would be first.
No,
I have. I've got fat sausage fingers. So I'm going to go on now
anyway.
with the navy.
Yeah, let's back again.
But if you see how much I've got,
yeah.
yeah?
Right.
So this is decanted.
Yes.
So this is what I'm starting with.
Okay, yep.
Because you see, so I'm putting literally the whole pot of this on. So this is about 20 mil.
You're
There we
right.
go. So again, same thing. Rub it in with your fingers.
Right.
And you do genuinely, you think, oh, I'm using so much of this.
Yeah, because there's a
But then
large
look at
area. It's-
that.
Oh my God, this is looking so beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's but anyone can do this. You only have to draw a line. So, there we go.
So beautiful.
So I've got some spilt on my
Yeah.
desk, but look.
This, you have got, yeah. That is phenomenal. Now, can I ask a question? Probably, you know your vacuum cleaner that is not made for glitters and things like that, but if it's been used a little bit.
If it's been used a little bit, and so it's got dust in it, yes.
Oh, I love that.
And my battery's running because I clean my plates with this before. Yeah, look, even these little bits on there.
Oh.
Because it's got dust in it already.
Yeah, it has kind of made the filter. Yeah.
The filters start to get blocked. But yeah, that's it all off my board. What a brilliant idea! Thank you.
Well,
oh look, can you see what it's picked up?
Yeah, it's picked up everything. Yeah.
It's actually got the AB in it. Which
Yeah.
means the AB's only come from the glitter, so it's even picked up the superfine glitter.
That's amazing.
So all we do then is
Yeah.
we're going to finish off.
Right.
I'm just using. I love 3 colours.
Yeah.
For things like this,
That
because
works,
it feels,
doesn't it? Yeah,
it's
it feels-
monochrome
yeah.
but stronger,
Exactly,
if that makes
yeah.
sense.
I mean, if you have got 2 colours, it's like there is that tension between 2 colours. It's a competition. When there is 3, there is that kind of harmony.
There is, yeah. And what
Yeah.
we've done is I made sure that the sets all harmonise.
Yeah. Absolutely. And there is something very soothing about this colour combination because it's a winter one, but I also see the seaside, so you could create lovely seaside kind of elements in there as well.
Yeah,
The
we
sky,
wanted
the
it to be all year round. You're right, it's
Yeah.
got a real sky
Yeah.
look to it.
Yeah.
So let's just go. And now I'm going to go in with, again, if you look how much I've got,
Yeah.
it makes me, I mean, I did this the other night on
I
my
love
Craft
this
Cave
colour
Live,
so much.
and I said then it's got a 60s feel, but this one has more of a 70s feel.
Yeah, more. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Our
I'd
Molly
actually
has got
quite
a
like
try.
to scan this in and make it into a paper
Oh,
or
yes,
a fabric.
Yeah. Oh, a fabric, so Molly can have another dress in this. I'm just going to let, yeah.
Then, suddenly, you've got a piece of artwork.
Look, I'm not.
And because you've not had to use stencils, you've
Yeah.
not had to use ink, you've not had to, this is no skill.
Right.
And I know I'm really, I'm good at saying this is no skill, and people go, well, no, because you are. Trust me. I'm
This
not.
is-
I've cut lines.
Yeah.
I've literally cut lines. And I actually did show this to my friend Charmaine
Oh, yes, of course.
from Dolly Dimple, and she went, that needs a frame, that could go in a gallery.
Yes. Okay.
But then,
Look at that.
so I've used the rectangles on this one.
Yeah. Well, the squares have sold out anyway.
Oh,
so,
right. Well,
you know.
I'd used the rectangles for
Angles,
this
yeah.
one. Same idea. But again, just move it round.
And find.
Oh, no,
Oh,
I think
wow. Yeah.
that bit has got the nicest bit. Undercut. But of course, because this, although this is sand, you could die cut this with base shapes. Simple.
Oh, right. Simple
I
shapes,
wouldn't
yeah.
use, I wouldn't use some of my complicated lacy dies.
But,
But
this is, yeah.
for those, you really could.
Yeah.
Oh, let's speed cheat, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but then I feel like, and you should feel like you've made a piece of artwork.
That is just gorgeous. That is just something to frame it, have it at home, having, you know, it's just absolutely stunning. I love that. Of course, if you want the pollen, you have got a set of 6. Of course, this is the colors that John has been using. So if you want yours, you check out your baskets for it. £14.99 is your price. 648376 is your item number. Beautiful colors. Now, you may notice that there is nothing here. There's no glitter because it has technically sold out the shaker card set. Now, of course, if you have it in your baskets, do check out your baskets now and you will get it. Otherwise, you will miss out. Now, of course, to do that, you can head to the website, thecraftstore.com, or, of course, give us a call at the call center. National rate number 01733602000. I kind of love that. Right, so now you wanted to see the dies because they are they're very busy for these ones as well. So you are getting the Baroque dies set, the framework and sentiments, 29 dies in total. You can see them here. You are getting both of them, and of course there is lots of kind of inspiration as well, even on the packaging. Grab yours. You are saving £3 by going for the duo of them. £25.98 is your price. 118676 is your item number. Back to you, John.
Right. So I wanted
Fun.
to show you. I was going to show you another technique using.
We love it, yes, because it makes
glitter.
you fun.
But I'm going to play around a little bit and use some of the pollen.
Play around. This is your
I don't
time.
like annoying people
Yeah.
that wanted the glitter and we've run out of time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've got here, this is a piece of the Craft Artist satin card in black, which I know I showed you the other day and you were like,
oh, I love
I didn't know they did it in gloss and satin in black. And then you found the glitter one. And that was it. You were in...
Yeah.
She was in seventh heaven from black card, but then that's our Paola.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like a little bit of black.
So I'm just going to cut this through, but one of the things I was showing you earlier... Oh, wrong plate, honestly. You would think I didn't help develop this machine, would you?
Well, I would think that you are on live TV, and I wish people would know that at home how it is to be demonstrating on TV. You can be the most expert crafter, and everything can go wrong live on TV. But if you want a Kaleido machine, of course, includes the starter kit with the machine and the pen and the foil. You are getting a £10 saving, and £99 and 99 pence is your price. Now it has got 3 flexes, which means that today you'd be paying just £33 and 33 pence, and of course anything else that you can put into it, then you can flexify. Now if you have gone for the monthly mega deal and you want a foiling machine, this is a fabulous addition. Maybe you are now in the market for an A4 die cutting machine, which of course is electrical. This is the Couture Creations Go Power and Emboss die. Now this is a monthly mega deal, which means that you are saving £10 and you can spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments. Now the pink is the exclusive color. It is now limited stock. It means that 90% of the stock has already gone. If you want to secure yours, you need to check out your baskets. 880282 is your item number for that. Right, back to you, John.
So what I was going to do is people probably can remember a technique from years ago. I think it's one of Sue Wilson's Fire and Ice.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, well I want to do a sort of variation of it.
Right.
So I've cut in black the Baroque framework, just the inside die. I haven't used the frame at all. And I've got my double-sided adhesive sheet here, peeled off one end, and I've put down the protective there because I'm going to stick this on the front.
I see. I'm not sure I know follow, but...
You're sticking this on the front of the die cut, which is what gets everybody. Because everyone goes, shouldn't it be on the back?
Yes.
What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use...
Right, yes, I get
that.
it. Yeah.
Now I'm going to show... That is going to be held between the two. So now I'm going to grab my pollen again.
Yeah.
And I'm just this time going to... And this is why I have spare pots.
Right.
Is because I'm actually going to speed, I'm going to make a mix.
Yes.
So a little bit of my favourite blue and a little bit of the azure.
Azure. I love that. Azure. Like Molly's eyes. Like Marcus' eyes, actually.
Like
your John's eyes as well.
Now, I have hazel eyes. Mine change colour all the time, apparently. Mine, depending on, weather and time and how mood I'm in, mine change colour, apparently.
Well, mine are just, I don't know, very dark.
Yours are dark and Spanish and exotic.
Exotic. I mean, just a bit exotic, not proper exotic.
Yeah.
Just
anyone who saw her in that kimono yesterday could not say anything other than that. Absolutely beautiful. So, what I'm going to do is, because I've mixed the colours together, I'm going to make my own mix, and that will become the centre of... But if you think about flower centres, have all got different colours. So now I've made my own mix, and I've got enough to do that. But can you see now I've got that beautiful...
Oh, look at that.
That, to me, is a smoky textured inky background from nothing.
I love that.
But turn it back over now, and all you want to do is, you do want to cut any excess off. I can see through this. I'm not sure if you can see it on camera. Yeah. So I can see through this, just to trim it off, and then I'm going to take the top off.
Yeah.
So it's floating, and this means that without acetate,
I
could now put lights behind this. And how do we add a little bit more interest? And obviously that's sticky.
Yeah.
So how do we protect that? Well, we use the clear glitter.
And the clear glitter, so it will be not opaque, so we have got all the beautiful pattern and colour.
So we keep all of those colours that we'd got of the glitter, but of the pollen, but we actually now turn them into their own glitter, like an aurora borealis.
Oh, wow. Look at
Get
that.
in the right place, John.
There it is.
If I put white behind,
look at that.
you will see the different colours. And again, I would just frame that.
Yeah.
Put the lights behind.
Right.
And
That
have we
is
I bet we haven't got
beautiful.
time for one
I'm
more.
kind of
have we?
mesmerised. And we have got 2 minutes. You have got something else, or you want me to
I've
do it?
always got something
Ooh,
else. I can
fabulous. Do
always
check out
pull
your
something
baskets
out
though,
from
because
somewhere.
if you want your pollen, which is of course is the first step of that technique, £14.99 for all 6 colours that are 50 ml, which is the winter collection. You're getting a lilac, azure blue, the kind of dark blue, the lavender, the ultramarine, and of course the grey and the beautiful Christmas green. Right, we have got a quick one.
Right, okay, really quickly then. So simple.
Okay.
Onto card, double-sided
Yeah.
adhesive, another piece, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got some leftover bits of flowers dies
Yeah.
that I'd cut.
Yeah.
Leftover from doing a demo, not sure what to do with them. Throw them down randomly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, take the coating just to push them down. Don't push them with your hand because it'll stick.
Yeah.
Same again. Just do little lines and phases. So you're
Right.
thinking about doing like you were inking,
Right.
but you're not. Yeah, lightest place as possible.
Yeah.
Okay. What have we got? Well, why not?
Yeah.
We'll have a bit of grey,
Okay.
shall we? Because it really works. There we go.
Yeah.
And finally, always finish
Right.
with your darkest colour.
Okay.
Never use your darkest colour first,
Right.
because more of that will stick than
Sticks,
anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then right up. We have got less than half a minute, but look at that. I love this. Look, gorgeous. Thank you, John, so much. You are good.
Oh,
you are
no,
so
thank you.
good. Thank you so much, John, for joining us for this 2-hour masterclass. Next month we will see you, but also next Sunday, I believe.
Yes, next Sunday is part 2 of my Christmas collection, I
Well,
believe.
that will be at 6 p.m. next Sunday, so tune in for that. But stay tuned here at the craft store for lots more. Well, we have got a one-day special final look from So Crafty. Angie and Haley are ready. And then we have got Blooming Adorable. And then for 6, Pretty Gets Gritty Anniversary one-day special.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello there. Well, it's 4 o'clock. Can you believe we've been working with our fabulous one-day special since 6 o'clock last night? It's flown by, and so many of you have been taking advantage of the deals that we've been bringing to you. We've actually got 3 one-day special options to share with you, which I will talk you through in a moment, because if you've not seen one of the shows, you'll have no idea what I'm talking about. But I've got some housekeeping to do before then. I've got to introduce our fabulous guest, lovely Angie, who's with me again for the final hour.
I am.
Nearly done, eh? You've had a busy 24 hours.
Yes, rather. A busy week.
Well, yes, because of course you had, kicking things off yesterday, you'd already been on air for an hour before you launched the one-day special, didn't you?
They squeezed another one in while I was down here.
She's good. She's good. When we've got her here, we don't let her go anywhere. Now, let me explain to you what we've got with our one-day specials. Lots of choice. That's the first thing that I love about this one. So you've got 6 metre pieces. I nearly said half-metre pieces because that's something that we usually say. But on this occasion, you have got 6. And they're in groups. So the groups of 6 are kind of on colour themes. So the first one is going from this fabulous kind of earthy, mustardy tone that you've got on the far side there, right the way through to this beautiful green. Now, with this particular one, nearly 60% of the stock has gone of that one. So if you're wanting that one, just be aware of that. Next one that we've got, this one is your beautiful rusty collection. And this kind of takes its name from this one that we've got here, and 2/3 of the stock has gone of this particular one. The final option that we've got for you is made up of your midnight theme, and this one goes from that deep kind of purpley blue right the way through to that gorgeous bluey kind of purple there. Approaching 70% of the stock has gone of this particular one, so you can see they have been popular fabrics, and it's not surprising really, Angie. I mean, I love this kind of effect fabric that we've got with the glitter effect and the batik effect.
Yeah, absolutely, and actually they all work. You know, they work beautifully in the bundles, but they work across bundle as well, don't they? They're just gorgeous.
They do indeed.
Like you say, the glitter effect is a gorgeous blender. Something a bit more interesting than a plain.
It is, and I've noticed with the different shows that you've been doing where you've been using that glitter effect, it really is a fabulous way of making the rest of your design pop. Sometimes when you've just got a plain colour with no interest to it, it can actually look a little bit flat when you're comparing it to things like this. Now, the fabric itself, brilliant value for money. It actually works out at £7.99 a metre, which is a phenomenal deal. But that's when we're looking at fabrics that usually are around kind of 45 inches wide. With these, they're actually 60 inches wide, including the selvage with these. So these are extra wide as well.
Brilliant. They're such a great width, like you say, and they've got a lovely drape.
Yes.
So we haven't said in this hour yet that they're not, they look like proper batiks, but they're not actually a dyed batik. They're a printed batik, and so you haven't got that that pre-starch stiffness to them. So the pattern is actually printed onto the 100% cotton, but it's very soft and drapey, unlike you know, the tight weave of it's like an Egyptian cotton, isn't it? A traditional batik, so they're much softer.
And they're absolutely beautiful. And as you can see, I mean, digitally printed to perfection. You've got all those different colours appearing in here. So they all work really well together, because although we're calling this one the kind of the midnight bundle, you will see blues appearing in some of the other bundles, because sometimes it might just be a little accent of green, might be just a little touch of your teal in there. But these are connectives that you can work with between the different collections. Now, of course, you've got the connective of the glitter effect as well, so you can use those along the bundles entirely if you want to. The batik effect, again, it's a similar sort of leaf pattern with these, so they all work really well together. And when you're looking at them at being £7.99 a metre, you can understand why they've been so popular. Now, of course, we mentioned the drape, and have you met Doris, my mate Doris? She is wearing the most amazing outfit here, all put together by our lovely Lewis, and this shows the drape, and I think it's absolutely beautiful. It's a little bit of interest rather than a plain colour with the top of this one. I love it.
I know. I mean, it's gorgeous in that deep, very deep, rich purple. But imagine like the gold or something, you know, for a Christmas top.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Really
gorgeous.
beautiful. I think they work really well.
Don't they just?
I think I said earlier in a previous hour, it's really nice because with a lot of patchwork, we chop the fabric up into smaller sections. It's nice to see it on a larger scale like that.
Very much so.
Which means that they'd work great for quilt backings and things as well.
Definitely. The extra width of these as well means that if you are looking at doing things like backings of single quilts, then you could potentially do that with your fabrics within your one-day special. So there you go. Those are your beautiful fabrics within your one-day special. Works out at £7.99 a metre, and you will realise just how incredible that value is as we work our way through. But this is the last opportunity for you to take advantage of that £24 saving. So make sure you're doing it sooner rather than later. You've got the ability to spread the cost over 2 payments, just shy of £24 for your first payment today, along with your second payment in a month's time. But to be honest, when you look at that payment system there, you've got 2 payments and your saving is around the same amount. So that basically means you're saving a third on the price of these with the one-day special, which is why £7.99 a metre is such a fabulous price. Now, don't forget, larger bundles give you lots of opportunities. Obviously, smaller pieces you can stitch together, but larger pieces, this means you can use them for your big projects, you can use them for the backings of your quilts, you can use them for your sashings as well. When you're going for pre-cuts, sometimes you have to stitch them together in order to use them in a larger capacity. Then I would certainly get hold of this one because it gives you the choice. You can decide what size those pieces are when you start working with them. 643-128. I'm going to leave those details with you as I show you lots of other ways that you can get hold of these fabrics or add to your one-day special. And I think this is the thing, add to your one-day special so you're not having to chop into this using those smaller pieces, meaning that you can't maximise it as a full metre piece. Now, pick a mix with these. Now, this is where it's kind of reiterating the deal that we've got with the one-day special, because with your pick a mix, you've got half-metre pieces. Now, you can choose 2 half-metre pieces. We've got a whole array of different colours, but before we talk about that, look at the price, £11.99, which is a brilliant price. Don't get me wrong, but don't forget, a few moments ago, I was saying £7.99 being the price within your one-day special. And that's for a metre, which is the equivalent of your 2 half metres that you're getting within your pick and mix. But the thing is, you are paying less within your one-day special because it's kind of put together in a bundle. With this one, you have got the freedom to choose what you put together. So my suggestion would be is to go for your one-day special and maybe choose an additional glitter or a glitter effect or an additional batik effect, perhaps from one of the other one-day specials, because then it gives you more scope, more choices. But these, again, if you're wanting to just go for these, I mean, they're fabulous just as they are.
They are. They're really they're so crafty, do bring us amazing value for money, don't they?
They do. And sometimes I think that's at the it's one of their perils almost, because people look at the price and think, well, if I'm getting a metre for £11.99, it can't be that brilliant. Yeah. But the quality, absolutely amazing. And don't forget, this is the same. This is your 60-inch wide with the selvage there. Working area, you're probably looking about 58 inches, so it's a really good width. So you're almost getting 1.5 metres wide of this. And 1 metre length, so you're getting a lot of fabric within here. Perfect. I mean, a t-shirt style top, I know it's not a stretch fabric, but you could make that out of 1 metre very easily. Yeah, short sleeve top. So yeah, there you go. 536-675. You've got 20 different options with regards to these. So website's potentially the best place to go when you're looking at those, rather than me reeling them all off to you. But £11.99 is the price that you're going to be paying. Now, if you jump onto the website and you decide that you're wanting to go for multiples of one particular theme, then you will find you'll get a full metre of that. So that hot pink, if you're wanting that one, you're wanting 2 repeats of that, then you will get a full metre sent to you for £11.99. That's pretty much how it works. Keep a note of that item number though, because I think you will be revisiting this time and time again, especially with those glitter effect fabrics, because they are a wonderful alternative maybe to your plains that you've been using in the past. And of course, we all love a bit of a batik look, so I'm sure you'll be popping a few of those in your baskets over time as well. But pre-cuts. Pre-cuts are a brilliant way for you utilising and creating some amazing effects without necessarily cutting into your one-day special. I was mentioning earlier that I would certainly go for the one-day special and add in some pre-cuts that you can use maybe for your blocks. You've got obviously your squares that we're looking at here. We've got some strip rolls I'll tell you about in a few moments. But these, again, giving you lots of choice. So these are in kind of collection. So we're looking here at your faux batiks and also your glitter effects, and these follow the one-day specials we've just been looking at. So this one is your earthy, the next one is your rusty, and then your final one there is your midnight. And then you'll notice you've got your collections there, whether you've got your glitter effect throughout loads of different ranges there, and then you have also got your batik effect at the bottom there. So it's all about choice, and a lot of choice there for £9.99 for each one of those. So definitely worth a consideration. Don't forget the strip rolls as well. They're £14.99. They're worth popping in. But before we go any further, I need to give you a little bit of an update with regards to happy hours. Now, during the one-day special shows, we brought you a whole range of different happy hour deals. And this hour, we're going to be looking at our overlockers potentially, because we have got the ability to get hold of your 5 polycotton spools, as you can see here. Now, obviously, it's detailed as overlocking thread, but of course, you can use these threads in a variety of different ways, but perfect if you're wanting to use them with your overlocker. Got choices of colours with these as well. So you've got an option of white, you've got your black and red, and red is a very traditional one to use when you're working with an overlocker. So yes, if you fancy getting hold of those, then the details are on your screen. You can go for multiples if you're wanting to, but the black and the white, I use them all the time, and they are brilliant when you've got 5,000 metres on there. So yes, there's a lot of thread there. So the website is the place for you to jump ahead and have a little look at everything else we've been chatting about. That's where you'll find not only the one-day special, but you'll find obviously those strip rolls we were talking about. You've got some wonderful blenders in there. You've got your threads if you're needing those as well. You've got your block colours should you want those. You can pop all of these into that flexi order basket. And we've got the most incredible cork vinyl. I've never seen a cork that has got a beautiful kind of metallic finish. Looks amazing. So do make sure you're treating yourself to some of those. Now, throughout the shows, we are going to be seeing, or throughout the show, because we've only got one left, we are going to see Maggie working. Maggie, where did I get Maggie from? Where did I get Maggie from? You don't even look like a Maggie. Where's that come from? I don't know. Where Angie is going to be working with these. I've got to change the name. I don't know why. Perhaps it's your spiritual name. There you go. So yeah, if you want to get hold of these, you can pop them into your baskets as you go, and yeah, check out some of those reviews as you go as well. So yes, those ones are extended by delivery. I think it is is it with all of those rulers? The Creative Grid ones, yes. So, yeah, just a week with regards to those as well. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, I have to say. I do apologise. So, what name would you like to be?
I just thought you meant that made me think of Maggie May.
Oh, well, there you go. You can't go far wrong with that, can you? I do apologise.
That's okay.
So,
no
what are we up to next?
Well, I thought in this hour I'd start off by using some of the 5-inch squares.
Oh, okay, right.
And so... so I thought I'd look at some blocks that we can do with that, because as you know, in the previous hours we've covered cutting off the meterage obviously and some of the strips, so we're going to start off with some squares in this hour. And I've got this little sample here which is a simple disappearing sort of 4 patch, if you like.
Okay.
And I've done this with 4 different colours. That's why they're all from different bundles, you see. That's why I was sent the multi batik.
Oh, right, I see,
the
yes,
5-inch squares. So that's why they're dotted around from different ones of the one-day special bundles.
Okay.
So, and you can see how I've just stitch them all together, and like we were saying about cross colours working, how they do. So this looks like we've gone to a lot of trouble piecing.
It does, and very neat as well.
But it really is, you know, not that complicated and not that time consuming. So we're going to start off with 4 squares. I'll just move that to one side, fold it in half so it's out of the way because it's a bit big.
So could these just be as the squares come in that kind of little bundle that we've got?
Yes, so
you don't have to trim them or anything?
No, just as they come, 5-inch squares, or of course you could cut these squares to any size. You could cut bigger squares from obviously the meterage. I would have liked to have done a bigger square actually, but it's difficult on camera. I'd be running off the table with 2 bigger
lot of space for you. No.
So I thought I'd stick with the little ones.
Okay.
And you can either have 2 the same from the same fabric here, like I've done in the sample, but you can also have 2 different ones as long as they're contrasting with the other side.
Right.
Okay. So I've already pre-stitched these together, and so then we can see what happens then when we chop them up, so you're not having to watch me sew the squares together. So the first thing we're going to do, just make sure I've got a little pen as well, because I'll need that shortly. We're just going to the first cut we're going to make is to make the skinny strips. So we're actually going to just cut. You can choose the proportions, of course. I might do this one a little bit skinnier just to show you a proportion change.
No problem.
Obviously, if these were bigger squares and you're cutting an inch strip, the proportions would change.
Yes.
So it's a great play. So I did these, the other ones, 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches. So I think we'll cut this at 1 inch. So I'm going to cut 1 inch either side of my centre seam.
Okay.
Going to cut that, and what I would suggest, it's really difficult to cut obviously towards yourself if you haven't got a spinning mat.
The rotating ones, yeah, they're quite useful to have those.
They are very useful, but what you can do, if that's, don't make it, it's dangerous to be cutting like that.
Yes.
So don't make life difficult for yourself. You can obviously just put a pen line.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, so it doesn't take that much longer actually. So we're cutting, we've cut those two either side, and we're actually going to cut the other way as well. Okay. So I'm just going to pop this across horizontally.
Fabulous. I like this idea, because this is something that perhaps the most novice of sewers who fancy having a little go can get involved with. If you didn't have a rotary cutter, could you mark out that line and cut it with a pair of scissors?
Yes, you could actually, by marking it, of course, yeah. So again, this side is a little bit awkward for me, so I am just going to...
It's kind of a left and a right scenario, isn't it, if you're left-handed or right-handed?
So I'm just going to put a little mark on those. And then,
is that a heat erasable pen that you're using there? Does it really matter?
Whatever you feel comfortable. This one is iron away, but yeah, whatever you feel comfortable using, a chalk or whatever you can see.
And I'm guessing because it's on a cut line, it'll disappear when you do your sewing anyway. So yeah, you could use any pen now.
Yeah. So I'm just going to flip this around so that I can get to those ones.
Okie dokie. And this is nice, because we have seen people do things like the disappearing nine patch, which I've done myself on there, but it's nice to see this, that it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same as that, and you get loads of different results. I love the effect of this particular one.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a simple way of doing it.
A simple way, yeah.
Effective.
So so there we go. We've chopped those all up. And again, if you'd got or haven't quite got through that heavy seam there, I think my rotary cutter's had enough.
It's done a lot of work.
Needs a new blade. I know my machine, actually, because I'd been preparing all week, and I cleaned my machine out before I come.
Yes.
And I could tell I'd been...
Yes. Yeah,
I could tell the machine had been working as hard as I had.
Surprising how quick it builds up that fluff.
That's right. So what we're going to do is simply swap over 2 corners.
Okay.
So we're going to swap 2 corners over.
Right.
And then just pivot the centre square just once round.
Oh, wow.
And you can see how then this purple would be sort of joining the next block.
Yes, yeah.
And this would be framing the next one, and those ones are together, you know, and those 2 colours are together. Of course, if you wanted to, you could actually twizzle those round and have it. You know.
And I must admit, I kind of liked it before you even rotated it as well. So I guess that you can kind of just play around with these until you get the results that you like.
That's right. Any which way, really, that you like. So then I'm going to stitch these back together.
Wonderful.
And I'm going to just stitch them in a row like that.
Fabulous.
And then with a 1/4 inch seam.
And away you
got
go.
My glasses.
I love it. Yeah, while you're doing that, I think I'm going to show you those squares, so I can show our customers and our viewers all those different things that they can kind of take advantage of with regards to these. So with these, you've got loads of choice. Now, they're all exactly the same size, so if you decide to go for multiples of these, you can do. You can kind of interchange them, and you're going to get 42 of those squares for your £9.99. Amazing value for money. So the options that we've got, you can buy them in the same sort of scenario as your one-day special. So you've got your earth tones at the top here, where you've got your 3 batik effects and your 3 glitter effects in those same colours, exactly as the larger bundles we spoke of. You also got your rusty, and that's where you've got, again, 3 of those batik effects, 3 of those glitter effects, of course, echoing the one-day special. And your final one-day special is your midnight, and that's exactly what you've got in this bundle as well. So you've got your 3 batik effects and your 3 glitter effects, again, continuing your one-day specials. This is where it changes slightly, because then we have got your your pieces, your 42 pieces, on this occasion with your glitter effects. So you can see all of the different glitter effects that we've seen already brought together within that particular bundle, and then down at the bottom there, similar sort of idea, how those batiks have been brought together from your one-day specials. There's a couple of extra little designs in there as well. Again, the batik effects, but that's a nice bundle to go for if you particularly want more of those batik effects. So £9.99. Brilliant value for me. That's why I've been saying add one of these in or a couple of these in alongside your larger fabrics, because it means you don't have to start chopping into those big metre pieces. So 786035 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But do consider getting hold of those alongside the one-day special, because, as I say, it gives you more opportunities. Something else that will give you more opportunities as well are things like your pick and mix. Now, the pick and mix is reiterating the value of your one-day special, to be honest, but at £11.99 for 2.5 metre pieces, you're getting a lot of fabric for your money with this one. We've got 20 choices for you there. They're all on the website, but they basically are your glitter effects that we've seen within the one-day special, all laid out beautifully. Very clever digital printing of the highest quality with regards to these. Gives them the look that they've got that metallic finish when they haven't. There's no foiling or glitter at all involved with these. Then, of course, your batiks. Now, batiks are beautiful fabrics to work with, but they can be quite starchy. They don't necessarily work well for certain styles of sewing, but with these, because they're digitally printed effects of batik, then they give you the drape, they give you the opportunity to use them in lots of different ways, including things like your dressmaking. Talking of Doris, who's behind me, have you met her mate, Flo? I just thought of that one, I couldn't think of another name. Flo. We've got Flo here, Doris and Flo. So Flo has got a beautiful tea dress on, I'm sure you will agree. Isn't that fabulous? She's got such a teeny weeny waist as well. Absolutely beautiful. But again, it's showing how you can utilise those fabrics and create something absolutely incredible if you are into your dressmaking. So there you go, 536675. And of course, you can get these kind of effects using your dressmaking paddles. Please don't ask me for the dressmaking pattern that have been used for these ones, because they've come from our fabulous, I nearly called him Leo there. I keep going to do that because he's here when he gets, he does his fabrics. But Louis here, he's created these just out of his imagination. They're fabulous. He needs to get some patterns to us, doesn't he? So then, of course, another way for you to get hold of your fabrics are with your one-day special. Now, this is pretty much your last opportunity to see your one-day special live during this hour. It's what we call final call. Now, you do have through until 6 o'clock this evening to take advantage of the price that we've got on your screen. But I would get in sooner rather than later. You know how it is. You'll watch the show, you watch the demonstrations, you'll get distracted for an hour, and before you know it, you're paying a whopping great £24 more than you needed to. That's why one-day specials need to be taken advantage of before you get to 6 o'clock on the following evening. Here you've got your earth tones up until your greens, as you saw there. You've got those gorgeous rusty tones coming up to this point, and then your final one with those beautiful purples and blues is your midnight. So, shall I give you some stock updates, and then we'll head back over to see our fabulous Angie. So we've got the greens with your earthy tones, rapidly approaching 70% of the stock. I caught our Kirsty on the hop then. So rapidly approaching 70% of the stock with that one. Then we're looking at that fabulous rusty effect that we've got with the next one. That one is approaching 70 as well. Oh, neck and neck. And then finally, you've got your midnight. And this is a beautiful one as well. So that one approaching 3/4 of the stock has gone. So with these, it looks like you could be up against the stock as much as the clock with these, which means that potentially they could sell out before we get to 6 o'clock this evening. Hence, you need to get involved as soon as you possibly can. Angie, how does the story continue?
Okay, I didn't want to move too far in case there's some beginners out there watching, because it's a really nice little block. So I've sewn them across in strips. They're still joined because I've chain pieced them, and so now I just need to join this top piece to the centre section like that with a 1/4 inch seam, and then I'll do the same with this one here. And here you do just have a few of those you know, little squares if you want it to be. They should nest, but if you feel like, you know, I am a little bit of a pinner, actually.
Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, to be honest. I'm not a big one for rules, to be honest.
No, well, I know that some people like, oh, I'll never pin or whatever, but I like to do a bit of pinning.
And sometimes pins help you keep those lines in place, because when you're working with clips, the fabrics can move a little, can't they? So,
I mean, if I can... Oh, just make sure that I've got that pin. If I can get away without pinning, all the better.
Yes.
But there is something quite satisfying sometimes about pinning and making sure that you're getting those. Although it still doesn't always work out sometimes. You think, I've pinned that. How did that not be precise?
Yes, that's true. That's true. Happens to the best of us. We've had a lovely email in as well, and this is something that I'm not going to ask you to explain it at this moment, but it might be something you can do during the course of the hour if you have the opportunity. But Alison's emailed in asking about the blocks behind you, the star blocks behind you that you created, that wonderful piece, and how you achieved them. So maybe a little bit later on, Alison will be able to share that with you.
Yeah.
Because I think you're quite right. It is a lovely little quilt that we've got behind there. I've just knocked some thread on the floor. Where's that gone? Oh, bear with.
And that was our...
We had a comedy moment of me suddenly slipping on it.
And that was our first hour.
Okay.
Was it our first hour?
Oh, so is it the launch hour?
Second hour, maybe.
8 o'clock last night, maybe?
Yes,
Oh, right,
yeah,
okay.
if I get that
In
right.
fact, that might be something nice for us to do during the course of this hour, if we can look back at the different things that you've done.
Yeah.
Because anybody just tuning in now and taking advantage might like to go back at Rewind and watch all those other ones. So.
Yeah,
And if you have had problems with Rewind, I know it's been a little bit tricky of late. The gremlins have been got rid of. It should be okay now, so you can go back and watch those shows. I know some of you on social media have commented that you were struggling. I indeed myself was struggling with it, but now apparently it's up and running, so you can go back and watch those shows that you've been waiting to see on Rewind.
Sorry about that. My machine's so loud.
That's okay.
Stitching. So actually, I didn't because of again, depending on the way you press. I'm not taking too much notice of the way I'm pressing here in this last hour because, you know, I just want to make sure I get through everything. But one of the seams was a bit bulky on the one side.
Okay.
The other side, the purple side, nested beautifully without pinning. So you know, some blocks are just like that.
Yes.
So obviously, I would give this a really good press. I'm just going to finger press it out for now.
But isn't that effective?
Really effective. And I think if I just bring the other one back in, you can see by having the skinnier strip.
Okay,
yeah, so it does give a slightly different proportion. So it's giving over a bit more contrast, I think.
Yes, yeah, it just make these the white areas are larger, aren't they? Yeah.
That's right. So and your patterned blocks are bigger, with skinnier strips between. So it's a slightly different proportion, but you can see how they, you know, they would fit together like that, actually, wouldn't they? So opposites, you know, with your dark and your light, if you'd done them again on a block, and continuing, you can see how all the colours just, you know, work beautifully together.
They do, and it's very effective.
Very effective.
Thank you for that.
That's okay.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. How achievable is that? So if you're watching, and it might be that you've watched our sewing shows from the sidelines, and sometimes people will watch a lot of sewing shows before they actually decide to go for fabrics. That's okay. It's one of those things that if it's an area that you're not confident in, if it's something that you're a little bit nervous about doing, because let's face it, buying fabric through a TV shopping channel, you can't feel the fabrics, you can't see the fabrics. That's why the likes of myself and our lovely Angie are here to talk you through the fabrics and to give you honest opinions of how we work with these and how we get on with them. And I have to say, these digitally printed fabrics are absolutely beautiful to work with. So Crafty are one of the companies that bring us a whole range of different styles of fabrics, and they always do it so well. So please don't think because you've got the kind of prices on your screen, $7.99 a metre, that you are scrimping on your quality. You certainly are not. They're wanting to make sure, and I know it's one of the things that they pride themselves is the quality of their fabrics that they bring to us, and that is the key thing. And you one day Special is certainly allowing you to get a good quantity of fabrics, quality fabrics, that you could potentially be creating your first ever quilt. Because that's the other thing. When you're creating something on a large scale, you're going to need more fabric, which of course, if you're paying something like $11.99, $12.99 a metre, that soon scales up that project. Can mean that your fabric alone is going to cost you well over £90. Well, with this, you have got the ability to get hold of your fabrics at a brilliant price. You're just paying $7.99 a metre. So that's probably around £5 a metre less than you would normally be paying for your quilting fabrics. And your quilting fabrics are usually around 45 inches wide. These are actually 60 inches wide, so they're a full 15 inches bigger, which is amazing. You have got a little bit that you will lose because of the selvage. So the working area, you're probably looking at about 58 inches wide. But you are still maximising the way that you are buying your fabrics, giving you more fabrics to create bigger possibilities, maybe with a quilt. And I would love to think that you, as a novice quilter, first-time quilter maybe, you are taking advantage of your one-day special and the price on your screen and creating your first ever quilt. So 3 options with regards to these. You've got obviously your earth tones bringing you up to those greens. You've got your rusty tones as your next opportunity, which is made up of these 6-1, and then you've got your midnight there as well. 6 meters of fabric, works out such a brilliant price, and also the ability to spread the cost as well. It's all about thinking about kind of getting the opportunity to have a go, and these fabrics you will not be disappointed with. If you're wanting yours, then 643128 is the item number, and of course the flexi order means you can add other bits in because you can spread the cost if you choose. Might be that the happy hour is going to be popping into your basket as well. Perfect opportunity for you to feed your overlocker thread, because you've got the ability here to get 5 of your spools there, giving you 5 meters of overlocking thread in 3 different choices of colors. You've got your white for your lighter fabric, so that's a good one to go for. You've got your black there again for your darker themed fabrics, and then you've got your red as well. I'm not entirely sure why red is something that they use within the overlocking kind of world, but I know it is used a lot, but I've no idea why. But you see it very regularly. Don't know if you come across it. Do you know why they use red?
I don't actually, no.
They do. I don't know why it is, but there you go. Or it might be that you use a mix of them, because of course when you are working with your overlocker, it's usually only the thread that goes through your needle that you're likely to see, because that's kind of your seam. Everything else is kind of lost in the selvage, isn't it? So I don't know, but that's at homework for me. I'll try and find that out for the next time that we have those threads. So 884519 if you fancy getting hold of those, $13.99. So Angie, what's next?
Well, I know when I worked in the sewing machine shop and learning to thread overlockers a few years ago, we'd thread all 4 threads in a different colour for you to really understand, you know, what's going where.
And to get your tension right. It's a good trick to actually do that.
Maybe it's something to do with that as well. But
could be indeed. One license. If you know why red thread is often used with overlockers, do email in studio@thecraftstore.com. I'd love to know.
So with reference to the question we had, I was just having a quick run. I should have all my bags of previous shows on the shelf here. It's a bit of a mess under there, as you can imagine, on the last hour. So at some point I will go under there and have see if I can dig out, so I can explain the Hunter's Star. But before that, I'll just move on to this. This is another disappearing 4 patch, if you like. But this uses 2 different blocks to start with. So and a slightly different approach. And so basically we've taken a batik and a glitter effect and switch them into 2 separate blocks, and so you can see how that goes. And this gave me the opportunity, using the charm packs, because this particular colour out of this earthy bundle, I didn't get sent that in my bundle, you see, because it must have been before they'd finalised the bundles. And I really love that one. I just think it's absolutely stunning with the gold. So it gave me the opportunity to use it. So this one we're going to cut up in a similar fashion, but slightly different, because it's giving us a different idea. So again, these are 5-inch squares sewn together, but again you can scale this up or down depending on your fabric. And we're going to cut this time, rather than cutting from the centre seam out, we're going to choose to cut from the outside, and I'm going to cut at 2.5 inches. So I'm going to just chop these. You can use a horizontal just to keep yourself square as well. So
So that's just off the edge. So we're not going near the joining seam down the centre. We're just keeping it to the edge this time.
That's right, just to the edge. I'm going to once again mark these because to save me stitching towards myself.
I'm sure we've got a rotating cutter.
I know. I was saying in the previous hour, I'm not posh enough to have a rotating.
Well, the thing is, when you're at home, sometimes you've got a table that you can kind of go around to the opposite side of. That's what I do at home.
I always work on the corner.
Yeah.
The other thing I sometimes do is use a smaller mat on top of a bigger mat, just for the block I'm working on.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And then you can.
Now, just while you're cutting that out, we've had another email from Christine, who's near Durham. And I love this. It's really nice. And sometimes these emails are kind of nice to have as well as the ones asking questions. So, hi, lovely ladies. It's so, S-E-W, like what you did there, Christine, to see the talented Angie again. Isn't it just? We always love it when we see Angie here. And she's been doing a lot of shows of late, actually. We've been making the most of her company when she's been here. So
That's
do
a
go
lovely
back
message.
and watch on Rewind, because you obviously, before we launched the one-day special last night, you had a show at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And what was the topic of that one? Was it Westerly Rulers?
I was here with my well, not my, but people know that I'm a specialist in the Westerly quilting ruler. So yeah, we haven't had a Westerly show for a while. So
and you were here on Friday, was it, or
last Friday?
Last Friday,
I had 3 shows then. So that was. So Crafty show and with the little strips.
Oh yes.
The little mini strips, and also two creative grid shows.
Oh, okay.
Last Friday. So
there you go.
Yeah.
So do go back in the schedule if you are a fan of our lovely Angie. Then there's loads that you can go through and watch. And of course on social media you can follow her and see all her video tutorials and everything else that you do, because you've got social media that you share with everybody as well.
I do. Yes, I was showing pictures of my very dirty inside of my machine before I come here.
But you know what? That's good, because it's one of those things that we sometimes forget that you have to do. And of course, when if you don't clean out your machine, then you've kind of got the build-up of the fluff and the fibres and things, and that retains heat. And of course, your metal components of your machine, with the heat, they can expand, they can do damage to your machine. So it is good for us to remind people to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always. With needles too. People don't realise they need to change their needles more often.
That's true.
You know, so every 8 hours, people are horrified when they hear that's, you know, if a week like this week, I will have a new needle every day in my machine.
Yeah,
So
well, that's it. And then you'll hear sometimes people will say, "Oh, my machine sounds like a jackhammer," and it's probably that your needle's blunt, to be fair. So yeah,
yeah, like you say, when did you last clean it out?
Does make a difference.
It does, absolutely. Give you your machine a little bit of TLC.
That's it. Oh, now this is coming together. So you're cutting in the opposite way now, a little bit further in.
So we've cut 2.5 inches, basically all the way round.
Okay.
So we've cut on the verticals and the horizontals.
Lovely.
So you can see how those have come apart. And what we're going to do firstly is I'm going to switch these around.
Okay,
Oh,
it's
actually,
like a little checkerboard.
I'm actually going to swap them. So we're going to swap them. So we
Bless you. This is where it
Stick
can get
to all my hands.
Yeah, it can get you confuse yourself if you're not too careful with these, because obviously it's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle, and when you start rotating it, it's kind of thinking of whereabouts did I start? Where did I set off with this one?
I was going to say, where's that from? It's from this corner here. We've got a square. So we just ignore the side bits at the moment. And I'm going to stitch these two back together.
Okie dokie. Now, if you don't want, we've been chatting and obviously they've been moving around. So if you want to set it straight and then have a double check before you stitch, you're welcome to, Angie. She's going in there. She's going in there.
She's going in.
I need to give you an update with regard to your one-day special while Angie's stitching. One-day special, 3 different options. Each option is incredibly busy and you're loving these. Realising it's your last opportunity to get hold of your earthy collection from those fabulous colours going right the way through to the green. 70% of the stock has gone of that particular option. Your next one is your rusty, going from that that gorgeous glittery pink there right the way through the terracotta style that you've got there with your batik. Approaching 3/4 of the stock of that one has gone. And your midnight, again, rapidly approaching 80% of the stock with your midnight. So your midnight is still that little bit ahead of the others, but to be honest, there's not an awful lot in it. So it's kind of the way the colours that speak to you, I suppose. And fabrics do talk to you. I know it sounds daft, but they do. You'll look at a fabric and you'll like the look of fabrics. And these are beautiful. I mean, opening them up and seeing how amazing these are, they're absolutely gorgeous. Now, I've not opened up one of these to show you the sheer size of these pieces. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring in one of the batiks from, oh no, they're half meters, those ones, aren't they? No, I'm not going to bring one of those in because it doesn't give you the true look, does it? So I didn't want to mess up the beautiful display, to be honest, but it's too late. I've done it now. So salvage to salvage, this is where you've got your width of fabrics. And I know I'll be speaking to lots of seasoned sewers that will know exactly what I'm talking about, but we have lots of new viewers all the time, so this is why I want to take a moment to explain. Your salvage is the edge of your fabric, and that's where you'll often get that lighter band running down. So from literally the edge of your fabric to the other edge of your fabric is measuring 60 inches with these fabrics. Quite often you won't get that with your traditional quilting cottons. You'll find that it's probably around 45, 44 inches, somewhere around there. Sometimes the salvage can vary with regards to different manufacturers. The actual working area that you've got this one is 58 inches, so it's a big area that you've got. Quite often we'll hold fabrics that we kind of hold them and we can see that they go from our nose to our tips of our fingers. That's traditionally the kind of width of your fabrics. But with this one, you can see it's almost the whole spread of my arms when I'm holding that one out. Obviously, from the top to the bottom, you're looking at a metre length with regards to this one. And the metre, this width, if you're looking at average size top, short sleeve top, then you could quite easily make that out of this fabric because it's that wider width fabric. It'll give you that scope. So you could almost be making 6 tops for the price that you've got on your screen there. And these are fabrics, top that you'll be making with some beautiful fabrics that are really going to last a long time. Equally so, it's beautiful to use for your quilting, as Angie's been showing us throughout. If you like making your bags, then you can't go far wrong with these as well. And as you can see, they make amazing outfits if you are into your dressmaking. So they really do have that scope, and it's the quality. Now, they're printed fabrics, digitally printed, which means you've got the vibrancy of those colours coming through with these ones, and you're getting the effects of your batik and the effects of your glitter fabric with these, but without that shed and without the kind of starchiness that you often get with your batik. So that's why they're proving to be so popular. That's why I think they're so amazing. So yes, if you're wanting to go for your one-day special, the details are on your screen. You've got choices, 3 choices, 6 metres within each of those, and the cost of the average of those metres works out at £7.99. We're bringing you 2.5 metres at £11.99, which is a brilliant price, but you're saving on top of that brilliant price with your one-day special, so it really does make sense. But it is the midnight one that is the most vulnerable of the 3 options, because now 80% of the stock of that particular one has gone. So yeah, just bear in mind the price will go up at 6 o'clock this evening if we've got any stock left of these. So yes, if you want to take advantage of these, the details are on your screen. Don't forget, we've got your happy hour as well. That's going to expire at the top of the hour as well. And we've got things like your strip rolls, you've got your 5-inch squares as well. Yeah, all of those can go into your flexi order if you want to, and spread the cost of those over 2 payments as well. So how are you getting on over there?
Not very well, actually.
Oh, bless you. Why? What's happened?
I've done the usual. I've cut too much, so I'm sewing bits back together so that I can show you the effect.
Oh, but to be honest, you kind of end up with just a result that you weren't planning. It's not like you've broken it and it's not going to work.
No,
it's a bit different.
I'm just sewing some bits back together so you can see the proportions.
Okie dokie. Oh, bless you. Well, shall I come back to you in a few moments?
Yeah,
then?
that'll be great.
Lovely. So that's your one-day special. Tick. Told you about that one. The fabrics that you've got as a pick and mix are all the same options that we've been looking at, but the thing is with these, they're 1/2 metre pieces, so I'll take you through those in a few moments. It's going to reiterate the value that you've got from your one-day special, because again, brilliant value at £11.99 for 2.5 metres, but the thing is you're going to be able to choose with these, whereas with your one-day special, they're kind of pre-constructed bundles with these. So if you're wanting to go for more of your glitter effects, then you can do. You've got 20 20 different choices with regards to your pick and mix of your half-metre fabrics, and you can decide with regards to these. So the half-metres, you can choose 2 of them. Now, if you do decide that you want to go for 2 of the same, then it will actually come to you as a cut metre piece. So that is brilliant if you've got a project in mind, or perhaps you're going for something like the midnight, but you do like a particular batik effect that's come from the earthy collection. So that's the beauty of this. You can kind of get additions to your one-day special if you don't want to necessarily go for 2 of your one-day specials. So all of your glitter effects, again, in all the different colours that we've just touched on with the one-day special, all of your batik effects there running right the way through as well. So you really are spoilt for choice. Now, obviously, there's no saving on these ones. They're normally $11.99, and that means that if you do find that at a later stage you go for your one-day special, it comes to you, you wish that you'd gone for additional fabrics, then keep a note of that item number, because you can get extra fabrics, obviously keeping in the kind of looks that you've seen with regards to those. Now, just to reiterate, some people or we've had an email come through from, or a message from the call centre, I'm sorry, it was a telephone call that came through asking about the glitter. Now, the glitter, it isn't a glitter as such, it's a glitter effect. So there's no glitter to shed. You're not going to get it on your clothing because it doesn't exist, it's not in there. So let's show you these, because when you look at them, you'll be able to see that they've not got that sparkle that you would get from a glitter. You're just kind of getting the look of it. So there you can see, usually if you've got a glitter fabric, and I've had tops, I've not sewn with glitter fabric, but I've bought kind of Christmas party tops and things like that. And sometimes actually having a glitter fabric can be very abrasive on your skin. It can be ever so itchy. Joe in our gallery saying, oh yes, yes, or he's actually saying, oh yeah, I agree with that. I know it's got a very deep voice. So it's one of those things that sometimes it's not a convenient fabric to work with to get the results. This gives you the look, so it's a look, a glitter effect. I'm almost like a faux glitter. So you can run your hands over there, you can see there's no glitter coming off because it's not there to start with. It's just that look. It gives you the illusion of glitter. That's probably a good way of putting it. But it's just a lovely way of creating a different look rather than going for your solids, your flat solids. You've got something that's got that little bit of interest with it. Do like these a lot. Of course, they've brought to us to work with those fabulous faux batiks or batik effects. Again, digitally printed. Again, they've not got the kind of starchiness that you would get. And again, because they're digitally printed, the colour is on the top of the fabric. So it is a case of you have got a right and a wrong. Sometimes with batiks, you can't see the right and the wrong because of the way that they are actually dyed. But with these, they are an effect, which is why you've got such an affordable price with these. 536675. You can choose 2 of the same, mix them up if you're wanting to, but keep a note of the item number because you will want to revisit those, I am sure. Now, pre-cuts are something that you might want to go for. If you want to save yourself a little bit of time, you don't necessarily want to cut into your full meters with your one-day special, then your 5-inch squares are perfect. And of course, Angie's been working with them throughout. So that means that when you've got these and you're wanting to work on some blocks, you can just literally just get them out and start sewing. You haven't got to think about cutting them up. It's literally a case that you can go for these in the same groupings that we've seen with the one-day specials. So you've got your earthy tones at the top there with those gorgeous greens. You've got your glitter effect. You've got your batik effect. You've also got your batik effect and your glitter effect in your rusty. And then the final one that you've got is your glitter effect and your batik effect in your midnight. In addition to that, you've got a couple of other choices. So if you do certainly want to go for more of your glitter effect, you could perhaps go for these. And then at the bottom, you've got more of your batik effect, but you have actually got additional colours in there that you won't necessarily have seen in your one-day special or your pick and mix. $9.99, whichever of those you choose to go for. And they are really a nice way of working with the fabrics without having to cut the fabrics up. So whether it's a time issue, whether it's a dexterity issue, whether you just don't like cutting or you don't get straight lines, then it's a perfect way for you to have your fabrics all ready to go. Another way is with your strip rolls. Now these, again, are in those colour combinations that we've seen with the one-day special. So you've got all your different combinations. Now let me get these the right way around. So as I'm telling you, you've got your earthy tones, as you can see there, with those gorgeous greens going through that gorgeous gold glitter effect that you've got there. So those are all those. Next one is your rusty. So again, lots of those red tones coming through there as well. And then the final one that you've got is the one that's proven to be the most popular with the one-day specials, just by a smidgen. However big a smidgen is, I'm not sure. sure. But you have got your midnight, and again, it's another way that you can get hold of those fabrics and do those effects without necessarily cutting into your one day special. The last thing that you want to do is suddenly think to yourself, oh, I'm going to go into my one day special, my large pieces of fabric, and create whatever it is you're wanting to create, to find that you've actually cut a strip, a 2.5-inch strip off, and it's then too small. That's why these are so useful to have alongside those 5-inch squares. If you're wanting these ones, 858260, and you've got 20 strips in there for just £14.99. Your happy hour. Well, time is ticking away with this hour, so this means you've got a little over 9 minutes to take advantage of this. So we've got 9 minutes on the show. You'll have an extra 3 minutes to take advantage of your happy hour, but when we get to the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, then it will go up by £11, and you don't want to miss out on that saving. 884519. There's 3 options with regards to your one day special. You've got your white, you've got your black, and you've got your red. So there you go, whichever of those you choose to go for. 884519, just £13.99. So something else you might like to consider. In fact, I don't know if this is what I've got underneath here. Is this what I've got underneath? Oh, I'm not sure. It's looking likely. I don't know. So this is printed cork. Oh, the one that I've got isn't exactly the same as what you've got on your screen. But I'll keep that. I'll reserve that. I'll show it you in a minute. So if you're wanting to go for your printed cork vinyl, you've got a 1/2 metre piece here. Again, £12.99 being your price on this one. It's lovely to stitch with. Our lovely Lewis, is this the one that you worked with, Lewis? Lewis did a show with this one. What was the date of the show? Oh, he doesn't know. He hasn't got a clue. Attention span of a goldfish, that one. But do look back. It will be a So Crafty show. And he stitched with this, and he was saying how incredibly easy it was to stitch. So he did a fabulous show. So make sure you go back and have a little look for that one. So gold flowers being one of those options. Then you've got your silver flowers. You've got your silver sparkle. So that's quite a subtle sparkle, as you can see with that one. And then you've got your medium what? Oh, medium grain. I thought you said medium strange. I was going to say something strange. And then your dark grain, as you can see there. So you've got lots of different options with regards to those. You've got a 1/2 metre piece of those. They're £12.99 and 587974. Now, I found something under the counter. There's all sorts of things tucked away under here. You'd be astounded with what we've got here. And I found these, but I've no idea what they are. So I'm hoping now Kirsty can help me. So you're going to pop some details up on the screen. This is showing you, oh, it's a bundle. So on this occasion, you've got that gorgeous cork vinyl. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. And you've got your navy alongside it, which is your poplin. So you've got a metre piece of your poplin, and you've got lots of choices with these, as you can see. Now, I'm going to flip this over because you might be looking at cork, and I think of cork as like being like placemats and things like that. But this is like, kind of like a fabric-backed cork, which means you can stitch it, and it's brilliant because you can literally just fold it over, work with it in the same way as you work with a vinyl or an oilcloth or something like that. So absolutely brilliant for bags. And I know Lewis was using it as kind of like the base of a bag when he was working with it. So do go back and have a little look at the schedule. I'm sure you will find it. In fact, it might be a case that when you use the item number on the screen, sometimes it links to a video of a previous show. So you might find that with this one as well. 138829 if you fancy taking advantage of that. 4 metre of your cork vinyl in a variety of different colours. And then you've also got a metre of your poplin bundle. Now, mention to you, you've got different options with regards to this one. So, I don't know, Lucy might be sorting these ones out for me as well. So you can see you've got your navy there. So your navy and your gold flowers, that's the one that we're looking at here. So that's the one that I've got here already. You've got other options. You've also got the option of getting hold of the cork vinyl by itself. So that was something that we mentioned previously. That is at the bottom of the screen. But to be honest, the £8 saving, it's worth for going for the two together. So that one, as you know, I'm going to move that. I'm going to park that one over there a moment. This is me auditioning as a floor manager. So they fold it, they do it like that, don't they? Nice little gradient. So next one that we've got for you. Ooh, now nice. In fact, I'm going to go for the one that's got the flowers, I think, because that's kind of keeping the continuity. So that's right, isn't it? That's right. That's right there. They're keeping me on my toes, keeping me on my toes. So this one is your silver. So your silver with your flowers is coming alongside the silver. Oh, is it that one? That one there. Oh. I think I failed my audition. I can feel it. I can feel it. So There we go. You got your silver. Look at that for a bright silver. And that comes along with your lovely silver cotton fabric alongside it as well. So that is your next option with that one. So do that. I'm actually folding these the opposite way round. So there you go. So you've got your gold and your navy. You've got your silver, as you can see there. The next one we've got is your silver sparkle. Now, your silver sparkle hasn't got your flowers in there, but you've kind of got that little hint of silver in there. It's a bit of a subtle look to it. So that one is your silver sparkle, and that one comes with your light blue, which will be that one, which is beautiful. So far, I'm probably on a 7 out of 10 at the moment, I think. There you go, I'm getting there. Get 7 out of 10 for effort. Then the next one that you've got is your medium, which is your medium grain. So this is your kind of all over, a very balanced look to this one with no sparkle in it at all. And is that coming with the lighter of the two fabrics I'm getting? Oh, it's coming with the dark. Okie doke, so that'll be that two together. They're kind of nice, I like those. And then finally you've got your dark grain, and your dark grain is coming. I'm disappearing here, look at this, I'm shrinking. You'll come back and I'll be like this, you've got this fabric and this fabric. So here you go, if you're wanting this one, it's got your darker grain with that lighter tone there. So brilliant value for money, £29.97. So we need to sort all this lot out. So we're going to head back over and see how Angie's getting on.
Oh,
how are you doing over there?
Trust me to mess up on the last hour.
No,
I got
don't worry.
carried away with my rotary cutter, and then I tried to sew the bits back together because I do need to trim down.
Okay.
And I stitched the wrong bits back together.
Bless you.
So
it's not easy on live
what
TV.
I've done is I've got another 4 squares here that I've chopped up, but I've chopped that up wrong as well because I was going to just revisit that. So what I'm showing you here is we've still got this. This is the centre panels that we've done before.
Yeah.
So instead of cutting, what we should have done is just cut 2 sides, not all 4 sides.
So
Are
top
you with
and
me?
bottom rather than left and right.
So that's why I've left this.
Right.
I've left this together so you can see.
Okay.
You know where the 4 squares would have come from.
Okay.
And then this would have been here like this.
That's it. That's how you would have originally started.
That's how you would have started.
Got you.
And instead of cutting all 4 sides, if you just cut 2 sides, and I just pull those away, and they would have been 2 longer sides.
They would indeed, yeah.
Then you can switch these around or switch them with your other block, which is what we've done, and stitch that together.
Right.
But these should have been still together, if that makes sense, like that.
Okay, yeah.
And then you can switch them to another block. And like you say, as you stitch them back in, you create this corner piece.
Very effective look.
Which is what we've got here with these ones. So that's where I knew straight away, because I thought, oh, we've got long pieces there, not squares.
That's
I've got
okay,
corner
don't
squares.
worry.
So I do apologise. I got carried away with my
There is no need
cutting.
to apologise. You've been a busy lady. You've been bringing us lots of ideas. And you've also been explaining, because that's something that could happen at home, to be fair. So these things do happen,
so
don't they?
I do apologise. So
not a problem
you would
at all.
stitch those back together and then trim the block down, because these elements would be a bit longer.
Okay.
So this outer edge here would be a bit longer. You can see it's a little bit longer because of the seam allowance.
That is
We've
not a
got
problem
extra
at all.
seam allowance. So you'd match the centre, stitch that onto there, and then trim the block down to about
Fabulous.
it's about 8.5 inches.
And you always make sure that it's the same across as it is deep, so it is a square when you trim off the edges to make
that's
it
right.
square.
It will trim back square. So
Lovely.
I got carried away, and then I was trying to. I thought, oh, I can stitch them back together because I knew there was enough seam allowance in there because I've got to trim it, and I stitched them back in pairs opposite. So I do apologise.
That's okay. Don't worry.
Just
don't
the
worry
last
at all.
one to go wrong.
But I have to say, all the demonstrations that we've seen have been very useful and very informative throughout all of the shows. So thank you so much, Angie. And is it a Hunter Star you said with this particular one behind us? We're not going to have time, I don't think, because we've only got 45 seconds. But it's a Hunter Star.
Yeah, it's a
go for
Hunter
it.
Star. And if you look at the block, you've got lots of people see 2 blocks coming together. So you can see there's a star block there, and then there's a block of just 4 squares. So next to it there are just 4 5-inch squares. So it can be made like that, but we actually looked at this block where it joins, so it's half.
And that was last night. It's all right, we're down to the last 15 seconds.
Yes. So basically, if you make that block, and then it'll work, you just keep repeating that block. I do apologise.
Go back to last night's shows. All of the shows are on Rewind, but get your one day special before 6 o'clock. I'll see you very soon. Oh, blooming adorable. I'm not talking about our Angie, I'm talking about our next hour coming up. Then we have got a one-day special launching Pretty Gets Gritty before our Sunday sale.
In the foothills of Aulnul, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With 6 pounds of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK. Most important to us at Picture This. And we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Evening all, evening all. I feel like I'm working in a lovely florist right now. I've got blooms everywhere. Loving our florals, loving it. If you do love your flowers, flower ranging, then I think you're going to really be in for a real treat. We've got some fantastic offers for you on the show. Already been busy before the show as well on the website. You can shop ahead, of course, on the web if you wanted to. But we have relatively new business with us as well, so which is lovely. Although lovely Joanna herself has been on the show once before, but if you haven't met her yet, it was my first show with her as well. Lovely Joanna Swinson. Good evening, afternoon. Let's go with evening or late afternoon. I'm just going to go with an early evening. Now we've arranged what the time is. Joanna, how are you? Lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Nice to be with you. Good. And this is your second show, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, we like that. And I was asking earlier on who you were with. You remember, and you pointed at Hayley and said it was Catherine. So we've, as long as you're not going to, I don't think you're going to get me mixed up with Catherine, possibly Yanis, but it was lovely to be with you for this hour. And I do feel like I'm working in a florist because everything here is all beautiful florals that people can put together with their kits themselves, and absolutely gorgeous gifts to make, gorgeous gifts then to give as well, or just for their own decoration. Or I suppose if you wanted to also, just some elements here that people can take off and use as well from a crafter's point of view, which is lovely. Just tell us a little bit about how you got started with the actual business itself, because Blue and Adore was a fairly new company for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock to me that I did it, to be honest. We were having a new kitchen, but we're not now. My husband came home from work one day and I said, you know that kitchen we were going to have? And he said, yeah. I said, we're not now.
Oh.
I've spent the money.
on setting up the whole new business. But he's very supportive, and it's all good, though, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I mean, he's a great guy. He's very even-tempered, unless he gets in his car.
Oh.
Then the eyes turn red, and the skin turns red, and the tail starts to grow, and I think, are you the same guy I was married to? I don't get it. What is it with you men in your cars?
But there was, I feel like I touched a nerve there. I just mentioned that. But also, didn't you one day turn up with a little doggy that he wasn't expecting?
Yeah, he came home from work one day and he says, "What's that?" I said, "It's a little Westie." And he says, "What's she doing here?" I said, "I bought it this afternoon."
And 8 years later, the Westie has now got pride seat in the car and you're in the back.
Yeah, the West coming up here. I don't want to sit next to him. He's like the devil anyway. The West is sat next to him, and I'm sitting in the back, and I'm thinking, there's definitely something wrong with the situation.
Oh, listen, do you know what? It's already coming true. I knew I was going to have a lovely hour with you, Joanna, and I'm really excited about that. So it is lovely. Let's have a look at what Joanna's brought for us as well, because don't forget there was the kitchen running all this. The kitchen's gone, the dog's still there, and the husband's in the car. So you've got to have a little look what we've got here. I will tell you also, the price points you've got in this hour are absolutely brilliant. So if you're just making your first purchase even with us here, I promise you, you're going to get some really good deals on this one. Let's start off. This, I think, is absolutely beautiful to start off with anyway. If I just move... we've got one away, so you can actually see how this is finished. And they are with their moving wheels as well, and they're lovely. And you're creating here a perfect kit. Now, you've got two choices you can go from here. You can see here we've got the orange blossom, which is lovely. And look at this as well. These florals are beautiful. Absolutely stunning kits to work with, and great with your decoration to be able to create. Look at that. I mean, lovely, absolutely beautiful. Now, you do get all of these. You're not just getting the florals. I know you might be thinking for £12.99, sure, I'm just going to get the flower kit. This is sort of an idea to how I might want to actually sort of display them. No, you do get our lovely little push bike there with the basket. All of that is included in the price. So when you're creating that, perfect. Now, you might have some other ideas with your florals you might want to work with, and then again you can use this for another project itself. But absolutely brilliant. So I think you get all of this, and you're going to get the tool, and you get everything you need, all the leaves, all the little petals themselves. You get pretty much everything you need in the kit. That's right, isn't it, Joanna?
Yeah, totally everything you need.
Absolutely, a whole lot. And is this something that pretty much anybody can have a go at picking up, to even if they've done no work with artificial flowers at all?
You'll be surprised at how easy they are.
Right. Oh, that's okay. Is it Scott-proof?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's all right. And that's the level, everybody. So if I can do it, then you're absolutely fine to go for this. So you've got two options. Oh, the orange blossom, yes. Oh, wow, we're already 20% of the orange blossom that you can see. And let me just... I just want to hold one out here, because I can tell you the colouring on the petals, they're done really beautifully. So all the details on there, once you start to add the centres, put them actually onto with the leaves, and you start mixing them in together. And the details, if I just hold out the actual leaf as well, for example... To be quite honest with you, when you sort of see with the actual sort of veins on the leaves, you know, you're hard pushed even to recognise whether they are artificial or whether they're real. They are beautiful. And the materials that these are made from, is it silk?
Silk, yeah.
Because they feel fantastic as well. They feel really lovely.
Yeah.
They are. So that's silk with your flowers that you'll be working with, and you can see the details really nice on these. And all of that is just £12.99, regardless of which one of those you want to go for. They are absolutely beautiful. 075 746. These are brand new on the show today. You get huge amounts. I mean, if you just have a look here, by the way, with the pinks, you get huge amounts of the flowers in there. I mean, absolutely bursting, aren't they? They are gorgeous. I will tell you here, actually, on the pink medley, we are already approaching a quarter of the stock. I did say that we have some really fantastic prices. So £12.99 isn't just the flowers, it's also with that lovely little woven basket, little bike, which is it's a lovely gift idea, this, to make it and to actually send on to someone, to give someone, isn't it?
Or it would be good to buy it for a Christmas present for somebody.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. A nice Christmas present if you want to do in the making. So you get the fun of making it and also the fun of giving it. 075 746, and they're just £12.99. That includes the bike as well, which is lovely. Now, if you thought that price was fantastic, you're going to love this, because I couldn't believe what you get in this kit for this price for under £10 as well. This is absolutely brilliant. You have got 4 different options that you can look through here. But has this been put together for someone that wants to start out, basically, to have a little go at? So...
Yeah, it's a starter kit that I've put together. I'm going to be doing a few starter kits, and some will have a project at the end. Some will be a mixture of maybe 2 different flowers.
I really love these. So, I mean, the flowers themselves are gorgeous. Do we know what are these? Because I'd just go with these are like a large daisy, basically. Oh, that's Daisy Jane that we can see here, which is really, really beautiful. These, aren't they? Lovely, big petals, and that's the insides. If I not a pedal, that's on the bike in the last item there, the pedal. But look on the inside that you can see here. You're actually catching, because they've got lovely little moments of glitter, and they sort of sparkle in the light as well, right as the centre of the flower itself. So we're going to see how these are being put together as well. They're the beautiful, gorgeous daisies we've got in here. What other colours we got in here that we can sort of see with our pinks? What's the name of this flower here we got?
It's a made-up flower, so I called it Fairy Wings.
Oh, Fairy Wings! That is gorgeous. It's made up, that one. I really like that. It's a really beautiful bloom on it, isn't it? When you see on the inside of those, the way sort of beautifully furl round. Gorgeous, that. I'm loving that. Then, are these a chrysanthemum at the top here? They look...
What colour? Oh, yes, yes.
Look at that. Pink what, sorry? Pink... Oh, this is pink... This one's pink Cadillac that I've got here?
No.
No, that's not, is it, Joanna? What's this one?
Chrysanthemum.
Chrysanthemum? I thought it was a chrysanthemum. Oh, they've called this one Pink Cadillac, apparently. I know. I've no idea. But it's bought sort of oranges and yellows in there that you can see. And finally, we've got a blue one here. What's this one?
That one's a rose, and my husband actually designed that rose. It's his first, and I hope it won't be his last.
Ah, it's absolutely beautiful.
It is.
Or may I say, pun intended, bluetiful.
Yes.
Stick with me on this, Joanne. It could be a long hour, or we're going to embrace it, and we're going to go with it. But isn't that absolutely gorgeous? I just think that is absolutely fantastic. Now, just as for the price point, you might be thinking, I'm liking the way they put them on the glass for display effect. We probably just get the flowers. No, you will be getting the glass that you can see that's in there, plus, and I'll just hold one out here from the packaging, you'll be getting those lovely little beads that once they actually put them in there, they will then expand, and they will be able to create then the different coloured beads that go with the flower that you are getting. Now, the lights, I will say, they are in here for demonstration purpose, so you get a little idea. But there's ones that have the little cork tops. We have them on the show sometimes. We also have them on there sometimes as a 7-day save. If you do see them, grab them, because they work ideally with these kits. Now, we don't actually have them on the show here today, but if you just as an idea to sort of give a demonstration, this one's got the different coloured ones in it, and our beautiful rose down here has got the white ones in it. But you can see they work. So you get the glass, you get the beads, plus you get all of the stems and all of those lovely flowers for it, for that price, as I said, of only £9.99, which is absolutely gorgeous. You might want to go for a couple of kits on these, or maybe you're thinking of a display for yourself, or is it a favourite colour for somebody? But that is a really, really good bargain. 543115 is your item code, brand new on the show, and as I mentioned there, they are only £9.99, which is absolutely brilliant. Right, staying with great price points for you, and a perfect way, and again, a lovely way of displaying the florals, plus a picture or photograph of, maybe it's from your own garden itself, maybe it's the similar flowers, or just on a special occasion. For $9.99, we're going to be able to give you the frames to go with, the frame kit. You've got black, or you've got the white frames to work with. So Black Magic or White Skies to look at. I think this is a really lovely way of sort of displaying, again, the florals on that, isn't it?
I love them like that, and
Yeah.
I decided that when the show's over, I'm going to be transferring all my pictures into them.
Yeah, no, they are lovely. Because I was just thinking, you know, there's something very sweet, and whether it's certainly if it's like from a wedding picture might be in there as well, or it might be in a christening or something again, or again it may even just be florals from someone's own garden in there. But just to sort of bring that to life with the flowers around the edges.
My daughter got married this year.
Oh, did she?
And so I've got a lovely photograph of the bride and the groom, and I'll be putting that in one of those.
Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. No, they really are lovely. And again, you're getting a lot of flowers in here. All the elements, all your silk flowers. You've got all the stems that they're going to be affixed onto as well that you can then work with and actually place them onto the frame themselves. And it's a good size frame as well that we're looking at here. It's a 10 by 8. So the real nice big classic image on there, and they all do have that really, if I just hold this one up actually, that you can see that you have a nice sturdy stand at the back that they will be there to be able to hold everything in place. If it's going to go on the sideboard, then make sure you've got that one. Again, you've got two options for that one. Black Magic, which is here, and you've got your white skies and those lovely flowers. They are stunning. 775083. Again, for under £10. I mean, the frame themselves nowadays, they're not cheap, are they? So you can get yourself a good frame, and you can then add all your wonderful florals onto that as well. Lovely, that 775083. Right, now we've got our bonus flowers for you. Now, these might be fantastic ideas, basically. We've got 4 options, but again, if you'd like to add your florals into your crafting, this is a great way. Again, really good price points, but a great way of you now having lots that you can put together in a bouquet, or if you want to really work on a certain colour, then you possibly can. $9.99, and there are 4 options. These are lovely ways of building up, sort of bringing them all together, isn't it?
And they go lovely with the other flowers in the glass.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes, absolutely.
They go great on greeting cards.
Yep, yep. It's nice if you want to just add a little, because you don't need a lot of those sometimes on another project, just to sort of help things to pop out a little bit, do we?
Yeah.
You know, they work really nicely for these ones. And again, $9.99. So you've got the pink topaz, taster sprig, you've got the blue sapphire taster in there, you've got the yellow opal, and you've got the purple amethyst to have a little go at. So maybe if it's your first time of working with your flowers and to bring those together, but here's a perfect chance for a bit of a taster for you at $9.99. They're all stunning. 716538 for those to get into your collection. Again, I did say another brilliant price point for you. We've got some other options as well that we can share with you that we'll have a little look at. We've got some returning favourites from the first show. So an opportunity here if you want to go for this. This is a beautiful, blooming, adorable floral table decoration kit, plus you get the tool in there also. So this is that an oasis with a sponge element that they can all fix in, so you get all of that in there as well?
Yes.
Oh, that's lovely, that. Absolutely beautiful, that one. That's your dahlia and your daisy option that you can see there. Is that our chambray and blueberries?
Yep.
And then we're, oh, that's really, I love the blues in those. Absolutely gorgeous. Really lovely. And this lovely fresh look, this one, with the orange and lemon for your table display. Again, really nice to have, possibly on a table in the conservatory, out in the garden if you're having it out there, or wherever it is. 315025. A nice way of bringing some colour to your tables there without to water as well, which is lovely. Right, we've also got the wreath kit. Again, you do get the tools with these. I've got 3 options for you. We've got the purple haze. That's a really beautiful soft blues as well in that, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. We have our pretty in pink. Well, they're delicate. Oh, that's really lovely. Look at that. Pretty in pink. Stunning. I don't think I'm allowed to have a favourite, but it's very close to that. Then we have our gorgeous, really pretty lavender blue for the wreath, which I've actually got here in the studio as well. And in fact, it might be this way. If I was,
The bottom one's lovely.
Can I go for the lavender blue? I'm going to go for that one there. And just to give you a little idea of size as well, so you can see, because on the image they look good, but when you see them up close, they're actually even bigger than the image that you can see. But look at all the work in that. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous, that one. 589 374 for just $19.99 for all those. They are absolutely fantastic. I see you've got a few more there. So do you want to just take a seat a sec, Johnny? Because I'm going to just try and get a nice little shot of you there. With you look like your bridesmaid then for a second with all the lovely florals. Which one's that one? That's the...
This one's the Purple Haze.
That's pretty, isn't
and
it?
And it was the most popular of them.
Oh, was it?
One, yeah.
A returning favourite that's come back.
And this one, it's pretty in pink.
They are really lovely. And again, something like this, how long would that sort of take for us to put together from the kit?
For somebody who's never done it before, it would probably take about 2 hours.
Oh, right, OK. Well, nice.
Very easy, these flowers. There's nothing hard about them at all.
No, we like that. We like that's my kind of crafting. That's my kind. Right then, so all of those are on the website. Please pop them into your baskets. Don't forget, everything on there is a really fantastic price, and we are supporting a new company as well, a new business. So do fill your basket with lots of lovely florals. Right then, Jordan, where we start? What can you share with us as well then?
I've got loads to share with you.
Oh, I like that. I like that as well then.
Starting on the other end there, the bikes.
Oh yes, yeah, which is lovely.
These are so easy to do. You just put, literally, you put your stem goes in there if it'll go in. Ugh, of course it won't go in. And then this piece goes on. And then it flams out again like that.
So you literally just pushed through the centre of the petal?
Yes, that's how easy it is.
Oh, right. Oh, OK.
And
that's
the
great.
orange ones are easier still.
Oh.
The orange ones, this is the centre of your orange. You put it on. And the key to these flowers is to make sure that you don't put the next one on the same way round.
Right.
Put this one on backwards.
Oh, I see.
And then your stopper goes on top. And then it makes a beautiful daisy flower.
That is lovely. That is great. And do we get instructions on those again for which parts go which colour petal?
Yes, my designer is my favourite son-in-law. I got in trouble last time because I just said son-in-law.
Oh, that
You're
word
right
favourite is
then
important.
now. Favourite son-in-law, Kelvin.
I know.
I mean, it's just hard to keep everyone happy.
Yeah, it's very hard. It is. It's tricky. It's tricky. So, favourite son-in-law,
Favourite
Kelvin.
son-in-law, Kelvin. Yeah.
And he's put the instructions together for us, has he?
He's done all my drawings for me.
Oh, that's good.
I can't draw for toffee. Absolutely rubbish.
Oh, well, never mind. Don't worry. Everyone's got their strong points. And
No, it's my sister's fault.
What?
She's older than me and she sucked up all the artistic ability and there's nothing left for me.
I don't believe that.
It's true.
Yeah, but she hasn't got a business. Has she?
No.
Oh, no, there we are. Just I thought I'd ruined that for myself there as well. We go through. But really nice and simple. So, again, pretty much,
Yep.
I suppose if they're doing this with younger children, I suppose adult supervision again, because you've got small parts in there, isn't there?
My twins were twin grandchildren when they were 5 we started making these.
Oh, were they?
Yep. And my eldest granddaughter, Bella, she's putting together this one at the moment, the Purple Haze.
Oh, lovely.
And Kieran, he has a good go at them as well.
Oh, that's good.
Kieran's very artistic, like, because you get funny petals with funny bits. And they're a bit different. They're unique.
Oh, unique, individual.
Unique.
I suppose let's
Yeah,
go
I like
for
that.
everybody.
Yeah,
we're going to go with
individual.
individual and unique, which is lovely. I love that.
Yeah.
We get the tool included in the kit. So where do we need to use the tool?
The tool you will use in the orange one.
Oh, right.
The melody, it's over here now.
This one?
No, this one.
Oh, this one over here. This one?
This one.
You're just making me run up and down the set, aren't you? Let's get me steps up. That's
Gotta
all it
get
is,
you
Joanna. So, on the orange one, OK, so...
On the orange one, you don't need one, really, because it's all done without a kit. This bit's done without a kit. It says the flower, the purple flower, you don't need it for that either.
OK.
For For the pink one, which are these flowers, you will need the kit, and you'll get the kit with it.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're very different, both of them, because when I did the wreaths, I had to think of people that wanted something that was a bit different.
Yeah.
We don't all like the same kind of thing.
No.
So, again, when I did the bikes, I always had that same theme in my head. But I have been thinking about bringing these out for Christmas. I haven't decided everything for Christmas yet.
Right, that's okay. That's fair enough. What are you getting me, though?
I'm getting you a sat nav.
Oh, that's perfect. With the pink flowers that you need the tool, can you show us how you'll use the tool then with those, and how we bring those together with them?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Just take this one apart. So you've got your little green stem.
Yeah.
So that's there. Then you put your first one the right way down. Gosh, here we go again. The next one the wrong way down. And the reason for this is that you put them all on the same way up. They will clump together and they won't spread out properly.
Right.
Believe me, it took me ages to find out a way to do this. Then you put the third one on. You put a little basket on, push it down, and then do exactly the same again. Right way up, wrong way up, right way up, and give it a squeeze. And there you go.
Oh.
So easy.
That is, it is. I'm loving the easy. I'm loving the easy for that. That is perfect as well. But what's so lovely about those is that, one, I have to say as well, the colours look great, but the actual flowers themselves look really full-bodied. They do look really lovely with the bloom. And they are gorgeous. And again, to know that they are silk, that you're working with as well, which is really, really lovely. And the fact that you're going to be getting that with the actual bike itself, which creates a whole beautiful, lovely display of them. That is lovely, isn't it? With the same colour and the ribbon that's on the little basket, and even the little working wheels as well. No, they are gorgeous. Have we got a stock update? Did I just hit? Oh, there's the pink medley. Right, over half the stock on the pink medley has already been allocated on those as well. And now we are also, half the stock of the beautiful orange blossom have now also been allocated. I think when you break this down with, one, the genuine beautiful silk flowers themselves, you've seen how easy it is to actually put together. They make great gift ideas. They're a lot of fun to actually put together themselves. But as you can see here, that is going to last. And the lovely thing about using the silk is that these colours, certainly on the orange, you can sort of see they taper off from this almost like tequila sunrise, rich orange and pinks, and then sort of go up to these beautiful yellows on the tip of the petals themselves. Really beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. 075746 is your item code. This is brand new on. Which is $12.99 only, which is a brilliant price. When we put them together, do they actually go straight into the basket itself on these? And how does that work with them?
When I parcel these off, I would have put the Oasis in it, and the reason I've done that is because if it's in the box, it'll keep getting like this, and that Oasis will be battered. So I always put the Oasis in when it comes to the bikes.
Oh, brilliant! So it's nice and protected, basically, as well. Yeah, from delivery, and they go straight into that. So I suppose you can also just create and you just assemble and you can position certain parts of the flower where you want to as well. There's no set kind of guide for that.
Yes. My advice is, like I have on those, to just cover this rim with your flowers, because I think it makes a nice finish.
Yes, yeah. And it actually gives it a really nice kind of full, wholesome kind of feel about that. Doesn't look sparse.
Yeah.
You do feel like you're getting a lot of flowers in there, whichever one. They are really lovely, aren't they? They are beautiful. So, no watering needed. This is perfect. Do not water the plants, by the way. They are silk. They're not real, which is absolutely brilliant. 075746 brand new on the show, only $12.99, and again, that does include the Oasis going to be in the centre there, and the lovely way of displaying them all with that gorgeous bike and basket. Really lovely. Love that. Get those. Well, both of those are half stock or more that's gone, so get in nice and quick on those. Right then, Joanna, what are we looking at next then?
Next, I don't know, what do you fancy? Do you fancy a daisy?
Oh yeah, let's have a look at the lovely daisy. Now these are the ones that are in the taster, the glass kits, aren't they?
Yes.
Love that.
You do actually get the glass pot that goes with it, and you get the little balls that go in there. And your balls will come in a little packet like this. My advice to you is don't put them all in the glass at the same time. Take about 2/3 of them, put them in your pots, put your water in, and they will explode. They'll go really, really big. If you need some more, then you can just pop some more in. Otherwise, you'll be picking up little balls all over the floor. I speak from experience.
So would you put the whole packet into the glass itself, just about half then, or
3/4?
3/4 of them, right? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Otherwise,
And I have chased them around the floor no end of times. Don't ask.
No,
don't ask.
I'll say nothing. I'll say nothing.
Okay. My Kieran can just do this and flick these off. I can't do it. You know, it's like the bags we used to get at Tesco's, and we used to have to just get them open.
Oh yeah.
I suffer with that problem. I do. So
They are
right
quite
way
testing.
up, wrong way up. Has to be. I'm sorry, I've tried all kinds of ways to avoid it any other way and make it any other way, and I can't. And on this one, you're going to get a big stopper on the back because you've got a big piece on the front, and it'll hold them nicely together. And you've seen how long that took me to make.
That's nice and quick.
It's amazing how fast they are. Then you'll get a stalk as well. That'll fit very nicely. You can put some foliage, you get foliage with them. So you can put some foliage on, and then you can, oops, missed. And then you can put your flower on the top of that. If it'll go on. It's typical, innit? Called live TV for a reason.
No, you can't beat it. You can't beat it.
So I tend to just bend them a bit so as that they'll look a bit better when they're in the pot.
Oh no, that is lovely. I really like these ones actually. They are beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us.
So easy, aren't they?
I'm liking easy though, Joanna. This is good. this is good. You've obviously seen me before. I like easy. This is the one that we've got as a finished sample that you can see. And again, what's so lovely is because obviously you are going to get those coloured beads that are going to match the petals, whichever one of those taster kits you've got. For there's 4 for you to choose from. I really love the sort of the sparkle that you're getting from the inside there. They're really pretty. And again, I have seen the beads before, and I've actually got some of these beads at home where we actually put with our real flowers in. And you're right, you don't need to fill them right to the very top, because they will expand so much and they will bubble over the top of the glass. So do be careful of that. About 3/4 of the bag is all you'll need to put in there. But it's lovely because you don't see the bottom of the stem so much. It gives it a really lovely feature to think you are getting the glass. You are getting the colourful beads as well. Plus you get everything you need for the flowers. And all of that, you still get change from £10. Be it a penny, it's still under £10 for those. Really lovely. Now, of course, you could do, if you wanted to, you can expand on that. That would be your actual kit for £9.99. That'll give you the beads, that'll give you the glass, that will give you those flowers of those daisies, for example. Now, if you wanted to expand on that, then we've got some of the other kits that you could also go for that. This is your flower accessory pack. Now, there's 4 options. If you wanted to, go for all 4 if you want to go one of each, and that's going to give you a really lovely combination of gorgeous colours to work with and size of petals to work with. You've got the pink topaz that's in there, you've got the blue sapphire, the gorgeous yellow opal, and you've got the beautiful purple amethyst, and all of those lovely colours that will mix together. And you get a lot, you get an awful lot as well. If I just hold here, for example, that you can see. Now, bearing in mind just how lovely and thin the actual silks are, if I just hold one out, for example, there we go. Just see how lovely and delicate each of those silks of the flowers are. And then, in one kit, for example, you've got all of them. That is an awful lot of those beautiful petals to be working with. Plus, you've got all of the centres, the stems to work with, and all of these, which is gorgeous. 716-538. When working with these to assemble, Joanne, is there a nice sort of hint or tip to go with? Because you've got, is that the yellow opal that you've got there?
Yeah, I've just taken some of these off to show you.
Lovely.
Not every one of these need to be used. But it's up to you what you do. You get 20 flowers in the sprigs, but you don't get as many on the frames because you don't need them on the frames. No. Because the sprigs are nicely rounded all round and go great into the little pots. But the one on the photograph frame needs to lie flat.
Oh, of course.
So they're a bit of a problem. So you don't get as many of these, and you get a few different other flowers. Ever so easy to make. I keep saying that, don't I? You've got your petal, and you've got your stem, and you put your stem in there. And then you put your stopper on the back, like that. And you just stick it on there. And they can come off as easy as they can come on. My word of advice with these, anything with bits sticking out that are plastic, whether it's a wreath, a sprig or anything else, don't struggle trying to get it on. If you're struggling, cut it down a little bit with your scissors and then they'll go on no problem. And I know that from experience because I've done it. Been there, got the picture. Yeah.
I'm liking that, Joanna. That's nice and simple. Again, because like you say, the ones on the frame are just flat on, aren't they? Yes. But the ones in the accessory, they are really lovely and rounded. You do get a lot of the petals. Is it 20 of the petals?
20 in each of them.
20 in each of those as well.
Yeah.
So again, for those price points, again, really, really good. Joanna, I'm going to do a quick recap with everybody, if that's okay, and I'll come straight back to you, if that's all right. That's okay. Don't go off now. Don't go on anywhere.
You sure?
Yeah, no, you stay right where you are. Don't you leg it. Right then, if you are just tuning in, if you love your flowers, I just think these are such really, really lovely ideas to work with them because they're great for decoration, to have their lovely gift ideas. The other great thing about these is the ease. As you've seen there, actually, with Joanna demonstrating for you on these, they are just so simple as well to put together, and you get everything you need to go with these. They've got two options here. The orange blossom that you can see there. I will tell you, though, where is the stock on the orange blossom at the moment? Are we... Right, OK, we're over half the stock. I will say, though, when it's gone, it's gone. We can't get any more with regard to that one. So please, if you've had your eye on that one, make sure you get that checked into your basket, and we'll send you a little basket as well with flowers. We've also got the pink medley for you as well. Now, over 60% of the stock has already gone. And these are really... So let me just show you the sort of difference in size of the petals on here. And these are for the pink medley. And they are very big. The big, and also with the leaves as well. You know, so you're going to be able to create a really wholesome, beautiful, big display that you can see. Maybe it's for a decoration for a table. Maybe it's to go just on the sideboard. Maybe it's to go on your shelving or wherever it is. Or you just want to sort of bring a little bit of colour. Maybe it's for a relative, again, for someone, again, they love colour, they love flowers, they don't want to have all the hassle of doing the watering, for example. But just think here, put it together. It's a gorgeous gift idea. I will say the price, £12.99. I'm really knocked out at the price of that one because it's not just the flowers that you're getting, but you are getting the really lovely decorative basket, that lovely little bike detail again. The advice from Johnny was saying that make sure you do fill from the edges. You will get the oasis. It comes in the basket itself. Fill around the edges so it does look lovely and wholesome. But again, lovely kit with the tool included in that particular one for only £12.99. Brand new on the show. 075746 is your item code for those, whichever one. Don't forget the orange blossom Once it's gone, it's gone. So do get that whilst you can. And we are now approaching 60% with those as well. Right, working our way down. Whichever was your favourite colour, because these are really lovely. And I think it's one of the best prices I've seen on the show when you're getting so much in here, because not only are you going to get those wonderful colours of those flowers, again, the kit, everything you need is in there, but you're also going to be getting the glass for them to be displayed in, plus you're also going to get the lovely little beads that once you've added the water will expand. They really feel lovely as well, lovely, nice and squishy. I don't think that's the point of them, but they do, they're lovely. But they work so nicely with the colours of the flowers. It's a lovely way of showing them off and bringing a little bit of brightness to the corner of that room. The 4 options that you have, the one that we're looking at here, I love this one. This is our Amber Mums that we've got here, Amber Mums. That'll give you 8 beautiful blooms. And that isn't that beautiful, the sort of lovely furling of the actual petals themselves that you can see. I really love that one. Right, oh, look at this. The Mother Rose. Now, this is the one that Joanna's husband designed and put together, and it is good. I love the colour on this, and it's just the detail, again. Oh, you've got those little elements of little slightly different colours coming through on some of the petals that give that such a lovely, real look and feel about those itself there. But they are beautiful. If you love your roses, then they're never going to not bloom, which is gorgeous. Really enjoyed this one as well. Love that. Your pink Cadillac here with those. Just look how wholesome. That looks really, really, really lovely. Beautiful, those with those colours that you can see. And then, last but not least, we have got our beautiful daisies that we were just looking at and being put together by Joanna a second ago with those yellow, gorgeous beads there. $9.99. Now, they don't come with the lights. We've got the little lights in here. Now, you've seen those. It's the little bottle top lights, the little LEDs that you put into your bottle if you want to have that there. Now, they work really nicely in here. Now, these, they don't come with it. Normally, we have them on the show. Normally, it's a 7-day sale. You might find them, etc. If you go for these kits, next time you see those little lights with the little cork tops, pop those into your basket and get them, because as you can see, they work really nicely with these particular kits. But you will get the glass, you will get the beads, you will get the kit, you will get the tools you need and all those flowers, and you'll get all that for under £10. 543115, which is lovely. Now, these are brilliant and a great way of holding on to those memories, possibly from special occasions, holidays, it could well be. It could be weddings, it could just be christenings, it could be whatever it is. And you want to just sort of just zhuzh up the frame rather than just a plain, boring frame. You want to add a little bit of colour to it. So you've got 2 options that you can go with here. These are actually a 10 by 8 frames. You get your 10 by 8, you get your glass onto the front of those, and of course you would have just simple, they've got the back there, of course, to hold it all in place, whichever way you want to show them off. But you've got that. But the lovely thing is, you then have room to add all these gorgeous florals down the sides. So it's a nice way of, if you've got a lovely picture of the garden in there or some outdoors in there, bring a little bit of that actually onto the frame as well and just breaks it up rather than the plain edge. You've got your options. You've got your black magic that you can see there, or you've got your gorgeous white skies, and you get a lovely mix of different florals depending on which one you're going to be getting. Again, all of that with the frame included, again for under £10, just $9.99. 775 083 is your item code that you need for that, but really good size frame there to get your pictures blown up and put them. And we like to get our photographs out. Otherwise, it's no good to have those ones that are on your phone or your iPad, for example. Get them printed off, get them on display, get them with your florals on there. Really lovely. Then, as we were talking about a little while ago, we've got our accessories. 4 different options on here, but again, whichever one you go for, they're just £9.99 only. But if you can, go for all 4 of these, because mix and matching, I think, is where you're going to really be able to sort of create some beautiful colours and lovely little bouquets themselves. You've got the pink topaz that you can see here. We've also got the blue sapphire, which is lovely. You've got the yellow opal, and we've got our stunning amethyst at the end. $9.99. They work really nicely if you just want to go as an extend on some of the colours, i.e., the lovely daisy that we had in the sort of tester kit, the flower one there, that might look very nice with the yellow opal. Add in a few of those into the mix here, or might want to go with a completely different colour on those. 716 538, just £9.99. All those and more on the website for you on thecraftstore.com. Right then, thank you for that, Joanne. That was all right.
Okay.
We did get down there okay. What have you got that you can share with us next then?
I thought I'd have a go at doing the, what's it called? Fairy wings.
Oh, right, that's good.
It's because you're driving me daft.
Is this the amber? Yes.
The amber mums is a chrysanthemum.
The chrysanthemum, yes. There we are.
And I'm
Thank-
sat here thinking, what has he got on there? No.
Totally blame me. Totally blame me.
I am blaming you,
That's
because
all
it's
right.
coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, well, I know. It goes in the ear, comes out the mouth.
Okay. Again, you've got to think about putting these on backwards. I know it doesn't sound right, but that's what you need to do.
Right.
Make sure they're all nice and straight. If you scrunch them up, won't look as good.
Right.
Okay. So that's all nice and straight. I think I want another one on there as well. I'm going to mess this up today.
No,
aren't
you're
I?
not. No, you're not.
Why not?
Positive thinking.
Why not? Mess it up every other day. Okay. So then you stick your basket on. And we've got two baskets that look alike. And it's these two here. And you might think, how will I be able to know which is which?
Yeah.
Stick your finger in it. One of them feels slack and one of them feels a bit tighter. And that's how I get to know which one's which.
So which one have you got there?
I've got the bigger one of the two.
You've got, oh, okay, right.
Okay, so I want to scrunch them up and put them in. And I think I'll have a few more. Ugh.
So was that a couple that you put on first of all before that basket? Was it
Three.
Three. Put three on first, yeah.
3 on first, 3 on second. But here I'm going to put a big basket. Just to pull them in a bit.
Right.
Keep them tame. I like to have things tame. And then I put another one on top to hide it.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And then my wings. These are what makes the fairy wings.
I love the colour on these.
They are beautiful,
Yeah,
aren't
really
they?
lovely.
I've got roses, these packs, this colour as well. Wish I could separate that. I need Kieran here. Come here, Kieran, and separate these for me. He just goes... Show me how you did that. It's just like this.
Oh.
Bless him.
Yeah.
He's only 7.
Oh. He's got a job there in the business now, though.
They've all got a job in my business, I can tell you. No, actually, I told them, you've got to be an accountant. No, not an accountant. You go an accountant.
Is that
You've got to be a vet or a dentist, all of them, because then they can keep me in the hour become accustomed.
Do you go to the vets? Why do you need? Why do you need? Sorry.
Because I've got to keep the husband in hand.
Is he watching?
Yeah.
Is he in the studio somewhere? Is he in the green room, is he?
No, he'll be in his car because he was taking the dog out for a long walk.
Oh.
While I was in here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, just wait till I
When you're
get
back
home.
on the show, you've got to make sure you're with me again when you're back on the show again next time. I love it. You need a dentist and a veterinary.
Yeah, they make the money, don't they?
But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know either.
They don't run round in little tatty cars. Like I do. Somebody says to me, what sort of car have you got? I said, it's grey. So, well, what kind of car's your husband's got? I said, that one's black. It's bigger than mine.
I do love these, though. Look at they are beautiful. I
Yeah,
see what you mean
this-
about them having to be sort of like kept nice and tight, because when they unfurl, they do look gorgeous.
And so you want to just pull down the 3 from the outside.
Right.
To make it into the wing. That's the wings.
Ah, they are so pretty, those.
Yeah, I really love these.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to say, do you have a favourite one?
This is it.
It is these, yeah. Yeah, no, they
It is, not because I made it up, but because it just came together like that.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
And nice and simple. Again, don't forget, you do get instructions when they come through as well, so you've got something as well to work with from the guide for all those as well. Very quick, the orange blossom option, by the way, the bike that we had there, we are approaching limited stock on those at the moment. We are approaching limited stock if you want to go for those. Just $12.99. I wanted to stress again, this option on this one is, well, once it's gone, it's gone. So if you wanted to get that one, we are approaching limited stock. Now's a good time to get that. 075746. Otherwise, you may well miss out on the orange blossom. We've still got the pink medley, but the orange blossom approaching limited stock. And when it's gone, it's gone. It's only £12.99. Right, Joanne, let's continue on. I'm enjoying seeing all these. We've only got just, well, about 10 minutes left.
10 minutes, gosh.
I know. Is that...
You can put up with me that long.
I'm loving it. I can tell you, you are making me chuckle. I've enjoyed the show. There is so much. I can't wait to meet your husband and the dog.
You know my name's Mud, don't you?
No.
Yeah, he actually is a very placid guy.
How many years have you actually been married?
30-something.
There you go. See, he's doing something right, isn't he?
I think every 10 years you should have to decide whether you want another 10 or not. He didn't agree. I don't know why, he just didn't agree. I think it's a good idea, don't you?
I couldn't possibly comment, but yeah, it sounds good to me. Just to,
yeah,
you know.
I think you should have a choice.
Yeah.
OK. Come on, Kieran, where have you gone? He just sits... just like that. And he looks at me like I'm daft.
They do that, 7-year-olds.
Oh, yeah.
Most people look at me like I'm daft, but it doesn't really matter what age that is, so it's fine. We're OK.
I've told him he's got to be a dentist. He's good at maths. Oh, Kieran, be a dentist, lad. They've always got a lot of money. But they do, don't they?
Dentists?
Yeah.
Again, it's not my strong point. I wouldn't be your phone a friend on anything that's to do with the dentist. Yeah, I've also just wanted to let you know the orange blossom. Oh, orange blossom is now limited stock. It is now limited stock on the orange blossom at $12.99 for those. Just to let you know. And again, once it's gone, it's gone. 075746. There it is. It does come with bike and the basket and the Oasis in there, but we are now at limited stock. It is so pretty. It's absolutely gorgeous on this. $12.99. Oh, orange blossom. It is now limited stock, so do grab that one whilst you can. Lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. Right. Sorry about that. We're back. Oh, wait, dentists. That's where we were. Sorry about that.
We're doing. You see these purple ones like this. Amber Mums?
Yes, yes.
Not pink medley?
No.
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 OK, we're going to make one of those. And it's, again, gosh, they are so easy. I think my favourite son-in-law's onto a good thing here. Because he can draw, he just sits and goes, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. There you go. Oh, and I look at it and I think, if only. As again, before I said before, one the right way up, one the wrong way up. And then
is that pretty much the rule all the time? One right way, then wrong way?
Most of
them. OK.
Occasionally you find one that isn't. The rose that my husband made, one of them isn't.
Oh, OK, OK.
But, you know, men, innit? Men.
Again.
Do you know what he's going to do? I'm going to go out there and he says, you can walk home.
Oh, yeah, will it just be you and the dog?
Oh, no, he's not going out with my dog. He can walk home and I'll have the dog. I'm not allowed to drive his car.
Why do I feel like a marriage counsellor all of a sudden? I'm standing here. I can't talk about dentists. I can't talk about being a vet. And I'm not really there to comment about men in general, really. But I'm enjoying the flowers.
But why can't I drive his car?
I don't know.
He's possessive. He can drive my car, I don't mind. But me drive his car, it's something else. He says, no, 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 no. It's too big for you. How can a car be too big? I don't know either.
No, I'm not sure. Just 6 minutes left.
There we go.
Yes.
Fluff it out.
Look at that, nice and quick that is.
Beautiful, aren't they? And it's an amber mum. An amber mum, not a pink medley.
They are lovely. I suppose, actually, because they are silk, though, I mean, we'll just talk about the actual quality of them as well. These are going to last, but the colour's lovely on those, isn't it? It really does make it stand out.
Yeah. I have them all over my house.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, you can understand that, can't you?
Yeah.
We've got them everywhere. I'm trying to find some new places to put some.
And does the choice of the silk being used as well for the flowers, is that, I mean, does that help it sort of become more durable, exactly, and long lasting?
It helps to hold the shape.
Right.
Because when they come in a cob like this.
Yes.
And the easiest way to undo this cob is to take one part of it and just flick it through your fingers like that. And then you can get into it a lot easier and pull it apart.
Right.
But somebody says to me, I handed them these, and they says, how can that possibly right? How can that make all them flowers?
Yeah.
It does. It does, believe me.
And it is amazing how they really do come together. And from seeing when they're all sort of flat packed like that together, when you can see the display that you've got here, they really, and they do look, it's the details, it's the veins that are actually on the leaves themselves, it's the colours that have been chosen and how they hold that colour, which is absolutely beautiful. And again, so easy to be able to create that. You'd think, actually, to create a flower like that is going to take you a long, long time, but you see how quickly they can come together. This is what I think is so lovely about these, certainly with the accessory packs that we've got for you here. If you are looking just to add one, possibly to a card that you're going to be making from that, or some artwork, or mixed media that you're working with as well, just one or two of those on there can really make a difference and really stand out. They do look beautiful. So think about how, not only for the displays that you've got here, not only for the ones on the frame, not only for the ones that we've got, for example, on our lovely little basket. The table decorations, for example, we've got those, but we've also got, you're thinking about how you can work with your other crafting projects that you've got. How could they be incorporated possibly as well, just to bring that little bit of colour into those. The table decorations are lovely. These are back from the first show as returning favourites. These are lovely, £17.99, and again, how wholesome they are. You've got the dahlia and daisy, you've got the chambray and the blueberries, and you've got the orange and lemon. All of those are the same item code, 315025 is your item code for those. Now, the orange blossom, it's just about hanging on in there. We've only got just literally one or two remaining. If you do want this one, please don't delay, because once it's gone, it's gone. There's no more of those coming back on. You've got opportunities for that one. We have got the pink medley. If you wanted to go for those, of course, that's there again. £12.99 for whichever one you're looking at there. We're approaching 80%. I think this is even more wholesome looking. There's huge amounts on those when you think about that, and all the petals that you've got here. Just look at all of these that you're going to be getting that come with it. So again, for only £12.99. 075 746. Oh, I think we have got now a technical sellout on the orange blossom. So congratulations if you have got that. We've got no more to bring back on extended. That has gone. So well done indeed for making sure you didn't miss out on that one. 075 746 for the pink medley if you still want to go for those. The other options that we have with these, I love these. These are really lovely, actually, for the little flower pots taster kits. Only £9.99. You do get the glass. You're also going to get the lovely little coloured little balls that go with that inside. You don't get the little lights, but again, if you have got those already, you're able to add those into it if you wanted to for display. But 4 options here, which are beautiful. The Daisy Jane, you've got the pink Cadillac, you've got the amber, and you've also got the Mother Rose. So 4 options, brand new on the show, only £9.99. You get the tools, you get the beads, you get the glass, you get the stems, you get the flowers, you get everything that you need to be able to put those together. £9.99 only, 543 115. Also, don't forget, we've got the frames. We've got the 2 options that we've got here. A 10 by 8 glass frame that you can see, perfect for putting those adorable pictures in, those memories from the past, and keep them nice and fresh and not just prints on your phone. 775-083. 2 options, of course, that you've got here. You've got the black, or you have the white option that you can work with on that, Black Magic or White Skies. 775-083. Or you've also got, last but not least, we've got the accessories, 4 different options on those. Add those to some of the other kits if you've already got some of those, if you wanted to sort of mix up a little bit in there. Or again, perfect if you're working with those for your own crafty projects. 716-538, just £9.99. Right, Joanna, thank you so much. That hour has literally flown by.
It has shot off.
Isn't it? Isn't it? It really has. I loved your stories. One of the best guests, actually, for that. It's been absolutely brilliant. Do you know when you're back with us on the show?
No.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Well, tease us.
But I'll work on it to be with you.
Oh, well, that's it. But I'll make sure...
We'll be a team.
We'll be a team. We'll be a team. I love it. Listen, please say a big hello to your husband. And the little doggy as well, of course, and a safe journey back home as well when you do go back.
I'm only going to Birmingham.
Oh, back not to London.
No,
not London.
Birmingham.
From us both here, thank you so much. I will see you on the other side of this. Yeah, we have got a brilliant launch coming up right now. We've got Pretty Gets Gritty, and it's the first anniversary. We've got balloons and everything, and we've got free gifts to give away for you as well. So please do not go anywhere. I'll see you in a second.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Clock's ticking. It must be time for a launch of not just a brilliant one-day special, but with a first anniversary, because there are balloons in the house, everybody. Whoop, whoop. We love it. We love it. We've got a lovely celebration, an anniversary, a first anniversary, which is absolutely brilliant. And it's great to... I've never been invited to a birthday or anniversary party like this before, and it's our first show together as well, Lynette. Happy first anniversary, though.
Thank you very much.
Have we got a whole year? I've never had a chance to even have a show, and then I'm allowed to come to the party.
I know, you've escaped.
I have escaped.
All year until now, and
I know.
I said, right, lynch him. This show will lynch him.
Oh, well, this is perfect. This is perfect. Well, congratulations. A whole year with us on the craft store.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit, for those people that, you know, a good chance to share a bit of your story and how that year's been with us actually on the craft store, and how's it been for you?
Oh, it's been absolutely crazy, wonderful, and I can't believe how much people have embraced Pretty Gets Gritty and everything that we stand for. So actually in September, we will be employing our first employee as well.
Oh, really?
Yes, so we are growing.
Oh, wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
Oh, congratulations.
So it's been a really great year, and do you know what? Love being here.
Oh, well, that's good. Listen,
Yeah.
it's lovely to have you here with us as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, we have got a lot of info to give to you. We've got some great kits to sort of share with you, with options that you've got for you. So much on the show. So let's just take you through some of the important, I suppose, a lovely celebration message to go with as well.
Yeah.
So, you, as it is the first anniversary, as you are with us right now, if you make a purchase with us during our live hours, you are going to be receiving a free gift as well, which is always brilliant. Whenever you get a free gift, it's all part of the celebration and the giving back as well. And this is the A6. It's your vintage dies. Oh, actually, sorry, there we go. We got the one. And then all this is... Wait, is this $11.99 itself?
Yeah, it's $11.99, so that's the Vintage Vibe stamp set.
Right,
So that is the free gift.
We like that, a free gift. So again, make any purchase, one per customer. If you join us, of course, make a purchase in there. So remember that, $11.99 normally anyway, you're getting that as a gift. Automatically, we're going to add that into your order that you're going to be getting. So you can be part of the celebrations of the first anniversary, which is really lovely and very generous. I think it's really nice, a nice sort of sentiment as well behind from the company as well. Now then, let's think about what you might be getting that for, because we've got the one-day special, and you have basically, you have two options. They are both on the same item code, 850322. You do have your savings here of £13. You've got either geared up or you've got clocked on. Okay, now with either option, you will get the dies that's in there as well. You're going to get the stamps in there as well, which the stencils are in there, plus a vintage paper pack. That's all part of whichever one of those you're going to go for. Absolutely brilliant. This is geared up. So I tell you what, why don't we just go through, Lynette, regarding what inspiration behind this? What is it that why you put everything together on this particular kit?
So this is actually my ultimate kit. This is the kit that I have wanted in my collection forever. It's been a long time coming and a long time in the making, and it's been one of those that I've had in my book, and I've gone back to it and I'm like, oh yeah, I must add that into it. Oh yeah, we'll have that, we'll have this, we'll have the other. So it's been a long time coming, and what better way with my first anniversary to launch it.
Absolutely.
But there's two fantastic kits there. So should we go through the first option?
Yeah, shall I hold?
You hold up those.
I'll hold up. I'll be I would say glamorous assistant. I'll just be the assistant and hold. So these are the dies that are going. There's 20 dies in total, is that right?
I think so. That's the information
that's
you've been given.
That's what the little voice in my ear said.
Off the top of my head, who knows? So that is, we've got the geared up dies there. So we've got extra large cogs, so you can build scenes with those. You can add them into cards. You can die cut them multiple times to make chipboard or even MDF thickness substrates.
Oh, right. Oh,
so
okay.
we'll be using one of those, and I think the second demo.
Right,
so you can see how I use them as a substrate. So they're not just for card making, you can turn them to mixed media.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like the little screws as well. That
Yeah,
you've got
they're
there.
super cute, aren't they?
Yeah.
So great for guys' cards. And then also to add in your steampunk elements for your vintage. And then we have the pipe work. I love
That is brilliant, that, actually.
this.
I'll put it that way as well.
That gives so much beautiful dimension when you build it up and you use it. Even if you were just to put it on a canvas and then black gesso over it and then just add gold highlights onto the pipe work.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, It is stunning, absolutely stunning.
that.
And then you get your little gears in there as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant. They do go right down to a very small
They
little
do,
piece
very,
as well. I
very
love
tiny,
that.
yes.
That's brilliant. Let's look at some of the others we've got. So the script work. I love script and anything as well with the stencils that you see. This
Yep.
is really lovely. This as
So
well.
we've got the script stencil there, and I've actually used one of the, well, I should say Taylor's used one of the vintage paste through there, so you can see that, you know, it gives a lovely, lovely dimension. You don't just have to put your inks through it.
Right, that's nice. That's nice. And then, last but not least, with our stamps itself.
Yes, who does not like clockwork
Oh,
stamp?
yeah.
So we've got a really big collage stamp in there. So the largest stamp, you can see that's it. That's all collaged already, but then I've given you all separate elements, so
Right.
you can add on to that if you and you can extend your collage stamp, or then you could snip into the collage stamp as it is.
Yeah.
And use the elements
Yeah,
separately.
of course. No, really, really lovely. There's a huge amount in this. Whichever kit you go for, you're going to get an awful lot by, which is absolutely brilliant. That one is geared up. That is your first one. That's going to give you 20 dies as we go through, 12 stamps as well. You get the A5 stencil that you see with the script as well, and the vintage paper pack itself there as well. So I know that the papers themselves that you can see here, you've got 12 backing papers that's included. You're going to get 4 sheets of card toppers that you can work with. And also, you've got your ephemeras in there as well, 4 sheets of those. These are beautiful images on these.
They are. They're absolutely gorgeous, and everyone on social media has been going crazy about the little cuttable people that we've put in
really?
there. Yeah, they're like, oh, these are amazing. And I must admit, I've wanted them for so long. And there's so many different, you know, you've got children, you've got men, you've got ladies, different poses, different scenarios. They're just really lovely to add to your projects, card making, or again, mixed media.
Right. There is so much. I've got some of the other ones that we're sort of holding, but there is so much on each sheet. Actually, you've got an awful lot. It's huge amount. By the way, I love the actual card on this as well.
Yeah, so that's mixed media card stock.
Yeah,
so then you can add your inks and things onto it,
okay.
and you're not going to destroy your image. The card will take a lot.
Right, yeah, because it does feel like it's substantial in that respect.
It is
so absolutely
really nice.
Fantastic quality. But I love it, really. And one of those, when you start looking at pictures like that, you want to sort of go, what's the story behind those as well? It's really, really nice. I do like these. I think they're absolutely brilliant. So you will get this with it. That's all going to be part of that particular kit that you're looking at, which is great. Now, let's look at your second option, which is your clocked on. Now, don't forget, on here, you just choose one or the other, 850322. Clocked on, then. So let's start, then, with regards to our dies. And we got, again, really big die on this one straight away with the clock face.
Yeah, so that is an A5 die. It doesn't come in an A4 format like that. It's just that to show you exactly what you get. We've put it onto A4 cardstock there so you can see all the individual elements. So you're getting your large clock die, you're getting a small clock die. Then you're getting the Roman numerals in large and small, and numbers, words.
I like that time. We've got precious memories.
Yeah.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, so you could have precious memories, precious time, you know, all sorts
Lovely
of ways
working
of
together.
using those.
And then we've got our gorgeous butterflies, and we've also got the cogs in there as well working.
We have. So this is the Pretty Additions die set. So you've got a little bit to extend your kit, if you will.
Right, okay.
So additions that you could add on. So you've got the butterfly wings and the dragonfly wings, which would be amazing, and you'll see throughout the makes of the design team and myself. Just popping them behind your cuttable people.
Right. Oh,
you know,
yeah, of
making
course.
them into more like a fantasy sort of character.
Nice.
The flowers there, the die-cut flowers, you know, get your flower forming tools on there, and you know, get some dimension into them, and then you've got lovely. What's the word I'm looking for? And I won't say additions again, which is, you know, the die set, but it's you know, add-ons. To
extensions.
dimension. Yeah. You can add dimension to your projects with the flowers and such. So we've got a ticket in there as well.
Yeah, got the tab that you see, and then I've got the actual stamps I'll just put that down there. So we've got our stamps that we can work in with a postcard stamp on there, and the little postmarks, things like that. It's little things like that sometimes when you see them on a project. It's that little attention to detail.
That's
it. I love it. They're included.
The great worker stamps, the little ones on there. But again, you've got your nice large collage stamp there with, you know, very cuttable images there. But then you've got the other elements to extend your designs as well.
That's really lovely, that. And we've got your gorgeous stencil to work with. Again, another one that's done with the pasters.
The pretty damask
That's
stencil
lovely, that, isn't
as
it?
well.
Very dramatic, that. Really pretty. So, again, whichever one you're going to go for, your clocked on option, by the way, 49 dies in there. There's 9 stamps also included. You get the A5 stencil also included, plus that paper pad that we just talking about there. So all of those. Now, I tell you what, I'm not sure where to start, but I'm going to go straight in and just delve in, I think. Let's go with a couple of the cards to start with and to look at, because we've got some really lovely projects that are here. Yeah,
That is.
your people have been busy, I would take it.
Some amazing projects there. So I think this one was actually made by Sophie.
Oh, that's really nice again with the postcard in there, and I do like the sort of the way that, and the next one coming up as well, that the butterflies working again with the clocks or with the cogs that work in, and they're really pretty. They're really, really pretty. I'm loving all the cutouts.
Yeah, there's just so many different ways that you can take a butterfly, can't you? And who doesn't love butterflies?
Oh, I know, exactly.
You know,
I'm also hearing that they're used very good if you make a little mistake. They'll put a butterfly in it. Perfect.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a happy accident, isn't it? You
Exactly,
stick a butterfly on and everything is fine.
Let's show some more again there with that lovely stencil that's being worked in here as well. Look at that one.
It's the really, really pretty, the intricate detail. You know, this is a very, very vintage sort of feel. But, you know, there's on the flip side where you can make it bright.
Yes,
you know,
or very soft as well.
And very soft and very pretty. There's so many different ways to use it, and you get a different feel with your different colourways.
One here that sort of demonstrates again with that pipe work that we looked at from the first of those kits. Again,
that's it. Yeah, don't be afraid to snip into your die cuts.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you don't have to use them all in full.
No, right.
Just a little peek in, you know, here and there.
They are brilliant. And I tell you what, I want to go for the one that's got full on. Oh, now we need to show this one first, because I think this is a great contrast into what we're about to have a quick look at as well. But the sort of lovely with the pastel pinks working with the butterfly. I mean, that's really beautiful. So this, and don't forget, these are going to be made from the same kit. So I'm going to show you this one, and then I want to go straight in with. I've got one down here, which is a very different feel again.
Yes.
Look at these.
So that's more of your mixed media project, but still you've got your papercraft elements in there. And do you know what? It's not a very far step to go from papercraft into mixed media.
No, you could do that
at all. You use exactly the same techniques. You just add in a little bit of wet medium here and there, and it just changes it up.
Very nice. So something, if you've never had a go at them before, you've got the perfect kit to be able to try and do both with, really, which is phenomenal. So you choose which one you want to go for on these. 850322. Doesn't matter which one of those kits you want to go for, those packs, they're both on that same item code as well. By the way, both options, both at the moment, geared up and clocked on, both of those at the moment are now already hitting 10% of the stock gone. Don't forget, if you make a purchase in the live show, then you're also going to be getting your gift with purchase. Which is there now. That's worth $11.99 on there as well, which is a lovely, lovely stamp set with all of those that go with it. So 850322. It's available on Flexi also to help spread the cost for yourselves. Right, let's work our way down a little bit. Now we've got the paste for you, the vintage paste as well. 4 new, brand new colourways for you to work from as well. Each one of those, you're going to get 3 pots. Each pot of those are 150ml in each. Just thought, I mean, would these apply to anything that you could work with these on pretty much?
Yeah, pretty much. They will apply to everything, and they are extra thick as well, so you can water them down to the consistency that you require for the project that you are doing. So you get a lot. Yeah, they are.
Oh, because I was just going to go.
I have got
Have you got some opened up?
Yeah.
That's good. We'll have a look. Oh, look at the colour in there.
So that one is the teal. So it is extra gritty and just beautiful pigment of colour.
We're just coming on to that now, so we can get a lovely image of that. But you can see already just in the jar, can't you?
Yeah.
That there's a lot of colour, whichever one of these ones you go
and they are very, very thick. As I say, you just water them down to the consistency that you require for whatever project you're doing. But I'll explain all this as we're doing.
Brilliant. Right, so they've got, there we go, I've actually got some of the images. The first one's on here. We've got honey, we've got walnut, and we've got terracotta. And this is them actually on the card, all been brilliantly put together for us, so I can nice and easily show off and show with you. But again, so you get some really lovely texture with these, as
You
well
do.
as just
So
the colour as well.
This set here is what I would call your ultimate basic set. So if you are going into this and you're going for the grungy, rustic, steampunky sort of look, this is the set that I would go for first out of any of the others, because this is your basic rust shades.
Okay, so just to repeat, that's your honey, that's walnut, and the terracotta. They're the options that you're looking at for the first option. Right, I've then got for... Oh, hang on, I'm going to try and do it in order that I just heard from my producer. Which order was that one? Oh, yep. I've got that one right here as well. Beautifully put together. Tiger, apple, and teal options for you. Yeah, we've got the sort of the lighter elements on the inside. This one, it's certainly with the apple, isn't it? It's very different.
So this is what I would call a rust extender kit.
Right.
So this is, once you are quite capable of doing your rust effect, you can then extend that rust and adding in like the pale green tinges, the very bright orange, and also the teal parts of it for that sort of patina sort of effect.
Right, love that, love that. Now, I've then got soft rose, lavender, and I've got sea spray for you here as well. This, she can't have a favourite, but our producer's favourite.
Yeah, I think it would be most people's favourite. So these are three of the brand new colours. So if you want to do a gritty vintage project, but you don't want to go grungy, you don't want to go rusty, you've got these options here that are very light and summery and absolutely stunning.
They are nice. I really like that. The soft rose is very pretty indeed. And then to finish off with, I've got ocean, orchid, and we've got mint as the final set. Don't forget, these are all brand new on the show today for you. But yeah, all really lovely actually. They're very dramatic with the ocean, isn't it? Gorgeous, gorgeous colours. I suppose really, if you can go for a couple of these different. If you were to put a couple together, which one of the sets would you, if you go, look, I've got enough to be able to get?
Yeah, so if I was buying two sets, I would get the rusty ones.
Right.
With the rusty extenders, as I call them. And then I would get the bright ones that you hold in with the pastel ones.
Wow, I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the way that I would work it.
Nice
personal
combos,
choice.
nice combinations on those ones. Right, so you got those to choose from. Either whichever ones you're going to go for. You are getting 3. Each jar is 150 ml. As you've seen, you get a huge amount of lots and lots of texture from these. Lots of lovely bright colour as well from the pigment. 985125 is your item code on that. Just 26.96, and they are brand new on the show for you. Let's have a little look at. Right then. Now then, this stringy stuff. When I was thinking about this earlier on, we've got some stringy stuff. I thought, well, it must be a different name, but it is absolutely just stringy stuff. And when I sort of had the first go at feeling with these, I wasn't quite sure what to expect with texture. But these, they've really quite a weird kind of texture themselves.
Yeah, they are. So they are natural sisal, but in different colourways. So you've got your dark brown, you've got your maroony sort of mahogany colour, and then you've got your light cream colour as well. These are brilliant. I mean, that is a massive amount there that's in front of you. This could last you, depending how you use it, a good few years.
Yeah, right.
Really is, because that is really compressed down for the packaging. So when you use it, I've got a piece here. So there's just a few strands here, and I've probably picked the worst colour because it's the lightest one. So when you actually use it on a project, I would probably only use this little bit. So I'd sort of roll it around, fluff it up, and then wrap it. So it'd go down on the project with whatever embellishments that you're putting on top of it.
It's amazing, actually, how much that sort of texture and that feel that it adds to a project. It just takes it away from either just the paper that you're working with or whatever it is, because you've got someone here that you can sort of see, and it really does almost like just brings it out even more, just fills it more.
It just lifts it. It gives it another texture, another dimension, something else to draw the eye in.
They are really lovely, and you are going to get the £11.99 3 25-gram bags you're looking at there. You will get the brown, the maroon, and you're going to get the natural. But again, just a lovely way of just adding more texture, more interest to whatever the project is that you're working with. 277802 £11.99. Don't forget, if you just go for those, don't forget you're going to be getting a free gift with purchase, one per customer in our live hours for you, of course. Have a little look. Have a look on the website, thecraftstore.com. They're all on there for you, that you can have a little look. So let's go. We're going to go for the one-day special. We're going to go for the clocked on. We're adding that into the basket right there. So we're having a little skim through, see everything else. And then all right, okay, we're going to also go for a paint set. She wants, yes, she does. She wants a lavender and a sea spray. She'd like that one as well. And she likes it because she also likes the stringy stuff, we like to call it that. So there it is. They're all in the basket. You scroll down, at the bottom, you'll see that you're getting the A6 Vintage Vibes stamp set. That's 23 stamps, by the way, that are being added to your basket. Absolutely gratis as a lovely thank you for shopping with us on our first anniversary, of course. So all of that, pop it into your basket. You want to go on Flexi, or she's got a Flexi option on there. And there it is. And there's also some more end of call offers for you. If you want to add anything onto, they will pop up for you before you do check out your basket. It's all there, thecraftstore.com. Definitely worth shopping ahead. Pop them. And I think when you see the next working with everything you're going to see, you'll understand why. You go, right, okay, I get that. I see how it works. Pop it into your basket as it goes through, of course, and don't forget, claim then your free gift with purchase as part of the first anniversary, which is lovely, very exciting. Did you bring any cake? Did we get any cake?
Gluten-free, so no.
Oh.
Yeah, cake's not really a thing when you have to be gluten-free.
Not
it's
really.
Just like,
we'll just enjoy the balloons.
It's just a pile of crumbs when you're gluten-free.
Yeah. Right, I'm excited because I'm going to be with you again at 8 o'clock for another one. So what are we looking at in this particular hour?
Right, so we're going to do a little bit of card making first.
Great.
And then we're going to move on to mixed media for the second demonstration. And hopefully we'll get a third in as well.
Oh, great. Brilliant.
So I'm going to use the vintage stamps, but we're not going to do it vintage. We're going to do it light and bright, just to show that because it is a vintage kit, doesn't have to be vintage.
No, I'm liking
so
that.
what we're going to start off with is just a white piece of card. I've actually chosen a linen cardstock here. And all I'm going to do is just create a rainbow background. So we just get our blender in there and we get the colour moving around.
That's really nice, that.
So Distress Oxides, pretty much everybody has them. If you don't, you could use your watercolours, you could use sprays, use anything that you've got. So we're just getting down a base colour and then we will work our magic on top of it. So.
Do you think that people do get hung up on the idea it's got to be either grunge or it's got to be nice and light and bright? Do you have those... Do people sort of sometimes only stick to what they know? Is it hard sometimes to break out if that's all they've ever done?
Yeah, I think it is nice to craft outside of the box and to try something. And if you are, you know, a very steampunky, dark, grungy sort of person, that is who you are. That's, you know, that is the craft that you like and the type of things that you like to make.
Yeah.
But when I put this card on social media, it just went mental.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Everybody loved this card.
Yeah, right.
You know, and I just thought, wow, it's not what you would typically put as, you know, vintage.
No.
But people have obviously seen it and thought, you know what? Yeah,
it works.
It works.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to blend these a little bit better. So as you know, with our Distress Oxides, we get a bit of colour mixing, and our yellow into blue will make a green.
That's looking lovely, that.
So I'm not going to spend too much time, but I do want you to get the beautiful effect.
Yeah.
We will start building onto this in just a moment. There's a little bit of stringy stuff trying to get into the act there.
That's just a lovely, lovely, lovely background colour. That already just those colours.
It is. It's just really, really pretty.
Lovely.
Right. So what I'm going to do now is take one of the stencils.
Oh, okay.
So,
which one? Oh, that's from our...
So this is the Pretty Damask.
Right.
And I've got baby white, and I've had it on the side, but it's not really. I'm just going to try and dry it off on my pinny. So I want it wet, but I don't want it really, really wet. So we're just going to do a little bit of ink lift. So we're going to get lots and lots of background information, if you will. So we just add a little bit, and we're just pulling the ink off in a few places.
That's the stencil that's part of the clocked on set, isn't it, that one?
So let's just get a little bit here. And we'll pull that off.
Oh,
and you can
nice.
see that we've got just a lovely little bit of lift there. And I've forgotten to, that's what I've forgotten, Dad. Kitchen roll.
Oh.
He said to me as we're going, what have you forgotten this time? 2 things. Well, one thing I thought was already packed. So that's why I've not got. That's my anti-static bag, which I need for this demo.
Ah, well,
Right.
we could get some. We get some of the other stuff for you. We'll get that.
So the other thing I'm going to do now is just add some little droplets of water, this is exactly why I needed. So, Penny to the rescue.
Penny to the rescue.
As always.
And we got some. We get some kitchen, bit of some toweling.
There we go. So now we've got a lot of
yeah.
detail there in the background. So I'm just going to dry this off very, very quickly before we start stamping, because of course the distress is water reactive, as has been demonstrated here.
Yeah.
So I just want to get rid of the excess water before we add any more ink. So we're going to do some background stamping now.
Okay.
Sort of tone on tone. So let's have a look what we have. So we'll get the, excuse the very, very dirty stamps, but they have been well loved.
That's the phrase.
Absolutely
well
loved. I tell you, I just cannot stop making. There's just, every time I make something, there's another idea. There's something else that I want to do.
Do you jot them down, or do you just sort of wait? Oh, that
I do sometimes,
okay.
and then sometimes I don't, and I get really mad with myself. I'm like, oh, what was that crazy idea I had, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait for it to come back.
So all I'm going to do is just pick up a few random background stamps. So let's go with the numbers. So we'll get rid of the blenders because we're going to use these. And we're just going to start off with the pink into the orange, and then the orange into the yellow. So I'm just trying to, the yellow never really shows up, but I never want to miss it out. So we're just turning our stamp all the time and trying to get it a little bit random. So I've used one number, and I'll go for another number, so I'm just going to do exactly the same. So we've got over stamping over the...
I thought we'd be number 1 in there for the first anniversary.
No, do you know what? I have got it as well, but you know, I've started, so I'll finish.
That's good, that's good. And by the way, if you do want to send best wishes, of course, on the first anniversary, please do send them through. Oh, Lou Sims has sent through as well, actually.
Oh, hi, Lou.
There's a little email coming through, which I'm going to read out for you in a moment as well. But if you would like to send on your best wishes, of course, to the team here, of course, then you can do studio@thecraftstore.com, and we'd love to read out your lovely messages on our first anniversary for them as well, with Pretty Gets Gritty. What, 1 whole year with us.
I know.
It's amazing.
I can't believe it's gone so fast. So what I'm doing now is just picking up the ledger, and I'm doing exactly the same thing. We're just adding in that stamping randomly in different areas. So we're just building a background. So this would work for your card making, it'd work for journaling. You know, so many things that it would work for. Right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce a little bit of black stamping. So I'll grab my archival, and we're just going to add a few. Let's use this one, because circles are amazing. I love circles. So I think we'll have 3.
I'm just trying to keep track of where you're using your stamps from, but I think basically you've got pieces from geared up and also from clocked on.
Sorry, I'm
fine.
I'm switching from one to the other. There's just so many great elements.
No, it's lovely. We have got some of these available individually. So we have got some that you can find and go with, and we're going to bring up the ones for you. I think it's this one here, the Postal Papillon stamp set. There we are. We've got 8 stamps. That's $14.99 if you wanted to go for those ones that are being used individually. In fact, already 20% of that stock has already gone.
Wow.
979652. But I think you're going to get maximum if you were to go for, if you can go for both options on these ones. You're going to really maximise and see how they work together, which is really nice. 850322. I'll do my best to shout out what's being used from what set, of course, for you. But it's lovely actually already demonstrating that they do work nicely together, both of these, don't they?
They do work beautifully. So this is the one that we've just worked on, but because there's a lot of wet there, and I've not brought my anti-static bag, I'm blaming Taylor for that completely.
Totally.
There is one that I prepared earlier, just because I knew that I needed the distress to be completely dry. So now we're going to add a little bit more interest into the background.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with, because you just mentioned it, we'll go with the butterfly one.
Oh, right, yeah. That's a nice stamp, that.
So I'm just going to use part of it, and with my Versamark, so we're going to do white, heat emboss. No, take the plastic off, Lynette. Do you know what?
Little things.
Yeah.
Just little things like that make a difference to the project.
Do you know what? It's been one of those days.
I bet it's been a lot of prepping getting ready for the anniversary.
Oh, it has been crazy, crazy busy. But as were the roads today getting here.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
no.
It was shocking in places.
Oh, no.
And at one point I'm like, I'm going to be late. But I managed to get here. I managed to get food.
That's a win-win.
Yes.
That's good. That's good.
So let's just grab a piece of card here, and we will add our white over the top, and hope it doesn't stick too much to the background or any fingerprints that I may have popped on there with me not having my anti-static.
Oh, look at that. It's already looking amazing.
So it does. It looks very, very pretty. So I'll be very, very good. Not like I do at home and I have just little cards full of emboss here and there.
No, that looks really good. I've got the email, by the way, from lovely Lou Sims. She doesn't call herself lovely Lou Sims. Lovely. Evening, Lou. Lovely to be with you. The first of many, I'm hoping, for you. Which it says, Evening all. Wanted to email in to wish Lynette happy 1st anniversary.
Oh, thanks, Lou.
Lynette has worked so hard to turn PGG into a must-have mixed media brand alongside her daughter Taz. Lynette is always in the background supporting, motivating and offering a cheeky statement or two. She doesn't mince her words. With laughing emoji. Enjoy yourself celebrating. The little bottle in there as well from lovely Lou Sims has been in touch. The first, I'm hoping, as well.
Thanks very much, Lou. She's ace, isn't she?
She is ace, isn't she?
Yeah.
And I hope you're well, Lou, because... oh, no, that was the other Lou. That was Lou Willis was on. She had a bit of a poorly back.
Oh, no.
Lou's perfectly fighting fit, which is great. Oh, no. Oh, Tom, we've had an email from Tom saying, happy 1st anniversary. What a year it's been. It's been an honour and a privilege to work with you as well.
Bless
and I love
him.
that you're in my life. Is this someone you know, I hope?
Yeah, this is one of the DT members.
Oh, right.
So,
that's good. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's brilliant. Tom, thank you very much indeed for passing on your best wishes there. That's really lovely
thanks,
as well.
Tom.
For Morag has also emailed through as well. Enjoying the show, loving your demonstrations as well. So happy for you as well. And I love the hair.
Oh,
who's this
very
from?
much.
Morag, that's from Morag. That's Morag as well. Thank you, Morag. Lovely as well. And Joanne, wow, Lynette, look at you go as well. Happy anniversary, she says as well. I'm so happy for your success. You are brilliant in every way.
Oh,
that's
you,
so
Joanne.
lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Keep them coming through, please. Be part of the 1st anniversary, of course, of Pretty Gets Gritty. And don't forget, you make any purchase in the live hours with us, and you are going to be getting the lovely stamps. I'll just show them. They are here for you. And that is these stamp sets here They're normally worth $11.99 on their own, and you're going to be getting these absolutely free, just with one per customer with your purchase. And you've got the Dreamer of Dreams, your vintage vibes on these ones. We've got One of a Kind, No Ordinary Life. We've got Flight or Fancy. We've got Take the Scenic Route, Vintage, Rusty. We've got Souls, Old, Stay Curious. So really lovely different fonts, lovely phrases and lovely looks. And you've also got that lovely little ticket that's on there. Which is that the same size? Would that work?
Yeah, it fits onto the ticket stub.
Oh, great. So
Die,
a really perfect
yes.
addition, actually, if you are going to go for one of the one-day specials, geared up or clocked on. That is free with purchase for one per customer, just making a purchase in our live hours. And we'll be back again at 8 o'clock for another live hour as well, to carry on the anniversary celebrations, which is lovely. Right, how are we doing over there?
We're doing good. So I've used half of the Postal Papillion stamp here, and then I've used the other half here.
Oh,
so we've got
nice.
a little bit, it's just edging, just causing a little frames. The only other thing I'm going to do with the base of this card is, there we go, next to me all the time. So I'm not used to being organised. I'm just going to add a squiggly border around before we add our top elements. And I'm trying not to be perfect because I think it looks better when you're not perfect.
Or a bit more organic.
Yes, perfectly imperfect. So just give it a nice little wiggle as we go, and then you can add a little bit of faux stitching, ziggity zags, and so you just add that in. So we've got a proper frame now.
Yeah.
It's properly framed. So what I'm going to do next is, I've already heat embossed one of the butterflies, and we're just going to colour it in. So we're going to get a lovely watercolour wash effect. So let's just choose, I could use what's already on my mat, but let's just choose 3 colours and just show you how easy these are. So,
would you say that you know your customers well? Would you say you know your customers well?
I don't know, where's this going?
Well, we want to play a little game with you where
Okay.
there's another email that's come through, lovely email that's come through.
But we don't know who it's
I thought
from.
if we just read it out a little bit of it, how long it would take you to guess who it's from.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yeah,
I'll give you
ready.
the first line to start with. Happy anniversary, Mother.
Oh.
Super proud of you as well.
Aww.
Can't wait to join the team properly. Lots of love.
Taz.
Yeah, I think it is Taz.
Oh,
on there as
thanks,
well.
Taz.
Ah, there you see.
Yeah, she's...
I'm glad you got that one right, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Mind you, there's only 5 others to choose from that would call me Mother.
Okay.
So, you know, it could have gone terribly wrong.
It could have.
I was a bit dubious up until the looking forward to joining the team.
Yeah,
Like,
there we are.
Which child is it? But no, absolutely.
So what role will she be taking on?
So Taz is coming to do an apprenticeship with Pretty Gets Gritty, and she's going to be doing it in digital marketing.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
But she also has her own brand as well.
Oh.
Under the PGG name.
Oh, I see.
Which I can't say too much about, but it's not for everybody.
Okay.
It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek
Oh,
and a
right.
little bit cheeky.
Bit saucy?
Bit saucy.
Okay.
But she's absolutely flying with that.
Oh, lovely.
It's doing really well. In fact, Paola nipped into the room before and said that she's enjoying the Instagram posts and everything.
Oh, brilliant.
So, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Well,
So-
Paola can be very saucy as well. Do you know what I mean? It's a nice
Definitely.
mix there.
Right, so we've just very, very gently given that a lovely,
beautiful.
lovely wash. So I'll bring in the ones that I did earlier, because you don't want to see me stamp, emboss and colour in 3 exactly the same things. So all I'm going to do is just add a little bit of white. So just some white highlights. And some of those have gone a little bit stripy rather than dotty.
Mixing it up, though. We're liking that.
Why not? So it just gives it a little bit of a lift.
Yeah.
to have those white highlights. I'll just add a bit there. Let's add some little dots there. So do that on all of them.
Pretty, yeah.
Very pretty. Now all I need to do is mount my card. If I can remember where I've popped it. If you want to run through anything,
I've got another email.
Oh, wow.
Well. Charmaine has also emailed in. Honestly, a lot of people enjoying your first anniversary.
Oh, Marshane.
What's his name say? Oh, you and Taz are smashing it as well. Can't believe how fast this year has gone. How did you ever doubt yourself?
I know.
She said, you're an amazing friend, she says as well. Love you lots. You go, girl.
Oh, bless.
I don't think I said that you go, girl. I did it justice
You
there.
go, girl.
You go, girl.
Yeah, no, she's amazing, is our Charmaine. She's given so much help and guidance and advice through my first year. And she is absolutely the person who said, do you know what?
You can do
Get
this.
it done.
Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant. Charmaine, thank you. That's absolutely fantastic. That is. I'll give you some more as we can keep those coming through. Got some more to read out. Very quick update for you as well on the one-day special. Don't forget, there are two options. You can go for the geared up that we're looking at here for you. We're starting off here. 20% of the stock has already been allocated. You're looking at for the geared up option. You get loads in there. You can see with the dies. You get the wonderful stamps. You're getting that beautiful script work as well to work with the stencil. Really lovely. And you're going to get that paper pad as well. So much in actually with the papers as well, which we'll go through a bit more detail a little bit later on also again for you. That's your first option. We've also got for you clocked on, which is your second option again. Again, we're approaching 20% of the stock. Don't forget, it's the first live hour of this with the launch of the first anniversary for you. In here, you've got all those lovely elements. Certainly the butterflies and the floral that work with it. That beautiful stencil work with those, as well as those stamps at work. Just so you know, all of these, by the way, all the elements here, they are available also individually, if you should so wish to go for it. If one of them is there for you, if you're thinking, oh, I really like that one in particular, have a look at, if you want to go for those individually, you might like that. Or you might be thinking, I really like going for the geared up. I like that one, but there's also maybe one of the other stamps that you might see from the other set or anything else like that. You can mix and match a little bit with those if you wanted to. It gives you a bit of freedom, doesn't it, as well? If you want to go for the one-day special, again, you're going to be hard pushed to choose which one, because they do both work brilliantly together. The same item code, whichever your choice is, 850-322. It is available on Flexi. Don't forget, this has got £20, £20.99 off. Your regular price you'll be looking at here, but you can spread the cost if you wanted to on your Flexi. That is an option for you. You can do that, of course. Loads and loads and loads of great ways that we can show you examples of as the hour goes on, and again at 8 o'clock tonight. Let me just go through the pastes for you as well. Now, I know these are really already very popular. They're all brand new sets. Whichever set you go for, you're getting 3 jars, each one of those 150 ml each, so you're getting a huge amount in here. Let me just show you here that I've got for you. I've got the walnut, the terracotta and the honey, and these are really the sort of the rustics that we're talking about as a sort of a real base layer to work with really nicely. A quarter of the stock of these have already now been allocated. So this one is your terracotta that you got here, this is your walnut, and here is your lovely honey options on those. The next set I'm going to bring you here. This is a lovely set as well. We've got the tiger that you can see here, not the winter tea, tiger, or Cambs tea, wasn't it? Tiger, we've got the apple, classic story, and we've also got the, I love that actually, the beautiful teal. Now we're approaching 20% of the stock of that set of 3. Really beautiful. Then, in the other sort of end of the spectrum, we've got this soft rose, which is that softer pink there, soft rose. We've got pretty lavender in the centre, and we've got the sea spray over here, 20% of that set of 3. And then, finally, we've got the final 3 here that you can see where we have got the gorgeous orchid on here. We've got mint in the centre, and we've got ocean there. Again, approaching 20% on those. Whichever one you go for, £26.99, £9.85 125. But again, some of those sets will go really nicely together. Have a little look at those on the website to choose. If you can go, get yourself 6 tubs. And again, I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun bringing all those together. A few other items also here to be enjoying our first anniversary, which is absolutely brilliant. Then this is our stringy stuff. You got brown, maroon, and you get the natural. Now you are getting all 3. Each one of those in a bag of 25 grams that you can see. 277-802, 11.99. My producer just said, I'm going to get you one of those. You can have that as a little wig, which, you know, none taken. So, but why not? Go the whole lot. Get me some of this as well, which is our lovely gesso. Now, there's a pick and mix on here. Now, you can choose any 2. There are 3 options, actually. You've got the white gesso, classic black gesso, but you've also got the transparent in there. So, 495-808, just $12.98. Now, we've got some other texture paste for you as well. Also on a pick and mix, you can choose any 2. Again, $1.50 on this. You've got the white, you've got the thick texture, and you've also got the resist texture as well. You've plus got the sand to choose from, and finally, the marble texture paste. I'm hoping we'll get to see some of these in action, Maisley. I'm sure one of them throughout the shows. 380673. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I've got another email here as well for you, Lynette, because it is celebrating the first anniversary, Lynette is, of course, and it says, happy first anniversary. I have loved all of your collections, but this new collection is absolutely amazing. Can't wait for mine to arrive so I can start creating with it, and have started my to-do list already. We talked about those lists. One thing I really want to do, an album with some old family photos so I can pass on the family history to my children and grandchildren. That's from Noreen with a little kiss as well. And so many lovely messages coming through. I think you've got a lot of support as the business as well. And a lot of people, obviously, you sort of touch the nerve with the whole mixing everything together with a pretty gets gritty. I mean, did you see over a year ago that you'd be here celebrating the first anniversary?
No, absolutely. I can't believe how much the business has grown, and the support of everyone has been amazing. And I think a lot of it is to do with the crafting together with All Brands Group.
Oh,
as
yeah,
well,
of course.
You know, because it's just such a good community feel in there. And we just all get on.
Yeah,
and
that's nice.
It's like every time you go on a Facebook Live, it's like being with a group of friends.
Yeah.
And you've never met most of these people. And most of them have emailed in as well.
Oh,
you know,
that's lovely.
That's
And that is lovely.
Where they've come from, you know.
Because I suppose also, I mean, you know, it's not been an easy year for any business in the last year. And, you know, things like trade shows and all those shows that haven't happened, except, you know, when you had a chance.
The meetups that we usually have, the workshops, the one-on-ones with people, it's just not been happening. So the All Brands Group has been amazing. And it's helped so many people.
Yeah, of course. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it is. This is looking absolutely brilliant. I'm loving this, Lynette.
Well, I'm going to call that done. So all I did was just stamped and embossed a sentiment and added it onto the card.
That is really nice. That. And no wonder you got such lovely positive reactions for this when you showed it on social media. That looks great. I'm loving the white, and the butterflies really do pop as well. Even though you've got so much colour.
It does. You've got your white there, and you've got the black as well. It's a perfect combination.
Yeah, really lovely that. Really gorgeous. And again, some of the elements in there, you're getting a bit of a mix from both of the one-day specials that have worked. Don't forget, you might want to also highlight some of those as the individuals if you want to go for those sets individually. But basically, if you get geared up and clocked on, they will work very nicely together. We've got 8 minutes still left of our show here.
Right, what we're going to do
What can we do as a little sort of quickie on those?
Right, we'll do a start and then be finished in the next hour.
In the 8 o'clock hour,
so
great.
I'm not going to demonstrate how to die cut it.
No,
it was all set up there, ready to do, but I will absolutely show you the dies going through in the next hour. But I just want to put this together. So all I have done is we're going to create this, hopefully get it all stuck together, not that on the back of there. I've just die cut multiple times, so I think I've got 5 die cuts there. Right, so we've got the 3mm MDF thickness.
Right.
So this is a substrate now.
Oh, okay.
It's not a die cut, it's a substrate. It's something to work with. So let's get it the right way up. and grab our gel medium. And all we're going to do is start to build a mixed media composition, which is super easy, she says, when she's got nothing to add the gel medium with.
Which one is that, the gel mediums you got on there? Is that the...
So it's just the white gel medium.
Right.
And
we've got that. We're just going to bring that one up on the screen for you as well. There we are. The gel. It's two. Oh, here we go. 2 150 mils. You're getting both of those for $13.98. 024 888.
So all I'm doing is adding a little bit onto the back, and we're just building a little scene. So we've got one behind, one in front. So all of these are die cut multiple times and added together. So don't worry if you've got any over squidge, as I call it, of gel medium. It does dry clear.
Right.
So let's just get that on there. It doesn't want to sit. I believe I've already got sticky fingers that are pulling everything apart.
We never got you that kitchen towel, did we? You wanted some of that?
It's all right. I have got baby wipes here. Oh. Right, so the other thing that I've done is I've cut the flowers out of card.
Okay.
So I did want to show you making those dimensional. So I'll just do it with my fingers. So anyone who's been paper crafting knows you just get your foam mat and use your, what I call a balling tool.
Oh, yes.
Probably got a better name than that.
No, I think that's the one, isn't it? Where you just push down the indent on a foam pad and...
But I have so many random names for for products. Sometimes it's like, is it really called that? So we're just going to add some flowers in.
It's amazing though, it doesn't matter what if you've got your own name for something, most people still know what you're probably talking about because they have a similar name themselves.
Well, that's it. I mean,
works.
there's lots of things on my desk that's called an whatchamacallit.
Oh yeah, that's on your desk as well.
Yeah, and a thingy-majig. You know, it is quite an occurrence.
Are they next to your next to the thingy-majigs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whatchamacallits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same setup as me on my desk, I think.
Yep. I don't know a crafter that is not like that. And we just put things down and we literally put it there.
Yeah.
And then we go for it 30 seconds later and it's jumped.
It's moved.
Yeah. Underneath a pile of stuff that you hadn't even touched.
No.
Yeah. I think that is a crafter's brain.
Who's your go-to blame?
My go-to blame?
For someone, because it's never us that's moved them. So is it...
So...
Who would you blame for this? It's
not repeatable on TV. No. Best not go there. We'll not be back at 8 o'clock.
No. Lou was right.
Yeah. No, it's there's a family story of there used to be. Now I was too young for this, but I've grown up with. It wasn't me. Wendell did it.
Oh yeah.
Right. So there was apparently was there a program or a kids TV show, and there was Wendell and Issy NoHo.
Yeah, I mean.
And they used to hide in the attic or something.
You're asking me because you think I was of that time, but I will tell you, my director does know.
Oh.
And he's telling me that it was in the 1970s.
Yeah, before
Issy
my time.
NoHo, was it a panda?
Yeah.
Apparently it was a panda, I think.
Like I said, I don't know the complete story behind that.
Right.
But it was never my brothers. It was always Wendell or Issy NoHo. So, and then when I came along, it was Lynette. We didn't do it. Lynette did it. So I think that's probably where my rebellious streak came from. Because then I was like, yeah, I'll live up to this.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Absolutely. I'm going to get blamed for it. I'll embrace it.
I might.
So, right, all I'm going to do now with the die cut numbers is start to layer them across our flowers.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So we're just
We've got just
adding...
under 4 minutes, we're okay.
Right, we've got loads of time. So we just add them. So we've got Roman numerals as well, not to forget to pop my hands on. So we're just making...
Yeah.
A mess? No, I'm joking. We're just making a lovely, random, some might say, but, you know, it's clocks and these numbers go with it.
Yeah.
Composition, which will look Beautiful.
I love that you can go quirky with the numbers as well, especially
Yeah.
the clock. They don't have to be in the right place. It could
No,
be
that's it.
backwards.
I mean,
Yeah.
why? You don't have to put them round. But no, I do love numbers in projects.
Right.
So I think we better think about sticking these little hands on before I cover.
Yeah, because you do
everything.
get a couple of on the hands on it. Yeah, you get your large, your big
Yeah,
hand.
you get your
little hand.
large and you get your little and large. So we'll just get these
Fab.
placed on.
I'll just show the dies that come with this particular as
Yeah.
well, because these are the hands that we're talking about that will come. You get the numbers, you get the thicker and the sort of thinner of the font for those as well. Roman numerals, of course, but yeah, you get your large, medium, small, smaller with those. Plus you get the text in there as well. Time, precious, and memories, and you get the two different clock faces on there. So you get an awful lot actually in the clocked on, as well as the stamps obviously as part of that. But just wanted to show you where you're going to be getting those from if you want to go for that kit.
Yeah, you do get a crazy amount. I've just noticed my other hand. I'm like, where is the other hand? Because I know Taz die cut all these. And we counted them into the bag to make sure, and it's stuck underneath. Right, so we've got the hands on, and then we've got a few bits and pieces left here, so let's add these in.
Right.
So, I think...
Is this one we're going to carry on with in the 8
Yep,
o'clock?
so it'll dry, and then we will get our gritty pastes onto this, and we'll get it all gritted.
Oh, brilliant.
Gritted up.
Well, yes, I know they've been really popular actually already, so if you want to see them in action, make sure you can come back and join us for more of the first anniversary celebrations, of course, which is absolutely brilliant, because we're down to our final 60 seconds of this one. Quick update for you, by the way. Geared up, we're looking at a quarter of the stock now already gone within the first hour as well. Lovely clock one that we've got for you there. We are at 20% of the stock there also gone. Don't forget, it's during the live hours. Make a purchase during the live hours. You're going to be getting your free gift with purchase. You'll be getting those wonderful, beautiful sentiments, really, or the stamps that will go with that. That's worth $11.99 on its own. You're going to get that free with purchase during our live hours. So a really fantastic opportunity. So you can also join in the celebrations with us. Well, it's been a lovely hour. The anniversary party is well underway, and so we'll continue this on at 8 o'clock. But thank you for the first hour. That's brilliant.
No,
Looking
thank you.
forward
It's
to
been lovely.
Seeing how we're adding some colour into it at 8 o'clock. Hope you can come back and join us for more anniversary celebrations from 8 o'clock. But don't go anywhere. We've got more after this. See you soon. Right, it is the sensational Sunday sale. I guess is in that one. That's coming up next with Paola. Then we'll be back to continue on with the anniversary celebrations, 8 o'clock. And then we've also got the cocktail group from 9.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.